Under Hongjuan's oppression, this was the most advantageous choice any clever person would make. Changsheng might be shameless, yet Hutu had to admit he was indeed shrewd and far from short-sighted. If the earthly Tao were to break free from the control of the heavenly Tao, would you then be able to shift from a heavenly Tao saint to an earthly Tao saint? For Hutu, shifting from a heavenly Tao saint to an earthly Tao saint was far easier than retracing the path of the Hunyuan Great Tao. This had always been her deepest pursuit. Through all these years, Hutu had never ceased to think of how Hongjuan's scheming had led to her present plight. Even as a heavenly Tao saint, she could not so much as trouble him in the slightest. If the earthly Tao could one day stand alongside the heavenly Tao as its equal, then, as the spokesperson of the earthly Tao, not only would troubling Hongjun be easy, there might even come a day when she could truly avenge herself. Yes. Then your ladyship, consider this: in exchange for just 1/6 of the earthly Tao's fortune, you gain all of this. Is that not a most profitable bargain? Yes. Hutu nodded without thinking, then immediately glared at Changsheng in anger. He was clearly leading her along. Yet in truth, she had already been swayed. If things truly unfolded as he claimed, she would indeed not be at a loss. Yet was business done this way? No matter how much Changsheng said, one could not ignore that he was trying to gain everything with empty hands. Your ladyship, I knew you were one who understands the greater picture. Please send me quickly to the Hall of Six Paths Reincarnation. As he spoke, Changsheng reached out to pull Hutu along, but she shook him off and cast him aside. Stop trying to twist words. You want authority over humanity without offering anything first. Do I truly look that easy to deceive? Your ladyship, how could you say that? Am I truly such a person? How can you say I offer nothing? I am perfectly sincere. The Wu tribe and the Jioli tribe can be saved at once. I will have the Gaoyang tribe and the Qinshan tribe retreat immediately. Hutu watched Changsheng, feeling an even deeper sense of frustration. From beginning to end, it seemed she had been led by the nose, and she had no good way to remedy it. She shot him a fierce glare. I can allow you to take charge of the human path among the 6 paths, but only temporarily. Once humanity awakens, you must return that authority to me. What? Changsheng opened his eyes wide at her. Your ladyship, do you truly take me for a fool? I have done so much, and you would have me end up with nothing. Do you truly think this is a fair trade? In that case, I might as well wait and scheme for myself. Seeing Changsheng turn as if ready to leave at a word, Hutu ground her teeth in anger. This infuriating youth. He had better not fall into her hands someday, or she would be sure to entertain him thoroughly. Once humanity awakens, I will leave you with 10% of its authority. 90%, 20%, 80%, 30%, 70%, 40%, 60%, 50%. Deal. Good, it is settled. Changsheng stepped forward and clasped Hutu's hand in a handshake, leaving her speechless. As their hands met, she realized she had likely been tricked again. Perhaps he had never truly aimed for full control of humanity at all. Yet with matters having been agreed to this extent, if she went back on her word, now she would utterly lose face. Your master is so straightforward, yet he took in such a crafty disciple as you. Truly a disgrace to your sect. First have the Gaoyang tribe, and the Qinshan tribe. Changsheng merely smiled. Things had gone his way. He drew out a mobile phone and dialed. Hello, junior sister, you may withdraw now. Hello, senior brother, you may withdraw. Hello, Zhuanxu, you may withdraw. Hello, chief of the Qinshan tribe, withdraw your troops. Hello, Candle Dragon, withdraw your troops. Changsheng dialed 5 numbers in succession, and this maneuver left Hutu at a loss for words. Yunxiao, obedient as ever, halted her actions at once. Xingtian was on the verge of collapse, filled with despair, when he saw Yunxiao suddenly withdraw the great formation. He looked at her, tempted to attack again, but the memory of being trapped in the array made him restrain himself in the end. Duobao had wanted to ask Changsheng the reason, but Changsheng had hung up too quickly. After a moment's hesitation, Duobao still chose to order the disciples of Jiejiao Sect to stop fighting. As for Zhuanxu and the chief of Qinshan, these were the words of a founding ancestor. How could they dare disobey? Though they had utterly dominated their battles against the Jioli tribe, both their forces were gravely depleted and exhausted. The two had already begun to harbor thoughts of retreat. Could they truly chase their enemy all the way to the south? If they did, the other great southern tribes would surely grow wary and might even intervene. At that point, the 2 tribes would become the ones in peril. As for Candle Dragon, he had wanted to ask Changsheng on what grounds he gave such orders, but Changsheng had not given him the chance, and simply hung up. Anger stirred in his heart. Was his dragon clan truly being treated like mere subordinates? Yet when he recalled the scene of the dragon clan being subdued before, he had to admit they truly were under Changsheng's thumb. Unwilling to sour their relationship completely, he could only obey. Thus this vast war was truly brought to an end by just a few phone calls from Changsheng. Hutu, seeing this, was left speechless. Changsheng's influence among the human race was simply overwhelming. Remembering what Changsheng had said before, Hutu found herself even more convinced that he truly had the means to awaken the human path. Hutu did not delay. She immediately ordered Qiyu to return and let his people rest and recover. In this campaign, the Zhuli tribe and the Wu tribe had suffered truly grievous losses. Seeing the Gaoyang and Qianshan tribes finally cease their assault, Qiyu let out a breath of relief. Though unwilling in his heart, at least the tribe had survived. Both sides began their withdrawal. In the underworld, Changxing looked toward Hutu, making it clear without words he had paid the advance. It was now her turn to act. Hutu had no intention of going back on her word. If the Gaoyang and Qianshan tribes could be made to withdraw, they could just as easily be sent to attack again. With a tap of her single raised hand, the two of them vanished from where they stood. In the blink of an eye, they appeared inside a great palace. Behind this palace lay the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the very heart of reincarnation. Here Changxing felt himself infinitely suppressed, with but a single thought Hutu could extinguish his life. Gazing upon the 6 paths of reincarnation, Changxing's eyes burned with intensity. What were the 6 paths? The heavenly path, the Azura path, the human path, the beast path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. The 6 paths were divided according to the differing karma and merit of all beings. After death, every being entered the underworld and would be reborn again and again within these 6 paths, creating an endless cycle of birth and death without cease. Among them, the heavenly path referred to the 33 heavens, the primordial heavenly realm with the celestial court as its core. Beings born there emerged already in an immortal state, enjoying the highest starting point. The Azura path referred to the Azura clan of the Blood Sea. Unlike the human race, the Azura could not reproduce through the union of yin and yang, only by sending their souls into the Blood Sea and having flesh and blood forge Azura bodies could they be reborn as Azura. The human path referred to the myriad beings of the great primordial land. Only those possessing true intelligence could be counted among them. The beast path encompassed those creatures of the primordial world that lacked such intellect, destined in this life only to be prey. The hungry ghost path was for those who could not be reborn, condemned to wander the cities of the underworld as ravenous spirits whose hunger and thirst were never sated. The hell path signified eternal downfall, the most wretched of all the 6 paths. Changxing paid no heed to the other paths. His sole target was the human path. Greed would only lead to ruin. Although Hutu had already agreed to grant him the human path, she would certainly be watching from the sidelines. If Changxing still reached greedily for the other paths, Hutu might well strike, without hesitation, and extinguish him on the spot. Otherwise, it would truly be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice, gaining nothing and paying a heavy price. At the edge of the human path, with Hutu's consent, Changxing felt no anxiety. The 6 paths were in truth the outward manifestation of the earth path. Through them, the earth path could unfold its myriad powers and keep the cycle of reincarnation in order. Seated cross-legged beneath the human path, Changxing began his contemplation. With the compass of fate resting against his chest, he quickly sank into a deep state of realization. Elsewhere, at that moment, Hutu's expression changed. She had expected Changxing to eventually master the human path, yet she had not anticipated that he would gain its recognition so quickly. The human path among the 6 paths was naturally bound to the human path among the 3 ways of heaven, earth, and man. Changxing was already the spokesman for the human path, and with her support, it was only a matter of time before he took full control of it. Yet it should not have happened this fast. To Hutu, the human path seemed almost impatient, as if in a hurry to attach itself to a new master, which left her distinctly displeased. Was it truly so unpleasant to remain under her care? With the slightest excuse, the human path seemed eager to turn elsewhere. It was outrageous. Hutu had originally wanted to watch how Changxing gained recognition from the human path, and came to master it, but now she simply turned her gaze away, preferring not to see it. Meanwhile, several figures were already making their way toward the wheel of reincarnation. At their head was Jufeng. In the recent great battle, Jufeng had suffered serious injuries. Xing Tian remained in the Zhuli tribe to help Qiyu stabilize the overall situation, while Jufeng brought back the severely wounded members of the Wu clan. Some, if not treated in time, were in danger of damaging their very foundations and facing great difficulties in cultivation thereafter. Yet Jufeng was not skilled in healing. They still needed Hutu's aid. Moreover, what had transpired this time had to be reported to Hutu. Ancestor Wu. The assembled members of the Wu clan saluted Hutu, their eyes full of shame. For so long, the Wu clan had never suffered such a defeat. Even when facing the Yao clan, they had never been humbled in this way. So many young warriors of the Wu clan had been harmed that Jufeng found it hard to face Hutu. Enough. This is not your fault, it was my carelessness, Hutu said. Thinking of this, Hutu ground her teeth in hatred for the sage Taiching. He had claimed he would protect the Wu clan's imperial seat, yet look at the result. Had Changxing not come of his own accord, the Zhuli tribe would have nearly been annihilated. It was clear he had treated the Wu clan as mere tools. Lousy. Hutu etched this grievance into her heart, and vowed to repay it one day. Then she began healing Jiufeng and the others. On Shouyang Mountain, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan meanwhile were in high spirits. The two of them had finally gained some results through their combined efforts. At that moment, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan were somewhat excited. Their combined efforts had at last borne fruit. Elder brother, it seems that when Daozu planned the downfall of Buzhou Mountain, it truly was part of his struggle against the Heavenly Dao. This shard of Heavenly Dao is the result of that contest. Perhaps Daozu never truly merged with the Dao, but only sought to seize control of the Heavenly Dao. Now it seems his calculations went awry. He may even have risked being controlled by the Heavenly Dao itself, which is why he staged such a drastic act, damaging the vast Honghuang and breaking its spine. Only by injuring the Heavenly Dao could Daozu eke out an existence and gain another chance. If that is the case, then why not shatter Honghuang even more thoroughly? Perhaps we too might find an opportunity within its ruin. If Honghuang were broken, and the Heavenly Dao wounded, its hold over them would naturally weaken. The shard of the Heavenly Dao in their hands could stir the Hongming purple qi within their bodies. At that moment, they might draw the Hongming purple qi out, slip free of the saintly path, and thus gain a real chance at escape. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzuan grew all the more excited. The schemes and hopes he had held for so long finally seemed to show a glimmer of success. How could he not be thrilled? Only Laozi's expression had grown dark. To break Honghuang, was he once again walking straight into a trap Daozu had laid for them without realizing it? Undeniably, the shattering of Honghuang was their chance. But what did it mean for Hongjun? Perhaps by placing this shard of the Heavenly Dao in Laozi's hands, Hongjun had deliberately granted them such an opportunity, using them to further break Honghuang. Now that Hongjun could not appear openly in Honghuang, even if he wished to damage it, he could not do so directly. He needed their hands to strike at the Heavenly Dao. Thinking this through, Laozi's expression grew even more complex. He could not bring himself to decide. He did not wish in the end to have done nothing but tailor a wedding robe for Hongjun. Yuanshi Tianzuan too sensed that something was wrong. This was not Laozi's usual demeanor. Now that they had found a method, he should have been pleased. Elder brother, is something amiss? Yuanshi asked. Laozi looked at him and replied, second brother, tell me, does the shattering of Honghuang represent our chance or Daozu's? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression also changed. His intellect was keen, yet in the sudden rush of hope, he had overlooked many considerations. Now reminded by Laozi, Yuanshi began to understand. His joy at that moment diminished. They were sages. How could they possibly enjoy the feeling of being used and manipulated? They understood without needing to ponder it deeply. This was undoubtedly part of Hongjuan's scheme, and it seemed to be an open, unavoidable stratagem. Like a poisoned apple, they both feared, and yet could not resist tasting. Elder brother, then what should we do? Yuanshi asked. Laozi looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally said slowly, this opportunity. Are you willing to abandon it? Impossible. Having finally glimpsed a chance, how could he willingly let it go? Go contact Jane and Junti. To break Honghuang, we cannot rely on ourselves alone. We must also find a suitable pretext. Jane and Junti. Yuanshi Tianzuan had no objections. Even though they were sages, the deep-rooted foundation of Honghuang meant that no single one of them could, with wanton attacks, inflict catastrophic damage upon it. Only if several sages joined forces could they hope to achieve a real effect. Tongtian Jiaozhu would not be easy to draw in, but Jane and Junti were different, especially Junti, who could be conveniently used. Yuanshi agreed and departed immediately. Watching Yuanshi's departing figure, Laozi sighed. There was still one more thought he had not voiced. To break Honghuang in such a manner would incur immense karmic burden upon them. Their accumulated merit had already been absorbed to enhance their strength. Once great karma settled upon them, they would have no choice but to use their own cultivation to offset it or face consequences even harder to accept. As sages of the Heavenly Dao, their primary duty was to protect Honghuang, not to destroy it. To act so was to become traitors within. What master, upon discovering traitors in his own house, could possibly tolerate them? If their plan succeeded, and they escaped the saintly path, the price might be acceptable. But if they failed, the backlash would be unimaginable. Even Laozi dared not picture it. Therefore, even if Honghuang were to be broken, the one who led the charge should not be him. Not good. After setting aside these matters, I finally realized the changes occurring within the human race. Distracted by the fragments of the Heavenly Dao, I became so engrossed in my research that I almost missed the fierce conflict between the Zhuli tribe and the Gaoyang tribe, as well as the Qianshan tribe, nearly leading to the destruction of the Zhuli tribe. Regarding Hudu, I felt somewhat troubled, already imagining how furious Hutu must be. If only Hudu had not left the underworld, and lacked the cultivation of a saint, otherwise, given her temperament, she would have already come to take revenge. Recently, this sudden opportunity has truly disrupted my state of mind. Just when the Zhuli tribe was on the verge of annihilation, the Gaoyang tribe and the Qianshan tribe unexpectedly retreated. What is the secret behind this? Or is it merely a coincidence? Thinking about having offended Hutu, the short-tempered female saint, I felt a headache coming on her. If I needed to deal with the underworld in the future, it might not be easy. As for the Yoxiong tribe, I had already instructed Yuanshi Tianzuan to send Guang Chengzi to assist the Jili tribe. Why was this not accomplished? I had initially thought that with the Yoxiong tribe's help, not only would the Jili tribe be safe, but even the Gaoyang tribe could be dealt with in one fell swoop. I had also instructed Xuandu to be on the lookout for opportunities. Xuandu, I called out, and Xuandu hurriedly appeared. Master, what exactly is going on? Xuandu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Master Guang Chengzi indeed sent Xianyuan to flank the Gaoyang tribe, but Xianyuan disagreed. Guang Chengzi was unable to control Xianyuan. Initially, Guang Chengzi planned to take the disciples of the Changjiao to support the Jili tribe, but later the Shura clan also targeted the Yoxiong tribe, so Guang Chengzi could only prioritize the Yoxiong tribe. Unable to control Xianyuan. What a useless disciple. How could I not have control over my own disciple? Is this Shanjiao's eldest disciple so in human nature? Listening to Xuandu speak, I felt puzzled. Xuandu hurriedly continued. Master, it seems we have overlooked the concept of human nature. The human race has its own persistence. Not only Guang Chengzi, but several other factions merely provide suggestions to the major human tribes. It is fundamentally impossible to control the human race. Human nature? I was somewhat stunned upon hearing this. Does such a thing still exist in this world? In this brutal wilderness, how could they talk about such things? My establishment of the human teaching and the teaching of the Ta Ching Dao was in truth a path devoid of emotions. Human nature was something I had consistently neglected. After all, those human disciples who entered the Ta Ching Dao no longer considered themselves part of the human race and began to pursue the path of immortality. Otherwise, the human race would still have many experts. However, it now seems that not all humans are like that. With this thought, I became increasingly agitated. This was not the human race I desired. At this moment, I found myself harboring a desire for destruction. Yet I quickly suppressed this baseless emotion and fixed my gaze on the fragments of the heavenly Tao. This thing truly is a calamity. With my level of cultivation, I should not be so unable to control my emotions. Something is affecting me. Hong Jun is indeed plotting against me. Xuandu, I shall enter seclusion. If your second master comes looking for me, just inform him. Also do your best to assist at the Changjiao. Upon finishing, I vanished directly. Xuandu stared at my departing figure, feeling somewhat lost. Human nature. Xuandu was one of the first members of the human race, but by a twist of fate, he was noticed by me, joined the human teaching, and became the eldest disciple, beginning to cultivate the path of non-action. Over the years, Xuandu had almost forgotten his identity as a human and no longer identified as one. However, after experiencing the concept of human nature, Xuandu fell into confusion. He seemed to have lost something very precious. Having left Shouyang Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not rush to the Western Spirit Mountain. His gaze returned to Shouyang Mountain. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt neither sorrow nor joy, his eyes filled with tranquility, ready to destroy the wilderness. It sounds easy, but is he foolish? The Wu clan is the heritage of Pangu. In terms of foundation, the Wu clan might even be deeper than the Sanqing. After all, these are the remnants left by Pangu for the Wu clan. With such a foundation, the Wu clan should not have met such a tragic end. The demon clan cannot be compared to them. One is the child of a creator god who opened the heavens, while the other is a demon clan that rose on its own. In terms of merit and fortune, they can only look up to the Wu clan. If not for their bias, the demon clan would have been exterminated long ago. Yet with just a little scheming, these brainless Wu clan members walked straight to their own demise. The Buzhou Mountain. Even Gong Gong isn't foolish enough to think about destroying Buzhou Mountain. Yet he did just that. The main issue is that Buzhou Mountain was indeed destroyed, and the destruction of the Buzhou Pillar of Heaven laid all the karma and repercussions on the Wu clan. No matter how much Pangu left for the Wu clan, it was all directly negated. This is the true reason for the downfall of the Wu clan. With such an example, how could Yuanshi Tianzuan think of recklessly destroying the wilderness? Originally, I thought it was a promising opportunity, but now it seems the risks are greater than watching the longevity performance. If things go wrong, I might not only fail, but also attract trouble. Yet I let him scheme for this matter without explaining the pros and cons, clearly intending for him to be the one to take the lead, to charge ahead, and to bear the sins of this broken sky, while I sit back and enjoy the benefits. Yuanshi isn't that foolish. However, he still needed to go to the Western Spirit Mountain. If those two fools are willing to destroy the wilderness, he may not want to take the lead, but if someone offers him the chance to reap the rewards, he would be more than happy. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not go to the Western Spirit Mountain. Instead, he returned to Kunlun Mountain and instructed the White Crane Boy to call back Randeng. Randeng looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with some trepidation, fearing that his contact with the Western Spirit Mountain and betrayal of the Changjiao had been discovered. Dao friend, there is something I would like your counsel on. You and I listened to the teachings together in the Zhixiao Palace. I know you possess great wisdom, and as my deputy in the Changjiao, I trust you the most. I truly do not know who else to discuss this with. Not long ago my elder brother called me to Shouyang Mountain. Randang's expression began to show uncontrollable astonishment. What had he heard? What earth-shattering secret had he stumbled upon? Heavenly Tao fragments. Departing from the holy Tao. Destroying the wilderness. Were these things he could hear? Would he really not be silenced? Yet hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan say, he trusted him the most, Randang couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Over the years his disguise had been too successful, or rather he had invested too much in the Changjiao to the extent that he had deceived Yuanshi Tianzuan, who placed such trust in him. Naturally Randang would not doubt Yuanshi Tianzuan's words. After all, for such an important matter, unless it was a trusted confidant, how could Yuanshi Tianzuan speak to him? Randang listened carefully while nodding vigorously. Soon he began to understand why Yuanshi Tianzuan was so bewildered. Destroying the primordial chaos made Randang's eyelids twitch and his heart raced to his throat. These saints had thoughts that ordinary beings like them would not even dare to conceive. Most importantly, he had actually glimpsed the secret of Dao Zuhong Jun, who had already attained unity with the Dao. Such monumental news, if conveyed to the two saints of the West, could bring him immeasurable benefits. The holy Dao? The primordial Dao? With Randang's current mindset, he was already contemplating how to re-establish the primordial Dao. The holy Dao was clearly a trap. Didn't these saints all think of fleeing? Since Yuanshi Tianzun and Tai Ching Shungrun had such thoughts, the two saints of the West probably felt the same way. However, Randang also noticed the key point, the piece of heavenly Dao in the hands of Tai Ching Shungrun. At this thought he was eager to rush to Lingshan and relay all this news. Saint, I believe this matter should be carefully considered. Destroying the primordial chaos has immense consequences. A careless mistake could lead to disastrous results, and it may not even allow us to escape the holy Dao. Yuanshi Tianzun nodded. Indeed, this is what troubles me. Yuanshi Tianzun did not continue to ask for Randang's opinion, seeming to have summoned him not to gain any answers, but merely to find a listener. Randang felt dazed until he left Yisu Palace. However, he did not delay, heading straight to the western Lingshan after departing from Kunlun Mountain. At the western Lingshan, Jieyin and Zhuan, his expressions gradually changed as they listened to Randang's words. His words were akin to an earthquake for them. That Tai Ching Shungren had such plans was something they could never have imagined. Had they not incited Randang, they might still be in the dark. Zhuan Ti was somewhat excited. Senior brother, this is our opportunity. Now that we know the news, this is our advantage. Whatever we decide next, the initiative is in our hands. Senior brother, Jiayin's expression had returned to calm as he looked at Randang, and then at Zhuan Ti. Junior brother, since Tai Ching and Yu Qing intend to destroy the primordial chaos, should we stop them, or let them be? Stop. Let be. It then dawned on Zhuan Ti, both he and Jieyin were saints of the heavenly Dao. If the primordial chaos was destroyed, they would suffer along with it. Tai Ching and Yu Qing's destruction of the primordial chaos was to find an opportunity to break free from the holy Dao, so they wouldn't care about the consequences. But they couldn't afford that. Zhuan Ti wanted to say that they could ride the coattails and also escape the holy Dao, but soon he realized they seemed to lack a crucial element, the piece of heavenly Dao. They did not have it. Without the piece of heavenly Dao, they couldn't do anything with the primordial purple energy. They still couldn't break free from the control of the heavenly Dao. Therefore, the destruction of the primordial chaos would be completely detrimental for them unless they could acquire that piece of heavenly Dao. But that was in the hands of Tai Ching Shungren. Even if both of them teamed up, they might not be able to take it from him. Although the piece of heavenly Dao was very tempting, forcibly seizing it was certainly not feasible. Should they proactively seek cooperation? Tai Ching Shungrun would probably not agree. While others thought of him as quiet and unassuming, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti knew he was the most. Senior brother, should we stop them then? Since they couldn't obtain the piece of heavenly Dao, they had to protect the primordial chaos. If they couldn't escape the holy Dao, then Tai Ching Shungren and Yu Qing Shungren couldn't either. Good brothers must always stick together. Moreover, if Tai Ching and Yu Qing succeeded and left the primordial chaos in ruins, they would still have to share the same fate as the primordial chaos. Jieyin shook his head at this. Junior brother, our goal is the same. That piece of heavenly Dao is not limited to only one person escaping the holy Dao. Therefore, Tai Ching and Yu Qing would not mind cooperating. You should visit Kunlun Mountain. Go to Kunlun Mountain. Are you asking me to seek you on sure? Zhuan Ti had no objections. He was used to sacrificing some face for benefits. However, he looked at Randang, wondering if this would expose him. After all, there were very few people aware of this matter, making it easy to guess that it was Randang who leaked the information. Jieyin smiled. Why do you think Yu Qing would tell Dao friend Randang? What? Both Zhuan Ti and Randang were startled, especially Randang, whose face turned gloomy. Had he been exposed? Recalling his performance in Yusu Palace, he had thought Yuan Shirtian Zun trusted him deeply. Now it seemed he was being used. His anger made his heart tremble. He didn't know whether it was out of rage or fear. He had devoted so much to the Chan sect, yet that old Yuan sure was unwilling to give him even this bit of trust. It was truly despicable. However, his heart did tremble. It was so close if fortunately he still had some value. Otherwise would he have died on the spot in Yusu Palace. But could Jiejiao be right? What if Yuan Shirtian Zun really did trust him? Randang felt that he had not done anything wrong over the years. Especially since he had only recently started to harbor thoughts of betrayal. Before that he had been loyal to the Chan sect and Yuan Shirtian Zun. Dao friend Randang, do you not trust your senior brother? Zhuan Ti noticed the change in Randang's expression and suddenly spoke. Unlike Randang, Zhuan Ti knew his senior brother well. He rarely spoke, but when he did he was always precise. Zhuan Ti had great trust in his senior brother. Randang's face changed at the words, and he didn't dare to deny it. How could that be? Since it's what Jiejiao's senior brother said, it must be true. However, since Yuqing Shengren already knows of my betrayal from the Chan sect, I fear I cannot return to the Chan sect. Jiejiao waved his hand. How could you not return? As expected, we will reach an agreement. In the future, we will need you to pass messages back and forth. Passing messages back and forth. Cooperation. Goodness, Randang realized that compared to these saints, he was truly very naive. Based on his past behavior, he thought of himself as exceptionally intelligent and cunning, but now he found himself to be quite innocent compared to Jiejiao and Yuan Shi. No, perhaps it was merely a difference in cultivation. If one day he could step into the realm of the primordial, he was certain his cunning would not be inferior to theirs. In the underworld, within the Hall of Six Paths Reincarnation, the aura surrounding Changsheng has grown increasingly magnificent. If one could observe fate, they would discover that an extraordinary fortune now envelopes him, a fortune unique to the underworld. This extraordinary fortune bestowed upon Changsheng immediately surpasses all other fortunes he possesses except for that of humanity. With the fortunes of both humanity and the underworld converging upon him, Changsheng's comprehension of the Tao of Destiny has deepened significantly. Achieving harmony of the primordial. As Changsheng breaks through to the primordial golden immortal stage, he has only achieved a mere 10% of enlightenment. This is a result of his gradual accumulation. Typically achieving even a fraction of enlightenment would suffice for a breakthrough, but that is already the limit. Subsequent breakthroughs will require slow accumulation. His purpose in visiting the underworld is to negotiate with Hutu for the human path, both to awaken humanity and to utilize the underworld's fortune to validate the Tao of Destiny, thereby enhancing his cultivation. It has proven true that Changsheng's aspirations were not in vain. The Tao of Destiny has advanced by leaps and bounds, having now achieved 30%. This is merely the beginning, as the extraordinary fortune continues to bestow its blessings, leaving residual effects. Once Changsheng attains 40% of the Tao of Destiny, he will be able to smoothly break through to the midstage of the primordial golden immortal. His gaze shifts across the other 5 paths. If he could gain control over them, he might reap even greater rewards. Unfortunately, he lacks the ability to grasp them. Whether it is the heavenly path, the earthly path, or the human path, none are easy to contend with. Their very existence is to maintain the operation of heaven and earth, bringing harmony to the wilderness. They are devoid of emotions. However, unlike Hongjun and Huda, Changsheng possesses emotions. They dislike things that exceed their control. Just like Hongjun, when they are together, it must be Hongjun who dominates the heavenly path, with no alternative possibility. The harmony between Hutu and the earthly path does not stem from Huda's lack of thoughts or the inadequacies of the earthly path, but rather from both being suppressed by Hongjun and the heavenly path. They simply cannot afford to consider these matters. Even Changsheng must contemplate how to interact should humanity awaken in the future. As Changsheng concludes his matters, Hutu outside seems to sense something. Observing Changsheng, who has stepped out, Huda's expression changes, as she can tell that Changsheng has become more formidable with an aura that seems unfathomable. Indeed, she even feels a hint of danger. Changsheng's gains seem to far surpass her expectations. Huda thinks to herself, then slowly addresses Changsheng. It seems your gains are indeed considerable. Changsheng responds with a smile. Indeed, they are considerable. Not only has he acquired the authority of the human path among the 6 paths, but he has also gained the fortune of the underworld. With his comprehension of the Tao of Destiny, he can now use this as a focal point to compete against Hutu in the underworld. Of course, the likelihood is still that he will lose, but he has indeed acquired the ability to threaten Hutu. This is the terrifying aspect of the Tao of Destiny. After all, he is still merely at the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. I must also thank you for your support, my lady. Rest assured, I am not like the Grandmaster, and I will certainly bring you satisfaction in the future. Hearing Changsheng's words, Huda's expression darkens. This matter will inevitably be accounted. Mount Kunlun. The Primordial Supreme Being gazes at the figure of Juanti before him, feeling somewhat sentimental. Jane is indeed a formidable opponent. He understands his intentions almost instantly. The Primordial Supreme Being does not expect to easily manipulate Jane, but after being informed by Randing their positions have shifted. If the Primordial Supreme Being approaches Jane, the initiative lies with Jane. However, now it is Juanti who seeks him out. Juanti is here to request his aid, thus the initiative now rests with him. One must not underestimate this initiative among saints. Even a small detail can determine success or failure, let alone the initiative itself. Juanti, my dear friend, what a rare visitor. What brings you to Mount Kunlun today? The Primordial Supreme Being feigns ignorance, while Juanti internally curses him for his shamelessness, yet maintains an unchanging smile. Naturally, I have come to get closer to my elder brother. It has been a long time since I last saw you, and I have missed you dearly. Missed you dearly. The Primordial Supreme Being cannot help but scold Juanti for his shamelessness. It must be said that Juanti is truly brazen. Those unaware would think their relationship is exceptionally close. However, it is merely acting. They have polished their acting skills through several calamities. Who could possibly outdo each other? If you have the time, you should come visit me more often, dear brother. I have also missed you a lot. Strangely enough, the two begin to converse as if they were long-lost friends. If Randing were present, he would surely be more astounded by their hypocrisy. However, as time passes, Juanti becomes increasingly impatient. This Primordial Supreme Being truly embodies the saying, no rabbit, no hawk, offering no openings at all. Juanti hopes the Primordial Supreme Being will become restless and speak first, allowing him to regain some initiative. Yet it seems this is nothing but a delusion. Since this is the case, it is unnecessary to continue wasting time. The important matters must take precedence. I hear that you have a rare treasure in your possession. A rare treasure. What kind of treasure? A treasure that can draw forth the primordial purple energy within us. Oh, such a treasure exists. You must think too highly of me, dear brother. If such a treasure existed, I would have to invite all my brothers to see it. I don't know where you heard this from, but you have clearly been deceived. Juanti feels a surge of anger within. This Primordial Supreme Being is truly detestable, unwilling to concede, even a little. Must he force him to mention Randing? Juanti is reluctant to let the Primordial Supreme Being extort him further. However, if he does not obtain a definitive answer from the Primordial Supreme Being today, he will be unable to disrupt the wilderness and break away from the heavenly path with Jane. They won't even have an entry ticket. Dear brother, please do not withhold from me. A while ago I happened to encounter Randing. We exchanged a few words, and he inadvertently let slip something that we overheard. Randing is the deputy leader of the Jiejiao Sect. He surely would not deceive us, would he? The Primordial Supreme Being looks at Juanti with a hint of depth. This Juanti truly lives up to the reputation of the Western Church. His rhetoric is quite clever. Unfortunately, if it were an enemy, Juanti could easily incite Randing, but now wishing to become allies, Juanti must provide some explanation, or else there will be no foundation for cooperation. Thus the Primordial Supreme Being remains silent, merely observing Juanti. Such a gaze causes Juanti, who usually does not care much for face, to force a smile. He understands that it is likely he cannot hoodwink him. He must provide some benefits. Brother Randing was with us in the Jiejiao Palace listening to the Tao together, yet after all these years, he remains stagnated at the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. When Randing joined the Jiejiao Sect, you mentioned that his departure was at his discretion. Previously, Randing overheard Jiayan's teachings and found them quite resonant. Thus, he has contemplated leaving the Jiejiao Sect to join our Western Church. I hope you will support him. The Primordial Supreme looked at Juanti with a somewhat foolish expression. He said that departure was at one's own discretion, but one must express the intention to leave first. Yet here you are sending messages to others before you even leave. Is this not betrayal? Just as Randing thought it was, because Randing still held some value. Otherwise the Primordial Supreme would have directly crushed him. The Primordial Supreme ignored Juanti, merely observing. Both were wise individuals, and it was pointless to exchange foolish words. He had no intention of wasting his breath. If Juanti did not present something of value today, this matter would not pass. A Pique de Luo Jean Xian with the potential to break through to Quasi-Saint status, plus the compensation for inciting rebellion. How much would that cost? In the end, Juanti found himself at a loss for words, his mouth twitching. Please speak plainly, Dao friend. This is the deputy leader of our Jiejiao Sect, my most trusted person. Since he wishes to go to the Qiancheng, I will not obstruct him. How about this, a supreme innate spiritual treasure? A supreme innate spiritual treasure. Juanti nearly jumped up in a panic. There were only a few such treasures in the West, and on the surface there were just 2 or 3. Even if you included those hidden, there were only 3 or 4. They didn't have enough for themselves, yet they were to give one to the Primordial Supreme. While trading one supreme innate spiritual treasure for Randing might not necessarily be a loss, who in the wilderness did not know that Juanti was known for empty-handed tricks. Now it seemed the Primordial Supreme actually wanted to spend money. If you were just showing some goodwill that would be fine, but clearly this was going to be a major financial loss. However, Jiejiao would not outright refuse. Brother, we in the West are poor. The Primordial Supreme merely laughed and remained silent. They still thought they were as innocent as in the days of the Purple Cloud's Palace. If you were to struggle, we would pity you. Moreover, even back then the Purple Cloud's Palace did not have someone as foolish as Hong Yun, stubborn as a mule. Seeing the Primordial Supreme's expression of not letting go until he saw results, Jiejiao gritted his teeth, but he had been caught at a disadvantage. How about this, just a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure? Brother, your Chan sect is large and prosperous. You don't lack this 1 or 2 treasures, so don't haggle with us, poor. Huh. Seeing Jiejiao's pained expression, the Primordial Supreme nearly couldn't hold back from kicking him out. This was truly a case of paying back what you owe. He wanted a supreme innate spiritual treasure, yet Jiejiao was willing to give only a medium-grade one. It seemed as if he were the one gaining the upper hand. The Primordial Supreme looked down on Jiejiao's petty demeanor. Forget the spiritual treasure, just let the connection between you and the Jiejiao friend be enough. Human connection. At first Jiejiao was pleased when he heard the Primordial Supreme say he didn't want the spiritual treasure anymore, but now that the Primordial Supreme mentioned connections, Jiejiao found himself even more hesitant. The West valued cause and effect. This connection was a matter of destiny. If he agreed now, and later things turned sour, it would affect their Dao. There was no denying he had been caught at a critical point. Looking at the Primordial Supreme, Jiejiao smiled. How about I owe Dao friend a connection for 2 people? As for Jiejiao, brother, let's forget about that. He has not appeared in the West for a long time, and that connection is truly inappropriate. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme's contempt was almost fully revealed. This Jiejiao truly lacked self-awareness. In the eyes of the Primordial Supreme, Jiejiao was merely a pawn. The important connection was with Jiejiao. Brother, if you continue talking, it would be rude. Alas, poverty is indeed a sin. Jiejiao looked helpless. Without treasures, he could only exchange connections. Fine, as long as it does not violate principles, we are willing to repay this connection. Principles. The Primordial Supreme nearly laughed in anger. Jiejiao was even discussing principles with him. If Jiejiao had any principles at all, he would not have been beaten by the Defiant sect master time and again. However, it didn't matter. The Primordial Supreme was not concerned with trivial arguments. As long as the connection was established, that was enough. In that case, I have no objections to Randang Dao friend joining the Western sect. Then what? Jiejiao looked at the Primordial Supreme, his voice suddenly halting in disbelief. He had paid such a high price. Oh, what about the fragment of the heavenly Dao? Brother, what about the fragment of the heavenly Dao? The fragment of the heavenly Dao. It's not with me, it's with the eldest brother. Huh, not with you. What have you been talking about all this time? Jiejiao nearly wanted to punch the Primordial Supreme. So what do you mean, primordial brother? How about this, if the tribes controlled by your Western sect are willing to stand with us Chan sect against the Jiejiao sect, I will personally ensure that eldest brother gives your brothers a chance to use the fragment of the heavenly Dao. During the confrontation with the Jiejiao sect, Jiejiao's heart leapt with joy. The 3 pure ones were indeed on the verge of falling apart. If that were the case, it was truly good news. Whether battling the Jiejiao sect or the Chan sect, as long as it could weaken the power of the 3 pure ones, it was a good thing. Alright, we brothers agree. The Primordial Supreme naturally understood Jiejiao's intentions, but he could do nothing about it. The 3 pure ones had long been disunited. It would have been fine if it were just him and the Defiant sect master, but now even Taiching Laozi, their eldest brother, was preparing to take action against Defiant. Then their bonds as brothers would be severed. In that case, better to let the Jiejiao sect die than the Chan sect. The Primordial Supreme felt that if the Jiejiao sect were to perish, he could still take the Defiant sect master with him, believing that the Defiant sect master would understand their plight. In the end, the human race was a hunting ground for saints. Whether or not they wanted to separate from the sacred path, the human race could not escape control. What human emperor? What 5 emperors? He did not recognize the framework set by the Jiejiao sect. The Xin Yuan of the Yuxiong tribe was also a bit unruly. Once they truly took over the human race, they would change it directly. With the Western sect's support, this matter was almost certain. Among the 6 saints, 4 saints would take action against the Jiejiao sect. Even if Defiant had the 4 swords of extermination, what could he do? In the underworld at this moment, Chang Sheng and Zhou Feng were staring at each other. This pair of long legs is actually wasted on giving a scissor kick. What a shame to think about it. And this delicate hand, she actually uses it to wield a giant blade. What a sheer waste of talent. Oh, this beautiful face, before making a move, she actually let out a loud shout. That rough shout completely ruined the atmosphere. Boom. The giant blade slammed into Changxing, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. To strike so hard does she take him for a witch clan. If that blade had struck true, it would have cost him half his life. This child is really asking for a beating. At the moment the blade descended upon him, seven-colored divine light erupted behind Changsheng, and the blade instantly vanished. Looking at the hands before him, Changsheng reached out and directly grabbed them, and in the next moment Jiufeng was already sprawled on the ground. That beautiful face was now in intimate contact with the ground. How could this be possible? Jiufeng, feeling the pain on her body and touching her face, wore an expression of disbelief. Was she just defeated in an instant? She, Jiufeng. Just like that, she was defeated. In this battle of the human race, she was heavily injured, but after returning with Huda's assistance and healing, she managed to suppress her injuries. Now when she strikes, she can still exert 80% of her peak strength. 80%. With her strength, that is already enough to suppress an ordinary mid-stage Quasi Saint. How much cultivation can Changsheng have has he reached? But just now when Changsheng unleashed his divine powers, she directly discarded her armor and weapons. Just as she intended to subdue Changsheng with her bare fists, the injuries that had been suppressed within her body suddenly erupted. A feeling of impending doom arose, causing Jiufeng to lose her ability to respond immediately. In the following moments, Jiufeng experienced what it meant to have the world align against her. The heroes were not free, and she was effortlessly thrown to the ground by Changsheng. Damn it. How old is she and how old is Changsheng? Now she is actually being bullied by a junior. This is simply outrageous. Jiufeng's anger surged within her. She couldn't care less about her injuries, and was intent on continuing her assault on Changsheng. However, in the next moment, she realized how terribly wrong she was. Her bare feet seemed to be caught by something, and then her delicate face was slammed into the ground repeatedly. The floor of the Hall of Tranquility is so solid that Jiufeng actually cracked it with her falls. Even though the Witch Clan possesses great physical strength, Jiufeng felt as if her body was about to crack apart. As if that wasn't enough, Jiufeng felt that all her luck seemed to dissipate with each slam. With the disappearance of her luck, calamities descended and countless disasters followed. The underworld gathers the resentment of heaven and earth. Ghosts are protected by the six paths, but living beings are different. When living beings enter the underworld, they are constantly attacked by disasters, plagues, and grievances that surge towards them. When living beings enter the underworld, they become like a bright lamp attracting waves of calamities. If their luck is strong, they may evade some. If their luck is weak, it will be disastrous. Now that Jiufeng's luck was exhausted, it was only natural that all these calamities came for her. The injuries that she could barely suppress exploded completely. A needle appeared in Changsheng's hand and pierced directly into Jiufeng's body, causing several drops of blood to fly out. Changsheng hurriedly collected it. Hutu, initially indifferent, now realized how powerful Changsheng was. She had made preparations, and at this moment she could see that Changsheng was adept in the Tao of Fate. Jiufeng's brute strength was almost completely suppressed. The original fire path had no opportunity to be utilized. She could only take the blows. Although she felt some lamentation that Changsheng did not cherish the delicate, Hutu also wanted to take advantage of Changsheng's hand to teach Jiufeng a lesson. However, Changsheng's reckless behavior was making Hutu uneasy. It is wrong to take and eat without restraint. The essence blood of the Witch Clan is extremely important, especially the essence blood of a Quasi Saint like Jiufeng, where just a drop is enough to lay the foundation for a physical golden immortal, and can also be used to comprehend the innate fire path. This is still ordinary essence blood. If it were the original essence blood, a single drop would be enough to create a great Luo golden immortal. However, such original essence blood would severely damage Jiufeng's origin. When Hutu reincarnated, she barely retained 3 drops of original essence blood and gave them to the Witch Clan. The other 11 ancestral witches also contributed a drop of original essence blood each. With so much original essence blood given to Qiyu, it allowed Qiyu to return to his roots and break through to Quasi Saint, reuniting the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan. Just imagining how powerful the original essence blood that could create ancestral witches is. Now Changsheng actually wants to extract a drop of Jiufeng's original essence blood right in front of her. Truly outrageous. Stop it. Upon hearing this, Changsheng paused. It seems that the original essence blood was out of the question, but having ordinary essence blood is not a loss. It is enough to offset the entrance fee. After putting away the vial containing the essence blood, Changsheng bowed to Hutu. Your Highness, I take my leave. After saying that, he hurriedly left. If he didn't leave now, Hutu might explode as well. Jiufeng could be beaten, but Hutu would be a different matter. Hutu watched Changsheng's departing figure, ultimately deciding not to stop him. However, upon seeing Jiufeng's condition, she couldn't help but frown. With her injuries worsening and her luck exhausted, it seemed that without some time, she wouldn't be able to recover, and having lost so much essence blood was one thing, but her luck. Initially, Hutu thought that Changsheng had merely scattered Jiufeng's luck, and after a while it would be able to gather again. But now, looking at Jiufeng's luck, it was clear that where did it go? Could it be that it was absorbed by Changsheng? Can luck be absorbed by others? Or is the Tao of Fate truly so powerful? Mainly no one had ever been known to comprehend the Tao of fate before, and even Hutu knew little about its mysteries. Thinking of this, Hutu felt even more troubled. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have stopped Changsheng from leaving. With her luck depleted, Jiufeng would surely face misfortune in the future. Leaving the underworld, Changsheng did not rush back to the human race. The fate of the human race has never been in the hands of the human race, but rather in the hands of the 6 saints. It is a competition among heaven, earth, and humanity. According to the character of the Taching Saint, he must have already completed his layout by now. Changsheng also had to work hard to break the situation. Taishan. To be honest, Changsheng had not been back here since he first discovered it. As the place where the Emperor ascends, Taishan cannot be approached without the permission of the Taching Saint. However, no one could get close. Of course, Changsheng was not among them. After all, he was the true master of Taishan. Stepping into Taishan, Changsheng discovered that besides Fushi, Nuwa was also present. Oh, your highness is still here. Yes. Nuwa had been looking at Changsheng with curiosity. After all, Fushi had praised Changsheng to the heavens. Recently, Nuwa had started to learn more about Changsheng from various aspects, and indeed, she increasingly felt that Fushi was right. Now that she saw him with her own eyes, she found Changsheng to be quite extraordinary. This aura is truly defying heaven. I heard that the fate Tao of immortality is real. Could it truly be? To be honest, there are many rumors in the Honghuang about the Tao of fate practiced by immortals, especially since it comes from the Jiejiao Sect. However, not many in the Honghuang are willing to believe it. After all, it is the Tao of fate, rarer than the Tao of time and space. Moreover, it is said that creatures following the immortal are seemingly very lucky. With the Jiejiao Sect reaching the heavens due to the immortal, there is currently 1 Earth Emperor and 1 human emperor, making it quite stable. Even the Golden Spirit Holy Mother broke through to the Quasi Saint level because of the immortal. And what about the disciples of the immortal? Each of them, even Hongyun and Changshi, who require multiple tribulations to transcend, awaken their true spirits ahead of time because of the immortal. However, the immortal's words made Nuwa very displeased. What do you mean? This Mount Tai is yours. Can I stay here? Once these words were spoken, Fushi and the immortal were somewhat speechless, with Fushi showing no mercy to his sister. Sister, to be fair, Mount Tai really does belong to the immortal. Oh. Nuwa was stunned. It really was the immortal's. This Mount Tai is indeed remarkable. Is this the destiny of the immortal? Having obtained such a favorable spiritual land. If it belongs to the immortal, why is it lent to Fushi? Your Majesty might not know, but when I traveled through the Honghuang, I had a bond with Mount Tai, so I practiced there. Later my Grandmaster found me, and said Mount Tai was suitable for the Heavenly Emperor's residence, and could be used to suppress the luck of the human race, so I lent it to my Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Nuwa also found it somewhat absurd. You have quite a connection to borrow Mount Tai from Taiching. But since Fushi spoke Nuwa naturally, I was just idling around Nuwa Palace, so I practiced at Mount Tai with my elder brother. What are you doing here? The immortal found the coincidence quite amusing. It was great that Nuwa was at Mount Tai, saving him the trip to Nuwa Palace. I originally wanted to discuss important matters with the Heavenly Emperor, and I might still need to visit Nuwa Palace later. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Let's chat inside. Saying this, the immortal walked inside. The palace on Mount Tai was actually established by the immortal, and it felt quite familiar. Seeing the immortal acting so at home, Nuwa couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter softly. Does he really think it's his own home? Fushi, on the other hand, held no dissatisfaction towards the immortal. Although he had awakened his true spirit, now the immortal was once one of the 4 ancestors, and according to this live's generation, he was much senior to him. Besides, he was still the elder brother's master. Furthermore, the immortal had taken good care of him. Actually, he owed quite a bit to the immortal. Inside the palace, the immortal had already set out the tea set, inviting Fushi and Nuwa to sit down. Come, Heavenly Emperor, your Majesty, please taste this. The immortal served tea to both of them, the fragrance wafting through the air. Fushi directly took a cup, seeming to enjoy it immensely. Previously, the Earth Emperor and the 4 ancestors taught me some tea art, but my brewing skills are far inferior to the 4 ancestors. Their tea is authentic. One sip clears the mind completely. Nuwa listened to this, and though somewhat skeptical, took a sip. Her eyes lit up. The tea's influence on them was actually minimal, but the initial taste of the tea path was quite stunning. What is this tea? The immortal smiled. This tea was obtained from Wui Mountain, named Dahong Pao, a high-quality, innate spiritual root. I established the tea path with it, and later sought tea trees throughout the Honghuang. Now my tea path has 3,000 varieties, each with distinct flavors. If your Majesty likes it, you can take some with you when you leave. Tea path. Nuwa was filled with curiosity. She remembered that the immortal was a path creator, first the path of rights, then the martial path. Although the current Pujuan held the title of martial ancestor, Fushi was right beside her, and Nuwa had naturally heard Fushi mention how Pujuan learned martial arts from the immortal. By this analogy, the literary path might also have been taught by the immortal to Tsangjia. Now there was a T-path too. No wonder it appeared to be enveloped in layers of luck. Nuwa felt outdone by his management abilities. Why wasn't I aware of this? Your Majesty is too unconcerned about human affairs. If you have time, you should really visit the human race. Currently the T-path is managed by my disciple Ling Cha, and the T-path has spread widely among humans. This wasn't the immortal trying to deceive Nuwa, but the truth. His 3,000 disciples in the study of rites each had their strengths. Ling Cha was like Ling Ma managing a branch of the rites, just a T-path. This T-path could also bring a lot of luck to the immortal. The Ling Cha managing the T-path was also at the level of a golden immortal with room for future improvement. However, upon hearing this, Nuwa's expression darkened. What does this mean? Is he implying that I'm unconcerned about the human race? Humans most fear having their faults pointed out, especially when the faults are true, which is even more disheartening. Immortal, I feel you are asking for a beating. By the way, I am also your master's uncle. Let me teach you a lesson your master shouldn't mind, right? Following the principle of a good man, not suffering a loss in front of others, the immortal quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, I came this time regarding an important matter about the future of the human race. I wish to discuss it with the Heavenly Emperor and your Majesty. Future of the human race. What do you mean? The human race is currently the protagonist of the world with a bright future ahead. Could there be? The immortal smiled. Your Majesty, the human race is increasingly breaking away from the control of the saints. As the mother of the human race, you must find this delightful. My master also thinks it is good because of me, but other saints do not share this view. In this matter, your Majesty should see it more clearly than I do. Nuwa fell silent. She naturally understood the situation. The immortal was being very polite. Not only other saints, but even she had always viewed the human race merely as a tool to gain luck, faith, and merit. She only needed a tool. If the human race were to take the lead, she wouldn't want to see that, let alone the other saints. However, because of Fushi, she had gradually overlooked these things. Now being reminded by the immortal, Nuwa found herself at a loss for words. Could it be that the Yuan Shi Tianzun and others are making moves? Looking at the immortal, Nuwa was not so easily fooled. She knew that if Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others made a move, it wouldn't merely be because of the rise of the human race. More likely it was due to the growing strength of the Jiejiao Sect, which posed a threat to them. Originally the 6 saints were more or less equal. Now with the Jiejiao Sect aiming to control the human race, who could tolerate that? The current Jiejiao Sect is the leading bird. If the other saints aren't scheming against Jiejiao Sect, who else would they target? The way the immortal spoke seemed to hint at using her for his benefit, didn't it? However, Nuwa wasn't in a hurry to expose the immortal. With a smile she asked, "Come, please elaborate." Changxing did not care about these matters. After all, when it comes to deceiving people, one cannot treat everyone as fools. However, as long as there is a shared interest, there will always be those willing to play the fool. The human path is about to awaken. After its awakening, the Empress, revered as the mother of humanity, will enjoy great fortune, departing from the sacred path and embarking on the primordial path. It should not be a problem. My master also wishes to ride on this favorable wind. Ooh, I wonder what the Empress thinks. The human path awakens. Nuwa looked at Fushi. This was also something Fushi had mentioned to her earlier. They had already discussed quite a bit, and seeing that Pejun Ling, Shitsang Jie, and others did not absorb any merit, but directly walked the primordial path, Fushi could not help but express a hint of regret. But it was already too late. The old generation always lacks the courage of the new. The primordial path represents freedom and infinite possibilities. Nuwa actually regretted it, but having already embarked on the sacred path, what could she do now? The awakening of the human path sounds simple, but if it were truly that easy, why would Changxing come to seek her? If the 4 saints truly intend to stop at the human path, would find it very difficult to awaken. Therefore the Empress must work together for the awakening of the human path, otherwise after its awakening what right would she have to enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Nuwa's face flushed with anger. This Changxing spoke too rudely. Although she had the intention to enjoy the benefits, Changxing should not have said it out. What if I join? Can I really compete with the 4 saints? Do you truly believe that the sword array of extermination could stand against the 4 saints? As long as the Empress is willing to stand with me, I can naturally break the stalemate of the 4 saints. Empress, I did not come here to demand something from you, but rather to give you an opportunity. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. It is only because the great emperor believes himself to be the emperor of humanity that I do not wish to see him languish in the sacred path. Changxing's insistence only made Nuwa more annoyed. Haha, fine, then I shall see how you deal with the 4 saints. Seeing that Nuwa had made up her mind not to board the ship, Changxing merely nodded, no longer trying to persuade her. Since the Empress has made her decision, do not regret it in the future, he said, looking at Fushi. Great Emperor, let us depart together. Fushi looked at the two before him with some helplessness. Changxing appeared confident while Nuwa had a proud temperament. Fushi truly did not wish to see the two of them at odds, so he did not rush to leave with Changxing, but instead turned his gaze to Nuwa. Sister, can you just help me out, please? Nuwa looked at Fushi. Brother, do you really trust this junior? Fushi smiled wryly and asked Changxing, if Nuwa does not agree today, what will your plans be? Changxing did not hide his intentions. Since the Empress is unwilling to exert effort for humanity, and only wishes to enjoy the benefits, humanity, naturally, will not grant her too much. Now is a critical moment for humanity's rise, and not a single bit of waste can be tolerated. After returning to humanity, the Empress faith will be transferred away from humanity. To show respect, our human luck will still reserve some for the Empress, but I hope she will not make things difficult for humanity, out of consideration for their efforts. What? Nuwa's face turned ashen upon hearing this. To take away her faith and fortune, did he consider her to be dead? At this moment Nuwa's heart was filled with murderous intent, while Changxing showed no signs of fear. He actually wanted Nuwa to strike once. Once Nuwa made a move against him, the revered ancestor of humanity Changxing could effortlessly strip away her faith and fortune. Nuwa already had a rift with humanity, due to issues with the demon race. Over the years, she had not done anything for humanity. If she were to kill Changxing, the most esteemed ancestor of humanity, then humanity would lose its last glimmer of hope. Fushi hurriedly stopped Nuwa. Sister, do not be foolish. If you strike against the ancestor, you will truly sever ties with humanity. What he says is not without merit. Humanity must rise now and must consolidate its fortune. If you are unwilling to stand with humanity, then do not drag it down. Nuwa listened to Fux's words, feeling somewhat incredulous. Brother, which side are you on? Sister, I am the emperor of humanity. Nuwa's expression soured even further as she looked at Changxing. How confident are you? 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Nuwa nearly laughed in anger. He was truly bold, daring to claim such confidence in the face of the four saints. Are you not afraid of leading humanity into the abyss? Haha, no matter how bad the situation is for humanity, can it be worse than being enslaved? Empress, you do not understand humanity. Humanity has pride. Even if the spine of Pangu, the great deity, can bend, the spine of humanity will never bow. Nuwa could not help but frown upon hearing this. To be honest, she really did not understand why a mere Carp could achieve such a thing for humanity. She looked at Fushi while Nuwa was unwilling to believe Changxing's words. She did not want to doubt Fushi, who had never harmed her. Brother, do you really trust him? I believe, sister. The ancestor's contributions to humanity are evident, and he never engages in ventures without certainty. Nuwa felt somewhat helpless. It would have been good to cultivate peacefully on Mount Tai, observing the situation. Why did she have to come down and be forced into action? It was true. I can help you stop one saint, but I trust my brother, not you. Changxing smiled upon hearing this, feeling that it was settled, but he would not show weakness in words. Rest assured, whether you take action or not is fine. Just do not stand against humanity and let them down. You. Changxing did not say anything more and left directly. Fushi followed closely behind. He brought Fushi back because he valued Fux's wisdom and control over the overall situation, which no one in humanity could match, not even Tianfu or Pajun. As Fushi left Mount Tai, the Taqing saint surely learned of it. Initially, Changxing thought he would have to deal with some matters, but it turned out that Laozi did not appear. It seemed that he was hindered by something. After giving some instructions, Changxing headed west. At this time, the two saints of the west had also returned from Shoyang Mountain. Jane and Zhuan Ti finally reached a consensus to share the opportunity of the fragments of the heavenly Tao. They would work together to help deal with Tongtian, to completely eliminate the influence of the Jiejiao Sect in humanity and bring humanity back under the control of the six saints. This also aligned with the interests of Jane and Zhuan Ti. Since the decision had been made, Jane and Zhuan Ti prepared to unleash their thunderous methods. The West must be dominated by the Western teachings, so they personally stepped in, which was not an issue. They then integrated the Western forces, joining with the northern powers of the Chan sect to advance eastward. Wu Zhuangwen. Ling Yun looked at Changxing, his face filled with joy. Master, eat this ginseng fruit. Changxing took the ginseng fruit, feeling a pang of sympathy for Xinyuanzai in his heart. After so many years of stock, there must be nothing left of Xinyuanzai. Probably only ate one during festivals, while Ling Yun treated them as snacks. However, Ling Yun's strength was progressing rapidly. Half a step into Huan Yuan, he should be able to break through now, but is Ling Yun waiting? Aren't you going to break through? Didn't Master say that accumulation leads to a breakthrough? I'm just preparing to accumulate more. Changxing shook his head upon hearing this. Too much of a good thing is not beneficial. You can break through now, or you should do so. I have matters for you to attend to later. Changxing cultivated the Tao of fate, and breaking through also required favorable timing, location, and harmony. Whether one could break through greatly depended on luck. The saying goes, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, but only those with confidence can say that, without it one can only hope. Given Ling Yun's fortune, this was indeed the best time for him to break through. Ling Yun did not hesitate much and directly began his breakthrough. Chongqing and Xinyuanzai protected Lingyun during his breakthrough. With the foundation from his past life, breaking through to the initial stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal was not difficult for Lingyun, even though the Hunyuan Dao was different from the sacred Dao. Friend, you truly surprise me. You have now reached the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. During Lingyun's breakthrough, Xinyuanzai looked at Chongqing and remarked with some emotion. To be honest, anyone who learned of Changsheng's current cultivation would feel that his breakthrough was remarkably rapid. He was born only after the great catastrophe of the witch and the demon, and was still in the form of a carp. Yet after how many years of cultivation, he had already attained the cultivation of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Many beings who had survived the great catastrophe of the witch and the demon, or even the Dao Demon catastrophe, and the dragon and phoenix catastrophe, were now trapped at the level of the Deluo Golden Immortal, or even lower, unable to make any progress. Moreover, Chongqing had not used any merits to urge his cultivation. It was truly remarkable, making anyone envious. It's just luck. Luck indeed, Chongqing sighed. If it weren't for the favorable auspices of human fate, it would have been impossible for him to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal so quickly. This was the benefit of luck. For any being, though resources may be scarce and talent lacking, one must not have poor luck. As long as luck is on one side, everything else can be gradually made up for. Just like Chongqing, all along he relied on this good fortune, truly living up to his name as the Lucky Koi. Looking at Xinyuanzai, a peak Kwasa saint, he was just a step away from breaking into the sacred realm, yet this very step held him back completely. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never hope to break through in this lifetime. However, as Lingyun's brother Xinyuanzai was considered one of their own, so he had to be taken care of. Friend, after human awakening there will naturally be vacancies for human saints. If you are willing, I can strategize for you. If you wish to walk the Hunyuan Dao, you should also consider it at this time. A Kwasa saint and a saint are ultimately different. The sacred realm condenses the primordial purple energy, and one cannot easily regret it. However, a Kwasa saint can choose to shatter their foundational roots and recultivate the Hunyuan Dao. However, this requires immense courage. After all, to suddenly shatter the foundation of a perfectly good Kwasa saint peak cultivation could lead to a drop to the Deluo Golden Immortal, or even lower, and one would not even know if they could re-enter the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Just thinking about it makes one hesitant. Shaking his head, Xinyuanzai directly refused to become a human saint. If I had not seen Lingyun's unwavering commitment to the Hunyuan Dao, I would still be obsessed with the sacred Dao. But now with Lingyun and you ahead, even saints are competing to break away from the sacred Dao. How could I continue down this dark path? I am already prepared to walk the Hunyuan Dao again. It's just that reshaping my foundation is not easy, and Wuzhuang Temple is not that stable, so I plan to wait until Lingyun breaks through before recultivating. This way I can ensure my safety. Indeed, Xinyuanzai was still thinking about safety, and was very clear-headed. Suddenly thinking of something, Chongqing felt he could offer Xinyuanzai an opportunity. Friend, I wish to intercept the fortune of the immortal path, and establish the Earth Immortal Path. If you are willing, you could become the master of the Earth Immortal. If you gain the fortune of the Earth Immortal Path, you should be able to cultivate safely. The Earth Immortal Path. Xinyuanzai was somewhat puzzled. What is the Earth Immortal Path? Chongqing gazed far into the distance, pointing at the primal earth veins, saying, Friend, you were born as a primordial god and demon from the dragon and phoenix catastrophe. You should know how great the difference is between the primal earth back then and the primal earth now. Today's primal earth, the Mount of Nanzhou, has collapsed. The primordial spiritual energy is thin, and the spiritual roots and materials are decreasing day by day. For beings to cultivate has become increasingly difficult. If this continues, it seems that one day the primal earth will inevitably head towards its doom. And the Earth Immortal Path seeks to sacrifice the body to preserve the spirit, recreating the universe. It organizes the earth veins and nurtures blessed lands. Oh, one person embodies the world. Xinyuanzai suddenly understood. He realized what Chongqing meant. The so-called Earth Immortal is actually not cultivating the physical body or the primordial spirit, but rather cultivating the inner world. This world relies on the primal earth, much like building a house on the foundation of the primal earth. The significance of the Earth Immortal Path lies in its ability to organize the primal earth veins, gradually enriching the primal earth's foundation. The earth veins are, after all, the blood vessels of the primal earth. As long as the blood vessels are resilient and unobstructed, the world's ability to absorb and transform chaotic spiritual energy will become increasingly powerful. The reason why the spiritual energy of today's primal earth is so thin is that its ability to absorb and transform chaotic spiritual energy has degraded, and the earth veins are damaged. In fact, the entire primal earth is a complete mess. First, Luo Ho blew up the western part of the primal earth. Later, the Nanzhou heavenly pillar collapsed, and with repeated battles, it's a miracle that the primal earth has survived. If the Earth Immortal Path flourishes and the earth veins recover, blessed lands will rise one after another, and it may even be possible to allow the primal earth to consume the 3,000 realms. In this way the primal earth may have a chance to return to, or even surpass the primordial earth before the dragon and phoenix catastrophe. A mysterious aura erupted from Xinyuan's eye. My path is accomplished. Seeing Xinyuan's eye suddenly begin to comprehend, the Dao Changsheng felt somewhat helpless. He only suggested Xinyuan's eye become the master of the earth immortal. He didn't necessarily have to cultivate the earth immortal path. He didn't expect Xinyuan's eye to be so eager and start right away. Although the earth immortal path differs from the sacred Dao, it ultimately relies on the primal earth. If the primal earth cannot withstand destruction before establishing its own realm, those who cultivate the earth immortal path may face death and extinction far less free than the Hunyuan path. However, what kind of person is Xinyuan's eye? With his understanding of the details, he should be able to think clearly. Since he has thought it through, and still wishes to persist, Changsheng would not say more. Moreover, Xinyuan's eye indeed suited the cultivation of the earth immortal path. The essence of the Wutu is transformed by the energy of the Jiao wood, and with the earth book in hand, as long as Xinyuan's eye is willing to switch to the earth immortal path, he would likely make rapid progress. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful aura swept through, and when Changsheng looked over, Ling Yun had successfully broken through. In the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Tao of Order had already been attained. Now it could be said that there was no more Hong Yun in the world, only Ling. Master He, what is Brother Xinyuan doing? Just after breaking through, Ling Yun could not hide his excitement. He bowed to Changsheng and noticed that Xinyuan seemed to be acting strangely, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. This is the Tao of Earth Immortals. Ling Yun was somewhat confused, but he could sense that the entire Wuzhuang Temple was undergoing some changes. It seemed that the connection between Wuzhuang Temple and Xinyuan had become even closer. Moreover, the earth veins were also shifting, becoming more harmonious. Is this what the Tao of Earth Immortals is? Looking at Changsheng, he recalled that Xinyuan had never mentioned this Tao of Earth Immortals before. Now that Changsheng had arrived, Xinyuan began to speak of it, which must be closely related to Changsheng. Perhaps it was Changsheng who pointed out this path. A path to the heavens. To be honest, even saints might not possess such ability. If it were anyone else, Ling Yun would never believe it. But since it was Changsheng, there would be no problem. Has Changsheng not pointed out enough paths? Master, you mentioned there is something for me to do. What is it? I need you to take a trip to the Western Spirit Mountain. The saints Jane and Zhuan-Ti are most afraid of matters of cause and effect, and they still have significant unresolved karma with you. I also do not wish for you to become too entangled with them. Go to Spirit Mountain and resolve this karma. As for how to do it, just follow these instructions. Hearing this, Ling Yun immediately understood that he would use his connections to help Changsheng. He had no complaints, to be honest. Had it not been for Changsheng wanting him to resolve the karma, he would have never wanted to deal with Jane and Zhuan-Ti again in this lifetime, as he was already too aware of their nature after his reincarnation. However, just as Changsheng said, being able to resolve the karma was the best outcome. Rest assured, Master. I will handle this matter. In the Western human tribe, after Jane and Zhuan-Ti returned from Shoyang Mountain, they began to intervene in the human war. With two saints participating, what were the Phoenix and Spirit clans to them? They were soon cleared out of the Western human tribe. The tribes supported by Wuzhuang Temple, after receiving a reminder from Wuzhuang Temple, directly withdrew from the war. Since the situation could not be profited from, they decided to secure a public position instead. The large tribe supported by the Qilin clan had the same idea. The Liang tribe supported by the Phoenix clan and the Fengya tribe supported by the Spirit clan had already returned to the southern human tribe. Fortunately, the Zhuli tribe had suffered significant losses, otherwise they might not have been able to return to the south. Now in the southern human tribe, there were 3 remnants gathered. The Zhuli tribe had been severely damaged, and the Liang tribe and Fengya tribe, taken care of by the Western teachings, were not in a much better situation. What followed was a round of mutual pecking. In the eastern human tribe, it was now a struggle between the Gaoyang tribe and the Qinshan tribe. However, when it came to competing for the imperial throne with the Jiejiao Sect, the dragon clan ultimately lacked the confidence, especially since the Jiejiao Sect disciples that had gone to support the western extremes seemed to have returned, making the dragon clan even less advantageous. Looking at the situation, it was just a matter of securing a public position. In the northern human tribe, the Xiong tribe and the Luyang tribe were in a continuous struggle. Originally, the Luyang tribe could gain some advantages, but with the entry of the disciple Xuandu, the Xiong tribe received support, causing the Shura clan to also feel like retreating. To offend 2 great teachings at once was quite daunting. Even though the ancestor of the underworld river boasted of his blood, sea not drying up and himself not dying, he still feared that the 2 saints might truly drain the blood sea. So he decided to secure a public position instead. For a time, the imperial position in the northern human tribe seemed to have been determined. However, there were 5 imperial positions. The Shisha tribe, the Xiong tribe, and the Gaoyang tribe occupied 3, leaving 2 more to contend for. Everyone's attention turned to the remaining 2 imperial positions. On the Sun Star, a burst of aura erupted. At this moment, Pejuan also showed a satisfied expression. He had finally broken through to the 10th level of martial arts, and entered the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. When Changsheng established martial arts, he divided it into 12 levels. The first 9 levels were based on techniques, but the last 3 levels were rather vague. To pass through them, Pejuan had to rely on himself. Now, with good fortune aided by the Pejuan Star and the Sun Star, he had successfully established the 10th level of martial arts, and thus broke through into the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Is there news from Master? Pejuan had intended to report this good news to Changsheng, but found a message alert on his phone. It was a message sent by Changsheng not long ago. The Xiong tribe. Pejuan immediately understood, and wasted no time heading straight to the primordial wilderness. After breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he comprehended a martial arts divine ability, reaching the sunlight in an instant. On the Tyne Star. A similar aura flashed by, but it was much more subtle than Pejuan's. Lingxi broke through even before Pejuan. Upon seeing the commotion on the Sun Star, he nodded, but did not disturb Pejuan, continuing with his cultivation. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal is just the beginning for the Hunyuan Dao. The path is long and arduous. At the Xiong tribe, Xianyuan looked at the content on his phone. It was reported by his confidant that the tribe's influence in the northern human tribe was growing stronger, as they had absorbed too many tribesmen, leading to a mix of fish and dragons. Moreover, someone seemed to be seizing the opportunity to usurp power, clearly posing a threat to him. Feng Luo. Feng Luo was a general under Xuanyuan known for his ambition, but his abilities were also unquestionable. He shared command of Xuanyuan's forces with another general Li Mu. However, the sudden acceptance of Feng Luo as a disciple by Guang Qingzi, adding a new junior brother to him, made Xianyuan feel somewhat suspicious. Why Guang Qingzi accepted him as a disciple, Xianyuan had already somewhat understood. Now, with another disciple, especially one of his own generals, the purpose seemed... Xianyuan knew that Guang Qingzi had always been dissatisfied with his disobedience. Guang Qingzi seemed more interested in having an obedient disciple to fulfill his plans rather than one with independent thought. Now that he had taken Feng Luo as a disciple, it was likely aimed at him. As for whether it was a warning or something else, he could not be sure. Although Feng Luo had ambitions, Xianyuan had always been confident in suppressing him. As a ruler, one should not fear ambitious subordinates. Those without ambition are of little use. As long as the ruler has the ability to control those ambitions, everything is fine. Master, must we ultimately come to this step? Xianyuan murmured, which is not difficult to understand. If one does not listen, then just replace them with someone obedient. In the eyes of Guang Qingzi and the others, they are the ones wielding power. Under the sage's guidance, they believe that the achievements of the Yoxiong tribe today are all thanks to them. But the Yoxiong tribe is a human tribe. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded and several figures appeared. Xianyuan looked at the familiar silhouettes and sighed inwardly. It was Guang Qingzi who had come with people. Not only Guang Qingzi, but also Feng Luo, Xiandu, and Qi Jingzi among others. Xianyuan bowed to Guang Qingzi, who looked back at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. To be honest, even though Xianyuan was disobedient in terms of talent, he was certainly not inferior to Feng Luo. However, concerning the grand plan of the sect, Guang Qingzi had no choice but to act this way. Xianyuan, your cultivation is nearing the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Why not return to Kunlun Mountain with me for a period of training, and you can come back after your breakthrough eye. Has the trap been laid? Guang Qingzi seemed to still care about some sentiments, and did not act directly, instead finding an excuse to try to send Xianyuan away. As for what would happen after he left, it was naturally self-evident. The tribe leader of the Yoxiong tribe would become Feng Luo, who listened to Guang Qingzi. Shaking his head, Xianyuan said, Master, I will soon break through. There is no need for me to leave the tribe. His gaze then fell upon Feng Luo. You are not permitted to enter the Great Hall, Feng Luo. Have you forgotten the military orders? Feng Luo's expression changed upon hearing this. He glanced at Guang Qingzi, and ultimately gritted his teeth. Tribe leader, it is crucial to break through. The Yoxiong tribe should be temporarily managed by my subordinates. Xianyuan couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, he was not as arrogant as he had imagined. Guang Qingzi, seeing Xianyuan's insistence, felt somewhat disappointed. He had already given him face, but why did Xianyuan, being a smart person, not understand to go along with the flow, and instead escalate their master-disciple relationship to a point of conflict? As master and disciple, Xianyuan, do not put me in a difficult position. At this point, Xianyuan had already given up on any hopes. Master, it is you who is making things As his voice fell, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Li Mu led the tribe's soldiers in directly confronting Guang Qingzi and the others. Li Mu even glared at Feng Luo with anger. Feng Luo, the tribe leader, has treated you well. How dare you betray the tribe leader? At this moment, Feng Luo had completely made up his mind. A person who does not act for themselves is doomed to perish. Previously he was just an ordinary tribesman, but becoming a general was his greatest wish. Now someone had told him he could become the tribe leader and emperor, or even a human emperor. In this life Fong Luo did not think he had done anything wrong. Li Mu, you a reckless general, who only knows how to charge into battle, do you understand my ambitions? Saying this, Fong Luo bowed to Guang Qingzi. Master, the night is long and dreams are many. It is unwise to delay further. Guang Qingzi looked at Xian Yuan, who showed no signs of retreat, and sighed. He could only reach out his hand. It seemed that he would have to suppress Xian Yuan. However, just as Guang Qingzi reached out, he noticed that Xian Yuan's aura surged dramatically. It was the human path's fortune, the method of gathering fortune through longevity. The source of this fortune was the tribe leaders, and only they knew how to utilize it. Now Xian Yuan had firmly established himself as the leader of the largest tribe in the north, and his fortune was overwhelmingly rich. Guang Qingzi, being merely at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage, could hardly pose a threat to Xian Yuan. This fortune alone was enough to render Guang Qingzi helpless. Having been slapped in the face directly, Guang Qingzi's expression was not pleasant. Xian Du shook his head. He had come to prevent this situation, but it was still not the five emperors. Xian Yuan could withstand Guang Qingzi, but he could not withstand someone of the Croissant realm. Xian Yuan looked at Xian Du making a move against him, his expression grave. Protect the tribe leader. Li Mu shouted, leading the soldiers to shield Xian Yuan. A human nature. Xian Du looked at the fearless Li Mu and the soldiers prepared to die. For Xian Yuan, his heart trembled. Even his state of mind was shaken once again. He felt increasingly restless, wanting to deal with this quickly and return to stabilize his mind. He even harbored a trace of murderous intent in his heart. Xian Yuan's expression also changed. He did not want Li Mu to be killed by Xian Du like this, and was about to make a move. Boom. A surge of imposing power erupted, and both Xian Yuan and Li Mu remained unscathed. Everyone's gaze converged on a figure that suddenly... Earth Emperor. No one knew who shouted, but both Xian Du and Guang Qingzi's expressions changed, and Fong Luo began to tremble. Only Xian Yuan and Li Mu were overjoyed, quickly bowing. Xian Yuan Li Mu pays respects to the Earth Emperor. He Jun waved his hand, looking at Xian Du and Guang Qingzi with a broad smile. Gentlemen, the human race has its own rules. Since you have broken these rules, the human race will no longer welcome you. Please leave. He Jun did not make a move against Xian Du and Guang Qingzi. After all, they were backed by two great sages, and he was still giving them some face. Guang Qingzi's face turned angry upon seeing He Jun. He Jun, this is a matter of the Yoshiong tribe, and it has nothing to do with you. As Earth Emperor, do you intend to intervene in internal tribal affairs? Guang Qingzi's mood could no longer be calmed. He knew that this Earth Emperor should have been his disciple. Now not only had he been robbed, but he also had to oppose him. It was truly... However, before He Jun could say anything, Xian Yuan had already spoken loudly. Everyone, from today onward, you are no longer members of the Yoshiong tribe. You... Guang Qingzi was furious. He had calculated everything, but never expected He Jun to intervene, especially since He Jun had even broken through to the Croissant realm. Xian Du's expression was even more solemn. He Jun was clearly no longer a simple Deluo Golden Immortal. He was not like a Croissant. Xian Du's vision was much better than Guang Qingzi's. Could it be that he is a Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Thinking of this, Xian Du could not help but feel unbalanced. How long had he been cultivating? He Jun had been cultivating for the same duration, yet he had reached such a realm, even a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It should be noted that Xian Du was also preparing to recultivate the Hunyuan Dao. With He Jun present, today's events were already impossible. Even if he could withstand He Jun, Guang Qingzi and the others could not do anything to Xian Yuan. Moreover, with He Jun's appearance, even Fong Luo's soldiers would not dare to act recklessly. Even Fong Luo. At this moment, Fong Luo was so frightened by He Jun's appearance that he found it hard to accomplish anything. How could you? This was what Xian Du was most concerned about. He always felt that there was something unusual about this matter. Every time he saw He Jun, he could not help but think of Changsheng. If this was truly Changsheng's arrangement, then Changsheng was indeed too terrifying. He Jun smiled upon hearing this. Xian Du, master asked me to ask you a question. Are you still part of the human race? The human race? Xian Du's expression darkened as he realized that these two words had unknowingly become his inner demon. However, after the tribulation of the Dao demon, the demon Lord Luo Ho perished, and thus the great wilderness demon path was established. The Dao waned while the demon surged. Although the demon path has yet to gain significant influence in the great wilderness, its desire to encroach upon the heart of the great wilderness has never ceased. For instance, this inner demon. In the current great wilderness, many beings have fallen into the demon path due to their inner demons and are now under its control. They lie in wait, and who knows when they might spring forth to wreak havoc upon the great wilderness. The heir of Xian Du, who is supposed to teach the Dao lineage, should be the least likely to develop an inner demon. However, the last time he contemplated human nature, it caused fluctuations in his state of mind. Subsequently, Xian Du began to suppress it relentlessly, but the more he suppressed it, the faster the inner demon grew. At this moment, hearing Pejun's words, Xian Du found it hard to contain the emergence of his inner demon. Longsheng. Indeed, it was Longsheng's arrangement. Hearing Pejun's words, Xian Du realized his suspicions were correct. Pejun was indeed sent by Longsheng to stop Guangqingzi. But how could Longsheng know of Guangqingzi's schemes? Could it be that there is a traitor within the Chan sect? Let's go. Xian Du said nothing more, and simply called out before leaving. Pejun watched Xian Du's retreating figure, and shook his head. He didn't even dare to respond. This Xian Du seemed ruined. If he had merely stated whether he was a member of the human race, Pejun would have regarded him with more respect. Now saying nothing, his state of mind would be hard to restore, and what future could he possibly have? He turned to Xuanyan. Handle the matters of the Yoshion tribe well. My master has high hopes for you. The throne of the Northern Emperor is yours. Xianyuan was overjoyed to hear this. I will not disappoint the Earth Emperor and the four ancestors. Pejun came quickly and left just as swiftly. Xuanyuan, however, felt envy. This was the Earth Emperor of his human race. A single word could force back both the Chan and human sects. His gaze fell upon Feng Luo, who looked pale as a ghost. He realized he had been abandoned. Guangqingzi had never looked at him even once, and even upon leaving he hadn't considered taking him along. Feng Luo understood Xianyuan well. Although he was lenient with his subordinates, it depended on whether they had made grave mistakes. Now, having strayed onto the wrong path, it would be difficult for him to return to his former self. Tribe leader, it was my moment of folly. Oh, I ask for your punishment. Xianyuan looked at Feng Luo with a hint of disappointment. He had high hopes for Feng Luo, elevating him from a mere foot soldier to a trusted general. Yet even now Feng Luo was not satisfied and harbored ambitions that once born would be hard to suppress. Moreover, Xianyuan could not bear to imagine what would happen if Feng Luo succeeded today. The Yoshion tribe would become something else entirely, and with a single misstep, all their years of accumulation could be overturned, leaving them without a burial place. Feng Luo, some mistakes can never be made. Take him away. Upon receiving the order, Li Mu directly took Feng Luo away. Feng Luo was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Xianyuan intended to kill him. Xuanyuan, you cannot treat me this way. I have contributed to the tribe. My crimes do not warrant death. They do not warrant death. Xianyuan turned a deaf ear to this. He began to think about future matters. Without the support of the Chan sect, the Yoshion tribe would face many challenges ahead. However, with Pejun backing him, he would have to think carefully even when dealing with the Yoshion tribe. Unfortunately, Xianyuan had initially planned to solidify his position in the north before returning to the east to strengthen his tribe. It seemed now that expansion to the east would have to be put on hold. After Xian Du and Guangqingzi left the Yoshion tribe, Guangqingzi could no longer contain himself. Senior brother, are we just going to let... Guangqingzi asked Xian Du, who had by now restored a calm expression. Let it go. How could that be? If Xianyuan is unwilling, and the Yoshion tribe is unwilling, we will simply find another tribe. Xianyuan, firmly seated upon the throne, and with integrity, did not wish to heed their commands, but that does not mean all tribes would feel the same way. In the end, all they needed was a tribe willing to obey. The main conflict still lay with them. The Sea of Blood. After sending off Zhuan Ti, the ancestor of the Underworld River unexpectedly encountered Xian Du. By promising a sacred position and the imperial title of the Luyang tribe, Xian Du successfully courted the ancestor of the Underworld River. The old ancestor of the Underworld River had cast aside the sacred path like a tattered garment, yet some still yearned to attain sanctity, such as the old ancestor of the Underworld River, who sought to establish a clan to teach, and to master the Azura path, accumulating merits time and again, yet could not achieve sanctity. The old ancestor of the Underworld River was on the verge of developing an inner demon due to this. Participating in the struggle for the human race's imperial title was also a gamble for him. Using the merits of the imperial teacher to push for a breakthrough into the sacred realm, but the old ancestor of the Underworld River knew this was merely futile. Yet he was unwilling to give up without a fight. Now that Tai Jing and Yuqing were willing to grant him a sacred position, how could the old ancestor of the Underworld River not be tempted? Initially, the old ancestor of the Underworld River did not believe it. After all, a sacred position was something that even Tai Jing and Yuqing, no matter how formidable, could not simply promise. However, with Tai Jing and Yuqing willing to guarantee it, the credibility of the saints was still quite good, especially with two saints making the promise. Ultimately, the old ancestor of the Underworld River could not resist the temptation and agreed. The Luyang tribe, supported by the Azura clan, upon hearing that Xian Du and Guangqingzi were making arrangements, moved eastward to compete with the Gaoyang tribe for the Eastern Imperial title. Even the ancestor of the Underworld River was set to join the fray. With Taijing and Yuqing backing him, the old ancestor of the underworld river was not afraid of offending the Tongtian Patriarch, as the Tongtian Patriarch had Taijing and Yuqing handling matters and did not need the old ancestor of the underworld river to worry. When the chief of the Luyang tribe heard that the Azura clan was willing to support him in contending for the Eastern Imperial title, he naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Who would be willing to give up the chance to strive for the Imperial title? In an instant, the Luyang tribe launched a massive offensive against the Gaoyang tribe. The Spirit Mountain. Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti looked at the spirit cloud before them with some headache. How could this spirit cloud not perish? It had truly awakened its spirit, and now had become a debt collector coming to find them. The causality of the earlier relinquishment was far too great for them to ignore. At this moment, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti were also quite troubled, having amassed far too many debts. Setting aside the causality of relinquishment, they had made a grand oath to the heavens to attain holiness, taking merits in advance for their sanctity, and even now, they were still repaying it. It was like usury, they likely wouldn't finish repaying even by the next calamity. You two, I have come to help you again. Once more, quite shrewd, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti looked at the spirit cloud with courtesy. Debts must always be repaid, and as long as the spirit cloud was not too excessive, they thought they could agree. Esteemed cultivator, you are far too courteous. Please speak freely of any assistance you require. Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti replied with equal courtesy, yet their phrasing subtly shifted. It was Ling Yun who had come to claim the karmic debt owed to them, not to render them a favor. I possess a method by which the merit debt you owe Heaven's Tao may become an irrecoverable, uncollectible ledger. An irrecoverable ledger. And upon hearing these words, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti recoiled in shock. Did they grasp the staggering magnitude of that debt? After all, the creditor was none other than Heaven's Tao itself, the one authority before whom they dared not default. And now Ling Yun claimed he could absolve them of repayment. Was this mere jest? And would Heaven's Tao ever consent? In the vast expanse of Honghuang, nothing surpassed Heaven's Tao in supremacy. Yet repayment was agonizing, and despite themselves, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti felt their hearts stir. What if it were truly possible? Who knew how many more eons Zhuan-Ti would be forced to wander, expending his life in ceaseless toil? Did he not yearn above all else to cultivate in peace? No, he had no choice. To amass merit, he must roam without rest. And even then, the distance between his accumulated merit and the colossal sum owed remained unfathomably vast. Should fortune hold no surprise, Zhuan-Ti might wander for millennia more. Contemplating such a fate filled him with despair. Did one imagine Jieyin's perpetually somber visage was born of nature? No, it was forged solely by relentless hardship. In such an immense karmic burden laid upon any cultivator would extinguish all joy. Esteemed cultivator, what precisely do you mean? As Shin-Ti spoke, Ling Yun smiled faintly, just as his master had foreseen their hearts could not remain unmoved. Why, venerable sirs, did you incur such profound merit debt in the first place? To attain sainthood, of course. Indeed, the merit debt was incurred by the sainthood-bound Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti. What bearing does it hold upon the primordial Tao-bound Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti? You accrued this debt in pursuit of sainthood. Then simply return your saintly seats to Heaven's Tao. I know full well you long to test the methods transmitted by the Tao ancestor, but he has already merged with the Tao itself. Do you truly believe he would permit you to flee while still burdened by such debt? Flee while burdened by debt. At this image, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti shuddered. Imagining themselves as creditors, they knew full well should any debtor attempt escape after accruing such debt, death would be the merciful outcome. The thought sent a chill racing down their spines. Having met Tai Ching Laozi, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti had deduced the origin of these fragments of Heaven's Tao. They came from Hong Jun himself. Until now, they had single-mindedly schemed to evade repayment, refusing to dwell on deeper implications. But Ling Yun had laid bare every thread, and their spirits grew heavier still. Esteemed cultivator, how do you know the Tao ancestor transmitted such methods? Was it true? In Changsheng had merely sent Ling Yun to probe, and now the matter stood confirmed beyond doubt. Lao Zi's testimony was irrefutable. At this realization, Ling Yun's heart sank. This contest was no longer theirs alone. It was Changsheng who would face Hong Jun across the board. Hong Jun, recalling how effortlessly that primordial sovereign had infused him with the chaos purple chi, dooming him to certain tribulation, Ling Yun felt a deep, visceral weight settle upon his chest. Yet confronting Hong Jun was his master's domain. His own task, here and now, was to draw these two venerables into his master's fold. That detail matters little. What matters is that I offer you another path to transcend sainthood, one not ordained by the Tao ancestor. The human Tao awakens, heaven and humanity stand in balanced opposition. The chaos, purple chi born of the universe's primal essence, may likewise be drawn forth from your bodies by the human Tao. Two paths lie before you. Pray tell which seems the safer ascent. the latter. Without hesitation, Jieyin and Zhuan deemed the latter far more secure. For Hongjun's path bore all the hallmarks of a hunter's snare, yet its lure was so exquisite that even knowing it baited a trap, they had leapt in willingly. Now, however, an identical lure gleamed outside the trap, offering choice. How could they possibly hesitate? Yet, could Changsheng be trusted? Jieyin and Zhuan well understood Ling Yun had not come of his own accord. Only Changsheng possessed the authority to command him. This was their deepest reservation. But how may we be certain the human Tao will truly awaken? Ling Yun smiled. Can harvest ever spring forth without sowing? With debts so vast, do you imagine repayment requires no effort at all? Moreover, I have come precisely to settle karmic accounts. Jieyin and Zhuan exchanged glances. Their resolve was already swaying. After all, this gamble demanded little of them. At most they would intervene selectively according to circumstance. Whether aligned with Lao Zi or with Changsheng, either path allowed them room to withdraw, without consequence. By the way, my master has declared, should you choose the righteous path, the Western teaching shall face no hindrance in spreading its doctrines among humanity. But should you oppose humanity, then, regardless of whether the human Tao awakens, the human race shall close its gates to the Western teaching. Na veiled threat. At that moment, Jieyin and Zhuan grasped the strategy. Soft persuasion paired with quiet coercion. Had Changsheng uttered such words, they would have disciplined him severely to remind him of hierarchy. But this was Ling Yun who owed them profound karmic gratitude. And they sighed inwardly, best to endure it. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform us directly. And Ling Yun's smile widened. And you shall learn your role in due time. For now I take my leave. Ling Yun departed immediately. Jieyin and Zhuan however found their minds turbulent. This matter demanded profound reflection. Tai Ching Lao Zi and Yuan Shi Tianzun sought them for obvious reasons, to exploit them. Yet with few cards to play, they had no choice but to comply. Changsheng's overture, by contrast, offered genuine transaction, a partnership far more palatable. Their decision was made. They would observe closely, aligning with whichever side gained ascendancy, bending like reeds before the wind. In Wuzhuangguan, Ling Yun returned to report, but before even crossing Wuzhuangguan's threshold, a surging aura enveloped him. And the energy was unmistakable, Zhen Yuanzi's signature resonance, familiar beyond measure. Yet within that familiarity lay strangeness. This was not the aura of the sainthood-bound Zhen Yuanzi. Had he fundamentally reshaped his cultivation foundation? And moreover, the entire Wuzhuangguan now seemed fused with him, as though a single unified entity. This is the Earth Immortal Tao. Na figure materialized beyond Wuzhuangguan's gates. His voice drifted on the breeze, carrying effortlessly to Ling Yun's ears. Ling Yun bowed deeply upon seeing the figure. Master, what is the Earth Immortal Tao's? This is the Earth Immortal Tao. First cultivate a celestial cavern, then forge a world. Cultivator Zhen Yuanzi resonates profoundly with this path. Having reforged his foundation, he has transformed Wuzhuangguan into a peerless celestial haven. Though still at the apex of the primordial golden immortal realm, his future path now unfolds with unprecedented clarity and breadth. The path of Earth Immortals. Although Ling Yun still only had a partial understanding, he realized one thing at this moment. That is, Zhen Yuanzi not only escaped from the Saint Path, but also embarked on another broad avenue. The concern about his diminished strength did not materialize. Instead, he might have become even stronger. He bowed once more to Changsheng. Thank you, Master. The path of Earth Immortals indeed enabled Zhen Yuanzi to achieve such heights, which speaks to its extraordinary nature. Changsheng did not hesitate to grant Zhen Yuanzi this path. Perhaps this had something to do with him. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Zhen Yuanzi, now fully accomplished, approached Changsheng, and also bowed deeply. Changsheng looked at Zhen Yuanzi at that moment, and couldn't help but nod in approval. Some things are simply meant to belong to certain individuals. The path of Earth Immortals may have been given to others, yet it does not guarantee that they can comprehend it. Even if they can understand it, they might not be willing to cultivate it decisively, and even with determination, they could not reach such a level. In short, Zhen Yuanzi had a bit of luck. Unlike the land and mountain gods established with Changsheng, they merely organized the earth veins and mountain ranges as part of their duties akin to earning some merit and fortune amidst their busy schedules. The system cultivated by the land and mountain gods, when examined closely, still aligns with the Tao of immortality. However, now that the path of Earth Immortals is open, if any land or mountain gods wish to cultivate this path in the future, Changsheng would indeed be very supportive, as there is some foundation for them to cultivate the path of Earth Immortals. In the eastern territory of the human clan, the Luyang tribe suddenly launched a large-scale attack against the eastern human clan, targeting the Gaoyang tribe directly. It was not just the Luyang tribe, The Qinshan tribe was also attacking the Gaoyang tribe at this moment. The Gaoyang tribe initially did not understand, but upon seeing Xuandu from the Luyang tribe and Guangchengzi from the Qinshan tribe Zhuanshu and Duobao realized that these two major tribes had been drawn together by two great sects intending to eliminate the Gaoyang tribe to seize the opportunity for ascendance. Zhulong looked at Guangchengzi beside him, feeling somewhat conflicted. The dragon clan has indeed fallen somewhat. They were fully mobilized by the allure of a human clan imperial position, which was rather disappointing. However, even in their disappointment, they had to take action. With the support of the Chan sect and the human sect, the Gaoyang tribe had no way out. They could not let this imperial position of the eastern human clan go to waste. As for the Luyang tribe, they still needed to eliminate the Xiong tribe to secure the northern imperial position. Master, the army has been assembled. Duobao nodded upon hearing this. You will be in charge of the army's mobilization. Rest assured, the Shura clan, Dragon clan, human sect, and Chan sect will all be taken care of by me, master. Upon saying this, Duobao was filled with ambition. Previously, he could only achieve a stalemate against the Chan sect due to most of his forces being absent, but the situation was, although many of the disciples who had followed him initially suffered heavy losses in battles against the Chan sect, and the Witch clan, the return of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit brought them back to full strength. With the Chan sect in its prime, just two sects and tribes posed no threat. He could handle them easily. Boom. The armies clashed first, but Duobao did not intervene much. The human clan had their own wars, but that was a minor affair. His eyes were set on the larger picture. Xuandu, Guangchengzi, and Zhulong looked at Duobao and Yunxiao across from them. Junior brother, junior sister, just surrender directly. If you are willing to return to Jiejiao Island and remain there for 10,000 years, we will not make things difficult for you. Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Duobao couldn't help but scoff. Just because of you. Kill them for me. They had united with outsiders to bully the Chan sect, and with the human sect and Chan sect colluding, Duobao had nothing to worry about. He would engage them directly. With a command, all the Chan sect disciples sprang into action, and Duobao charged ahead directly towards Guangchengzi. Xuandu and Zhulong exchanged glances, and then attacked Yunxiao, as Yunxiao had also put considerable pressure on them. Xingtian had almost been killed. However, Xuandu was suddenly intercepted by a figure. Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Xuandu looked at the figure that had appeared, and was filled with astonishment. How could Jin? He had not heard any news about her return. It should be noted that many of the celestial beings sent by the heavenly court to the western extremities were disciples of the human sect and Chan sect. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit smiled at Xuandu. Taking advantage of my absence to bully the Chan sect, senior brother, your path of inaction has truly penetrated to your very... After saying this, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit charged forward. A fierce battle began with 3 against 3. At this moment, the heavenly consort Wu Mo was somewhat shocked, for the Shura clan was now filled with Chan sect disciples. The female immortal wielding the large scissors at the front was particularly terrifying, as the 4 great demon kings Lu Tuoyuo had been sliced in half at first glance. Fortunately, the Shura clan had a strong vitality, otherwise they would have been wiped out on the spot. Even so, if they could not be treated in time, they would probably face dire consequences. And this was just the beginning. At this moment, everyone realized that the Chan sect disciples had returned. Thinking of this, the two sects and tribes felt a chill in their hearts. The Chan sect at its peak was truly a force to be reckoned with. They had initially thought they could easily take down the Chan sect, but their calculations had shattered, and the battle entered a prolonged state with casualties rising sharply. In the western Spirit Mountain, Jin and Jundi looked at the battle in the eastern human clan with some shock. Clearly the Chan sect had been well prepared. Heavenly Court. At this moment, Tai Yi and Yu Ding were also somewhat helpless. They wanted to inform Xuandu and Guangchengzi of the return of the Chan sect disciples, but they were restrained and unable to send a secret message. They could only hope Xuandu and Guangchengzi would perform well. However, thinking about how powerful the Chan sect disciples now were, Tai Yi and Yu Ding felt a bit worried. It wouldn't be easy to handle. On the Dragon Clan side, Zhao Gongming stood at the forefront with 10 heavenly lords setting up a great formation, directly drawing all the Dragon Clan experts into the array. 24 sea stabilizing pearls were unleashed, and the Dragon Clan's water-based divine abilities were rendered ineffective, leaving the once mighty Dragon Clan subdued. Xuandu looked at the current situation, his expression growing increasingly grim. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit seemed to be even stronger than him now. The battle had only just begun, yet there was already a sense of pressure on him. He knew this could not continue, or else there would be changes. With a thought, a cold, killing intent swept across the battlefield. A figure gathered the killing intent of the entire battlefield like a massive rock pressing down on everyone's hearts. At that moment, even Yunxiao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit wore grave expressions. Ancestor of the Underworld River. Yunxiao and the others never expected that the Ancient One of the Mingi would actually appear. This is a powerful figure from the same era as their master. Although not as strong as a sage, he is known as the first being beneath the sage level, significantly more powerful than the Candle Dragon. Yunxiao was confident he could stop the Candle Dragon, but facing the Ancient One of the Mingi would be a different challenge. The Ancient One of the Mingi gazed at the battlefield, his emotions complicated. He had indeed fallen to the point of having to fight against the younger generation, but for the sake of becoming a sage, everything was worth it. I do not wish to fight, you should surrender willingly. The Ancient One of the Mingi felt he should give them a chance, so he spoke. However, Yunxiao and the others couldn't help but scoff at his words. If they were afraid, they wouldn't be disciples of, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Stop wasting words. The Ancient One of the Mingi was enraged by their response. They truly did not know what was good for them. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. If he really killed these Jiejiao disciples, he could just hide in the Blood Sea, and once he broke through to the Sage Realm, he would fear no one. Boom. The abyssal sword slashed down while Yunxiao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit were dealing with Xuandu and the Candle Dragon. They had to also fend off the Ancient One of the Mingi. However, they soon felt the pressure on them dissipate. What? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure appeared, exuding an aura that was not any weaker than that of the Ancient One of the Mingi. It's Zhen Yuanzi. Those with sharp eyes recognized the sudden appearance of this person. Upon hearing that Zhen Yuanzi had arrived, the Jiejiao disciples were filled with joy. With Zhen Yuanzi's appearance, the Ancient One of the Mingi was clearly being stopped, which alleviated their crisis. Zhen Yuanzi. This exclamation came from the Ancient One of the Mingi as he sensed Zhen Yuanzi's aura. His expression darkened. He knew that Zhen Yuanzi had come to thwart his plans. Friend Mingi, you are regressing. You have now fallen to the point of having to fight against the younger generation. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? The Ancient One of the Ming's expression darkened further. Zhen Yuanzi, how I conduct my affairs is not up to you to comment. Step aside, or else do not blame me for being impolite. Impolite? I'm curious to see how you will be impolite. Oomph. The Ancient One of the Mingi snorted and directly swung the abyssal sword down, yet Zhen Yuanzi remained unafraid. It is said that the Ancient One of the Mingi is the first being beneath the sage level. That was because he did not engage with the Ancient One. Now if he were to engage, the Ancient One would only be considered the second being beneath the sage level. With the earth book atop his head and his feet firmly planted on the ground, Zhen Yuanzi felt as if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens at this moment. This is the Tao of Earth. This is the confidence he possesses as the ancestor of Earth immortals. Boom. The twin swords struck the earth book, causing a surge of spiritual energy. Yet Zhen Yuanzi stood motionless. The Ancient One of the Ming's expression changed as the 12-petal fiery lotus of karma appeared beneath him, unleashing its full power to attack Zhen Yuanzi once more. Boom. This time the force was even stronger, and the aftermath swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone involuntarily halted and looked towards Zhen Yuanzi and the Ancient One of the Mingi. What a divine battle this was. The Jiejiao disciples were also somewhat worried. After all, the Ancient One of the Ming's attack was too powerful, raising concerns about whether Zhen Yuanzi could withstand. In reality, Zhen Yuanzi not only blocked it, but showed no signs of injury whatsoever. How could this be? Looking at the still unmoving Zhen Yuanzi, not only did the Ancient One of the Ming's heart race, but even Xuandu and the others were somewhat astonished. Zhen Yuanzi, is he this strong? They knew that Zhen Yuanzi must still only be a quasi-sage. As a peak quasi-sage facing the Ancient One of the Mingi, Zhen Yuanzi was handling it too lightly. Was it that the Ancient One of the Mingi was too weak, or that Zhen Yuanzi was too strong? Zhen Yuanzi, something is off here. What kind of method is this? The Ancient One of the Mingi realized that something was wrong. He had exchanged blows with Zhen Yuanzi before, after ambushing Hong, and Zhen Yuanzi had pursued him to fight. Thus, the Ancient One of the Mingi was well aware of Zhen Yuanzi's methods, which were completely different from the current Zhen Yuanzi. This turtle shell was obviously much sturdier. If you're done attacking, now it's my turn. Zhen Yuanzi did not respond, but merely smiled and directly retaliated against the Ancient One of the Mingi. The Wuzhuang Temple actually opened directly behind Zhen Yuanzi, enveloping the Ancient One of the Mingi. The Ancient One of the Mingi attempted to resist, but in the next moment he was already enclosed within the Wuzhuang Temple by Zhen Yuanzi. How could this be? The Wuzhuang Temple can even fly. The Ancient One of the Ming's heart was filled with astonishment. If the Wuzhuang Temple could fly, and if it could be carried with him, then what about his Blood Sea? If his Blood Sea could also be carried with him, then he would not just be invincible in the Blood Sea, he could be invincible anywhere. However, these were not matters to ponder at this moment. As the abyssal sword struck the Wuzhuang Temple, the Ancient One of the Mingi intended to break through, but he did not know what method Zhen Yuanzi was using. However, he knew that if he did not quickly stop Zhen Yuanzi, he would truly be in danger. However, as soon as he made his move, the Ancient One of the Mingi sensed something was wrong. He felt that his mastery of the Tao had weakened immensely, and within the Wuzhuang temple, there was a force suppressing him. The world. At this moment, the ancient one of the Mingyi seemed to understand something. This Wuzhuang temple had seemingly been refined by Zhen Yuanzi into a small world. But how could this be possible? However, the ancient one of the Mingyi soon had no time to consider these things. Countless branches lashed at the ancient one of the Mingyi, each strike seemingly containing the power of the world, making him feel a sense of crisis. Not good. At this moment, Xuandu and the Candle Dragon were both feeling anxious. They did not know what method Zhen Yuanzi had used to directly capture the ancient one of the Mingyi. They only knew that the ancient one of the Mingyi had been captured and Zhen Yuanzi had freed his hands. What were they to do now? The next one to suffer misfortune wouldn't be them, right? Just as they were worried, another figure appeared beside Zhen Yuanzi. Ling Yun. The Candle Dragon and Xuandu felt a jolt. Oh, Ling Yun, the reincarnation of Hong Yun they were familiar with. However, Ling Yun's aura was evidently somewhat off this time. This was not the aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Had Ling Yun's cultivation returned to the quasi-sage level. Zhen Yuanzi and Ling Yun were originally a pair. Since Zhen Yuanzi had sided with the Jiejiao faction, Ling Yun must also be an enemy. Moreover, Ling Yun was a disciple of Changxing. She was originally part of the Jiejiao. Hey, using numbers to bully the few is our Jiejiao, that easy to bully. Ling Yun chuckled and directly charged at Xuandu, picking the soft targets. He wanted to see if Xuandu was on the brink of death, would he still wait to come out? Not good. As Ling Yun charged towards him, Xin Du's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother grinned. She had long been displeased with Xian Du, and this time, she was eager to see how he would perish. With the Golden Spirit Holy Mother joining the fray, Xian Du, who was already under immense pressure from her, found himself even more overwhelmed against the combined assault of the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, and Ling Yun. At that moment, danger loomed heavily. As Zhen Yuanzi and Ling Yun appeared, the situation on the battlefield began to shift dramatically. Most importantly, the morale was affected. What was once a scenario of overwhelming numbers now seemed fraught with the risk of defeat. In an instant, hearts grew restless. Several tribes, 2 teachings, and 2 clans wavered in confidence, but despite their numerical advantage, they found themselves being pressed by the Gaoyang tribe and Jiejiao. On Shouyang Mountain, Laozi observed the battle situation of the human race in the east and shook his head. What a waste. With such a favorable position, they still managed to mess it up. Senior brother, it seems we must step in. Yuan Shitianzun beside Laozi was also feeling restless. The Lingbao Grand Master was on the verge of being defeated by the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the other disciples realized the dire situation. If this continued, they would surely be the ones to lose. The situation they had painstakingly set up could not be allowed to fail at this critical moment. In truth, the grand battle below was of secondary importance. What mattered most was overcoming the Tongtian sect leader. Laozi glanced at Yuan Shitianzun and nodded. Let's go. Suddenly, 2 immense presences descended upon the battlefield. The disciples of Jiejiao lost their fighting spirit in an instant, and even Zhen Yuanzi had to retreat, while Ming He Lao Zu fled at once. However, it was just a fleeting moment, for the next instant the 4 swords of extermination fell, blocking Yuan Shitianzun and Laozi directly. Elder brother, second brother, what do you mean by this? Laozi maintained a stoic expression as Yuan Shitianzun stepped forward. Tongtian, your disciples are acting against the Tao. You should return to Jiejiao Island and not interfere, otherwise you might find yourself implicated by your own disciples today. Hee. Tongtian chuckled, amused by Yuan Shitianzun's attempt at reasoning. Acting against the Tao. Second brother, do enlighten me on which of my disciples is acting against the Tao, and how so. This. Yuan Shitianzun wanted to argue about Changxing, but he felt a wave of helplessness. Up until now, Changxing had not even shown his face, plotting to awaken the human Tao and allowing the rise of the human race beyond their control. Wasn't that acting against the Tao? After all, they were heavenly Tao saints, and this undermined their interests. If they could not even grasp Changxing's whereabouts, he was too cunning and too elusive, never taking the initiative to reveal himself. Of course, they were not ones to abide by the rules as long as they had suspicions they could act, but ultimately, they had to confront Tongtian first. Forget it, Tongtian, I do not wish to say more. Just tell me if you will allow it. Allow it. Tongtian sneered, and the 4 swords of extermination formed an array instantly, their intentions unmistakable. At this point, Yuan Shitianzun and Laozi ceased their words and directly attacked the Tongtian sect leader. It was a battle of saints, however, as the 2 saints charged, the extermination sword array had already taken shape. 2 fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? The 4 swords of extermination could trap the 4 saints. It was impossible for Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun to break the formation in a short time. However, they had persuaded Jin and Zhundi to join forces, and together the 4 saints could break the extermination sword array in an instant. On Ling Mountain, Jin and Zhundi had been observing the changes on the battlefield. Summoned at this moment, they hesitated on which side should they choose to kill. At that moment, there was another shift in the battlefield. The Witch Clan and Phoenix Clan from the southern part of the human race, along with their allied tribes, suddenly entered the eastern side of the human race and directly engaged in battle, aiding the Gaoyang tribe. The side of the Chan teaching, whose confidence was already shaken, found it even harder to resist. Kong Xian and Xing Tian joined the battlefield, leaving Xian Du and Zhu Long in dire straits. Kill. At this moment, the Yoxiong tribe from the northern part of the human race also charged into the eastern side, aiding none other than the Gaoyang. Seeing such a change, Jane realized that Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun's plans within the human race were clearly about to fail. However, these matters were secondary. The most crucial aspect remained the battle between Laozi Yuan Shitianzun and Tongtian, as it would determine the future. If the two were to assist, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun, Tongtian would undoubtedly lose. But just as Jane hesitated, two more figures appeared. Nua. Fushi. Jane was momentarily at a loss for words, as Fushi was now standing firmly with the Gaoyang tribe, which had amassed the strength of several tribes. Fushi was now taking command, mobilizing the Gaoyang tribe and the other tribes. The Luyang tribe was no match. As for Nua, she was also positioned outside the extermination sword array, seemingly ready to assist Tongtian. Upon seeing this scene, Jane made a decision. With Nua already swayed, if they were to assist Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun, the risks would be far too great. If one of them were to be stopped by Nua, then breaking the extermination sword array would take a lot longer. In just this brief moment, the fate of the human race was set. Even if Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun were to win, it would be too late. They could not directly act against ordinary people. Saints are chosen by the heavenly Tao to help maintain the order of the Tao. The power of the saintly Tao is not something to be wielded at will. Given this, it would be wiser to act cautiously. Yes, they had originally planned to repay Ling Yun's favor by helping Chongqing, and now was precisely the right time. In the next moment, the tribes controlled by the Western Church began to move towards the east to assist the Gaoyang tribe. Jane and Junti, meanwhile, led their disciples from the Western Church to support Jiejiao. However, upon entering the eastern part of the human race, Jane and Junti spotted a familiar figure. Chongqing. Chongqing bowed to Jane and Junti. Upon seeing the two arrive, Chongqing knew that stability was assured. Uncles, there is no need to act for now. Just observe quietly. Within the extermination sword array, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun had not seen Jane and Junti intervene for a long time, realizing something was amiss. They were now trapped by the Tongtian sect leader and could not even investigate what was happening. The two were beginning to feel quite frustrated with their predicament. After becoming saints, they had merged their three corpses into one and could not simultaneously grasp all four swords. Laozi did possess the ability to transform into the three pure ones, but that transformation only reached the level of a quasi-saint and was not sufficient to yield the swords. This situation was perilous. Nua gazed at the newly arrived Jane and Junti, feeling a sense of wonder. She couldn't fathom how Chongqing managed to persuade even Jane and Junti. Little did Nua know that Jane and Junti had been subverted, or otherwise she would be even more astonished, for persuasion and subversion are entirely different concepts. Junior brothers, I never expected you to have such a close relationship with senior brother Tongtian, coming here to offer your assistance personally. Both Jane and Junti couldn't help but praise Nua's eloquence. Perhaps the reason Junti wasn't beaten to death was due to their good relationship. Junti was indeed flexible and willing to set aside personal grudges for the sake of the West. Otherwise, anyone else would have been disinclined to help after being beaten by Tongtian. From this perspective, Chongqing felt a measure of admiration for Junti. This is what they call not being bogged down by trivial matters in achieving great things. Chongqing, I thought you would hide away forever. Yet here you are not afraid we might catch you and give you a beating. Junti even teased Chongqing, but the affection emanating from his gaze sent a shiver down Changsheng's spine. Could it be that Junti still had his eyes on? Indeed, Chongqing realized he had been too hasty. If Junti were to take him to the west now, with Tongtian tied up by himself, and Yinshi Tianzuan, no one could save him. No. Chongqing turned to Nua beside him, and quickly moved closer to her. This saint whom he had bullied on Mount Tai now appeared to be the most reliable. Nua watched Changsheng's movements, feeling somewhat exasperated. This Carp was too pragmatic. When he needed her, he would challenge her without regard for her dignity, but now that danger was present, he dared to hide behind her. She felt like kicking Chongqing. Junti glanced at Nua, and ultimately suppressed his restless thoughts. With Nua blocking him, he couldn't take Chongqing away. As the situation unfolded concerning the future of the West, Junti couldn't afford to act against Chongqing. Do not kill. At this moment, the defeat of the Chan sect, the Azura tribe, and the Dragon tribe was becoming increasingly apparent, as they were being beaten down one-sidedly, with the Azura tribe and Dragon tribe suffering heavy casualties. Seeing the turtle spirit mother about to slay the spiritual treasure, Great Master Chongqing hurriedly sent a message. Not only was it the spiritual treasure great master, but other members of the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals were also in dire straits. However, there was no need to eliminate these few. This plot wasn't to eradicate a few Chan disciples, or to destroy the Chan sect, but rather for the awakening of humanity. Moreover, they couldn't wipe out the Chan sect. The core of the Chan sect is Yinshi Tianzuan. As long as he lives, the Chan sect will not perish. If they were to eliminate all 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, the second generation would be lost, and Yinshi Tianzuan would become unrestrained. At that point, if they retaliated with overwhelming force, killing them would be truly disastrous. Thus, it is better to keep these disciples until Yinshi Tianzuan is dead. Of course, this only applies to the disciples of the Chan sect and the lone survivor of Xuandu. For others like the Dragon tribe and the Azura tribe, there were fewer concerns, as even if the ancestor of the River of Souls intervened, he wouldn't be able to kill him, so there was little to worry about. The Azura tribe willingly served as the vanguard of the Chan sect, and now they were reaping the bitter fruits of their own choices. The ancestor of the River of Souls was once again imprisoned by Xinyuanzi, while the 4 great demons and 4 great generals of the Azura tribe had nearly all perished. Only one of the 72 princesses remained, and Tianfei Wuma, seeing the dire situation, hurriedly fled with this last survivor. As for the other Azura tribes, they had basically been wiped out, nearly leading to the extinction of the Azura tribe here. The Dragon tribe fared little better. Zhulong was trapped by Yinxiao. Although Yinxiao couldn't do anything to Zhulong, Zhulong also lacked the capability to protect his own tribe. Without Zhulong, the Dragon tribe was truly in trouble. The Daluogen Immortal Dragon tribe had nearly all fallen, especially after the Phoenix tribe and the Witch tribe entered the battlefield. The Phoenix tribe and the Dragon tribe were sworn enemies, and their strikes were not light, directly causing casualties. Furthermore, the Witch tribe had recently fought a great battle with the Dragon tribe, suffering considerable losses. Now that the war had begun, the Witch tribe would surely not hold back. Xingtian didn't follow Yunxiao to strike Zhulong. It was all due to Zhulong's great virtue. However, the other dragons of the Dragon tribe faced dire circumstances. With insufficient high-level combat power, they could only endure the beatings. To prepare for the grand battle, most of the Dragon tribe's elites were dispatched, leaving the 4 seas vulnerable. What was once a calm 4 seas suddenly became filled with countless figures. They leapt up and fell down on the surface of the sea, and upon closer inspection, they were actually numerous carps. Goodness, the Carp tribe was invading the 4 seas, intent on claiming dominion over them. Leading them were 12 carps of Tai Golden Immortal caliber, headed by Li Yu. If others were to find out, they would surely be astonished. The Carp tribe actually had Tai Golden Immortals. What they didn't know was that with Changxing's breakthrough to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the bloodline of the Carp tribe surged again. With Li Yu at the forefront, the elite of the Carp tribe directly achieved a breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal. Of course, with the Carp tribe's current strength, challenging the Dragon tribe was simply a fantastical notion. However, the Dragon tribe's own lack of ambition meddling in human affairs had led to this outcome. Now, without their elites, it was indeed not a problem for the Carp tribe to seize the Dragon tribe and occupy the 4 seas. Most importantly, the number of the Carp tribe was sufficient. Even if they couldn't match the human tribe in numbers, they were not far off. Their reproductive capabilities were not inferior to that of the human tribe. The Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. Due to the dispatch of their elites, the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas now only had 1 Tai Golden Immortal as a sentinel. However, this was merely a formality, as the Dragon tribe had occupied the 4 seas for so long that no one dared to provoke them. They couldn't even imagine who would attack the 4 seas. Thus, when the Carp tribe launched their attack, these Dragon tribe members were still indulging in wine and beauty. Boom. A loud noise rang out as the Dragon Palace was easily breached. Only then did these Dragon tribe members awaken, but alas, it was already too late. Among the water tribes, the Dragon tribe was the strongest. Regarding other shrimp and crab soldiers, they might have been stronger than the Carp tribe before, but now compared to the Carp tribe, they were nothing. Especially under the offensive of the Carp tribe's numbers, it turned into a crushing tide. Li Yu looked at the favorable situation and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, kill them. Today we shall hold a victory feast in the Dragon Palace. To be honest, Li Yu still feels like it is all a dream. Once upon a time, the Carp clan merely existed at the bottom of rivers, lakes, and seas, struggling to survive, while the Dragon clan stood at the pinnacle of this aquatic hierarchy, a presence they could only look up to. One day, capturing the Dragon Palace and taking control was a dream the Carp clan never dared to imagine. But today, not only was it imagined, it had become reality. The Carp clan had truly invaded the 4 seas, completing their transformation from blood food to masters of the seas, standing at the apex of the aquatic hierarchy. Looking down at the Dragon clan beneath them, Li Yu felt an overwhelming surge of pride. In a short time, Li Yu had captured the Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas. The numbers of the Carp clan were sufficient, and even without vassal tribes, they could completely occupy the 4 seas. Moreover, the Carp clan was not without its own subordinates. Before this, the Carp clan had occupied the rivers and lakes of the continent, ascending to the position of water deity. Under their command, they had a contingent of aquatic warriors along with their own subordinates and core followers, which was the strength of the Carp clan. River shrimp and crabs had turned the tables and become the masters of the four seas. Moreover, Changsheng had devised a strategy for occupying the four seas, and Liu executed it perfectly. Now, even if the Dragon clan returned, they would hardly be able to stir any waves in the four seas. Under the erosion of the Carp clan, the foundation of the Dragon clan was being gradually consumed. The most important place in the four seas was the sea eye. When the sea eye is stable, all beings are at peace. When the sea eye fluctuates, all beings suffer. Thus, even the Dragon clan had to exercise caution regarding the sea eye, yet for Changsheng this was not a problem. With the four seas captured, maintaining order over the sea eye would proceed smoothly. Most importantly, Changsheng possessed the sea-stabilizing pearl, a treasure perfectly suited for suppressing the sea eye. In the eastern lands of the human race, the Candle Dragon was initially held back by Yunxiao, but suddenly sensed a shift in its fortune, feeling alarmed at the situation. Why had the fate of the Dragon clan suddenly plummeted? Gazing towards the four seas, the Candle Dragon had some influence there, and at a glance it could see clearly. However, upon seeing the scene, the Candle Dragon nearly fainted. Losing was one thing, but their home had been stolen. This is bad. The Carp clan has invaded the Dragon Palace. At this moment, a messenger from the Dragon clan arrived on land, shouting loudly. The already demoralized Dragon clan became utterly despondent. Had their home been stolen? Without hesitation, the Candle Dragon broke free from Yunxiao's restraints and tried to flee towards the East Sea. Only then did Yunxiao realize that the Candle Dragon still had strength left, suddenly erupting, breaking free from the primordial golden banner. The Candle Dragon ran quickly, and Yunxiao wanted to pursue, but could not catch up in time. However, it did not need to chase. In the next moment, several figures had already intercepted the Candle Dragon. Seeing these figures, the Candle Dragon's heart sank. Lingxi, Songjia, Baizhe. Now they had all become primordial golden immortals, seemingly having waited here all along just for him. Faced with the three, the Candle Dragon felt hopeless and thought it would have been better to stay in the primordial golden banner. But there was no need to rush. In the next moment, the Candle Dragon got what it wished for, as Yunxiao had arrived with the primordial golden banner, and then it struck down directly. Not only Yunxiao, but Kong Xian and Xing Tian also surrounded him. With the 6 great primordial golden immortals attacking the Candle Dragon, it was utterly desperate. The primordial golden banner had indeed been its comfort zone. The Candle Dragon felt even more hopeless, realizing if it died here today, the Dragon clan would truly be finished. His gaze fell upon Changsheng. Dao friend Changsheng, please show mercy. My Dragon clan is willing to concede. Considering our merits in the primordial era, please do not wipe us out completely. In the primordial era's merits. Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. The Dragon clan was still atoning for the sins committed during the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, yet they spoke of merits. Death would be the ultimate resolution. Now that the Carp clan sought to occupy the four seas, the Dragon clan seemed utterly redundant. Changsheng was unwilling to leave behind any potential threat. With a wave of his hand, Ling Shitsong Jie and Bai Zhe lunged forward. Yunxiao also took action, and Kong Xian and Xing Tian hurried to follow. The 6 great primordial golden immortals besieged the Candle Dragon. Even though the Candle Dragon had some ability, it was currently unable to escape, and soon it was completely obliterated. If the Candle Dragon met such a fate, the rest of the Dragon clan could only fare worse. Soon there were no Dragon clan members left standing on land. With the fall of the Dragon clan, Changsheng felt a surge of fortune converge upon him. The Carp clan had completely replaced the Dragon clan, occupying the four seas and gathering immense good fortune. This was no small matter. Changsheng felt that he had gained insights into the Tao of fate at this moment. Soon his understanding of the Tao reached 40%, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, causing his cultivation to smoothly break into the mid-stage of primordial golden immortal. This breakthrough occurred right under the watchful eyes of the 3 saints. Niwa and Jane looked at Changsheng in surprise as he broke through. They found him increasingly incomprehensible. What an anomaly. Just a small Carp had truly managed to shake the foundations of the primordial era. They had actually realized that today's situation was likely the result of Changsheng's long-term planning. Terrifyingly, Changsheng had not only conspired against the human race, but had also plotted against all races, directly overturning the position of the Dragon clan and making his Carp clan the overlords of the four seas. In this game, Changsheng's gains were immense. Next, it would be the Azura clan. With the Dragon clan exterminated, the Azura clan had no reason to exist. Since they were enemies and not particularly strong, they could be swiftly eradicated without leaving any hidden dangers. The 6 primordial golden immortals who had just killed the Candle Dragon turned their attention towards Zenyuanzi. With the support of the 6 primordial golden immortals, the death of the ancestor of the Dark River was merely a matter of time. And in the underworld, Hutu also received news from Changsheng that the ancestor of the Dark River had been suppressed, and the Azura clan nearly exterminated. The fortune of the Azura clan had drastically fallen, which meant they had lost the right to govern the Azura path, and it would be only natural for Hutu to reclaim it. Changsheng was doing her a favor, and Hutu naturally had no reason to refuse. The heavenly consort Wuma, who had just escaped to the Blood Sea, soon found herself without a home. Hutu had actually taken action against the Blood Sea. Previously, the Azura path had been self-governing, but that would soon change. Taking advantage of the absence of the ancestor of the Dark River with the Azura clan severely weakened, the Azura path was about to be reclaimed. How tragic. The heavenly consort Wuma wore a face full of complaints. She had said from the beginning not to meddle in such matters, but the ancestor of the Dark River had not listened at all. Now it was all well and good. She had lost the Azura path, and might even lose her life. With the fall of both the Azura clan and the Dragon clan, disciples of the Chan sect were also successively captured, and Xuandu was apprehended as well. At this moment, aside from the stalemate here with the 3 pure ones, the overall situation was already settled. This is the end. To be honest, the disciples of the Jiejiao sect were somewhat surprised at this moment. They initially thought it would be a tough battle, but it turned out that all the luck seemed to tilt in their favor. This was the first time in their lives that they experienced such an easy victory. It started out quite difficult, but as the battle progressed it became easier, and they won unexpectedly. However, victory always brings joy, and now the battlefield was filled with shouts of excitement. Changsheng looked at all this, and felt a sigh of relief in his heart. His gaze fell upon Yuhua. Your Majesty, do you still remember how long it has been since the human emperor ascended to the throne? How long? Yuhua was taken aback by the question. To be honest, she hadn't really paid attention to it. After all, she didn't know much about human affairs. However, as a sage, she could deduce it with a bit of thought. 3,100 years. Yuhua seemed to have thought of something. After the human emperor Tianfu became the leader of the Feng clan, he held the grand ceremony of the human emperor, stating that 3,000 years later, he would confer the 5 emperors, 28 princes, 108 marquises, and 3,000 earls. And this 3,000-year period seemed to be coming to an end. Could it be that even this was all part of Changsheng's premeditated scheme? Bang! Bang! The intense sound reverberated throughout the human race. It was the Feng drum. Since the emergence of the Tianhuang from the Feng tribe had become the center of the human race. With the emergence of the Dihuang Peijun, the Feng tribe's central position in the human race became even more solidified, and when Tianfu ascended, the status of the Feng tribe became unassailable. The Feng drum is the ultimate treasure that summons the various tribes of the human race. It was forged by the 4 ancestors established in the Feng tribe. When this drum sounded, the entire human race would hear it. This was guided by the bloodline of the human race, and only the human race could hear it. After hearing the dense drum beats, the various tribes suddenly recalled something. Indeed, the 3,000-year period had arrived, and the human emperor was about to confer the 5 emperors. Without hesitation, the various tribes hurried towards the Feng tribe. In the east of the human race, Zhuang Su and others who had just finished their battle were also making their way to the Feng tribe. The Feng tribe. Tianfu looked at the various tribes gradually gathering and felt emotional. Unifying the human race had been so smooth. This was something Tianfu had not anticipated. In just 3,000 years it truly was as Changsheng had said, to conquer without fighting. What wisdom! In 3,000 years the Feng tribe had established its own imperial city, a magnificent city. Over the years, various tribes of the human race have been seizing every opportunity to develop their tribes and strengthen their own power, to the point where some tribes had never ceased fighting. It was not until this 3,000-year period that the wars ceased. During these 3,000 years, none of them had cast their eyes upon the Feng tribe, nor did they know how the Feng tribe was doing. Now, seeing a great city rise, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of reverence. 3,000 years ago, they could not challenge the authority of the Feng tribe. Today, 3,000 years later, they couldn't muster even a hint of provocation towards the Feng tribe. As the master of the Feng tribe and the current human emperor Tianfu had unwittingly won their hearts, leaving them with no inclination to resist. Even Qiyu felt the same. As the various tribes gathered at the imperial city, Tianfu finally made his appearance, accompanied by Tianji and others. While Tianfu shone brightly, as the human emperor Tianji Tiantong and others were also significant figures by his side. I pay my respects to the human emperor. As Tianfu appeared, the people of the various tribes were filled with fervor. This was the human emperor, their leader. Compared to the lingering doubts of Qiyu, most other tribes had long been convinced by Tianfu, especially since Tianfu had grown even more imposing after 3,000 years, earning their greater admiration. Tianfu waved his hand, and the various tribes finally took their seats. The 3,000-year period has arrived, and the fortunes of the tribes are determined. Today I shall establish the imperial court of the human race here. Under the human emperor, there shall be 5 emperors, 28 princes, 108 marquises, and 3,000 earls. 3,000 years ago I stated that it would be determined by the fortunes of the tribes. Today the dust has settled. I call upon the various tribes to step forward to receive their titles. The various tribes felt their emotions stir, and stepped forward preparing to receive their titles. Especially for those who aspired to these positions, this was the first distribution of titles in the human race. Even if it was just a barren title, it would still grant them a significant status among the human race. Boom. Just as they were about to say something, a powerful force spread throughout the heavens and earth. The center of the tremor seemed to be in the east of the human race. Changsheng had been observing the battle of the Sanqing, and at this moment his eyes changed. Did it finally change? He knew that this arrangement would not be so smooth. The indestructible Zhuxian sword array was unexpectedly broken, and the Zhuxian sword array flew out. Tong Tian was directly blasted away. His expression was grim, but his gaze did not fall upon Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun. Instead, he looked towards the horizon, not even caring to retrieve the Zhuxian sword array. Meanwhile, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun within the array had finally broken free from the formation and appeared in the world. However, both Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun were not looking too good. Especially Laozi, this formation was not broken by him, but rather he was helped by someone, and this person was about to appear. But that was not the most important part. The most important part was that he realized he had been schemed against. The fragments of the heavenly Tao were gone. Just now the fragments of the heavenly Tao exploded with tremendous power, directly breaking the formation. However, this attack did not distinguish between friend and foe, and even Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun were not spared suffering serious injuries. However, the injuries of the body could not compare to the pain in the heart. He initially thought it was just a transaction, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a scheme. He thought he could win this time, but he ended up losing completely. He initially believed he had studied the fragments of the heavenly Tao thoroughly, and was hopeful of breaking free from the saintly path, but now it seemed that what he had gained was merely what that person wanted him to know. He lost, utterly lost. Boom. The immense power instantly shattered the space of heaven and earth, shaking the east of the human race, toppling the earth, shattering mountains and rivers, and countless beings perished. Endless karma fell from the horizon, directly descending upon Laozi. Karma, like merit, is something that no one can refuse, especially karma, which can only be passively accepted. Laozi looked at the overwhelming karma deepening, and his expression turned even uglier to the point where he could no longer manage his expression. This showed just how furious Laozi was after being schemed against. Not only did he gain nothing, but he also ended up with a wave of karma. He felt like he could kill the other party. Since the fragment of the heavenly Tao came into his possession, it has belonged to him. Moreover, after such extensive research, his aura is the most prominent on the fragment, which has implicitly acknowledged him as its master. Now that the fragment of the heavenly Tao has exploded, causing such calamity, the resulting karma can only fall upon him. Although this explosion was not what he desired, the process and cause are irrelevant. What matters is the outcome. Perhaps this burden has been on him from the very beginning. Not only him, but even Yuan Shitianzun has been somewhat affected, though he bears the greater share of the blame, while Yuan Shitianzun bears the lesser. In contrast, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, who has never come into contact with the fragment of the heavenly Tao, has been spared from this disaster. Moreover, due to the existence of the Zhuxian sword formation, the power of the fragment has been significantly mitigated, making Tong Tian Jiao Zhu somewhat of a benefactor. Of course, as a participant in the battle, he cannot escape her. Thus, in the end, it balances out, merit and demerit counteracting each other. However, compared to him and Yuan Shitianzun, their situation is much better. On the other side, Jieyin and Zhuanti are watching him and Yuan Shitianzun's grim state, feeling a sense of shock and lingering fear. Had they not turned away from darkness and joined forces with him, these two brothers would likely also bear immense karma. Goodness, they still have a huge merit loan to repay over there. If they were to bear an immense karma on top of that, they wouldn't know how to survive. Indeed, he is clearly no match for that person and has been schemed against. However, while he and Yuan Shitianzun have been schemed against, Changsheng is not much better off. If all goes as expected, the explosion of the fragment is indeed a ploy by Hongjun. Once he and Yuan Shitianzun fail, this move will be employed. Saints battling, destroying countless in the Primordial Chaos concerns the safety of heaven and earth. With this reason, Hongjun's appearance is only natural. But now that Hongjun has appeared, does Changsheng still have a chance of victory? Not only Jieyin and Zhuanti are worried, but even Nu Hua is concerned. They invested in Changsheng because they believed in his future. If he could truly awaken humanity, they would have hope of breaking free from the path of saints. Not only Jieyin and Zhuanti are worried, but even Nu Hua is concerned. They invested in Changsheng because they believed in his future. If he could, yet when they looked at Changsheng they found his expression unchanged. Goodness, as the protagonist of the story facing such dire circumstances, Changsheng appears even more composed than they are. This makes them seem quite unstable. Could it be that Changsheng still has some hidden cards? They shook their heads again. After all, it is Hong Jun. Once he appears, any hidden cards are meaningless. In the entire Primordial Chaos, no one can rival Hong Jun, especially with the authority of the heavenly Tao in his hands. Changsheng is destined to lose. Fortunately, they seem to have done nothing in this great battle, merely observing. How could Hong Jun blame them? Thinking this way, it seems they have suffered no losses. So how is it? I treated you quite well, right? I knew that Tao Ancestor would definitely appear, so I didn't let you intervene. Could it be that Changsheng didn't let them intervene earlier, because he anticipated that Hong Jun still had hidden cards? Was he considering them? Why are they so unwilling to believe it? If true, then Changsheng would be terrifying, frightening them to the core. However, before they could say anything, Hong Jun had already completely descended. A figure sat majestically upon a cloud. This was also the first time Changsheng saw Hong Jun. To be honest, he was truly curious, but now that he looked closely, it seemed just an ordinary old man, except for that aura that forbade approach, and an ungraspable presence, which made Changsheng feel a bit odd. Is this the Tao Ancestor Hong Jun who reclines in the 9 heavens, and transforms into the essence of Hong Jun? Truly overwhelming pressure. What's this? Finally feeling the pressure. This time, even your master cannot protect you. You might as well choose a piece of auspicious land for yourself now. Changsheng looked beside him. Indeed, it was the scheming Zhuan-Ti. Especially at this moment, Zhuan-Ti seemed to distance himself from Changsheng, as if fearing to get splattered with blood. On the other side, upon seeing Hong Jun appear, Tong Tian had already put away the 4 swords of Zhuxian and stepped in front of Changsheng. He displayed his stance vividly. Even when facing Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, the most invincible existence in the Primordial Chaos, he would not abandon his disciple. Changsheng looked at Tong Tianjiao, his gaze softening further. He and Yuan Shi Tianzun remained at the place, fixated on that figure. Not only them, at this moment the entire Primordial Chaos was focused on Hong Jun. Even Tian Fu and the others who were preparing to enshrine the emperor in the imperial city halted briefly. However, it was only for a moment, as Changsheng had long instructed Tian Fu that regardless of what happens outside, they must not stop here. Seal? Upon hearing this voice, the leaders of various tribes were stunned. Such a commotion, are they not going to pay attention? Are they still continuing with the enshrinement? However, it doesn't matter, the enshrinement is important. We shall heed the seal. At this moment, Tian Fu wore a smile on his face. No matter what, the matters of the human race are unrelated to him, even if Hong Jun was involved. Boom. Just as Tian Fu was about to enshrine the emperor, thunder rumbled in the sky, startling the various tribes, as if to suggest that if they persisted something up. After 3,000 years of accumulated fortune, the imperial city is built. The Gaoyang tribe is foremost, and the position of the Green Emperor goes to Zhuan Su. All the tribes turned their gaze to Zhuan Su, the Green Emperor Zhuan Su. They were somewhat convinced after all he had emerged from the great battle, and even Xin Yuan and Shi Yu would not voice any objections. Boom. Thunder echoed in the sky, and storm clouds surged. This might, especially for Zhuan Su, was felt most acutely. It seemed to be warning him that if he dared to accept the seal, he would be met with annihilation. However, Zhuan Su would not heed such warnings. If you have the ability, just strike me down. Green Emperor Zhuan Su, I accept the seal. Boom. In that instant, boundless fortune enveloped him, and Zhuan Su unexpectedly broke through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. As Zhuan Su accepted the seal, a bolt of thunder descended, as if to tell them that to become the Green Emperor, one must undergo rigorous trials. Facing such thunder, Zhuan Su felt no fear in his heart. At the moment of accepting the seal, he felt as if something was awakening within him. Yes, it was the bloodline of the human race within him. The gaze of the entire human race focused on him, as if at this moment the entire human race was supporting him. With such backing, what is mere thunder? Boom. Thunder crashed down, and behind this thunder Zhuan Su seemed to see a pair of eyes, a pair of indifferent eyes. And those eyes seemed not to be looking at him, but at the human Tao behind him. Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor. With the sealing, it seemed that the human race felt the emergence of their first emperor, the Qing Emperor Zhuan Su. At this moment, the human race was filled with genuine, uncontrollable joy, and they could not help but shout loudly for the Qing Emperor. These shouts seemed to carry some kind of power gathering around Zhuan Su. Clearly, he was merely taking the opportunity to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet at this moment his aura was no less than that of a sage. As the thunder approached, the force comparable to a sage's strike fell upon Zhuan Su, yet it caused no harm at all. A white mist around Zhuan Su seemed to form a protective shield, easily blocking the thunder. It was the faith of the human Tao. Seeing this scene, Tianfu and others seemed to understand something, and the thoughts in their minds uplifted them. This was the foundation of their human race. Even without a great Luo Golden Immortal presiding, as long as they united they could possess power comparable to a great Luo Golden Immortal. After the thunder, seeing Zhuanqiu unharmed, the thunder seemed to become even angrier. The thunderclouds rolled more violently, and the thunderous winds roared, as if to converge into a pair of eyes. At this moment Tianfu had no more worries, and continued to seal the emperor. It was just a facade, they could not be harmed. He had thought Hongjun would intervene and directly annihilate them, but it seemed that it had to be within the rules. Then it was nothing to worry about. The Red Emperor, Zhu Xiang of the Five Emperors. Zhu Xiang's face was solemn. As the chieftain of the Liang tribe, he held great hopes for the imperial title, but the Liang tribe ranked only in the middle among the 36 major tribes, even failing to reach the upper echelon, and was somewhat weaker than other first-rate major tribes. However, with the support of the Phoenix tribe, the Liang tribe performed brilliantly this time. They first conquered the western territories. Although they suffered setbacks, the Fengya tribe, supported by the Spirit clan, was also damaged, and the Juli tribe, led by Qiyu, was severely injured in the east, nearly losing everything. Therefore, upon returning to the south, the Liang tribe became the largest tribe. Moreover, within his tribe was a winged immortal, the brother of the Phoenix tribe chief Kong Xian, who was a disciple of the Jiejiao, and a junior of the Four Ancestors. It was said that his relationship with the Four Ancestors was exceptionally good, which brought their ties. Moreover, within his tribe was a winged immortal, the brother of the Phoenix tribe chief Kong Xian, who was a disciple of the Jiejiao, and a junior of the Four Ancestors. It was said that his relationship with the Four Ancestors was exceptionally good, which brought their ties closer. Look here, he was directly named the Red Emperor among the Five Emperors, bringing glory to his ancestors. Red Emperor Zhu Xiang is sealed. Zhu Xiang stepped forward, and his originally red face showed no signs of agitation. As the fortune gathered, Zhu Xiang, like Zhuanqiu, broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Red Emperor. Red Emperor. Under the leadership of the Liang tribe's people, the multitude of the human race also showed no favoritism and offered their voices to Zhu Xiang. Boom. The thunder gathered and could no longer be restrained, crashing down with even greater force than the previous strike against Zhuanqiu. Yet Zhu Xiang was unafraid, stepping forward to meet the thunder. Zhu Xiang, with a fiery and impulsive nature, was deeply loved by his tribe's people, often acting with passion and fire. On the battlefield, he always led from the front. Now faced with the thunder, he remained resolute, not thinking of passively enduring, but rather proactively facing it. The multitude of the human race cheered continuously. This was their Red Emperor. The human race had become accustomed to relentless self-improvement, unafraid of divine might or human calamities. Their resilience and bravery in the face of difficulties seemed to be ingrained in their very bones. Zhuanqiu looked at the Red Emperor, Zhu Xiang. He originally intended to help, but seeing Zhu Xiang's heroic spirit, he realized there was no need for him to intervene. If he did, Zhu Xiang might even take offense. Boom. As the thunder fell, Zhu Xiang's advancing figure was abruptly halted, and was even severely struck down from the sky, looking quite tragic. However, before hitting the ground, he steadied himself. The red imperial robe made of phoenix feathers remained intact, appearing even more majestic. Zhu Xiang stood proudly gazing at the heavens. The multitude of the human race looked at such a Red Emperor, their hearts filled with excitement. Red Emperor. Red Emperor. Good. Even Tianfu couldn't help but cheer. However, the thunder seemed to sense it as a provocation and became even more intense. On the other side, Changxing and others were watching the scene occurring in the human royal city, but they only divided a portion of their attention. Most of it remained focused on. Changxing felt as if he was being locked onto. Indeed, he was locked onto by Hongjun. Although Hongjun was constrained by the heavenly Tao and could not cause trouble in the primordial chaos, he likely understood Changxing's actions, thoroughly knowing that today's events were likely all instigated by Changxing. Moreover, the aura of the human Tao around Changxing was exceedingly dense. At this moment, Changxing was the embodiment of the human Tao. Furthermore, with the sealing of the two emperors, Changxing's fortune unexpectedly surged significantly, enhancing his insights into the path of destiny. Nearby, Jane and Zhuanti clearly saw a profound river flowing behind Changxing, the river of destiny. Yes, as Changxing's understanding of the path of destiny deepened, he seemed to have gained the recognition of the river of destiny spontaneously emerging to protect him in times of intense threat, even daring to display its might against the heavenly Tao. Both Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun had grim expressions. They wanted to rush up and kill Hongjun. After all, being played like this left a sour feeling in their hearts. Their hatred for Hongjun would always exceed their hatred for Changxing, because he was the one who ruined their lives. Especially Laozi, who thought he had turned the tables only to find himself in one pit after another. After so much failure, even someone as composed as he, however, feeling the seemingly insurmountable gap between the two sides, the rational Laozi returned to his senses. He knew he had lost thoroughly. Hong Jun controlled the entire situation without a single mistake, and in the future, he would probably have to continue lurking waiting for the right opportunity. Laozi secretly suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He had been regretting since the day he achieved sanctity, but only today did he make his first act of resistance, demonstrating just how much he could endure. Then why not wait for a few more calamities? Yuan Shi Tianzun was not as furious as Laozi. Initially, he had not harbored many expectations, merely testing the waters, and indeed lost. However, his gaze fell upon Changsheng and Tong Tian. He felt it wasn't a complete loss, and after all there was still a glimmer of hope. Especially with Changsheng's perpetually calm demeanor. Although he didn't know if Changsheng truly had some hidden trump card, Yuan Shi Tianzun found himself somewhat believing in this disciple. What if Changsheng succeeded? He was after all Changsheng's close master uncle, he couldn't just abandon him. Moreover, he understood Tong Tian. Despite their constant clashes, if there truly was a chance for him to break free from the path of sanctity, Tong Tian would definitely not forget him. This is brotherhood. Yuan Shi Tianzun silently encouraged himself, filled with many hopes. However, at this moment none dared to act, as they could only speculate that the heavenly Tao had limitations on Hong Jun, but what if it didn't? They could easily be extinguished. In the end, Hong Jun did not strike at Changsheng, but turned his gaze towards Laozi. Taiching, you instigated a great war on your own, destroying countless in the Hongwan. Such karma cannot go unpunished. You are to be confined outside the chaos for a calamity cycle, and cannot emerge. What? Laozi's eyes narrowed. He never expected that Hong Jun would strike at him first. Indeed, it was survival of the fittest. This was essentially him doing Hong Jun a favor, but in the end it backfired, and instead of regaining his honor, he was first dealt with. His heart seethed with deep resentment, yet he dared not speak out at this moment. After all, the boundless karma was upon him, and he was struggling to suppress it. If he were to give Hong Jun an excuse to act, he would truly face death. Disciple accepts the command. Then Hong Jun turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun, about to say something, but Yuan Shi Tianzun reacted too quickly and stepped forward. Master, please allow me to explain. I was completely misled by Taiching, which led to such a grave mistake. That strike was entirely initiated by Taiching and had nothing to do with me. Had I known Taiching would commit such an evil act, I would never have followed him. Having followed Taiching this time, I already regret it, but I only thought to mediate the conflict between Taiching and Shangqing at a critical moment. His situation evokes sympathy. I ask Master for leniency in handling this matter. Good gracious. This move left Changsheng wide-eyed. Yuan Shi, you are truly remarkable. At this moment Taiching almost couldn't hold back. If not for Hong Jun being present, Laozi might have wanted to eliminate Yuan Shi right away. Selling out your big brother at a critical moment. This was something only you, Yuan Shi, could do. Yuan Shi, however, did not think too much of better to lose one than two. If he were also confined to the chaos, how easy would it be for them to control him? In that chaotic place, while the heavenly Tao's influence maybe weakened, Hong Jun's freedom was indeed high. He couldn't imagine what kind of ending awaited him after entering chaos. Thus he had to save himself. In any case, Laozi was already like that, as stepping on him again wouldn't matter. At worst, he would leave the path of sanctity in the future and come to rescue him. Shangqing, however, showed a sorrowful expression. There would be no more Sanqing in this world. On the contrary, Jane and Juanti appeared somewhat pleased. Regardless of whether this worked or not, there would no longer be an opportunity for the Sanqing to unite. Their plastic brotherhood had already fractured, and henceforth no one could resist their plans in the west. They would jointly depart from Ling Mountain, with one dragging Tong Tian and the other plotting great affairs. After all, Tong Tian certainly couldn't defeat them. Not a bad outcome. They hadn't even made a move this time. Looking at it this way, they actually were the ultimate beneficiaries. Niwa can't see me. Not knowing if it was Changsheng's illusion, it seemed that Hong Jun hesitated for a second because of Yuan Shi Tianzun's performance. You are confined to Kunlun Mountain for 10,000. Disciple accepts punishment. Yuan Shi Tianzun calmly returned to his previous position. At that moment, Changsheng felt that these saints seemed to be just ordinary people. Tilting his head to look at Jane and Juanti. You two, it's time for you to take action. Jane and Juanti were taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly retreated even further. Take action. Who would they take action against? Are they crazy? Take action against Hong Jun. What? Is Ling Mountain uncomfortable? Or is Hong Huang uninhabitable? Or do they wish to endure the suffering of reincarnation? Even if Changsheng were to reveal everything now, they would not be on the same side as him. Changsheng looked at the two of them, feeling somewhat speechless. They were unreliable. He then turned to Niwa, but to his surprise Niwa seemed to sense something in advance, and fled even further than Jane and Juanti. Only Tong Tian remained steadfastly in front of him. Master, Changsheng, don't cause trouble. Preserve your useful self and plan for the future. Good gracious, it turns out even Tong Tian had no confidence in Changsheng. At this moment Hong Jun had already fixed his gaze on Tong Tian. Tong Tian, you. Hong Jun would not let Tong Tian off. Although Tong Tian bore the least karma this time, he was indeed Changsheng's backing. Finding a pretext to confine Tong Tian to the chaos would make it easy to manipulate Changsheng later. However, before Hong Jun could finish, he was interrupted by Changsheng. Dao Ancestor, I am willing to atone for my master. Tong Tian and the others looked at Changsheng bewildered. Is he crazy? The Dao Ancestor must be looking for an excuse to deal with Changsheng, and yet Changsheng voluntarily offered himself up for Hong Jun to strike. However, in the next moment, they were completely baffled by Changsheng's unexpected move. They saw Changsheng bowing to Zhen Yuanzi beside him. Thank you for your trouble, Dao brother. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled and descended directly onto the beleaguered human race's eastern lands. The Wuzhuang temple unfolded, and the energy of the earth veins stabilized significantly. Everyone marveled at Zhen Yuanzi's astounding ability to organize the earth veins. Zhen Yuanzi is incredibly powerful, worthy of being the owner of the earth scriptures, the embodiment of the earth element, the hardest man in Hongwan. They seemed to understand what Changsheng meant by atoning for Tong Tian. Yet for Zhen Yuanzi alone, how many lifetimes would it take to properly organize the eastern earth veins? The damage this time was too severe. If Zhen Yuanzi didn't finish his work, soon the earth veins would be ruined, and the east would continue to collapse. It must be known that the two saints from the west, Jin and Zhuanti, had worked hard for so long just to maintain the balance. Although Zhen Yuanzi's methods were strange, he seemed to have considerable insight into organizing the earth veins, but could he surpass the combined powers of the two great saints? However, they soon realized that Changsheng truly did not fight without preparation. Countless figures began to appear. Mountain gods, water gods, earth gods, and day and night wanderers. If that is the case, they might still be able to accept it. Know the sins created by your master, why should they help with that? They almost fell into the trap. If they go along with it, it would mean assisting the heavenly master. That is all merit. Are you sure you won't take it? It's just that my celestial beings cannot digest such a large piece at the moment, otherwise I would not be able to offer it to you. Right, merit. The figures of Jane and Zhuanti shone with excitement. Merit was something they had long sought after. After all, enhancing cultivation requires merit, which is indeed a good thing. It seems that Changsheng has lost in the battle against Hongjuan, and with the subsequent awakening of humanity, it appears he cannot expect to break free from the sacred path. It might be better to gather some tangible benefits and accumulate merit. So step aside, let me handle this. Changsheng looked at Jane and Zhuanti, who were also sorting out the earth veins, and smiled. This scene should resemble the time when the Buzhou mountain collapsed, the river of heaven flowed backward, and the six saints mended the sky to save all beings. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, he had not arrived at that time. If Tong Tian had not deceived him, it seemed that after they patched up the whole Hong, if the earth veins are sorted out and all beings are once again at peace, does that mean Hong Jun should also leave? Changsheng's gaze turned to Hong Jun, his eyes flickering, wanting to see when Hong Jun would depart. However, at that glance, he found that Hong Jun was also looking at him. For some reason, Changsheng always felt that it was a gaze that saw through the dead. Speaking of which, could it be that the Dao Ancestor really intends to confront him directly, or does the Dao Ancestor look at everyone with such eyes? It must be the latter, Changsheng told himself. After all, the Dao Ancestor had already merged with the Dao, and his eyes, cold and emotionless, could be understood as such. Doesn't it seem like he is looking at the dead? Their eyes just happened to meet. The White Emperor of the Five Emperors, Jinyu. This is the leader of the Poplar tribe, supported by the Western Church. The Poplar tribe was able to withstand attacks from the Phoenix ethnicity and the Spirit ethnicity, thanks to the support of the Western Church. However, on the tribal level, Jinyu leading the tribe to cope with various major tribes should not be overlooked. This person's ability is certainly not inferior to Zhuanxu and Zhuxiang. The White Emperor Jinyu is granted a title. Another bolt of lightning struck down, but unlike Zhuanxu, who faced it heat, and Jinyu stood there unconcerned, as if the thunder was not directed at him. White Emperor! White Emperor! Countless people were calling out, seemingly trying to awaken Jinyu, telling him it was time to defend. Yet Jinyu demonstrated through action what it meant to respond to change with a steadfast resolve to remain unmoving against the thunder. At the moment the thunder approached, Jinyu's aura suddenly erupted. Like Zhuanxu and Zhuxiang, Jinyu broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal upon receiving his title. The faith and fortune of the human race were bestowed upon him at this moment. In terms of strength, Jinyu was not inferior to Zhuanxu and Zhuxiang. The might of the thunder was more formidable, yet as the imperial titles increased, the fortune of the human race surged, making Jinyu's strength even more robust. In the face of this thunderous strike, Jinyu appeared unscathed except for his hair, which was lost. A layer of golden light slowly faded away, and the fleeting aura grew weak, seemingly indicating to them that Jinyu's resistance, this time, was not as easy as it appeared on the surface. Having received support from the Western Church, Jinyu not only had disciples of the Western Church assisting him, but also gained access to some Western church techniques and scriptures. Jinyu recalled the teachings of the four ancestors. The methods do not distinguish between sects, and martial arts should be inclusive. Jinyu took martial arts as his foundation, integrating the techniques of the Western church. At this moment his martial path was essentially a fusion of the methods of the Western church and martial arts. What he comprehended emphasized being immovable like a mountain and striking like thunder. With full defense one could inflict devastating damage. Facing the heavenly thunder, Jinyu was confident in completely withstanding it. Hongjun's gaze was cold as he observed the situation. It seemed he had come to preside over a fair outcome, but in truth in his eyes the entire primordial chaos was distinctly divided. Behind him was the boundless fortune of the Tao. Originally this fortune should have covered the entire primordial chaos with its grandeur, but with the appearance of Changsheng that fortune began to show cracks. Until today Changsheng actually seemed to have the meaning of standing against him. Centered around the river of destiny behind Changsheng, the fortunes of humanity and earth were all bestowed upon him. Although Hongjun still held an advantage if the primordial chaos were divided into 10 portions, Changsheng had already taken 3. Moreover, as the 5 emperors were granted titles, the fortune behind Changsheng was growing more numerous. This was still only the support of the human race among the 6. Originally Hongjun thought that after coming out with a little cost he could suppress Changsheng. However, the current situation told him that with Changsheng being bolstered by such fortune, if he truly disregarded the constraints of the Tao and directly killed Changsheng, the backlash might lead him to a complete defeat in his contest against the Tao. From then on he would truly only be able to dissipate into consciousness, becoming merely a representative of the Tao. How infuriating. Do you think Hongjun is so powerless that he can only watch as the human race crowns an emperor? No, the current Hongjun is in a predicament to fight against Changsheng. Don't be ridiculous. Who is Hongjun and who is Changsheng? How can porcelain compare to stone in hardness? At this moment Hongjun could finally realize how troublesome Changsheng was. Looking at the 6 saints under his command, 4 of them were actually sorting out the Eastern Earth veins, mending the damage caused by the heavenly Tao fragments. Did these guys even realize that if this continued, he would not be able to stay much longer? Wait, another one has joined. Yuanshi Tianzuan has also stepped in. If Jane and Zhuan Ti had not noticed it at first, now they were in a state of panic, for they had realized the situation. The damage to the primordial chaos caused by the heavenly Tao fragments along with the saints' intervention had alarmed the Tao, prompting Hongjun to act. Now Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian are essentially set to intervene. If the Eastern Earth veins were resolved by them eliminating the crisis, wouldn't that mean Hongjun no longer had a reason to stay? This was not just about gaining some merit, they were inexplicably standing on Changsheng's side. What a plight. He has been played by Changsheng. At this moment Jane and Zhuan Ti felt as if they had been pecked in the eye by an eagle after chasing it all day. Hongjun's gaze upon them made them feel like needles were pricking their backs. However, now that they had acted, could Hongjun still trust them if they wanted to backtrack? Thus Jane and Zhuan Ti quickened their pace. Yes, the main point was to hasten Hongjun's departure. Once he was gone there would be safety. In their hearts they were even more in awe of Changsheng. They had originally thought that strength was paramount in the primordial chaos, but now they realized that the application of rules could be even more effective than sheer strength. Even they seemed to have submitted to the laws, unwillingly working for Changsheng. What a fine carp, how did it grow a brain? Ah, the rebellious disciple. Hongjun truly wishes to crush these disciples. It would be tolerable if they did not assist him, but instead they collude with outsiders to drive him away. Most importantly, he cannot voice any objections, for after all the heavenly Tao is responsible for maintaining the safety of the primordial era. Now the 5 saints are also engaged in safeguarding the primordial era, accumulating merits primarily by adhering to the heavenly Tao. His gaze fell upon Changsheng. This fellow has thoroughly researched the rules of the primordial era. Hongjun has never found anyone so troublesome. Even the former demon ancestor Laho, or that who had already achieved the status of a Hunyuan Daiyuo Jinshin Yang Mei, or even those who aspired to achieve such status had been plotted against by him, leading to the likes of the 3 pure ones among the 6 saints. In the past he manipulated them effortlessly, also applying the rules of the primordial era to his advantage, but it required a substantial amount of hard power which he possessed. After all, he was the strongest in the primordial era. However, Changsheng taught him a lesson. Such a seemingly insignificant Hunyuan Jingxian could actually compel him into such a predicament today, solely through the application of the rules. Moreover, as time passes his situation becomes increasingly dire. The 5 emperors are still receiving their titles in order, and the aura of humanity is growing ever stronger. At this rate the awakening of humanity seems to be right around the corner. When that time comes, Hongjun will have even less recourse. It is as if the flourishing of the human race and the awakening of humanity are both in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Isn't conforming to the heavenly Tao essentially complying with it? The detestable heavenly Tao, you should control the primordial era, govern humanity and the earth, and keep them all underfoot rather than allowing these threats to linger. It's utterly infuriating. If the heavenly Tao refuses to act, he can certainly take matters into his own hands. However, the heavenly Tao hinders him, preventing him from doing anything, and he cannot hope to leverage the power and authority of the heavenly Tao. Now that he has united with the Tao, if he cannot harness the power and authority of the heavenly Tao, his own strength might only amount to that of a saint. As time flows on, not only does humanity begin to awaken, but others also start to perceive something. Do you really think that Yuan Shi Tianzuan is helping to sort out the veins of the earth for the sake of those merits, or out of deep brotherhood with Tongtian? It is merely that he sees Hong Jun constrained by the rules, unable to act, and is thus eager to send him away. Moreover, as time continues to pass, it is likely that even the earth will begin to stir. The decline is already showing. Changsheng looked at Hong Jun before him, feeling increasingly at ease. Good, this Hong Jun has truly lost his grip. In fact, Changsheng did not completely consider all aspects. For instance, this time, he seemed to have overestimated Hong Jun. In reality, as he does these things, the primordial era grows stronger, and the heavenly Tao represents the primordial era. With the primordial era strong, the heavenly Tao is strong, and the stronger the heavenly Tao becomes, the weaker Hong Jun's advantage in the contest for power becomes. This means that now Hong Jun is even more constrained by the heavenly Tao. Hong, who says the primordial era only knows of fighting and killing. The primordial era respects strength above all. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun cannot be considered as one entity, but rather two. Hong Jun is his enemy, but the heavenly Tao is different. Now Changsheng looks upon the heavenly Tao with increasing fondness. It is his support, his backing. If he secures this backing, continually catering to it, and seeking its favor, he will have already established himself in an invincible position. All beings of the primordial era believe that the heavenly Tao has chosen Hong Jun to be a spokesperson facilitating the handling of great matters in the primordial era, and because Hong Jun is selfless, he has been chosen. But in reality, in Changsheng's view, it is actually that Hong Jun fought against the demon ancestor Lao, sustaining severe injuries, and aspired to break through to Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian, but could not. Since Hong Jun was the greatest beneficiary of the Tao magic war, bearing countless merits, as long as he absorbs these merits, he can achieve sanctification. Thus, in order to become the strongest in the primordial era, the first being to break through to the saint realm, or Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian, Hong Jun could not resist the temptation and directly absorb the merits to become a saint. However, after achieving sanctification, Hong Jun began to regret. After becoming a saint, he was bound to the primordial era. Henceforth, he could only act under the constraints of the rules of the heavenly Tao. Having grown accustomed to controlling everything, how could Hong Jun be willing to accept this, even if the supreme authority above him is the heavenly Tao? Since he can only act according to the heavenly Tao, he might as well voluntarily join the heavenly Tao and transform himself into the heavenly Tao. Thus Hong Jun actively united with the Tao, filled with extreme confidence that he could control the heavenly Tao, become the heavenly Tao of the primordial era, and dominate a realm, which might lead him down a path even more promising than the In an instant, Hong Jun became even more excited, even if it is a dead end, and he aims to traverse it as a grand thoroughfare. Originally, Hong Jun thought that uniting with the Tao would be quite difficult. Thus he delivered lectures thrice, becoming the teacher of all beings, drawing upon the aura of heaven and earth to continually enhance himself. However, when he truly united with the Tao, he discovered that it was not difficult at all. He united in an instant, yet with the unification, Hong Jun realized that in the struggle for power against the heavenly Tao, he was truly too weak. At this moment, Hong Jun comprehended one thing: he plotted against the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao regarded him as a child, not placing him in any regard. To the heavenly Tao, perhaps his unification was not a threat at all. It was never prepared to prevent his unification. And for the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun increasingly resembled a quagmire. Escape was impossible, and capturing him was no easy task. Thus it led to Hong Jun's various schemes, such as the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, merely to harm the primordial era, weaken the power of the heavenly Tao, and enable himself to gain more advantages in the struggle against the heavenly Tao. If everything goes as expected, in order to control the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun will continue step by step to undermine the primordial era. If he cannot seize the heavenly Tao, it is likely that one day Hong Jun will gradually guide the primordial era towards the end of the law, causing the heavenly Tao to weaken further. As long as he can control the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun will not care about the fate of the primordial era or its beings. In fact, Hong Jun has already fallen into the path of demons, standing in opposition to the primordial era. In contrast, Changsheng has been enhancing the foundation of the primordial era all along, contributing to its prosperity. Compared to Hong Jun, he is simply the savior of the primordial era, the destined protagonist. Whether according to the script, or in reality this great demon King Hongjuan is destined to be eliminated by him the protagonist, whom with a clear mindset Changxing feels increasingly confident. A great demon king merely confined in a cage by the big boss. What does it matter how powerful the Black Emperor Qi Yu of the Five Emperors? Qi Yu, at this moment facing the decree Qi Yu, is also filled with joy after all the twists and turns he has indeed secured this imperial position. Hudu has already informed Qi Yu about her transaction with Changxing. At this moment Qi Yu realizes that seizing the imperial position does not seem so difficult, he had overthought it. It turns out he merely needed to join Changxing's camp. The human race truly knows how to play. Why didn't you say so earlier? Even if you had, as a dignified member of the Witch clan, he would never bow to the oppressive might of the four ancestors of the human race. As for now, Qi Yu stated that he was merely following the words of the ancestor Witch Hu. His own ancestor, which was clearly farsighted, and he was only collaborating with Changxing, not submitting. Thus, after a round of self-counseling, Qi Yu found it much easier to accept. He stepped forward. Black Emperor Qi Yu, I accept the decree. Another bolt of thunder descended, its power even more formidable, yet Qi Yu faced it without fear. After all, he was Qi Yu, once a figure of the ancestor Witch level after Huda's reincarnation, who had fought countless battles. What was mere thunder to him, even if it was near the realm of the holy? Moreover, he had the support of the human race's great fortune. Black Emperor. Although the Jiejiao tribe was half human and half, which most humans were unaware of this fact. Even if they did know, the human race wouldn't mind, as the Witch clan was fundamentally different from the Demon clan, with limited enmity. Furthermore, since they were half human and half, which had indicated that the Witch clan had willingly integrated into the human race, which was a tolerant and inclusive group. In fact, it wasn't just the Witch clan. Over the past 3,000 years, all the tribes of the primordial wilderness had made arrangements with the human race. It wasn't merely about strength. Many had begun to intermarry with the humans, so now it wasn't just half human and half, which among the human race. There were plenty who were half human and half spirit. Therefore, the human race wouldn't harbor any discrimination against the Jiejiao tribe as long as they adhered to the principles of the human race. They would all be good brothers. As the cheers rang out, Qi Yu felt his strength surge, gazing fearlessly at the oncoming thunder. Even Zhu Xiang dared to face the thunder directly and charge forward, so Qi Yu wouldn't fall short. He stepped forward, his body beginning to swell immensely, making the unmatched might of the thunder appear diminutive in comparison. Qi Yu even reached out to grasp the bolt of thunder. How should I put it? The scene resembled attempting to catch a small snake, and this moment only amplified the cheers from the human spectators. Who could refuse such a formidable Black Emperor? Boom. The thunder pierced through him, and Qi Yu felt a wave of intense discomfort, staggering back a few steps. Had it not been for his willpower, he would have collapsed to his knees, or even fallen flat. However, thinking of the thousands of tribesmen behind him and hearing their shouts, Qi Yu absolutely refused to fall before them, silently reminding himself that he must not disappoint them. Not only the tribesmen of the Jiejiao tribe, but also those from other tribes. Indeed, looking at the tribesmen who were cheering for him, Qi Yu suddenly realized that the boundary within his heart was not as clear-cut as he thought. These humans were truly endearing. Black Emperor. As they watched Qi Yu fend off the thunder, the cheers from the humans grew louder, and this chorus of shouts dissipated much of the resentment within Kai's heart. At this moment, many Jiejiao tribe members embraced the members of other tribes, relishing this rare occasion, forgetting that they had once been enemies on the battlefield. With the Black Emperor assuming his position, Changxing felt the fortune within him strengthen significantly. Instinctively closing his eyes, and then reopening them, Changxing felt that one of the pieces seemed to no longer belong to him. It was the human Tao which had finally awakened a trace. With the human race bestowing titles upon the four emperors, all spirits converged upon the human race, and at this moment the fortune of the myriad spirits of the primordial wilderness gathered like never before. Under such immense fortune, the human Tao finally awakened a hint. As the chosen representative of the human Tao, this trace of human Tao consciousness fell upon Changxing. However, Changxing had not yet merged with the Tao, so the human Tao could only assert its authority through Changxing's eyes. Yet even this hint nearly made the six saints leap up in shock. At this moment, those arranging the earth veins, such as Jin and Junti, looked towards Changxing, confirming that they had not misperceived. After all, at this very moment, the aura emanating from Changxing was undeniably present. That aura, surpassing the holy realm comparable to Hongjuan, left them somewhat astounded. This was the aura of the human Tao. Was the human Tao about to... At this moment, Jane, Junti, and the others could not help but feel some excitement. After all, if the human Tao truly awakened, they could continue to fulfill their prior agreements. Although it would not guarantee their complete escape from the holy path, there would at least be hope. Wait, it seems it hasn't fully awakened yet. Tong Tian suddenly spoke, and the others paused in their smiles. Indeed, this was merely the decree of the four emperors. Even if it were the decree of the 5 emperors, the human Tao likely could not fully awaken. Moreover, considering the current situation, if a trace had awakened, then full awakening was not without hope. The most important thing is Hongjuan, you are not invincible. Looking at Hongjuan, the fear that had once been etched in their hearts had diminished considerably. Previously, Hongjuan had been an invincible presence in their minds, and they had not even conceived of the idea of opposing him. Even Taijing was willing to leap into Hongjuan's trap rather than gamble on Changxing. However, after this incident, they discovered something: as long as they utilized the rules wisely, even someone like Changxing, a primordial golden immortal, could rile Hongjuan up. It was simply unbelievable, yet Changxing had accomplished it. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Changxing held more bargaining chips. But if Changxing could achieve this, then what could they not achieve? Previously, they had thought they were limited by the heavenly Tao completely under Hongjuan's control. But now they realized they had been mistaken. The heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao, and Hongjuan is Hongjuan. As long as they did not act harmfully to the primordial wilderness or the heavenly Tao, like Taijing, who simply blew up the east of the primordial wilderness, then as long as they played by the rules, the heavenly Tao would not take issue with them. Even if they could not completely escape the holy path, they could still remain stable as saints. With this thought, their hearts felt even more relaxed. At this moment, they found themselves silently cheering for Changxing. However, this hint of the human Tao's authority seemed to have genuinely provoked Hongjuan. At this moment, Hongjuan's gaze became more animated, no longer as indifferent as before. That trace of anger made even Changxing's heart tremble. Is Hongjuan about to get serious? Changxing warily prepared himself, while across from him, Hongjuan truly struck with a palm at this moment. This blow caught Changxing off guard, akin to the Buddha's 5 fingers pressing down on a monkey. Changxing was certain that even with a hint of authority in the mortal realm, he would still be struck down with a single palm. But could Hongjuan truly take action? No, it was not Hongjuan who would act, it was the heavenly Tao that intended to intervene. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity all operate independently, yet there is a hierarchy among them. The heavenly Tao emerged first, likely to assert its dominance over the mortal realm. It was akin to a younger brother born later, yet insisting on being the elder. Typically, the elder brother would suppress such behavior. Hongjuan seemed to seize this opportunity, finally gaining a chance to act. The heavenly Tao surely wished to assert its status as the elder and would not truly strike with lethal force. However, Hongjuan was different. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would undoubtedly strike to kill. Just then another figure appeared. Changxing looked over and saw Hutu. Hutu stood firmly beside Changxing, exuding an aura of the earth Tao that was far more potent than Changxing's mere hint of authority from the mortal realm. Of course, compared to the current might of the heavenly Tao, it still fell short. Changxing looked at Hutu in front of him and couldn't help but smile. This Black Emperor was not without merit, or look, he had brought a return on investment. However, Hutu's appearance only served to amplify the power of the heavenly Tao. The second brother supporting the third brother against the elder would only provoke greater anger from the elder. Nevertheless, Changxing did not blame Hutu. If Hutu were more cunning, he wouldn't still be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, Changxing was not overly worried. After all, he was well versed in the path of fate and had a clear sense of his own destiny. At present, he did not feel any imminent danger. Within the peril, there was still a glimmer of hope. Boom. A palm descended, sending both Changxing and Hutu flying. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, unmatched by humanity or earth. If it was merely a declaration of authority, this would suffice. However, Hongjuan seemed to capitalize on the momentum and press down even harder. Just then a branch fell from above, directly blocking Hongjuan. A turning point. This was indeed a turning point. Changxing sprawled on the ground, and looking quite disheveled, couldn't help but smile again upon seeing the branch that had blocked Hongjuan. Fate had never deceived him. Indeed, a turning point had truly appeared. However, regarding this branch, Changxing suddenly had a suspicion. In the Primordial Chaos, perhaps only that person could halt Hongjuan. Nonetheless, that person did not reveal themselves. The branch landed, and the aura it held dissipated, appearing to be just an ordinary branch. Changxing picked up the branch and looked at Hongjuan. At that moment, Hongjuan had regained his cold demeanor, but his gaze upon the branch was filled with unwillingness. He longed to strike again, yet the opportunity given by the heavenly Tao had vanished, and he no longer possessed the ability to act, unless he took a risk. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan of the 5 emperors. The human side had finally reached the 5th emperor, Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan takes the throne. Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor. At this moment, Yellow Emperor Xianyuan was perhaps the most renowned figure among the humans, even eclipsing Xuanxu. After all, before ascending to the throne of the heavenly court, Xianyuan was already seen as a significant threat to it, highly regarded by the elders of various human clans. Moreover, he later monopolized the northern region of humanity, his power at its peak. Most importantly, regarding the issue with the Chan sect, the elders of the human clans recognized Xuanyuan's humanity. The Yellow Emperor Xinyuan was truly deserving of his title. At this moment, the people of humanity began to shout his name with utmost sincerity, their voices the loudest. As thunder rumbled down, it was cleaved apart by Xuanyuan's sword. The 5 emperors stood together, the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earth's sovereign Pajuan, and the human sovereign Tianfu, now standing atop the imperial city of humanity. With the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in place, the fortunes of humanity reached their zenith at this moment. Changxing, who had originally been pressed to the ground by a palm, now felt an improvement in his condition and stood up once again, facing Hongjun from a distance. The eye that signified the authority of the mortal realm sparkled even more vibrantly. Changxing could feel that the process of awakening the mortal realm was accelerating. However, something still seemed to be missing. He knew what was lacking. The awakening of the mortal realm required the unity of all spirits, not just humanity. Changxing stepped onto the imperial city. Behind him were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity, but they were not solely the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity. The disciples of the Jiejiao Sect stood closely with Changxing, followed closely by the celestial beings of the heavenly court. The Phoenix clan, led by Kong Xian, and the feathered winged immortal also joined in, followed by the 9 phoenixes, who brought the witch clan to stand with Changxing. Furthermore, the myriad spirits who had conspired for humanity saw the massive support Changxing had gathered and quickly joined in. In the end, it seemed that all the myriad spirits of the Primordial Chaos recognized Changxing. At this moment, he was the true representative of the mortal realm. At this moment, the fortunes of the mortal realm were unprecedentedly condensed. The combined fortunes of the myriad spirits gathered, and Changxing could feel that the awakening of the mortal realm had finally completed the last piece of the puzzle. Changxing infused the mortal realm's fortunes from the 6 paths into it, causing the fortunes of the mortal realm to surge. The consciousness of the mortal realm awakened, entering a fast track. So this is the fortune of the mortal realm. Not just fortunes, but also fate. Not only was the awakening of the mortal realm entering a fast track, but Changxing's comprehension of fate had also entered a fast track. After all the effort and dedication, Changxing sought not only the awakening of the mortal realm and its fortunes, at this moment the entirety of the authority of the mortal realm was bestowed upon Changxing. Even if he did nothing but leverage the height of the mortal realm to comprehend it, it would still greatly benefit him. 50%, 60%, 70%. Until the moment the mortal realm completely awakened, Changxing's understanding of the path of fate had astonishingly reached 99%, just a hair's breadth away from attaining the Tao. However, at this moment the mortal realm had awakened, and he needed to make his own choice. Should he merge with the Tao like Hongjuan, or simply be a representative allowing the mortal realm to have some control over him, or should he abandon it all? A figure emerged from Changxing. Xinyuan greets the true self. Xinyuan. Changxing, hearing this name, felt a wave of nostalgia. It was his name from his past life, one he had nearly forgotten after so long in this world. In dividing for the purpose of propriety, Changxing had comprehended the divine ability of separation. However, at that time this ability was not yet mature. Until today, he had finally perfected this divine ability. Changxing named this divine ability the 3 lives of fate. Xuanli is the future self, Xinyuan is the past self, and Changxing is the present self. After finally awakening the mortal realm, Changxing felt it would be a waste to abandon it now. Then let his past self, this pure human, continue to be the representative of the mortal realm. Being a spokesperson for the human Tao, possessing a measure of authority over it, seems rather appealing. The human Tao maintains the operation of all beings, overseeing the myriad races. The weight of such authority should never be underestimated. Once Xinyuan becomes the spokesperson for the human Tao, even if Hongjun wishes to act afterward, Changxing will have some ability to respond. After all, from this day forth this game is over. It won't be easy for Changxing to orchestrate such a scenario in a short time. Most of the reason he can confront Hongjun today is due to the support of the human Tao. If he were to abandon the identity of the human Tao spokesperson, when Changxing faces Hongjun again, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, in Hongjun's eyes there isn't much difference between Changxing at the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Changxing in the midstage. Ordinarily the human Tao wouldn't even acknowledge Changxing's avatar, but this time, due to the awakening of the human Tao, Changxing's contributions are immense. The human Tao would not hesitate to grant him some authority, as it remains under their control. Just as the heavenly Tao does not perceive Hongjun as a significant threat, the human Tao does not consider Changxing to pose any threat either. Thus, even if it is merely an avatar, with the human Tao having just awakened, and with Changxing's support, it is evidently easier to control all beings. Therefore, the moment Xun Yuan chose to align with the Tao, there was not a hint of obstruction. He succeeded directly. Hongjun watched this scene with an increasingly cold gaze. However, at this moment the earth veins destroyed by the explosion of the heavenly Tao fragments in the east had already been mostly restored. Any further actions Hong Jun wished to take, or any delay, were now impossible. We honor the Tao ancestor. It should be noted that at this moment all beings in the Hongwang realm were watching this scene, eager to see what Tao ancestor Hong Jun would do next. The 6 saints were closely observing, hoping to see if Hong Jun would act impulsively. However, at this moment a voice resonated through the heavens and the earth, prompting everyone to look over and realize that the source of the voice was none other than... Immediately, everyone understood. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the human race stood behind Chang Sheng, silently bowing. We honor the Tao ancestor. Seeing that the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns had acted this way, especially led by the 4th ancestor Chang Sheng, there was nothing more to say. They followed suit. We honor the Tao ancestor. The human race took the lead and the other myriad beings followed suit. We honor the Tao ancestor. The 6 saints looked at this scene in astonishment. How many years had it been since Tao ancestor Hong Jun became a saint? Who dared to defy him? Hong Jun had always been recognized as the leader in the Hongwang realm. Now looking at the situation, first being defeated by Chang Sheng's schemes, and now publicly honored, it was clear to everyone that this was not mere respect. It was clearly an attempt to drive Tao ancestor Hong Jun away. We honor the Tao ancestor. Tong Tian. Have they lost their minds? The 5 saints looked at Tong Tian. Since you didn't take action against the Tao ancestor, it wasn't considered out of line. The Tao ancestor could turn a blind eye. But now what does this mean? They are openly going against him, indicating a complete fallout. We honor the Tao ancestor. Are you trying to sever the master-disciple relationship? Or are you no longer calling him your teacher? Yet Tong Tian remained unperturbed, watching the Tao ancestor. If he wants support his own disciple, who will? With such a grand scheme, Chang Sheng truly outmaneuvered the Tao ancestor, which filled him with pride. To be honest, while Tong Tian believed in his disciple's strength, he hadn't anticipated Chang Sheng's complete victory over Hong Jun. In fact, Tong Tian had prepared for the possibility of being punished by Hong Jun after a failure. But now it was better than that, and not only was his disciple unafraid of Hong Jun, how could he as a master feel fear? It's absurd. Chang Sheng had set a fine example, operating within the rules. What was there to fear? Moreover, Chang Sheng had stated that he would definitely lead him away from the path of the saints. Regarding his disciple, he had only one thing to say: absolute trust. Previously, he had been duped by Hong Jun into becoming a disciple and entering the path of the saints, losing his freedom. That resentment had been bottled up until now. Finally, he had the opportunity to repay it. With the phrase "we honor the Tao ancestor," Tong Tian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. What does it mean to be Tong Tian? This is it. He felt a connection from the ground. We honor the Tao ancestor. Who is this again? Everyone looked at the figure standing next to Tong Tian, all stunned. It was Yuan Shi Tianzun. Is this a joke? This guy was just fighting fiercely with Tong Tian brothers turning on each other, and now he's performing a show of deep brotherhood. Has he actually started to help Tong Tian deal with Hong Jun? Tong Tian looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun beside him, somewhat astonished. What he didn't expect was Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression of relief. Good heavens, Yuan Shi Tianzun is here to hitch a ride. Noticing Tong Tian's gaze, he even winked. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt incredibly relieved. He had originally just intended to take advantage of Tong Tian. If there was ever a chance to escape the path of the saints, he would take him along. As for Hong Jun, it was simple within the rules. Since Chang Sheng wasn't afraid, why should he be? Yuan Shi Tianzun had already begun to piece together the past events. Previously, Hong Jun had been restricted by the heavenly Tao, struggling to act. Now, it was even less likely. What could happen if he spoke hastily? As for the formidable enemy that Hong Jun posed, he wouldn't dare to take risks, so why could he Yuan Shi launch a full-scale attack? Surprisingly, Yuan Shi realized that in some respects his value paled in comparison to Chang Sheng. Originally planning to just hitch a ride, now he found himself feeling elated after calling out. It felt as if he had been liberated. Phew. The second call didn't hold as much value. Otherwise, Yuan Shi Tianzun would have had to shout again. We honor the Tao ancestor. We honor the Tao ancestor. 2 more voices echoed, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be Jiejiao and Zhuan. In terms of opportunism, Jiejiao and Zhuan were far superior to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Otherwise they wouldn't have today's Western realm. After Yuan Shi Tianzun called out, they understood everything. Yuan Shi Tianzun stood opposed to Chang Sheng. While they were indeed on Chang Sheng's side, now that the opposing side had openly defected, how could they as allies lag behind? An opportunity to show themselves had arrived. With one of Chang Sheng's avatars aligning with the Tao, even with the authority of the human Tao, there was a real chance to escape the path of the saints. At this moment, they had to make their presence known. How exhilarating. Initially, Jiejiao and Zhuan only wanted to show off a bit, but they nearly shouted with joy. No wonder they noticed something amiss in Tong Tian and Yuan Shi Tian Zun's expressions earlier. It turned out they were enjoying themselves. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi shared a sense of pent-up frustration, and now that they had released it they felt as if they too had reached the heaven. Yuan gazed at Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, as well as Jin and Juanti. She found it hard to comprehend why they could so calmly oppose Hong Jun. Even if they wanted to curry favor with Changsheng, was it really necessary to go to such lengths? They had previously assisted Changsheng in breaking free from the holy path, which was an agreement made with him. Now maintaining silence and observing the aftermath would ensure they could advance when needed and retreat safely. Among the 6 saints, if one were to say who had the least desire to leave the holy path, it would undoubtedly be Nuwa. To be honest, Nuwa did not have such lofty aspirations. In terms of talent, she might be the least among the 6 saints, and her ability to break through to the holy realm was solely due to her merits. As the mother of humanity, the continuous accumulation of merit and fortune meant that as long as humanity existed, her fortune and merits would also persist, allowing her holy path cultivation to advance unceasingly. Conversely, in her pursuit of the mixed origin path, Nuwa was uncertain if she could go further. Had it not been for Fuxi, and had it not been for Changsheng's pressure from the merits of humanity that caused her indifferent disposition to waver, she probably would not have acted. Now with such a favorable situation, taking on such a great risk was truly against her nature. After some thought, Nuwa remained still. At this moment, the Taiji Saint had already departed from the Hongwang under Hongjun's gaze, entering the chaos. The Taiji Saint did not think that with just a call Changsheng would set aside past grievances and aid him. Since that was the case, he could not offend Hongjun. Even if he harbored resentment for being used by Hongjun, he could not act against him. Moreover, now that Changsheng had created such a situation, if Hongjun wanted to continue clashing with him, he could only rely on the Taiji Saint. Therefore, what harm was there in going to the chaos? Perhaps his term would be reduced soon due to good behavior. At this moment, it seemed the entire Hongwang was bidding farewell to Hongjun. Hongjun looked at Changsheng, seemingly reintroducing himself to him. Strangely, Hongjun did not take further action, but slowly retreated, their gazes meeting, and Changsheng seemed to catch a hint of a smile in Hongjun's eyes. This smile sent a chill down Changsheng's spine. To be honest, facing Hongjun put a lot of pressure on Changsheng. If it were not for necessity, who would want to confront such a crafty old fox who had experienced several tribulations? In the future, Hongjun might truly become serious, and no one knew how he would deal with Changsheng in the next round. This time Hongjun surely underestimated him, but next time he probably would not. With a Hongjun devoted to targeting him, Changsheng felt uncertain, as he had faced Luo Ho, In Yang Qiankuan, and Yang Mei. Each one was no easy opponent, and as it turned out, only Yang Mei was somewhat manageable, but he too was forced out of the chaos. He had to quickly raise his cultivation level. Changsheng silently warned himself. With Hongjun gone, and the world cleared, he looked at the myriad spirits of Hongwang before him and smiled. Even if he had to face Hongwang in the future, he now had more chips to play. With the presence of humanity, the earth, and myriad spirits with many friends and few enemies, he did not believe that he could win before and would lose later. His gaze fell upon the eastern part of Hongwang. If there was a region that suffered the most in this round, it was undoubtedly the eastern part of humanity. The fragments of the heavenly path had caused an explosion, and even though the Earth Immortal path had repaired the damage in time, recovery would still take a long. At this time, the eastern part of humanity was certainly not better off than the western part. It might even be worse. Especially due to this damage, the spiritual energy concentration of the entire Hongwang seemed to have decreased further. Fortunately, the Earth Immortal path had already been established. Eventually, Hongwang would restore itself, especially with humanity having awakened, establishing a balance among heaven, earth, and humanity, greatly enhancing the foundation of Hongwang. Changsheng remained optimistic about the future of Hongwang. For ancestors, the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of humanity looked at Changsheng with excitement in their eyes. They knew that this time humanity was truly rising. The current Hongwang was already the largest clan, uniting the myriad spirits of Hongwang. Moving forward, humanity could use this as a foundation to draw all other clans into their fold, making humanity the unified group of Hongwang. Tianfu continue. Tianfu stepped back to the imperial city. The 5 sovereigns had been appointed, but humanity still had 28 dukes, 108 marquises, and 3,000 earls yet to be conferred. The 28 dukes of, the 108 marquises of, the 3,000 earls of. As the dukes, marquises, and earls were conferred, the fortune of humanity surged. The myriad clans of Hongwang looked on in astonishment, realizing that from this day forward humanity would be unstoppable, and the trend of unification in Hongwang was set. From now on, the vast Hongwang would form a structure centered around the Feng clan's imperial city, with the 5 sovereigns guarding it, and the 28 dukes, 108 marquises, and 3,000 earls protecting the borders. Thus humanity would thrive, and the myriad clans of Honghuang, having made a good start, would likely integrate into humanity one after another. In the future, humanity would probably use bloodlines as a bond to bring all the myriad clans under their rule. The myriad clans of Honghuang understood that with humanity's fortune, reproductive capabilities, and strength, this was something that would inevitably come to pass. The 5 sovereigns take their positions. The 28 dukes take their positions. The 108 marquises take their positions. The 3,000 earls take their positions. With the grand unified structure established, humanity was about to experience rapid and explosive growth. Qianfu had already prepared a series of clan strategies for humanity, waiting for the structure to solidify so they could be implemented. Now that the 5 sovereigns, 28 dukes, 108 marquises, and 3,000 earls had taken their positions, the clan strategies would be executed, and soon humanity would become a solid entity. Xin Yuan nodded at Changsheng and slowly vanished. The intervention of the human path with the myriad spirits was always subtle and unnoticed rather than brutally interfering. With the existence of the human path, the myriad spirits of Honghuang could clearly feel an invisible great net slowly being established. This is the human path. Although it would cause the myriad spirits of Honghuang to lose some semblance of freedom, it could ensure a stable and orderly operation among the myriad clans of Honghuang, allowing for a longer-lasting existence. As the human path, it understood best how to develop in a way that would benefit all clans. Just like the heavenly path focused solely on the development of Honghuang, heaven, earth, and humanity shared an absolute common purpose in this regard. How will you assist the earth path? Huta looked at Changsheng. Now the earth path was still under the heavenly path. As long as it could not stand independently, Hutu could not feel at ease. Changsheng looked at Hutu and smiled. Previously I acquired some authority over the earth path precisely for this day. With this part of authority, the human path can also intervene in the earth path. Do not underestimate the earth path. Previously it was unable to resist the powerful heavenly path. But now it is different. The human path will aid the earth path in balancing the heavenly path. Thus, with the earth path's capabilities breaking free from the control of the heavenly path is only a matter of time. Moreover, the heavenly path may not necessarily wish to control the earth path. Perhaps if the earth path just resists a little, the heavenly path will let go of its grip. Just a moment of resistance, and you let go. Do you think this is a mother teaching her child, perhaps with a hint of indulgence? Changsheng glanced at Huta's expression and realized that she did not believe his words. Sigh, these people always complicate matters. They always confuse the Tao of heaven with Hanjun. For the Pangu era, whether it is the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, or the Tao of humanity, they are merely workers. How can a worker be willing to do 2 jobs alone when they are already busy? One can only imagine that even the Tao of heaven has become weary of that one job being disturbed by Hangjun. Previously the Tao of earth was too incompetent, like a useless younger brother. Unable to bear the responsibilities of the Tao of earth would affect the operation of reincarnation. Thus the Tao of heaven had to take on the role of an elder brother, supervising and urging more for the sake of Pangu and himself. However, if the younger brother truly dared to resist, the Tao of heaven might even feel gratified. Changsheng estimated that the Tao of heaven would be willing to. This is not mere speculation, it is based on the Tao of heaven's attitude towards the Tao of humanity. When the Tao of humanity awakened, the Tao of heaven merely issued a symbolic warning, which was limited in its power, akin to a light slap on the wrist. Clearly it was just to let the Tao of humanity know that even after emerging they could not be too reckless, and must contribute to Pangu lest they incur the wrath of the elder brother. From this perspective, it seems that the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity mutually constrain and supervise each other. The Tao of heaven is eager for the Tao of humanity and the Tao of earth to mature a bit. Hutu rolled her eyes at this remark. It would be strange if she believed it. What if she resisted and was suppressed by the Tao of heaven? What if she attracted Hanjun again? Why not try resisting? Changsheng said with a smile. At that moment Hutu appeared quite brave. Why was she hesitating now? Hutu, spurred on by Changsheng, felt a bit impulsive. Should she give it a try? Hutu did not know the principle of dying from just trying. Resisting wouldn't cost her any flesh. At that moment Tontian and the others were watching her, and Hutu realized that if she backed down now it would ruin her character, especially since she had just stood beside Changsheng confidently. Having been slapped once without a cry, now she was merely resisting. At most she would get hit again. After all, she was the representative of the Tao of earth. Could they? Thinking of this, Hutu no longer hesitated. Resisting was simple. The current Tao of earth was lying down, so she just had to stand up. As Hutu stood up as the representative of the Tao of earth, it symbolized the Tao of earth standing up, just like the actions of Hanjun. In the eyes of the 6 saints it was as if the Tao of heaven was doing it all along. To this day Hutu likely still could not distinguish between the Tao of heaven and Hanjun. Boom. The previously tranquil Pangu era was suddenly graced by a surge of might, and a phantom of a reincarnation gate appeared prominently in the realm. At that moment, the might of the Tao of Earth reached its peak, even stronger than the earlier power of the Tao of humanity. As Huta stood up as the representative of the Tao of Earth, it symbolized the Tao of Earth standing up, just like the actions of Hongjun. In the eyes of the six saints, it was as if the Tao of Heaven was doing it all along. To this day, Huta, Changsheng, and the others looked towards the reincarnation gate, and upon closer inspection, they noticed a mark on the gate. Upon careful contemplation, it surprisingly emitted the aura of the Tao of Heaven. At this moment, the Tao of Earth erupted, beginning to remove this mark. Hutu directly maximized the might of the Tao of Earth, using all her strength, preparing for a desperate struggle. But who could have imagined that just as she was about to strike, and without using much of the rule's authority, that mark of the Tao of Heaven would simply vanish? Hutu exerted all her strength, but now without a target her power couldn't be retracted, as if she were about to fall to the ground after missing a target. Fortunately, Changxing supported Hutu. With Shun Yuan's assistance, they helped Huta bear much of the burden, preventing her from injuring herself due to her own attack. However, at that moment, Hutu wore a face of daze and confusion. It seemed she could not quite accept it. Why did the Tao of Heaven retreat just after she made a move? Was Changxing really that accurate? Was Changxing a worm in the belly of the Tao of Heaven? Hutu even wondered if Changxing might be some component of Hongjun, as it seemed unreasonable for him to both contend with Hongjun and understand the thoughts of the Tao of Heaven. This defied logic. It appears that the Tao of Earth has truly broken free from the control of the Tao of Heaven. Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others were also somewhat astonished. At that moment, they suddenly felt their worldview collapsing. They felt as though the entire world had become simpler in an instant. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal could release Hongjun. The Tao of Earth could easily break free from the Tao of Heaven. Did that mean they had been overthinking before? If they thought about it, could they also casually break free from the Saint Path? Thinking of this, they felt a bit restless. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, unable to suppress their impulses. If the Tao of Earth could let go, why should they hold back as saints? At that moment, Jane and Zhuanti began to directly attempt to expel their Hongmeng purple energy. Although they could not feel the Hongmeng purple energy since breaking through to the Saint Realm, what if they took action and the Tao of Heaven let them off? Not only Jane and Zhuanti, but even Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nu Hua began attempting. Only Tong Tian gazed at Changxing, and upon seeing him shake his head, did he However, he kept a close watch on Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others. Tong Tian now held absolute trust in Changxing. Saints are powerful, but just because they are strong does not mean they are wise. Although Tongxin's mind is certainly sharp in comparison to his disciple, it was not remarkable. Thus from now on they would follow Changxing's lead. However, if Changxing deemed it unreliable, what consequences might these fellows face? Wouldn't it mean they would have to suffer? What if they succeeded? That would be a good thing. If Jane and Zhuanti paved the way, and if the path was clear, Tongtian would follow suit and break free from the Saint Path. Tongtian secretly nodded at his thoughts, feeling that since accepting Changsheng as his direct disciple, his mind had been getting sharper. Just then, Jane, Zhuanti, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Nu Hua seemed to have something leaking from them. Was it luck? At this moment, their luck seemed to have been inexplicably depleted by several portions. The four saints looked particularly grim, having failed, and the costs incurred after that failure caused them immense pain. Realizing their negligence, they should not have acted recklessly. Changxing looked at the four saints with amusement, wondering how they could compare themselves to the Tao. The Tao is akin to a brother, while you are mere employees. You have strayed from the holy path. Who will work for you under the heavenly Tao? Are you truly trying to become leaders without employees? Such whimsical thoughts. Moreover, the employees dare to stab the boss in the back. If you had the ability to leave the company, that would be one thing, but you cannot, and the boss has you firmly in his grasp. If you wish to rebel, then you must be taught a lesson. Thus, reducing their fortune by a few portions is akin to withholding their salary for a time. It is merely a small punishment, not excessive. However, if they dare to have a next time, that will be different. Consequently, the four saints no longer even had the courage to attempt again. Tongtian could not help but laugh out loud. These fools should just follow Changxing well enough, yet they insist on being clever, and have now received punishment for their disorderly behavior. However, this laughter was too conspicuous, drawing the attention of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others, who glared in anger. Tongtian continued to laugh without a care, standing directly beside Changxing, clearly indicating that they should dare to act fierce again. Now that they have separated from the holy path, they can no longer rely on themselves. They must depend on their own disciples. Tongtian continued to laugh without a care, standing directly beside Changxing, clearly indicating that they should dare to act fierce again. Now that they have separated from the holy path, they can no. Faced with Tongxin's demeanor, Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others appeared even more sullen, yet they ultimately did not dare to vent their anger on Tongtian, choosing instead to suppress it. Just as Tongtian imagined, they still needed to rely on Changxing. There was no choice that this moment they found themselves unable to vent their frustrations, forced to show a smile that was even uglier than crying. Changxing, my friend, I will remember this. Before the four saints could respond, Hudu had already arrived beside Changxing. The Tao had officially separated from the heavenly Tao. Although Changxing had only offered a few pointers, Hutu knew that it was all thanks to him. Without Changxing, she could not even fathom it for a lifetime. Such a significant favor, she must remember it. Unlike the six saints with the Tao now paralleling the heavenly Tao, Hudu, previously a saint of the heavenly Tao, naturally transformed into a formal representative of the Tao, no longer needing to worry about being controlled by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, in the future, she would not only be able to leave the underworld, but would also be unaffected in strength outside of it. With the authority of the Tao bestowed upon her, her power was unprecedentedly formidable. Changxing did not pay attention to the favor Huda spoke of, instead slowly shaking his head. As long as you do not blame me, that is enough. Is this truly a good? In Changxing's view, perhaps not. However, this is what Hutu desired. Changxing merely fulfilled her wishes. No matter what happens in the future, as long as she does not blame him, that is sufficient. At this moment, Hutu was actually much like the previous Hongjun. Becoming the representative of the Tao and having boarded the ship long ago, Hutu would not even have the chance to disembark. The only path forward would be a gradual deepening of her integration with the Tao. Previously, due to the management of the heavenly Tao, Hutu was unable to achieve this unity, so her cultivation remained insufficient, but at least she had enough autonomy. However, things would be different in the future. As Hutu integrated with the Tao, she would gradually have to prioritize the will of the Tao, much like Hongjun. At first, when integrating, experiencing the authority and power might bring joy, but that might not last. Seeing oneself lost and becoming a tool for executing the will of the Tao would be unbearable for anyone. At the very least, Changsheng could not accept that. Such arrangements as placing Qiyu in the Witch clan in a half-human, half-witch state would essentially be impossible. The Tao is selfless and would not allow Hudu to use it for personal gain. To use the authority of the Tao for self-benefit requires considerable intellect. Yet this is precisely what Huta lacks, as she is far from Hongjun. Ultimately, losing her self-will and becoming a vassal of the Tao is nearly a foregone conclusion, yet Hutu seems unaware of this at present. Sighing with Hongjun's precedent, she cannot recognize this point, which reveals her lack of intelligence. I blame you. Hutu was somewhat confused, but did not ask much. With the Tao regaining autonomy, there were many matters that required her attention in the underworld, and she did not wish to delay, so she prepared to leave. However, before she left, there was one more thing: the authority of the human Tao within the six paths. Changxing, my friend, now that the human Tao has awakened, shouldn't the authority of the human Tao within the six paths be returned? Sai, isn't Hutu adorable? Hasn't she heard of Liu Bei borrowing Jiejiao? Things obtained through ability cannot be returned. Having control over the authority of the human Tao within the six paths in the future, Changxing could essentially send anyone through reincarnation as he pleased, arranging for whoever to be reborn. This is his power and authority, and Hutu cannot interfere. Moreover, Changxing need not worry about being gradually integrated like Hutu. This means he has power without obligation. With such significant benefits, why would he give them up? My lady, didn't you say you would remember me a favor? What does that mean? Hutu's expression froze for a moment, then she thought of something. Could it be that Changxing would not be so shameless? This favor is merely talk. If Changxing wants her to repay it, that would be one thing, but demanding something so significant, how is that appropriate? Changxing, what do you mean? To exchange the entire Tao for a portion of the authority of the human Tao within the six paths. Surely that is not unreasonable. Tong Tian and the others looked at Changxing. At this moment they could not help but understand his intent. Goodness, they truly could not resist giving Changxing a thumbs up. It turns out he was waiting for Huda here. Perhaps when borrowing it, Changxing had no intention of returning it at all, or he had anticipated this day long ago. To exchange the entire Tao for a portion of the authority of the human Tao within the six paths, is that excessive? Of course not. Not only is it not excessive, but it is also very appropriate. However, how could Hutu allow such a thing to happen? That would be tantamount to leaving a flaw for herself, potentially allowing Changxing to manipulate her. But who let Hutu make such a grand statement? The favor is not going to be repaid. Furthermore, even if Changxing does not repay it, Hutu has no way to object. After all, Hutu has the Tao, and Changxing also has the human Tao. With the upper hand in reasoning, it is even less likely for her to expect a return. At this moment, the way Tong Tian and the others looked at Hutu was somewhat pitiful. Facing off against Changxing, Hutu was truly unfortunate. Even Hongjun had not played tricks on Changxing, let alone Hutu. Changxing, my friend, you can't have anticipated today, right? Hutu's face had darkened and there was a hint of gritted teeth. Initially thinking that he was an ally, who would have thought that Changxing would scheme against her. All her sincerity had been in vain. Changxing looked at Hutu's expression and found it somewhat speechless. Their friendship was not substantial. In fact, they had previously had more enmity. The earlier interactions were nothing more than a collaboration. How did it turn into him appearing as a scoundrel? Changxing said nothing more, quietly observing Hutu. However, Hutu clearly had no intention of reflecting on the past. All she felt now was that Changxing had calculated her from beginning to end. Fine, take it, just take it. This was said through gritted teeth, and the situation was evident. The next time Changxing encountered Hutu, it would not be a pleasant scene. However, Changxing did not pay much attention. Hutu was not Hongjun. While Hongjun could contend with the heavenly Tao, Hutu could only struggle briefly before being suppressed by the earthly Tao, forced to act according to its will. Having gained some authority over the earthly Tao, Changxing might be the only one capable of helping Hutu regain her true self in the future. However, this could not be disclosed to Hutu for now, as they lacked any deep ties, and even if he were to help later, it would need to be beneficial. As Hutu's voice faded, she prepared to leave. Wait. However, at that moment, Changxing's voice suddenly came from behind, causing Hutu to reveal a hint of joy, thinking that Changxing had had a change of heart. Unfortunately, Hutu was destined to be mistaken. Your Majesty, the Witch Clan need not return to the Wheel of Reincarnation. The vastness of the Hongluan universe can accommodate them. Hutu turned to look at Changxing. Was this all he wanted to say? Nonetheless, Hutu refrained from refusing. Her planning for the Witch Clan was precisely so they could return to Hongluan with hopes of rising once more. Now that Qiyu had become the Dark Emperor of humanity, it meant that the Witch Clan had re-established a foundation in Hongluan. In the future, with Qiyu leading, the Witch Clan could continue to showcase their prowess in Hongluan. This does not need your input. Hutu threw down a remark and left directly, while Changxing shook his head with a smile. Hutu's soft spot was the Witch Clan. As long as they were in Hongluan, she would not make foolish decisions. A woman who loses her rationality is always terrifying. Therefore, for the sake of security, Changxing needed to keep the Witch Clan in Hongluan. In case Hutu used the earthly Tao against humanity, he could at least have a justification. Moreover, do you think Changxing allowed Qiyu to ascend to the throne merely to become a bridge between humanity and Hutu, creating a bond? As Hutu walked back, her mind was already filled with countless schemes to trip up Changxing. Wasn't she concerned about humanity? With the awakening of the earthly Tao and control over reincarnation, she would dictate the matters of rebirth. Among humanity, she could reincarnate whoever she wanted. With this power, humanity was destined to gradually become the domain of the Witch Clan. Just like the offspring of the Tianfu, she had allowed the deceased of the Zhuli tribe to be reincarnated there. She wanted to see who Tianfu would ultimately pass the throne to. Humanity had already entered the era of the 5 emperors, and Hutu was not without knowledge. She understood that in the future, humanity would likely not continue the practice of abdication. After all, in all living beings, who is without selfishness? No, she would arrange for reincarnation now. However, just as Hutu thought about the final step and was about to take action, she discovered that the authority of the human path within the 6 paths seemed to be in Changxing's hands. Her face involuntarily showed a look of anger. Good, had Changxing anticipated this from the very beginning, which was why he wanted that authority of the human path. Nor could it be that Changxing was not targeting her, but merely acting for humanity's sake. Upon thinking this, Hutu's anger lessened somewhat. Changxing was unaware of Hutu's complex feelings. At that moment, he was looking at the Tongtian Patriarch with a face full of joy. Master, your disciple has not let you down, right? The Tongtian Patriarch expressed immense gratification. Not only had he not let down his expectations, but Changxing had far exceeded them. He never imagined that Changxing could achieve this step. Hongjun had now been driven away by Changxing using the rules, and once he fused with the Tao, even if he faced Hongjun again in the future, Changxing would have a way to deal with it. At this moment, he might actually be the weakest link for Changxing. After all, if the Tao ancestor fused with the Tao and Tongtian became a saint of the heavenly Tao, he could always find trouble for Tongtian. What would Changxing do then? Goodness, accidentally becoming a hostage, the Tongtian Patriarch felt annoyed. Previously, he had always been the one shielding Changxing from the storm, and now it seemed he might become a hindrance instead. As expected of my disciple, I could tell at a glance that you would achieve great things in the future. However, Tongtian was not someone who thought too much. Since Changxing had said he had a way to help him break free from the Saint Tao, what was there to ponder? Trusting Changxing was all he could do, and he believed in him completely. However, upon hearing this, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Jane could not help but roll their eyes. Did they not understand what was going on? He could see that Changxing was remarkable at a glance. Wasn't it merely good fortune that he had taken on such a treasure of a disciple? They were well aware that Changxing had initially only become a nominal disciple by chance. If it were not for his later establishment of the rites which shook the heavens with his merits, Tongtian might not have even noticed Changxing, let alone take him as an official disciple. Thinking of this, they felt a tinge of regret. If only Changxing had been willing to join their sect back then. They shook their heads again. Given Changxing's qualifications at that time, even if he had been nurtured in a fish pond, they would have deemed him lacking. Even if Changxing sought them out, they would not have accepted him. Reflecting on this, they felt a deep sense of irony. Who would have thought that the little carp, which was once seen as lacking in qualifications to break through the immortal realm, could now wield such power to stir the winds and clouds of Hongluan? Master, I have a great gift to present to you. A great gift. Not only did the Tongtian Patriarch become interested, but even Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others felt a hint of curiosity about what the great gift was. Oh, then I must look forward to it. Changxing smiled, communicating with Xinyuan. Soon the deed was accomplished. He looked at Tongtian. Master, try to break free from the Saint Dao. Try to break free from the Saint Dao. Tongtian was somewhat confused. He glanced at Changxing, then at Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others, unsure if it was the kind of breaking free he understood. As for the method, it wouldn't be the same as that of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others, would it? After considering it, Tongtian chose to trust Changxing, beginning to actively detach from the heavenly Dao. What was there to fear? At worst, he would end up like Yuanshi, Tianzuan, losing some of his luck. With that, he started attempting to expel the Hongmeng purple chi from his body. Upon witnessing this, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others couldn't help but snicker. Changxing had also made a foolish move hadn't they just tested this. If it could be done, they would have succeeded long ago, and there would be no need for them to suffer losses in luck. Moreover, they felt a sense of disappointment in their hearts. They had hoped that Changxing could help them break free from the Saint Dao, but now with this outcome, was there what? How is this possible? However, just then it seemed they witnessed something truly incredible. A purple mist enveloped Tongtian. Goodness, the primordial Lord of Heaven, the intercepting and guiding saints, and Nuwa, they have all acquired and refined the Hongmeng purple chi. How could they possibly not know what this is? Isn't this just the essence of the Hongmeng purple chi? Of course it is merely a wisp. At this moment, Tongtian cannot be said to have fully drawn out the Hongmeng purple chi, he has only made a start. Yet, even this beginning is enough to drive them into a frenzy of jealousy. You see, they had just attempted the same thing, but after quite some time, not only did they fail to draw out the Hongmeng purple chi, they didn't even catch a glimpse of it. They even lost a considerable amount of fortune, unlike Tongtian, who showed signs of success right from the start. No way, heaven's way, you are biased. Why is this so? Jealousy made them green with envy. At this moment, they all thought that Tongtian must fail. Unfortunately, they were going to be disappointed. They could only watch as Tongtian forced out a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. At this moment, Tongtian was also somewhat surprised. Is it really this easy? You must understand, he merely thought for a moment about forcing out the Hongmeng purple chi and breaking away from the sacred path. Just like this, without much effort, the Hongmeng purple chi actually began to leave his body on its own. Seeing this scene, Tongtian naturally dared not be negligent and hurriedly began to detach from the sacred path. In fact, the key to their becoming saints of heaven's way is this Hongmeng purple chi. Upon closer inspection, one can discover that the Hongmeng purple chi contains endless merits accumulated by Tongtian over many years. After absorption, it is essentially all contained within the Hongmeng purple chi. This is also the reason why the saints of heaven's way are bound by it. If they are favored, they can remain saints. If not, one day the Hongmeng purple chi within them can be taken out, causing them to fall from their saintly positions along with their accumulated merits. However, with this move, Tongtian had no regrets at all. He directly poured all the other merits he had onto the Hongmeng purple chi, giving it all away, not wanting to keep a single bit. Success seemed to be this easy. Soon Tongxin's aura began to change, plummeting from the terrifying sacred realm. Peak Quasi-Saint, late Quasi-Saint. Until he reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, finally stopping. Yes, at this moment Tongtian had successfully detached from the sacred path, returning to the level he was at before entering the Zhijiao Palace's stage, where he had yet to hear the Tao, and had not embarked on the path of severing the three corpses. Returning to his previous starting point, Tongtian was surprisingly not the slightest bit dejected. Instead, he was filled with joy. This is exactly what he had been yearning for all these years. Today, he finally had hopes of continuing his cultivation on the primordial path. Feeling the power of the great Luo golden immortal flowing through him, Tongtian was even more delighted than during his breakthrough on the sacred path. This level of cultivation felt so pure, so gratifying. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. From now on, may your wishes be fulfilled, and may you prove your worth on the primordial path again. Tongtian looked at Changxing, his face brimming with excitement. Good disciple, I truly owe this to your assistance. Tongtian doesn't believe he is any different from the primordial Lord of Heaven and the others. He may have a larger face, but it is merely a matter of appearance. He would not receive any special treatment from Heaven's way. All of this is clearly the arrangement of Changxing. However, even Tongtian found it hard to comprehend how Changxing managed to accomplish this. Fortunately, Tongtian did not ask too much. Such a powerful secret, what if the intercepting and guiding saints heard it? Moreover, Tongtian did not believe that Changxing could easily achieve these things. Otherwise, he would have helped him break away from the sacred path long ago rather than waiting until today. He just didn't know how much Changsheng had sacrificed. Benefiting from his glory, the gaze of the primordial Lord of Heaven and the others finally shifted from Tongtian to Changsheng. They understood that the key to all of this still lay with Changsheng. Thinking of this, the intercepting and guiding saints were also somewhat pleased. This is a good thing. Although Tongtian succeeded, they were still a bit jealous compared to their own failures. However, as long as Changsheng could help them break away from the sacred path too, they would be very happy. It's just that they weren't sure how to broach the subject, trying to find the right words. After all, Tongtian is Changsheng's master, and they are not. Facing the four saints looking at him expectantly, Changsheng smiled. "Too, I also want to help you, but don't forget you are not like my master. You still owe a huge debt to Heaven's Way. Until you repay it, Heaven's Way will not allow you to detach from it." Alone. Upon hearing this, the intercepting and guiding saints felt a pang of pain. What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed that it would become bad debt? Why do they still have to repay the loan? Of course, I had made an agreement with you before saying that I could turn that debt into bad debt, and now I have that ability. However, I am doing this for your own good. Two uncles, you will still need to live in the wilderness, right? Being a deadbeat, and owing a debt to Heaven's Way, how could you have an easy life? The intercepting and guiding saints originally wanted to say that Changsheng's words do not count, but after hearing his words they hesitated. Yes, they would still have to live in the wilderness in the future. Not to mention the dangers of chaos, just the vastness of their estate is not something they can just abandon. Moreover, thinking from their perspective, if someone who owes them a huge loan wants to default, they would also have to let them know the price of not repaying money. Heaven's Way is ultimately the head honcho, and if they get targeted. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, it's better to repay it. However, they owe too much. Originally, there was only enough merit for one person to become a saint, but they used it for two people to reach sainthood, resulting in a direct loan of saint-level merit. How long will they have to repay this? Until then, they can't hope to break away from the sacred path. Looking at Changsheng, this made them somewhat unable to accept. Changsheng also smiled. After all, there was a prior agreement. He wouldn't really give nothing to the intercepting and guiding saints. At the very least, he had to give them some hope, some assistance. Hope has already been given, and now it's just a bit of assistance. The human path has just emerged. It is still very weak, and has already been beaten by Heaven's Way. The younger brother seeking assistance from the elder brother is something that Heaven's Way will always agree to. Therefore, Tongsheng's detachment from the sacred path is not a difficult task. In fact, for Heaven's Way, who becomes a saint is not important. Obeying is the most important. Choosing the three pure ones, the two Buddhas and Yuhua, was Hongjun's idea, because they had the capacity to prove the primordial path, which was not beneficial to Hongjun's plans. Therefore, it was necessary to eliminate these dangers in advance. Hence, this request is not a big deal from the perspective of the human path. The contribution of the Jane and Zhuanti is truly substantial. Ultimately, the success of this scheme hinges on the battle between the three pure ones, determining who will emerge victorious. If Jane and Zhuanti genuinely stand alongside Taiqing, and Yuqing, then with the combined strength of the four saints, Tongtian would likely be defeated swiftly. Even if Nuwa intervenes momentarily, the combined might of the three saints would surely overwhelm Tongtian before long. Once Taiqing and Yuqing are free to act, the idea of the human race dividing the five emperors is truly fanciful. Changsheng lacks the ability to withstand Taiqing and Yuqing. Previously, he had promised Jane and Zhuanti to aid them in settling their debts, and to help them escape the path of the saints. Now, having accomplished none of this, failing to provide an explanation would entirely push Jane and Zhuanti towards Hongjun. Moreover, incurring such karmic consequences is detrimental to cultivation. Utilizing some ineffective merits of the heavenly Tao to settle this karma, and win over Jane and Zhuanti would be most appropriate. Furthermore, the Buddhist sect is now also part of the human race. The human race embraces inclusivity. There is no distinction between East and West. As long as it promotes the development of humanity, it is a good thing. Well, how could I possibly accept this? Zhuanti looked at Changsheng as he presented so many merits and immediately beamed with joy, hurriedly accepting the merits while expressing his embarrassment, with Jane remaining relatively calm. Changsheng observed Zundi's actions and couldn't help but chuckle. This one was still so familiar. In reality, the merits Changsheng provided may seem plentiful, but compared to the merits they owe for attaining sainthood, it likely amounts to less than half. Even with these merits, Jane and Zhuanti would still need to continue repaying their debts. Perhaps they would need to wait until the Buddhist sect rises significantly before they can fully repay. However, this essentially gives Jane and Zhuanti a glimmer of hope, allowing them to believe that Changsheng is indeed sincere towards them, and that Changsheng can help them escape the path of the saints once they repay their loans rather than merely exploiting them for their service. With this contribution of mine, it should be much easier for you two saints to repay your upcoming debts. At that time, I can naturally assist you in escaping the path of the saints. the world is vast with great opportunities ahead, and the primordial chaos is promising. Zhuanti was even happier upon hearing this, saying, "That's great, but even with your contribution the debts we owe are still quite substantial, and we don't know when we will be able to repay them all." Changxing shook his head as he watched Zhuanti lamenting. The situation was already far better than before. Master Uncle, the current wilderness is entirely under the leadership of the human race with myriad beings congregating. The Western sect as a major sect of the wilderness acquiring merits is not a difficult task. Now within the human race there are no distinctions between East and West. If you showcase your abilities the remaining merits will surely be a piece of cake. Indeed. Zundi's eyes lit up at these words. Yes, the current situation of the Western sect is ultimately different from before. Previously the Western sect was heavily suppressed by the three pure ones, and could only preach in the barren West resulting in minuscule merits. However now it is different. The current wilderness is like a membrane that has been torn, they can freely paint upon it. This is practically merits scattered everywhere, and they will likely soon gather enough merits. Thinking this way Zhuanti felt even more hopeful, and was eager to return to earn merits. After exchanging glances with Jean, the two nodded, and bowed to everyone. With matters here concluded, there are many things to attend to within the sect. My fellow brothers, and I will not continue to accompany you. If you have time in the future please come to the Western sect for a chat. Farewell. Having said this Jane and Zhuanti left directly. Watching them depart Nuwa gazed eagerly at Changxing. Jane and Zhuanti had arrangements, so what about her? Unlike Jane and Zhuanti, she did not owe any debts. Changxing however did not look at Nuwa. This mother of humanity had a somewhat wavering stance, he needed to keep her in check, and not make things too easy for her. Meanwhile Jane and Zhuanti conversed as they left. Brother, this Changxing is quite clever. In my view helping us escape the path of the saints may not be an easy task. The merits he gives us are likely intended to thinking carefully, he hasn't really invested much. Although the heavenly Daos merits are plentiful, they hold little value for Changxing. Compared to our previous risks, they are truly negligible. Some matters are like this, when contemplating things there is a relative value assessment. The value of the heavenly Daos merits for Changxing pales in comparison to our prior risks. If escaping the path of the saints is easy we wouldn't need Changxing's assistance. However, from what happened today, it seems that while escaping the path of the saints is difficult it may not be as hard as we imagined. We must have previously fallen into a misunderstanding. What is a saint? They are merely messengers who assist the heavenly Tao in handling the great affairs of the wilderness. Obedient messengers are messengers, disobedient ones have no use for the heavenly Tao. After all, it is about leveraging the power of the heavenly Tao, and the core essence lies in the primordial chaos. For the heavenly Tao, choosing anyone is not a significant matter. The reason Tongtian was so easily arranged by Changxing to escape the path of the saints is probably due to this principle. Zhuanti is no fool. He quickly realized that they had overestimated their own importance. In that case, why can't we also escape the path of the saints together? Can't the heavenly Tao select a few loyal ones? Also, why were we the ones chosen? Brother, it is not the heavenly Tao that chose us, it is the Tao ancestor that chose us. The qualifications of our brotherhood are top tier in the wilderness. If we wholeheartedly cultivate and follow the path of primordial chaos, it is not a difficult task. However, judging by the Tao ancestor's actions, he seems intent on controlling the wilderness. So would you say it's easier to control a Taoist immortal who is not under control of the heavenly Tao, or a saint who is bound by it? As for why we can't directly escape the path of the saints. Perhaps as Changxing said, the heavenly Tao is impartial. With the debts we owe, how could we possibly leave without repaying? Moreover, Tongtian has just escaped the path of the saints. Now there are only 5 saints left. If we were to escape as well, who would handle any major events that might occur? Thus Changxing likely intends to wait until the heavenly Tao selects new saints before allowing us to escape the path of the saints. This timing will also allow us to settle our debts. Thinking this way, it seems Changxing has no ill intentions. After all, completely pushing us towards the Tao ancestor offers no benefits to him. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti's face involuntarily showed anger, not directed at Changxing, but at Hongjun. Hongjun's intentions are truly malicious. Zhuanti seemed to be infuriated as well, no longer calling the Tao ancestor, and directly shouted out loud. Meanwhile, Jiejiao showed little emotion, slowly shaking his head. Junior brother, what would you do if you were in his shoes? This. Zhuanti thought carefully. To be honest, if he were in Hongjun's position, he would also have to act similarly. One cannot allow others to sleep soundly beside them. If it were not for the inability to overpower the Sanqing, they would have made them obey. Overthinking is futile. We should quickly strengthen the Western sect, repay our owed virtues, and then detach from the sacred Tao. This wilderness is far from peaceful. In this vast wilderness, overthinking is futile. We should quickly strengthen the Western sect, repay our owed virtues, and then detach from the sacred Tao. This wilderness is far from peaceful. In this vast wilderness, strength is paramount. Even Chang Sheng must rely on the power of us saints. The Western sect is our foundation. In the future, when we detach from the sacred Tao, improving our cultivation will still depend on the support of the Western sect. Therefore, we must be more diligent in our propagation. Zhuan Ti expressed his agreement. Why has Chang Sheng been able to cultivate so quickly? Isn't it because he is blessed by fortune riding the winds to ascend? The concept of fortune is something that their brotherhood understands, as well as Chang Sheng. Now that Taiching is imprisoned in chaos and Yuqing and Shangqing are at odds, the Sanqing is effectively non-existent. In the future, the development of the Western sect will face no obstacles. This is indeed their time to thrive, and they must not waste it. Moreover, the current Bai Di is someone supported by the Western sect. Even if they cannot control Jin Yu, Bai Di will not reject the Western sect in the future. Mutual benefit and growth is undoubtedly the common policy. At this moment, only 8 words filled Zhuan Ti's mind: vast world, great potential. No, add another chaos is to be expected. Thinking of this, Zhuan Ti felt a bit regretful. Had he known Chang Sheng was so clever, even if he had to bear the sword of Tong Tian, he should have forcefully brought Chang Sheng into the West. Unfortunately, it is too late to think about this now. Chang Sheng's progress has been too rapid. He is on the verge of breaking through to the primordial golden immortal. No, Chang Sheng cannot surpass them in breaking through to the primordial golden immortal, can he? Glancing at his senior brother, he found that his senior brother's face looked even more pained, evidently thinking the same. It seems that no matter how the Western sect develops in the future, it will likely have to yield beneath the Jiejiao sect. Chang Sheng, you promised me earlier that you would help me detach from the sacred Tao. Chang Sheng nodded. Your Majesty, I can help you detach from the sacred Tao right now. However, I have another option for you to consider. As of now, the heavens, earth, and humanity have all established foundations, and there are 9 saints who can be established. Unlike other senior uncles, I can sense that you do not have such aversion to the sacred Tao. You are merely afraid of what the Tao ancestor has in mind for you. However, if you do not want to be a sage of the heavenly Tao, you can become a sage of the human Tao. Your Majesty is originally the mother of humanity. As humanity develops, the fortune and merit will fall upon you. If you are willing to become this sage of the human Tao in terms of future development, to be honest, it will definitely take you further than the primordial Tao. Sage of the human Tao. Nuwa was stunned upon hearing this. Isn't this just jumping from one pit into another? Strangely, Nuwa's first reaction was not to oppose this. Instead, she thought that Chang Sheng had a good insight. Nuwa did not have too much aversion to being a sage. As compared to the other 5 sages, her aptitude was relatively poor. Transitioning to the primordial Tao, she truly did not know how far she could go. If it were not for Hong Jun choosing her to establish humanity, she might not even become a sage. It is known that at that time, she severed the 2 corpses, directly achieving sage status. Even after becoming a sage, she remained the weakest among the 6 sages. With humanity in her hands, Nuwa would hardly worry about merit. Conversely, the sacred Tao could allow her to progress more smoothly. Sage of the human Tao. Upon careful consideration, this really seems quite suitable for her. Nuwa truly hesitated. Not only you, but the future Emperor of Heaven will also achieve the sage of the human Tao. Humanity is the main body of the human Tao, but the stronger humanity becomes, the stronger the human Tao will be. Perhaps we need the sage of the human Tao to plan for humanity. Upon reflection, there truly is no one more suitable to be the sage of the human Tao than you and the Emperor of Heaven. You may want to listen to the Emperor's opinion. Upon hearing this, Nuwa immediately looked towards Fushi. At this moment, Fushi did not expect that he would also be involved. To be honest, he had no strong opinions about whether to pursue the primordial Tao or the sacred Tao. As the Emperor of Humanity in this new life, Fux's focus was largely on humanity, otherwise he would not have shouted the words, Humanity Fushi. If he could truly become the sage of the human Tao and benefit humanity, he would be very willing. Moreover, the primordial Tao is difficult to tread, and it is not easier than choosing the sacred Tao. After all, one is the mother of humanity, and the other is the Emperor of Humanity. Supported by humanity, as humanity grows stronger, the merit and fortune they can gain will increase, allowing their future cultivation to progress faster than the other sages on the primordial Tao. Thinking of this, Fushi nodded. Sister, what Changxing said makes sense. However, this matter concerns your path, and cannot be decided by me. Whatever choice you make, I will support you. Fux's stance was already very clear. He supported Nuwa in becoming the sage of the human Tao. Fushi understood Nuwa very well. If she pursued the primordial Tao, she truly had no prospects. As a sage of the human Tao, she would have the support of humanity, while the primordial Tao relies on one's own daring and fighting spirit. Based on Nuwa's previous performance, once clashing with Changsheng, she would surely be at a disadvantage. If she chooses to be the sage of the human Tao, the two would be natural allies, and they would not have to worry about such matters. Seeing Fushi say this, Nuwa lightly nodded. She knew her brother was wise and would not harm her. Since Fushi said so, it must be the best solution. Looking at Changsheng, she said, "All right, I will be the sage of the human Tao." Upon hearing this, Changsheng also smiled. He had not deceived Nuwa. To be honest, Nuwa, the mother of humanity, was simply destined to be the sage of the human Tao. Becoming the sage of the heavenly Tao was merely to facilitate Hong Jun's control over humanity. Now it could finally be back on track. Communicating with the heavenly Tao, the human Tao immediately connected with the heavenly Tao, which hardly set up any barriers, directly agreeing. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Everything is centered on the development of the wilderness. Nuwa becoming the sage of the human Tao is clearly more beneficial for humanity, all beings, and the development of the wilderness. What is there for the heavenly Tao to disagree with? As for the position of the sage of the heavenly Tao, 1 less is 1 less, and 2 less is also 1 less. It does not matter. They can simply find 2 more. Don't think that the Sanqing and the 2 Buddhas do not want to be sages. That is because they have the choice of other qualifications, but other beings are not the same. Boom. 2 wills descended upon Nuwa, and her aura began to transform. Can it really be achieved? The primordial heavenly sovereign was truly astonished. Is Changsheng truly the son of the great Tao? If it is said that allowing the heavenly path to transcend the holy path is possible, and that transforming Nuwa into a human path saint can be done effortlessly, it seems there are no obstacles at all. If this can help him, the primordial heavenly sovereign's gaze intensified. He had indeed turned over a new leaf, and at the last moment he chose to stand by Changsheng's side. Changsheng should no longer harbor animosity towards him. However, dealing with Changsheng is a bit tricky. He must focus on Tontian. After all, they are brothers. Even if Tontian has already detached from the holy path, can he disregard his older brother? Boom. The aura emanating from Nuwa changed rapidly. A strand of primordial purple energy emerged from her, then vanished, followed by another strand that entered her body, which not only did not diminish her holy path cultivation, but actually enhanced it further. Clearly the heavenly path should be stronger than the human path. However, after Nuwa transformed into a human path saint, her cultivation level surprisingly rose even higher. At this moment Nuwa was somewhat delighted. Indeed, she was more suited to be a human path saint. Both the holy path and the primordial great Luo golden immortal are divided into 12 levels. Previously Nuwa had already reached the 5th level of the holy path. Now transitioning from a heavenly path saint to a human path saint, her level not only remained the same, but actually increased to the 6th level of the holy path. Initially she suspected that Changsheng might be somewhat perfunctory towards her, but now she felt no such thoughts. Indeed, this is the path most suited for her. The 12 levels of the holy path are daunting. It is exceedingly difficult to advance, even by 1 level. This single level of advancement might very well represent her entire effort in this tribulation. Looking at Nuwa before him, Changsheng couldn't help but smile. "Congratulations, my lady, my heartfelt congratulations." Nuwa felt much better. "I also need to thank you for your support, but my brother. The heavenly sovereign is a saint determined by the human path. There will be no errors. Later you will naturally work together for the benefit of humanity." Hearing this, Nuwa became even more satisfied. In the future, as siblings with Fux's intellect and her strength, how could they not succeed? Nuwa did not stay long and directly left. Having just become a human path saint, she had many ideas to implement, and Fushi was still in the imperial city. She needed to discuss grand plans with him. With all that needed to be conveyed completed, Changsheng felt light and unburdened. Next it was time for him to focus on his own cultivation. He was now at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal, and the next step was to break through to the primordial great Luo golden immortal. This was the time for vigorous advancement. The thought of becoming a primordial great Luo golden immortal made Changsheng feel elated. After savoring the thought for a moment, he was startled when he opened his eyes to find a large head before him. The expression on that face looked more like a cry than a smile. Changsheng instinctively took a step back. "Second Master Uncle, what are you doing? You startled me." The primordial heavenly sovereign quickly replied. "Changsheng, look, everyone else has been arranged. As your second master uncle, I can't be left out, can I? Second master uncle, it's different. The teacher of the human sovereign and the teacher of the Green Emperor are both invited by me to assist. Those were all commitments I made in advance. I never agreed to anything with you. See, this is not fair to the others. We're all family, yet you're saying this. Tongtian, come help second brother to speak a few words." At this moment Tongtian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why was the face so big? When he was getting beaten by Ta Ching, he didn't say these things. Now they were family again. Tongtian understood the primordial heavenly sovereign well, who despite his emphasis on face, he could be truly formidable when he put aside his pride. Just like now, he didn't even know how to respond. Second brother, do you think it's that easy to detach from the holy path? Don't expect my disciple to help for nothing. Think carefully about what you can offer Changsheng before you speak. The primordial heavenly sovereign's face darkened. He realized that Tong Tian was no longer as pure as before, nor was he as emotionally attached. In past situations, as long as he spoke, Tong Tian would never refuse. Now, however, it seemed he had learned to reject him. The primordial heavenly sovereign suddenly felt empty. Changsheng had reached the peak of the primordial golden immortal. What could he offer that would attract Changsheng? A supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Changsheng probably didn't lack such things. After all, Tong Tian had no fewer spiritual treasures than him, and couldn't exchange one for an opportunity to detach from the Master Uncle will take our leave now. Please come to Golden Arowana Island when you have time. After Changsheng finished speaking, he directly pulled Tong Tian away. In fact, even if he were to help the primordial heavenly sovereign detach from the heavenly path, now it wouldn't work. After all, 2 of the 6 saints had already departed, and the heavenly path wouldn't release anyone until other replacements were found. Even if the human path cried out, it would be useless. Moreover, even if he could assist, it shouldn't be too easy for the primordial heavenly sovereign. As Tong Tian said, it would only work if sufficient conditions were provided. Golden Arowana Island. At this moment, the disciples of the Jiejiao were basically returning one after another. The most frustrated of them all was Dao Bao. He was both the teacher of the human sovereign and the teacher of the Green Emperor. Why was that so? Wasn't it just to accumulate merit and break through to Kwasa Saint? Now, however, he had received the merits of the teacher of the human sovereign and the teacher of the Green Emperor. Breaking through to Kwasa Saint would surely be more than enough, yet somehow it became unfashionable to follow the 3 corpse holy path, and began to trend towards primordial golden immortal. Goodness, with so much merit wasted, all the planning went down the drain. He only hoped that a retreat would help him break through the bottleneck and step into the primordial golden immortal, otherwise he would feel utterly stifled. The other disciples of Jiejiao, seeing Daobao's expression, understood he was in a bad mood. They could relate. If it were them, they would also feel upset. After all the hard work put in, the merits earned could not be used. Wasn't this frustrating? I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Senior brother, please don't blame me. I really couldn't resist. Bixiao, you need to rein it in. Junior sister, don't stop her or let her laugh. Once she's done, I'll test her cultivation results during this period. Upon hearing this, Bixiao hurriedly stopped laughing. What testing her cultivation results? This was just an excuse to beat her. Although she had made some progress, she had only reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and was no match for Dao Bao. Then it will depend on senior brother. I can no longer manage Bai Xiao. A senior brother must conduct a thorough examination. Yun Xiao cooperated with Duo Bao, and Bai Xiao's expression was even more pained. I'm not laughing anymore. I can't laugh, can I? By the way, why haven't master and senior brother returned yet? The disciples of Jiejiao looked at Duo Bao, and Bai Xiao, feeling a warmth. This atmosphere is what Jiejiao possesses. Even though some disciples were lost during the great battle, Jiejiao's strength not only did not diminish, but appeared to have less turmoil, and the cultivation levels looked considerably higher. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, everyone turned their gaze towards the distance. At this moment, Jiejiao could actually be carefully divided into 2 groups. One group had ascended to the heavenly court, while the other remained at Jiejiao Island. Previously there had been no such division, but now, just from their positions, one could see some distinctions. The group that ascended to the heavenly court was led by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, followed by Zhao Gongming, Luo Xian, and Lu Yu. The group that stayed at Jiejiao Island was led by Duo Bao, with the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Holy Mother of Non-Action, and the 7 fairies in attendance. 2 figures gradually came into view, and Bai Xiao immediately exclaimed, "It's master and senior brother returning." Tong Tian Jiao master and Changsheng slowly descended, and the disciples hurriedly came forward to pay their respects. Disciple pays respects to master and senior brother. Duo Bao looked at Changsheng with a slightly resentful gaze, thinking to himself, if only he had mentioned earlier his intention to lead the trend of the Honghuang and eliminate the 3 corpses to attain sanctity, advocating the primordial Tao, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. How many years has he been struggling with this? He suspected he had been schemed against by Changsheng, as if he were merely working for Changsheng. Moreover, he had good reason to be suspicious and had evidence. After all, the master of humanity had been guided step by Changsheng, and then later the fate of the human race had been centered around Zhuansu. It seemed he was not only ensnared in Changsheng's scheme, but had also become the focus of it. This time we lost quite a few disciples. Tong Tian looked at the empty figures. Jiejiao had countless immortals coming to pay their respects, and the 3rd-generation disciples alone numbered in the thousands. Among them, 1 generation of disciples consisted of nearly 10,000 originally standing there in a dense crowd. Now looking at these disciples, they had directly lost 3 to 4,000. The remaining 2nd-generation disciples numbered only 5 to 6,000. Hearing Tong Tianjiao Master's words, everyone felt a bit gloomy. Regardless of the character of those disciples, the unity of Jiejiao disciples made it somewhat sorrowful to see them perish. Don't worry, Master, I have already arranged for their reincarnation. If in the future they are suitable for cultivating Jiejiao's Dao, I will arrange for people to guide them back into Jiejiao. Some junior brothers and sisters had accumulated quite a bit of karma. Delaying it further would only make it worse. This early cleansing is a good thing. Reincarnation is just a matter of time for us cultivators. It's not a big deal. Tong Tianjiao Master looked at Chang Sheng with even greater satisfaction, thinking to himself he had already anticipated everything, even arranging for those deceased disciples. You have thought this through thoroughly. Now since this time, Jiejiao has achieved a great victory and gained much. It all depends on your planning. Now your cultivation level is the highest among the disciples, having reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. I have just detached from the sacred path and still need to diligently cultivate to break through to the primordial deluo golden immortal as soon as possible. Therefore Jiejiao will need you to preside over matters. From today onwards you will be the vice master of Jiejiao, and all internal affairs will be decided by you. Vice master. Chang Sheng did not expect that Tong Tian would directly hand over Jiejiao to him like a slacker. From now on he could do whatever he wanted. Looking at the other Jiejiao disciples, he thought that to be the vice master he needed the support of others. Especially Duo Bao, who was the senior brother. Even if they were to choose a vice master, they couldn't bypass him. Pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. At this moment Duo Bao was still a bit stunned. How did Chang Sheng reach the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal? When Chang Sheng joined the sect, he was not even at the immortal realm. How long has it been, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal? He had advanced a whole major realm ahead of him. It was one thing to have a clever mind, but his cultivation was also advancing so rapidly. This made him, as the senior brother, feel quite embarrassed. Disciple Jinling pays respects to the vice master. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had always held great respect for Chang Sheng, who, although he was a junior, he had planned many times for her. In her view, he was more suitable than senior brother. Under Chang Sheng's planning, Jiejiao was flourishing, which was evident to all. Now that he had become the vice master of Jiejiao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit naturally fully supported him. After the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit bowed, Zhao Gongming, Luo Xian, Lu Yue, and the others from the heavenly court naturally had no objections either. Disciple pays respects to the vice master. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and the Holy Mother of Non-Action, also led by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, naturally followed suit and bowed. Disciple Turtle Spirit, Disciple Non-Action pays respects to the vice master. The three Xiao sisters, who also respected Chang Sheng, followed Yun Xiao to act alongside him, and were already captivated by Chang Sheng. As for Bai Xiao, she had long been a fan of Chang Sheng. At this moment the three sisters did not hesitate, and directly bowed. Disciple Yun Xiao Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao pays respects to the vice master. With that, the other Jiejiao disciples had nothing more to say, and even the seven fairies directly bowed. In a few moments, only Duo Bao remained. Duo Bao felt somewhat complicated. Is this really the will of the people? However, he found that he didn't feel much jealousy or anything like that. Perhaps even deep down he was starting to respect Chang Sheng. Disciple Duo Bao pays respects to the vice master. With unanimous approval, Tong Tianjiao Master smiled even more happily. Well, from today onward Chang Sheng will be the vice master of Jiejiao. I will enter closed-door cultivation, and all internal affairs will be decided by Chang Sheng. You all behave well. As he spoke, he tossed the Qing Ping sword to Chang Sheng, and then entered the Bo Palace to cultivate. Chang Sheng looked at the Qing Ping sword in his hand. This was an imperial sword that could act first and report later. Shifting his gaze to the disciples, Chang Sheng smiled broadly. Everyone need not stand on ceremony. Our Jiejiao does not have that many rules. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao immediately relaxed. Yes, Jiejiao has no rules at all. However, as she just began to stretch her limbs, she found that apart from her no one else seemed to move. After being glared at by Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking how hypocritical this was. Clearly, she was the only one who truly believed it, so she hurriedly maintained her posture. Senior sister, you are now the Emperor of the Northern Polar Violet Emperor in the Heavenly Court. With the future prosperity of the Heavenly Court, your fortune will be even greater. Recultivating the primordial Tao will not be difficult, and achieving the primordial Deluo Golden Immortal in the future is not impossible. Later I will establish the 5 Directions Heavenly Court, led by you to oversee the Northern Heavenly Court, and you will also be in charge of the Northern Heavenly Gate. This way senior sister can gain even more fortune from the Heavenly Court, and her cultivation will be even smoother. The 5 Directions Heavenly Court. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes brightened. At this moment the Heavenly Court was no longer something that Hao Yin could solely control. Each of the 5 Directions Heavenly Courts would manage their own affairs, and the aura of fortune would be even more concentrated, making future cultivation smoother. Among the 5 directions heavenly courts, her northern heavenly court would carry the most weight. After all, it led the stars. The Vice Master's considerations are thorough, and I will manage this northern heavenly court well. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother silently vowed that this northern heavenly court must be made the foremost heavenly court under her guidance. Changxing nodded. Although it is the 5 directions heavenly court, the 9 divisions remain unchanged. Luo, Xin, Lvue, Zhao Gongming, you must take this seriously. This is a great opportunity to gain fortune. Whether you can successfully break through to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm in the future depends on this. Luo Xian, Lvue, and Zhao Gongming stepped forward at once. Vice Master, rest assured we will not disappoint your expectations. Changxing naturally believed in them. His gaze turned to the 6-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey. At this time the two had already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal level, and future breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal would merely be a matter of time. You will oversee the Southern Heavenly Court and lead the troops there to guard the Southern Heavenly Gate. The 6-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey knew that Sun Li was Changsheng's avatar, so they did not say much and directly bowed in acknowledgement. We accept the orders. Nodding, he said, Good, then you may go first. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the others did not delay, and they left directly for the Heavenly Court. As for the remaining disciples, Big Senior Brother, what about you? I have also gained quite a bit this time. I am about to enter seclusion to prepare for my breakthrough to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. I wonder if the Vice Master has any instructions for me. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Duo Bao knew that the current Changxing had truly become formidable to the point where even the saints had to curry favor with him. How could he then not be able to break through to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm with Changsheng's help? What path does Duo Bao cultivate? The path of cause and effect. Indeed, the path of cause and effect. In the Primordial Chaos, it wasn't that whatever path the Master cultivated the disciple would follow, rather like the disciples of the Jiejiao, such as Gui Ling Xiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao, who practiced the same path as Tong Tian. Others almost all had their unique paths. Duo Bao's cultivation of the path of cause and effect was quite rare in the Jiejiao. The path of cause and effect ranks among the top 10 paths of the Primordial Chaos. It is not much inferior to Changsheng's path of fate. As for his future prospects, there's no need to elaborate. Perhaps Duo Bao could be favored by Tai Ching and transcend to the west due to his achievements in the path of cause and effect. Of course, this situation was unlikely to happen later. Big Senior Brother, this time you have gained a lot of merit and fortune. Even if you cannot use merit to enhance your cultivation with the support of fortune, it is enough for you to succeed in your breakthrough. You think too highly of the threshold of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. In terms of foundation, your foundation is not inferior to anyone else's. Duo Bao was somewhat apprehensive. He couldn't really be blamed for that. Due to Changxing, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Yun Xiao had both shown their Quasi-Saint cultivation. Now even he was at the peak of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, and as the eldest disciple of Jiejiao, this pressure was truly substantial. Pressure can be converted into motivation, but at times it can also crush a person. As a result, Duo Bao had completely placed his hopes on merit, failing to realize that even without relying on merit, his chances of breaking through were greater than those of others. At this moment, upon hearing Changsheng's words, Duo Bao understood something. Indeed, he had outstanding talent and profound foundation. Today he had actually lost confidence, which truly shouldn't have happened. Looking at Changxing, it was all due to this kid's influence. Duo Bao was the eldest disciple of Jiejiao, just a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. How could he? What a joke. Haha, Junior Brother, I understand now. Just wait for good news from your senior brother. In that moment, Duo Bao was filled with ambition and headed straight for the Bayou Palace, while everyone else smiled. At this moment, the Duo Bao they knew had returned, proud, confident, and powerful. They believed that Duo Bao would definitely succeed. The 7 attendants were Yun Xianjin, Gu Xian, Ma Sui Pai Lu Xian, Ling Yixian Xiao Shou, Xian Jingguang Xian, and Chang Er Dingguang Xian. These 7 immortals held a significant position in Jiejiao. After all, they were disciples serving Tong Tian. Although they were also outer disciples, even Zhao Gongming had to address them as senior brothers. Moreover, because they followed Tong Tian, they received many favorable treatments that were not inferior to those of inner disciples, such as attending lectures on Tao. Thus, the strength and realm of the 7 attendants were among the highest in Jiejiao. At this time, the 7 attendants were all at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal level, and some were even at the level of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Usually these few had different roles. Wu Yunxianjin, Gu Xian Ma Sui, and Pai Lu Xian were more like the workhorses. Whenever Tong Tian needed something, they would do it for him. When Tong Tian had no tasks, they would focus entirely on their cultivation. Therefore, their cultivation was the highest among the 7 attendants, and they had already reached the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Ling Yixian Xiao Shou Xian Jingguang Xian and Chang Er Dingguang Xian formed another group. They were more active than Wu Yunxianjin Gu Xian Ma Sui and Pai Lu Xian, recruiting some disciples within the sect to work for them. Ling Yixian Xiuxiu Xian and Jing Guang Xian preferred to consume blood and flesh, and they recruited these disciples primarily to help gather blood food. As for Chang'er Dingguang Xian, he practiced the yin-yang path, and could not be said to be misled. He preferred to cultivate using furnace cauldrons. Usually he recruited some outer disciples to gather furnace cauldrons for his cultivation, not only from the outside, but also many disciples within Jiejiao were either willingly or forcibly recruited. Fortunately, Chang'er Dingguang Xian was not an inner disciple, otherwise he might even dare to lay hands on the three Shao. The desire could also be felt otherwise by Shao would not dislike him so much. Wu Yunxianjin Gu Xian Ma Sui and Pai Lu Xian, you go and guard the master during his cultivation. If anything happens, report back to me. Disciples obey the command. Wu Yunxianjin Gu Xian Ma Sui and Pai Lu Xian could see that something was off. Among the 7 attendants, Changsheng had uniquely called the 3 of them to guard the master, but what about the remaining 4? Thinking of the performances of the 4 on the battlefield, Wu Yunxianjin Gu Xian Ma Sui and Pai Lu Xian could only give the remaining 4 a look of self-preservation. Clearly Changsheng was perceptive. The actions of Chang'er Dingguang Xian had not escaped his notice. After the 3 immortals left, Changsheng's gaze fell on Ling Yixian Xiuxiu, Xian Jingguang Xian, and Chang'er Dingguang Xian. As for you 4, at this moment Ling Yixian Xiuxiu, Xian Jingguang Xian, and Changer Dingguang Xian all changed their expressions. Did they not feel the strange atmosphere? To be honest, they sensed that Changsheng's expression seemed somewhat unfriendly. What were you doing during the battle? The 4 immortals' faces changed drastically. They simply could not imagine that Changsheng, not on the battlefield, but by the sage's side, was so well aware of the situation on the battlefield. Senior brother, I was wrong, please punish me. Ling Yixian directly admitted defeat. Currently, compared to Changsheng, whether in cultivation level or status, they were far inferior. At this moment, if they did not admit defeat, they would only be waiting for a severe punishment from Changsheng. Oh, what was wrong? Senior brother, you also know that we have been following our master and had no opportunity to go out, so during this battle, seeing so much blood food, we couldn't help but give in to our desires and ate a bit more. We know that the human race is valued by you, senior brother. I truly realize my mistake and will never dare to eat humans again. Ling Yixian Xiuxiu Xian and Jingguang Xian put in considerable effort during the battle, but their efforts were excessive. It was not a battle at all, but merely an opportunity to feast. Regardless of friend or foe, they directly indulged in feeding. The human race probably could not distinguish these 3 individuals as allies or enemies, and they must have hated them. Meanwhile, some higher-level cultivators knew that these 3 were Changsheng's junior brothers, making it difficult for them to take action against them. As a result, they directly filled their bellies. And what about you? Xiuxiu Xian Jingguang Xian and Changer Dingguang Xian, upon hearing this, hurriedly knelt down with Ling Yixian and said, Senior brother, we were wrong, please punish us. Changsheng nodded. These 3 individuals had a decent attitude. In the eastern wilderness, due to the battle, the earth veins have suffered significant damage. You 3 should change to the earth immortal Dao and go repair the earth veins. Changing to the earth immortal Dao. I have already spoken to Xinyuanzi. You can go directly to him. He will teach you the earth immortal Dao. Furthermore, from now on your cravings are forbidden. Oh, the 3 immortals were utterly despairing. Not only could they no longer eat, but they also had to switch to the earth immortal Dao. The question was, could the earth immortal Dao be reliable? Although Xinyuanzi practiced the earth immortal Dao, they clearly had a broad path ahead of them. Why should they practice the earth immortal Dao? Facing Changsheng's gaze, they wanted to say something, but it seemed they saw a glimmer of cold light in Changsheng's eyes. If they dared to refuse, the consequences would be dire. Forget it, wise men don't suffer immediate losses. At worst, they would treat it as punishment, and once the earth veins were restored, they could switch back. Disciple obeys. The 3 immortals hurriedly left, heading east to find Xinyuanzi. Seeing that the 3 immortals were so sensible, Changsheng let them off. After all, they were his fellow disciples. In the eyes of Tongtian, Jiao Master, the actions of the 3 immortals probably did not count for much. If Changsheng were to deal with them, neither Tongtian Jiao Master nor the disciples of Jiejiao would understand. Being a deputy leader is not an easy task, thus sending the 3 immortals to repair the earth veins to atone for their sins was sufficient. Moreover, it was for their own good. The 3 immortals had limited potential. In the future, it would be nearly impossible for them to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. However, the Earth Immortal Dao was different. Now that the Earth Immortal Dao was in its infancy, the vast cake of luck had not yet been divided. If the 3 of them got involved, they could gain quite a bit, and perhaps one day they might have the chance to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Moreover, the 3 immortals had stubborn natures, and it was still possible for them to eat humans again in the future. After all, that was the nature of their cultivation. However, if they practiced the Earth Immortal Dao, eating humans would no longer be necessary, and over time their cravings would truly be forbidden. And these three did not merely represent themselves, they represented a whole group. You all go too. Changsheng glanced at the disciples of the three immortals. These disciples were much more obedient than the three immortals. Upon hearing this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed along. In the end, only Changer Dingguang Xian remained among the seven immortals. Facing Changsheng's gaze, Changer Dingguang Xian also averted his eyes, but he believed that his secrets were something Changsheng would never know. Do you have nothing to say to me? Senior brother, I haven't eaten humans, I did my best on the battlefield. Shaking his head, Changer Dingguang Xian was truly one who wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. He raised his hand, and two figures appeared. It was Tai and Yuding. Tai and Yuding had previously gone to fight alongside the Golden Spirit Holy Mother in the Western Extreme Land. After returning, they caught the beginning of the battle between Chan and Jie, and naturally, they had not yet returned before falling into the net. Brothers, do you have anything to say? Tai and Yuding looked at Changsheng, then at Changer Dingguang Xian, and instantly understood that they had been exposed. Changsheng, this matter is a misunderstanding. Changer brother was only joking with us out of concern for our hardship. At the very beginning of the battle, Changer Dingguang Xian sought them out and mentioned something. He helped them lift the restrictions so they could escape, promising that if the Chan teachings were victorious after the battle, he would give Changer Dingguang Xian a way out. It was a lifeline. However, the Chan teachings fell too quickly. After hearing the news, Tai and Yuding felt that they had no need to go out. After all, Guang Qingzi and the others had already been captured, so did they want to be recaptured again? However, no one else knew about this process, nor did they know how Changsheng found out. However, to confess is to receive leniency, while to resist is to receive severe punishment. They were all forced into this. They could not be punished further. They had returned obediently. What else could be done? Changer Dingguang Xian looked at these two foolish teammates, his face full of anger. Did they just sell him out? Senior brother, yes, it was just a joke. Betting on both sides, you were quite clever. However, while my Jiejiao does not adhere to many rules, it is not without any rules. Forget it. You go to the cycle of reincarnation. Huh. Changer Dingguang Xian was stunned upon hearing this. What's going on? Why was he being sent to reflect in the cycle of reincarnation? Lingya Xian and the others could at least reflect a little, but he was directly given up on treatment. Changer Dingguang Xian wanted to say something, but he saw Changsheng wave his sleeve, and Changer Dingguang Xian disappeared instantly. With Changsheng's current strength, sending Changer Dingguang Xian into reincarnation was merely a thought. Tai and Yuding felt a wave of fear upon seeing this. How ruthless. If he was so harsh on his own junior brother, what about them? Without a word, they knelt down. Changsheng, we were wrong. We are very clear that we made a mistake. Going to reincarnation is truly unnecessary. Kunlun Mountain. After Yuan Shi Tianzun returned to Kunlun Mountain, he pondered how to impress Changsheng, but he felt that something was missing, that he had forgotten something. What have we forgotten? When the human race's royal city was established, a prison was arranged for confining those who opposed the human race or were sinners among them. Today, this prison holds a considerable number of criminals. The prison has a total of 18 levels categorized by the strength of the offenders and the severity of their crimes. The stronger and more wicked, the deeper they are confined. Currently, there are indeed quite a number of people in the 18th level. Upon closer inspection, there are Guang Qingzi Ran Dengxi I Hang Pu Xian, Wen Shuju Lu Sun, Qi Jingzi Dao Xing Tianzun Qing Su, Dao De Tianzun Huang Long, and a nearly lifeless Ling Bao De Fa Shi. This one still has a breath left. Junior brother Ling Bao, after taking the 9 revolutions golden pill, you should be fine now. It was Xiandu De Fa Shi who spoke. In this moment, the disciples of the human teachings and the Chan teachings were almost entirely captured, all confined within the royal city prison. The state of several of them was truly pitiful. To prevent their escape, the powers of Guang Qingzi and the others were sealed. They leaned against the wall, and Huang Long appeared somewhat pitiful at this moment. Senior brother, when do you think Master will come to rescue us? They were all confined here, and to them only Yuan Shi Tianzun could come to save. Hearing Huang Long's question, the others also looked towards Guang Qingzi, as everyone knew that Guang Qingzi was the most favored disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Surely with Guang Qingzi's understanding of Yuan Shi Tianzun, he would know when help would arrive. Lost. Completely lost. Defeated utterly. Guang Qingzi's expression revealed despair. He had lost the struggle against Duo Bao. Losing a battle was one thing, but losing that sense of breath was what truly mattered. Guang Qingzi could accept losing to anyone but Duo Bao. Was this merely a loss in war? No, it was a loss to his lifelong rival, a loss of his dignity. From now on, even if they were rescued, it would matter little. He would find it hard to hold his head high before Duo Bao. If that were the case, they might as well remain confined here. No master will not come to save us anymore. What? At this moment, everyone felt as though a bolt from the blue had struck their hearts. Their beloved senior brother said that Yuan Shi Tianzun would never come to rescue them again. How could that be? They were beloved disciples, why wouldn't he save them? Had he given up on them, planning to train a new disciple instead? Perhaps trusting Guang Qingzi too much, they began to let their imaginations run wild. Especially when they thought that Yuan Shi Tianzun had ultimately failed to capture Tong Tianjiao Zhu. Perhaps Yuan Shi Tianzun was imprisoned somewhere as well. Although they had not seen the events that transpired afterward, they could guess many things. However, being the senior brother, Guang Qingzi might know a bit more. Thinking of this, their despair deepened. It was all over. The rest of their lives would be nothing but tears behind iron bars. Ci Hang Pu Xian Wen Shu and Zhu Lu Sun looked towards Randang. They were different. Unlike Guang Qingzi and the others, they had both Yuan Shi Tianzun and the Western Saints behind them. Although they had not interacted much with the Western Saints, Randang was their leader. Even if Yuan Shi Tianzun was imprisoned and unable to rescue them, surely Jieyin and Zhuan Ti would take care of them. However, at this moment, Randang did not look at the fort. His mind was also in turmoil. The absence of Jieyin and Zhuan Ti to assist Tai Qing and Yu Qing meant they had changed their minds at the last moment, resulting in Tong Tian's sect achieving ultimate victory. Since Jieyin and Zhuan Ti had not participated in the battle, they must be safe. If they were safe, did that mean they had forgotten about him? Why until now had no one remembered to save him? Randang was somewhat confused. It seemed they had all been forgotten. The most composed was surprisingly Xiandu de Fa Shi. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he remained motionless. Aside from rescuing Ling Bao de Fa Shi, he had taken no other action. To Xiandu, this place was actually quite acceptable. Tai Qing was imprisoned in chaos. The human race had suffered a great defeat. He was as lost about what to do next as everyone else. Yet he had never forgotten that he was part of the human race. However, he had never considered what his value was to the human race. Thus, he had always been devoted to his own improvement. Having left the human race for so long, his feelings toward them had weakened further. Only recently, upon witnessing the various events of the human race, had his heartstrings been moved. Yet, burdened by the gratitude towards his master, since he did not want to betray his master, he could only betray the human race. Seeing that the human race emerged victorious in the end, Xiandu even sighed in relief. So many people had their powers sealed, yet he alone had not. The figure of Changsheng appeared in Xiandu's mind. He knew this must be Changsheng's arrangement. Unable to comprehend, Xiandu realized he was increasingly unable to see through Changsheng. Not only that, but he no longer dared to speculate on anything. Now that he was confined here, there was no need to think of anything else. It was just the right time to reforge the Hong Yuan Dao. He dispersed the holy path, and his aura shifted, soon returning to the peak of the Deluo Jin Xian. However, this shift in aura was also felt by the others. He hasn't had his powers sealed. Qi Jingzi and the others did not know that Xiandu had not actually had his powers sealed. Now witnessing Xiandu's ability to cultivate, they suddenly felt it. All of them were fellow inmates. Why was Xiandu receiving preferential treatment? This was unfair. No, if Xiandu had his powers, could he not take them out? This prison could only confine those without powers. In truth, the protective measures were not high. With Xiandu's strength, it should be no problem to take them out. Senior brother, you weren't sealed. What are you waiting for? Quickly take us out. Out. Xiandu paused for a moment, looked at them, and slowly shook his head. I will not go out. Oh, I advise you not to waste your efforts. This place is quite good. Going out might only lead to worse outcomes. The current human race is not what it once was. Even if they went out, what difference would it make? The prison's defenses do not appear strict, but is that really the case? What? Has Xiandu gone mad? No. Everyone seemed to have thought of something. Senior brother Xiandu, perhaps it is the human race. Qi Jingzi's words made everyone realize. Indeed, they had almost forgotten that Xiandu was part of the human race. With the human race's great victory, Xiandu's identity as a human race member likely allowed him to navigate freely, so why would he be in a hurry? Perhaps Xiandu was the one sent by the human race to watch over them. Traitor. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Xiandu. Oh, at that moment, he seemed to have once again become a traitor. Western Spirit Mountain. Senior brother, where should we start? Let's take it step by step and spread the teachings of our Western sect throughout the territory of the White Emperor. By the way, senior brother, this time, it's not just the human realm that's dazzling, but also the Earth realm. The Earth Mother has now made a name for herself. And the river of the underworld has taken a wrong turn and perished. Even with the Blood Sea as a support, revival is possible, but it will still be severely depleted. Do you think we can take control of the Shura path and intervene in the Earth realm? This might be worth a try. Jane and Zhuanzi were nervously scheming, having completely forgotten everything else at that moment. With the establishment of the imperial city under the sovereign emperor, the structure of the 5 emperors, 28 dukes, and 108 marquis of 3,000 beaux was formed, and various policies were implemented without any hindrance. The most important aspect was the smooth operation of the financial pathways. The Spirit Finance Department had already taken shape. Thanks to the arrangements made by Xiaosheng and Cao Bao before they achieved immortality, the Underworld Finance Department was also thriving. To this day, both the Spirit Finance Department and the Underworld Finance Department have taken shape, and only one final step remains for the two to reach great success in the financial pathways. Changsheng had instructed that once they established the Spirit and Underworld Finance Departments, they would be sent to the Heavenly Court to form the Finance Department. However, this Finance Department is not something they can establish just because they want to. Currently, Xiaosheng and Cao Bao, while their strength has increased significantly, have only reached the level of Tai Golden Immortal, still far from the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this cultivation level, they cannot act recklessly in the Heavenly Court. To take charge of the Finance Department, they need the backing of Changsheng. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared. Tai by Jinxing. Xiaosheng and Cao Bao were somewhat familiar with the deities of the Heavenly Court. Tai by Jinxing held a significant reputation in the Heavenly Court, being a trusted confidant of Haoyan, usually responsible for conveying edicts. What brings him here now? Xiaosheng and Cao Bao heed the edict. Hasn't Haoyan reincarnated? Who gave them the edict? The Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. They certainly do not recognize that. Seeing the expressions of Xiaosheng and Cao Bao, Tai by Jinxing felt a bit helpless. It is the intention of the Northern Polar Ziwei Emperor and the Southern Polar Chongqing Emperor. The Northern Polar Ziwei Emperor and the Southern Polar Chongqing Emperor. Aren't they their own master and Shirbois? Without hesitation they bowed. We await. Tai by Jinxing felt even more helpless. Indeed, the era of Haoyan has truly passed. In today's Heavenly Court situation, even if Haoyan were to return, what could he do? He would only be a puppet. The Heavenly Court has been divided into 5 parts. With Haoyan absent, and the Jade Pool lacking sufficient status, any opposition is futile. Moreover, with Changsheng's current influence, not to mention establishing the 5 parts of the Heavenly Court, even if he were to push Haoyan down and take the position of Heaven Emperor, who could stop him? Thus, the current Heavenly Court has become the domain of the Jiejiao Sect. Tai by Jinxing was originally one of the 9 stars. Now, with the Northern Polar Ziwei Emperor and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother in charge of the Northern Heavenly Court, leading the constellation, Tai by Jinxing naturally considers himself not to be betraying Haoyan, but rather fulfilling the decree of destiny. Fortunately, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother does not reject him, because he was once a confidant of Haoyan. Although his status is not what it once was, it is still respectable. His gaze fell on Xiaosheng and Cao Bao, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. He, Tai by Jinxing, has cultivated for countless years, working tirelessly in the Heavenly Court, yet he is still only at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Looking at Xiaosheng and Cao Bao, they merely recognized a good master, and in such a short time, they have achieved such influence managing the financial pathways of heaven and earth, and their cultivation has also risen to Tai Golden Immortal. Once they truly take charge of the Finance Department, breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal should not pose a problem. It really is unfair. I wonder if Changsheng is still in need of disciples. He also wants to join. Xiaosheng and Cao Bao manage the Spirit Finance Department and the Underworld Finance Department, facilitating the financial pathways of heaven and earth, accumulating countless merits. Today I decree that Xiaosheng and Cao Bao enter the Heavenly Court to oversee the Finance Department and establish the Heavenly Finance Department, facilitating the financial pathways of the Primordial Chaos. This is settled. Xiaosheng and Cao Bao were surprised. Indeed, what they wished for came true. However, in today's Heavenly Court, it is merely a matter of their master giving a word. We, your humble servants, heed the edict. Xiaosheng and Cao Bao received the edict and were about to say something when they saw Tai by Jinxing smiling broadly as he approached. Congratulations to both immortal officials. From now on, the 2 of you will oversee one of the 9 departments of the Heavenly Court, the Finance Department, with status only below the 6U. If there are any matters that require me to assist, please do not hesitate to ask. Is this the change in status? Before they could do anything, the esteemed Tai by Jinxing of the Heavenly Court had already begun to flatter them. However, this is not the most important thing. Their master values them, and now they can finally manage the Heavenly Court's Finance Department and establish the Heavenly Finance Department. They must work even harder and absolutely cannot disappoint their master's expectations. After some polite exchanges with Tai by Jinxing, Xiaosheng and Cao Bao did not linger and directly selected some capable assistants from the Spirit Finance Department to ascend to heaven. Next, there is still much work to be done. In the Heavenly Court's Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the Queen Mother sat in the main seat, but her face showed some anger. She did not say she wanted to convene a morning assembly. Since Haoshen's reincarnation, the morning assembly of the Heavenly Court has become a mere formality. The Jade Pool knows her status and prestige are insufficient, so she does not make any fuss waiting for Haoshen's return. However, this time she was informed by Su Li that she was to convene a morning assembly. Goodness, her wings have truly hardened. What is her identity? She is the Queen Mother. What does this mean? Are they notifying her? The Jade Pool was reluctant to attend, wanting to see how this morning assembly could proceed without her. But then she thought in the current Heavenly Court, who would dare to disregard Su Li's authority? Even if she did not attend the morning assembly, would likely proceed smoothly. In that case, she could not skip it. After all, if anything happened, she needed to intervene in time. With Hao Ian absent, she needed to protect the foundations of his legacy. The morning assembly begins. The 6 you each have their own seats, but today only Su Li and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother are present among them. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother even directly sat in the main seat beside the Jade Pool in Haoshan's former position. Watching the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's actions, everyone tacitly accepted it, and the Jade Pool was truly furious. Ziwei Emperor, what do you mean by this? The Heavenly Emperor is merely reincarnating, not departing forever. Are you attempting to rebel? The Jade Pool did not quite recognize the situation. Su Li sat to the left of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. After announcing the start of the morning assembly, he continued speaking. From today onward, to better fulfill the Heavenly Court's responsibilities in assisting the Primordial Chaos, we will establish the 5 Heavenly Courts. In addition to the current Central Heavenly Court, we will establish the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern Heavenly Courts, each overseen by the Northern Polar Ziwei Emperor, Southern Polar, Chongqing Emperor, Eastern Extreme, Qinghua Emperor, and Western Extreme, Goqing Emperor respectively. The Heavenly Court cannot have a single ruler. From today onward, all matters of the Heavenly Court will be overseen by the Northern Polar Ziwei Emperor. Do any of you have objections? Who agrees and who disagrees with this hand of propriety? It left everyone in silence. Can anyone oppose this? Who dares to oppose it? This is simply ridiculous. Are they seeking death? The members of the Jiejiao Sect were all wearing smiles at this moment. The eldest sister was the leader of the Heavenly Court, and they would soon become royal relatives, enjoying all the luxuries without having to endure the indignities from Hao Tian and Yao Qi. As for the other sects, it seems that there are no other sects with any issues at the moment. Yao Qi looked at the silent celestial beings, and her anger was becoming harder to suppress. Well, now are there really no voices to speak for them? Could it be that Hao Tian and Shi, after managing the Heavenly Court for so long, cannot even find a single loyal one? Among the 6 emperors, Hao Tian had already reincarnated, and Hutu would certainly not appear here. As for the Eastern Emperor Qinghua and the Western Emperor Goqing, their situation is still unknown. Whether they are alive or dead remains a mystery. Chongqing is clearly here to bully him, a solitary mother. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Yao Kai's silver teeth were about to shatter as she gazed across the room. To her disappointment, everyone she looked at lowered their heads. These were all promoted by Hao Tian step by step. Some had mediocre cultivation, but Hao Tian appreciated their abilities and promoted them against the norm. And now have they all turned against him? This is not proper. Good. Yao Qi had not yet seen who spoke up, but her eyes already gleamed with light. Finally someone was speaking for them. Who could it be? A loyal minister. When Hao Tian returns, they will surely be heavily promoted. Her gaze fell nearby, and not only Yao Qi, but the eyes of all celestial beings were also drawn there. Perhaps they did not expect that at this moment there would still be someone risking everything. It is Wan Lian. Wan Lian, the captain of Hao Tian's personal guard, was formidable. Previously he was at the early stage of the Golden Immortal, but had now reached the peak. After being gravely injured in the battle in the western extremity, he had miraculously survived, and remained loyal, speaking for Hao Tian and Yao Qi. South Pole Emperor, the Heavenly Court, is the Heavenly Court. If divided into 5 parts, would it not lead to chaos in governance? How can we stabilize the Primordial Chaos? This move, I believe, is improper, and I ask the Emperor to retract your command. Moreover, Emperor Hao Tian was appointed by the Heavenly Emperor in charge of the Heavenly Court and overseeing the universe. He has gone to face tribulations to protect the Primordial Chaos, but it is merely a journey through tribulations. He will return one day. Such a significant matter should wait until Emperor Hao Tian returns before making a decision. Additionally, although Emperor Hao Tian is not present, the Queen Mother remains. Major matters of the Heavenly Court should be decided by the Queen Mother. Good. Yao Qi was just shy of applauding. Wan Lian, as Hao Tian's captain of guards, had never been particularly noticeable. Even the Queen Mother would subconsciously overlook him. But at this crucial moment, Wan Lian stepped up. It seems that among all the officials, he is the only loyal minister. With Wan Lian's voice raised, Yao Qi could seize the opportunity to speak. South Pole Emperor, while Emperor Hao Tian is absent to split the Heavenly Court and seize power, does it not seem exceedingly rebellious? Moreover, Emperor Hao Tian died to protect the Primordial Chaos. Now as he faces tribulations, are you not afraid that all beings in the Primordial Chaos will be disheartened by your actions? Standing in the center of the crowd, Marshal Tian Peng was also eager to try, but he felt that if he stood up now, he would probably be giving himself away. After thinking it through, he decided to let reason triumph over impulse. He Tian Peng came to the heavenly court for the sake of the primordial chaos and the beings of the universe, not to be a servant of a single family. The capabilities of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother are well known. If she were to take charge of the heavenly court, she would surely win the people's hearts. Moreover, the heavenly court is so vast that dividing it into 5 parts is also understandable. The most important thing is that how Tian has been tricked to death by Sun Li. If he stands against Sun Li now, is he qualified? The beings of the primordial chaos need him, so he cannot act impulsively. Sun Li looked around, confirming that no one else was stepping forward, and thus he knew. The heavenly court is to be divided into 5. This is the will of heaven, not merely my opinion. Under the great trend, everything has its own destiny. There is no need for further discussion. As for the Queen Mother, just manage Yao Qi. She does not have the capability to manage the heavenly court. Bang! Yao Qi, sitting in her chair, was so enraged by Sun Li's words that she crushed the armrest. She glared at Sun Li, her face full of fury. Sun Li, you are being too overbearing. How could Yao Qi tolerate being so publicly disdained by Sun Li? She was the Queen Mother, second only to Hao Tian in the heavenly court. If she were to be insulted like this today, without any reaction, how could she maintain her dignity? In front of the celestial beings of the heavenly court, she would truly be reduced to merely guarding Yao Qi. Sun Li glanced at Yao Qi, frowned, and said, Ling Shi, send the Queen Mother back to Yao Qi. Ling Shi complied, and walked directly toward Yao Qi. Seeing that Sun Li was going to act forcefully, Yao Qi became even angrier. Sun Li, if you dare to touch me, I am the Queen Mother, the one appointed by the Tao ancestor. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Yao Qi shouted, and as Wan Lian saw Ling Shi approaching her, he stepped forward. However, just as Wan Lian moved, he was immediately sent flying by Ling's eye. With the aura of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Queen Mother Yao Qi was merely at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How could she be a match for Ling Shi? Don't touch me. If you dare to touch me, I'll fight you to the end. Yao Qi never expected that Sun Li would show no regard for face, directly resorting to violence. The peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal was simply not enough in front of Ling Shi, and she was swiftly subdued. Sun Li, by what right do you speak of the great trend? What constitutes the great trend? By what right do you speak of it? Sun Li waved his hand, signaling for Ling Shi to take her back to Yao Qi. However, this scene was too shocking for the celestial beings. It was incredibly powerful. Although Sun Li said nothing, his actions made it clear he was the great trend. At this moment, no one dared to harbor any thoughts. Tao ancestor. They had all retreated, and now the primordial chaos belonged to the Jiejiao. As for the heavenly court, it was even more so the Jiejiaos. If Xuandu and Guangqingzi were present, perhaps there could have been some dialogue, but now no one wanted to be the next Wan Lian accompanying Hao Tian in reincarnate. We obey the Emperor's decree. Seeing all the celestial beings speaking out together, Sun Li finally nodded. If that is the case, then it is settled. The 5 directions heavenly court has thus been established. Sun Li bowed to the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Everyone suddenly realized. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother sat on the imperial seat, feeling a bit emotional. Sun Li had somewhat turned the tide with his actions, but now it was her time to shine. All rise. The Golden Spirit Mother surveyed the celestial beings slowly, speaking. The heavenly court holds the authority of the Heavenly Emperor to govern the heavens and assist the primordial world, and there are many matters that urgently require resolution. The first issue is the vacancy in the financial department of the heavenly court. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao established the Spirit Finance Office and the Nether Finance Office in the primordial world, and they are well known for their talents. Today I appoint Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao as the immortal lords of the heavenly court's financial department, overseeing its operations and initiating the establishment of the heavenly finance office. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. The celestial beings looked at the two. They had already heard whispers about Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao taking charge of the financial department. Most importantly, they were disciples of the Jiejiao faction of longevity, and who would dare to voice any objections. This is excellent. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Heavenly Emperor. We have seen the immortal lord of the financial department. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao stepped forward to express their gratitude and bowed to the celestial beings, saying, in the future, we will work together. If there are any financial matters, please feel free to approach us. We are bound to have frequent dealings. Naturally. The Golden Spirit Mother nodded. The second matter concerns the Eastern Emperor Qinghua and the Western Emperor Goqing, who have been neglecting their virtues. They conspired with the Sage of Taqing to harm the eastern part of the primordial world, resulting in damage to the Earth's veins and suffering for countless beings. Such actions have rendered Xuandu and Guangqingzi unfit to remain as emperors of the heavenly court. Ling Yun and Yun Xiao possess great merits and profound cultivation suitable to become the emperors of the heavenly court. From today onward, Ling Yun shall assume the position of the Eastern Emperor Qinghua, and Yun Xiao shall take the position of the Western Emperor Goqing. What do you all think? The assembly glanced at the Golden Spirit Mother, and then at Xuanli, silently acknowledging the camaraderie among them. This routine was familiar. Who supported and who opposed was a matter of little consequence, as they themselves would not object. This was clearly a strategy by the Jiejiao to consolidate control over the Heavenly Court. If they were to falter now, there would be no hope left. Moreover, most of the 9 departments of the Heavenly Court were already under the control of the Jiejiao, and now it was merely a matter of increasing their influence, something they were already accustomed to. Furthermore, most of the celestial beings in the Heavenly Court were disciples of the Jiejiao. Those who had supported the Western lands would naturally rally behind Xuanli and the Golden Spirit Mother, and there were hardly any objections. At this point it was mostly a formality. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Heavenly Emperor. The celestial beings cheered in unison. Lingyun and Yunxiao stepped forward. One was a mixed Yuan golden immortal, and the other a quasi-saint, both perfectly suited for the role of emperor. Should a golden immortal be appointed, there might be some reservations, but with Lingyun and Yunxiao no one would dare to voice dissent. Lingyun had long received instructions from the entity of longevity. Now seated on the imperial throne prepared for the 6 emperors, the Heavenly Court would be the center of the primordial world henceforth, and such fortune was indeed considerable, which Lingyun would not refuse. As for Yunxiao, who had previously practiced the holy way, he now needed to recultivate the mixed Yuan way, which required a boost of fortune. The position of the Western Emperor Gocheng was just right for him. With 4 of the 6 emperors already belonging to the Jiejiao, it was only natural that the Heavenly Court would become a one-sided affair for the Jiejiao, and it must be. In the future, longevity would focus on developing the Heavenly Court. A world ultimately needs a core organization, and none is more suitable than the Heavenly Court. However, longevity does not wish to work for others, thus the Heavenly Court must be firmly in hand. Heavenly Emperor, we feel unworthy of the positions of immortal lords of the Do Department and the Tai Sui Department. We request your permission to return to the mountains for cultivation and for you to appoint others to guard the 2 departments. Tai and Yuding felt a twinge of bitterness. They clearly had not fled on their own. No, they had returned halfway themselves. However, now that longevity had discovered this, if they did not provide some explanation, they feared they would not be able to escape. Initially, they were unaware of the reason for longevity sending them to the Heavenly Court, but after observing the situation, they realized it was to demand their relinquishment of the authority they held in the Heavenly Court. The Do Department and the Tai Sui Department being 2 of the 9 departments of the Heavenly Court, with the Eastern and Western Emperors already reclaimed by longevity, their positions would naturally be no exception. So be it, they might as well give in. They had realized that with longevity around, the Changjiao would find it impossible to compete with the Jiejiao. Most importantly, the primordial Heavenly Master was indifferent to them. They had learned that he had already returned to Kunlun Mountain and had seemingly made amends with longevity. Yet under such circumstances he remained completely unconcerned about them. What to do then? They could only save themselves. In that case, you 2 may return to the mountains for cultivation. As for the Do Department and the Tai Sui Department, the Do Department will be overseen by Immortal Hanji, appointed as the Immortal Lord of the Do Department, while the Tai Sui Department will be overseen by the Holy Mother Wudong, appointed as the Immortal Lord of the Tai Sui Department. In the blink of an eye, 2 more departments were taken over. The celestial beings of the Heavenly Court had become accustomed to it, and the disciples of the Jiejiao were overjoyed, for the Heavenly Court would now belong to their Jiejiao. Tai and Yuding were also overjoyed. They had been permitted to return to the mountains for cultivation. What were they waiting for? They directly took their leave and hastened towards Kunlun Mountain, as the outside world was too dangerous, and they needed to return. Additionally, Qin Tianjuan Zhao Tianjuan Dong Tianjuan Yuan Tianjuan, the Holy Mother of Golden Light's son Tianjuan, by Tianjuan Yao Tianjuan Wang Tianjuan, and Zhang Tianjun, will enter the Thunder Department as Thunder Department officials. At present there were no suitable candidates for the Thunder Department, but matters regarding the Thunder Department could not be delayed. The 10 Heavenly Lords each possessed unique methods, and were capable of serving as aides, making it a temporary solution. Moreover, the officials of the Thunder Department ranked just below the Immortal Lord, and the position was not low, bringing considerable fortune and benefiting their cultivation. We comply with your orders. Following this, a series of commands followed, some regarding policies, and others about mobilization. From this point on, the heavens of the primordial world had indeed changed. Kunlun Mountain. The primordial Heavenly Master looked at Tai and Yuding before him, taken aback. And why are only the 2 of you back? Oh. Tai and Yuding exchanged strange glances, realizing that their master had completely forgotten about the rest of them. Master, the senior brother, and the others are still imprisoned in the human royal city. The primordial Heavenly Master then recalled something. Indeed, he had sensed he had forgotten something regarding Guangchengzi and the others. After their defeat in battle, they would certainly have been captured. Forget it. Being imprisoned for a while may temper their nature. Longevity is someone who knows moderation and will not harm them. In due time, they will naturally be... Oh. Tai and Yuding were genuinely baffled. Master, should you not reconsider what you just said? How do you know so much about longevity and his sense of mind? It was over. Tai and Yuding understood that longevity had even won over their master. The primordial heavenly master was indifferent, so they felt no need to worry. After informing him of the heavenly court's matters, they directly returned to their cultivation. In the heavenly court, the primordial heavenly master could not fail to see the value of the heavenly court, but he sought something from longevity, making it difficult to contest with him at this moment. Alas, he wished longevity could be his disciple. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had never envied Tongtian Jiaozhu, except for immortality. That alone truly stirred envy within him. Meanwhile, Chongqing remained oblivious to Yuan Shi's musings, having already arrived at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. When the Great War erupted among the human race, the Dragon Clan intervened directly and aligned themselves against Chongqing. There was no need for courtesy now. Though he had once considered permitting the dragons to remain subordinate under the Water Department, it was clear they were no longer fit for such a role. The Carp clan had now matured into a formidable force. Yet the rivers, lakes, and marshes of the Primordial Chaos imposed inherent limits upon them. Given their extraordinary reproductive rate, it was only a matter of time before these waters could no longer contain the Carp clan. Only the four seas could truly be their home. Fortuitously, the opportunity presented itself perfectly. The dragons had squandered their chance, and thus the four seas would now fall under the stewardship of the Carp. Having committed the bulk of their strength to the human war, the Dragon Clan had left the four seas largely undefended. The Carp clan had since eradicated nearly all remaining dragon forces across the seas. As the source and sovereign of the four seas, the East Sea had long been the Dragon Clan's most meticulously cultivated domain. Now Liu led the overwhelming majority of the Carp clan's forces to garrison this vital stronghold. Clan Chief Liu gazed upon Chongqing with unrestrained delight. They had awaited his arrival eagerly. Though the Carp clan had seized control of the four seas, their conquest remained superficial. Key dragon strongholds remained untouched and unoccupied. Most notably, they had yet to locate the Dragon Clan's ancestral sanctum. Indeed, that sanctum formed the very root of the Dragon Clan, their final reservoir of primordial power. Senior dragon elders like Zhu Long had once cultivated there. According to Chongqing, it was an extra-dimensional realm forged by the primordial dragon himself, using the four seas as its foundational anchor. Such a hidden dimension lay far beyond Li Yu's perception. Even as a Tai golden immortal, he lacked both the means to locate it and the capacity to withstand its latent dangers. Thus Chongqing had instructed Li Yu to consolidate control over the four dragon palaces and stabilize the realm. No further exploration was permitted. Chongqing beheld the East Sea Dragon Palace for the first time, and found it even more opulent than he had imagined. Legends proclaimed the dragons the wealthiest clan in the Primordial Chaos. Reality surpassed even those tales. The floor was paved with primordial refined metal, the halls adorned with primordial coral and jade, countless luminous pearls, and myriad arcane treasures shimmered throughout. Merely standing within evoked an overwhelming surge of aquatic chi. This palace rivaled even the celestial court in grandeur. Were it not for the celestial court's innate celestial origin, it might well have been outshone by the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the Dragon Palace was protected by an ancient self-repairing formation. Though the recent war had inflicted considerable damage, the formation had restored the palace to its former magnificence. Chongqing surveyed the assembled Carp clan and nodded approvingly. From its humble origins, the Carp clan had swelled to over 100 million souls. With Chongqing's bloodline ascending generation after generation, and through ancestral bloodline regression, the entire clan's essence had transcended its former mortal bounds. Today, every Carp possessed innate potential for immortality. Though elite combatants remained scarce, this deficiency held little consequence. For above them stood Chongqing, their clan chief, a peerless sovereign golden immortal whose cultivation had ascended beyond even the primordial dragon's peak. Though the three primordial sovereigns, the primordial dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial Qilin, had each attained the sovereign golden immortal realm during the Great Calamity, none had breached the threshold of the supreme sovereign immortal. They waged relentless wars to unify the primordial chaos, not for dominion, but to gather celestial virtue. Their ultimate aim was to harness its converging momentum and ascend to the supreme sovereign immortal realm. Yet their plan faltered, outmaneuvered by Luo Ho, and all perished, returning their bodies to the primordial chaos to atone for their accumulated karmic debts, thus preserving the survival of their three clans. The primordial dragon sacrificed himself to subdue the four seas floods. In truth, he had already died, his lingering consciousness sustained only by the veneration of his descendants, anchored as a faint spark of true spirit within the ancestral sanctum. Perhaps vestiges of his power endured, but surpassing Chongqing remained utterly impossible. Thus Changsheng could seek the dragon clan's ancestral sanctum openly and dismantle this last remnant of dragon influence without fear. Such was the absolute supremacy he wielded beneath the supreme, sovereign immortal none could stand against him. Among the Carp clan second only to Changsheng stood Li Yu. Now the grand elder of the Carp clan, Li Yu commanded immense ancestral virtue. Following the conquest of the Four Seas and the Dragon clan's collapse, his cultivation surged forward with unprecedented speed, reaching the apex of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, poised on the very cusp of ascending to the Great Luo Immortal. Beneath Li Yu, 12 other elders, all Tai Golden Immortals, formed the clan's inner council. This ascension was no accident. The confluence of water deity authority and dominion over the Four Seas had dramatically elevated the Carp clan's celestial status. Among all clans of the Primordial Chaos, only the human race surpassed the Carp clan in celestial virtue. Beneath these 13 Tai Golden Immortals stood hundreds of Golden Immortals, and countless others attaining lower realms of immortality. Given this vast foundation, the emergence of several great Luo Immortals within the Carp clan, under Changsheng's protection, was inevitable, especially now as their celestial virtues surged at its most potent phase. By inheriting the Dragon clan's dominion over the Four Seas, the Carp clan had swallowed an elephant whole. Though their celestial virtue had already surged once, that was merely the initial windfall. The true abundance still awaited their claim: the Dragon clan's accumulated treasures, legacies, and esoteric knowledge. That would mark the Carp clan's true golden age. Rise, all of you. Come, show me this East Sea Dragon Palace. I'd long been curious about it. Yet here we are stepping into our own ancestral seat. Li Yu smiled warmly. Once they had fled across the Four Seas with no sanctuary, living moment to moment, uncertain whether the next instant would bring escape or annihilation, to dwell within a dragon palace. Unthinkable. Even a modest elevation in status, enough to avoid being devoured at whim, had been a luxury beyond hope. Yet reality had unfolded with surreal grace. The Carp clan now ruled the Dragon Palace. The dragons, who had once towered over them as untouchable sovereigns, were now slain by their own hands, their numbers dwindling with each passing day. Their pure primordial blood now nourished the Carp clan's ascent. Across the vast expanse of the Four Seas, no clan dared harbor ill intent toward the Carp clan. Not even a glance met without trembling. Shrimp, crab, turtle clans, all now swore fealty as vassals. All this had been wrought by the extraordinary clan chief standing before them. In the Carp clan, Changsheng's word was law, absolute, unquestioned. Were he to command them to die this very instant, not a single soul would hesitate. For the clan chief's will carried purpose beyond mortal comprehension. On the Dragon Palace throne, this is a long bench, or rather it resembles a bed. Oh, lying on it feels spacious. One must admit the Dragon King truly knows how to enjoy life. Clan leader, we have accounted for most of the assets within the Four Seas Dragon Palace. The Dragon clan is indeed wealthy. Even 100 of our Carp clan would not compare. With these resources, our Carp clan's strength can certainly multiply several times in the near future. However, most of these things may not interest you, but there is one item that perhaps will. Oh, Changsheng looked at the item. Li Yu handed over a spiritual treasure, the Dragon Gate. It is said that the Dragon Gate is a companion spiritual treasure of the ancestor dragon, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure that was born alongside the ancestor dragon Pearl, symbolizing the Dragon clan. This Dragon Gate is a supreme treasure infused with the Dragon clan's fortune and bloodline. In the past, the Dragon clan would establish their supremacy over water veins by erecting the Dragon Gate every 10,000 years over the East Sea. Any creature able to leap over the Dragon Gate would gain the Dragon clan's bloodline. Many Carp, unwilling to accept their fate, sought various ways to leap the Dragon Gate. Unfortunately, they all failed. To this day, not a single Carp has succeeded in leaping the Dragon Gate. Other aquatic clans fared somewhat better, but it was not much. Nevertheless, the existence of the Dragon Gate has indeed deepened the recognition of the Dragon clan's dominant status among the aquatic clans of the Four Seas. Gradually, there was no aquatic clan that did not take pride in obtaining the Dragon clan's bloodline. Because of the Dragon Gate's existence, some top talents among the aquatic clans have essentially leaped over the Dragon Gate, becoming part of the Dragon clan, to the extent that other aquatic clans increasingly lack the ability to contend with the Dragon clan, and could only remain as the Dragon clan's vassals. Those clans that could not leap the Dragon Gate sought various ways to gain the Dragon clan's bloodline, thus starting to consider other methods, such as voluntarily mating with the Dragon clan to bear dragon offspring. Dragons are inherently lustful, which is a mutual consent. Thus one can see many peculiar aquatic creatures: dragon turtles, dragon fish, dragon shrimp, dragon crabs, and so on. Dragons have 9 offspring, each distinct. This is not mere talk. The Dragon Gate has always been housed in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Now that the palace has been breached by the Carp clan, the Dragon Gate naturally falls into their hands. Feeling the aura of the Dragon Gate, Changxing's expression turned more enlightened. Although the bloodline obtained after leaping the Dragon Gate grants these aquatic creatures greater power, it simultaneously adds a shackle to them. Why can the human race become the protagonists of the world? Because other clans rely primarily on bloodline inheritance, while the human race does not. For clans that rely on bloodlines, there exists a top-down control. Just like the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, once the ancestor Dragon Yuan Feng and ancestor Qilin fade from the historical tide, the strength of these clans begins to decline sharply. Although the Dragon clan was once formidable, anyone could bully them. The Phoenix and Qilin clans appear somewhat better, but that is merely because they are more low-key compared to the Dragon clan and occupy a smaller proportion of resources. Just like the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, once the ancestor Dragon Yuan Feng and ancestor Qilin fade from the historical tide, the strength of these clans begins to decline. Only the human race, regardless of whether the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns are gone, or the 3 ancestors of humanity have perished, as long as the spiritual backbone of humanity is not broken, they will continue to grow strong. Thus, leaping the Dragon Gate is actually a trap. Those who can leap the Dragon Gate do not need the Dragon Gate's bloodline to support them. For those who cannot, the Dragon Gate holds little significance. This is not a spiritual treasure for both offense and defense, but merely an auxiliary spiritual treasure. For Changxing, this treasure holds little significance. He certainly cannot create a Carp Gate for other aquatic clans to leap over. Changxing looks down upon this. After all, if he truly harbors such thoughts, it reflects a lack of confidence. However, soon Changxing discovered something quite interesting. As his divine sense attached to the Dragon Gate, he sensed a strong will existing within the Dragon Gate, a will that rivaled his own, the will of the Dragon clan. Only the ancestor dragon could possess such a will among the Dragon clan. This is the will left by the ancestor dragon within the Dragon Gate. Changxing seemed to recall something. The shadow of the River of Fate appeared behind him, directly obliterating the ancestor dragon's will. With Changxing's strength, he could also erase the ancestor dragon's will, though it would take considerable time. However, with the River of Fate's assistance, the situation was different. In an instant, it was obliterated, and with the destruction of the ancestor dragon's will, Changxing also left his mark within the Dragon Gate. Now the Dragon Gate truly belongs to him. After completely mastering the Dragon Gate, Changxing finally understood another marvelous use of the Dragon Gate. It turns out that the entrance to the Dragon Palace's alternate space is right above this Dragon Gate. No wonder after entering he explored every inch of the Dragon Palace with his divine sense, and found nothing, it was hidden here. It is understandable that there is no other place more concealed and secure than the Dragon Gate. Even if someone truly obtained the Dragon Gate, attempting to obliterate the ancestor dragon's will is not easy. Even those at the pinnacle of Croissant level in the primordial world would expend great effort. Not everyone possesses the River of Fate. Stretching out his hand, the Dragon Gate opened automatically. Changxing stepped inside, and Li Yu and the others gazed at this scene in astonishment. They were not worried about Changxing. Is there anyone in the primordial world that could rival him? Even the Dao ancestor would suffer setbacks. What if the ancestor dragon exists within the Dragon Gate? Moreover, it seems that Changxing has discovered something remarkable. Oh, perhaps he can unearth the hidden treasures of the Dragon clan. Stepping over the Dragon Gate, Changxing looked at the scene before him, somewhat astonished. It resembled a small world, yet was completely different from a small world. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly rich, 100 times that of the Dragon Palace. Even taking a breath feels refreshing, surpassing even the spiritual energy of the Heavenly Court. Is this the heritage of the Dragon clan? His gaze landed on the sun above the alternate space. Indeed, there is a sun here. However, it is not the essence of the sun. Stepping closer to the sun, feeling its aura, Changxing's smile grew wider. The innate supreme treasure, the ancestor dragon pearl. Changxing could sense the repulsion from the alternate space and the ancestor dragon pearl, but it was futile. With his current strength, the alternate space is unable. Within the alternate space enveloped by the ancestor dragon pearl, many dragons could be seen. What a haven for the Dragon clan. Even if the dragons outside are completely extinct, it does not matter, for there is a batch of true dragons here with a bloodline even superior to that of the outside dragons. As long as this place remains undiscovered, the Dragon clan has a chance for resurgence. These Dragon clans, although only one has reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it is merely due to their short cultivation time. The ones allowed to remain here must be the young dragons of hope. Indeed, it is hope. Take that early stage great Luo Golden Immortal true dragon, for its bloodline is far superior to the Four Seas Dragon Kings, previously seen only slightly inferior to the Zhulong. However, if it continues to cultivate, it may even have the potential to break through to the Primordial Golden Immortal. Besides this true dragon, there are other true dragons as well, each with considerable potential. Those who can appear here are all true dragons, their strength surpassing that of celestials, numbering over 10,000. Many seem to live in peace, and Chang Sheng can distinctly feel a will protecting them. It is the will of the Ancestor Dragon. Indeed, although the Ancestor Dragon suppresses the four seas, merging its body with them, its focus remains on the Dragon Clan. If Chang Sheng were to act against these dragon seeds, the Ancestor Dragon would likely intervene. However, what of it? Wildfires cannot be extinguished, spring winds will only bring them back. Some clans can be subjugated or even enslaved, but the Dragon Clan cannot. Their ancient pride forbids them from bowing their backs. They will wait until they are strong enough to take revenge on the Carp clan. The pride of the Dragon Clan does not allow them to forget their hatred, nor to allow the four seas, their foundational ground, to be occupied by the mere Carp clan. As this thought spread, a surge of will erupted, pressing down towards Chang Sheng. With this eruption of will, the entire four seas erupted in turmoil. Without the suppression of the Ancestor Dragon, the waterways of the four seas began to show signs of chaos. Of course, this could also be due to the Ancestor Dragon's influence, as it could sense Chang Sheng's strength. If possible, the Ancestor Dragon would not mind using the chaos of the four seas to threaten Chang Sheng. After all, Chang Sheng would not simply accompany the Dragon Clan to their demise. Liu looked at the chaotic four seas, his expression changing. However, after so many years, the Carp clan, as the water deities, had been managing the primordial waterways and was unperturbed by the situation. Let's go, follow me to manage the waterways of the four seas. Liu led the Carp clan to stabilize the waterways. With their adept skills as water deities, while they could not instantly calm the chaotic four seas, they managed to bring some tranquility. Given the current situation, perhaps the Carp clan could indeed bring peace to the four seas. In the other dimension, a figure slowly appeared before Chang Sheng. Observing this imposing figure, Chang Sheng displayed an intrigued expression. To be honest, seeing an ancient deity like the Ancestor Dragon in this era of human prosperity is akin to witnessing a dinosaur in modern times. Ancestor Dragon, is that you? Chang Sheng tentatively asked, hoping to confirm. The Ancestor Dragon gazed at the figure before him. Due to suppressing the four seas, he often fell into slumber. Had it not been for Chang Sheng's eradication of the will he left within the Dragon Gate, he would not have awakened. Upon awakening, he discovered something that filled him with rage. The Dragon Clan had been annihilated, and the four seas had been occupied by the weak Carp clan. How long had he been asleep for the world to change so drastically? The decline of the Dragon Clan was to be expected, as his era had long passed. But how could the mere Carp clan achieve such a thing? Upon seeing Chang Sheng, the Ancestor Dragon finally understood. This was indeed a being capable of erasing his will left in the Dragon Gate. Chang Sheng possessed the peak cultivation of the primordial golden immortal, and even the aura he emanated left the Ancestor Dragon somewhat astounded, not solely due to Chang Sheng's apparent peak status. There also seemed to be a hidden formidable trump card within Chang Sheng. However, what exactly it was, the Ancestor Dragon could not discern. Regardless, he knew he had to stand up. If Chang Sheng truly annihilated the Dragon Clan's last vestiges, then the Dragon Clan would be left with nothing, rendering his existence meaningless. Fellow Taoist, you have now occupied the four seas. Will you truly wipe them out completely? Chang Sheng looked at the Ancestor Dragon, who spoke to him in a surprisingly amicable tone, and could not help but shake his head. He was no longer the Ancestor Dragon, who once had the ambition to unify the primordial world. Moreover, as Chang Sheng had thought, the current aura of the Ancestor Dragon was quite ethereal. He had lost his physical form, and what appeared now was merely the true spirit of the Ancestor Dragon. Perhaps he could temporarily unleash the power of the Ancestor Dragon at his peak, but at most it would only be at the late stage or peak of the primordial golden immortal, which would not be enough to stop him. Speaking of which, since Chang Sheng embarked on his journey, the number of battles he has engaged in has truly been limited, especially as his cultivation has increased. Further battles have become even rarer. On one hand, merely using his intellect has caused most opponents to fall, and on the other hand, there have been few worthy adversaries. Now facing the Ancestor Dragon, Chang Sheng felt a surge of battle intent. This battle may very well be the last one for Chang Sheng before he breaks through to the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Since he encountered an ancient deity, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. After all, after this battle, the Ancestor Dragon would be completely erased. Ancestor Dragon, looking at your own karma, you should understand that the cause of all this is not me. The Carp clan also possesses the ability to manage the waterways of the four seas and suppress the sea ice. The possibility of you being replaced exists, so there is no longer any need for you to remain. The dragon dies, and the debt vanishes. You must have been exhausted all these years, Ancestor Dragon. Since that is the case, why persist? Why not let me escort you on your journey? Upon hearing this, the Ancestor Dragon's face revealed anger. Nonsense. Who said he was tired? Even if he were tired, he was not going to die alone, and he would take the Dragon clan with him. However, the Ancestor Dragon understood one thing: there was indeed a possibility of him being replaced, as the Carp clan possessed the capability to replace the Dragon clan, and suppressed the Four Seas. Watching the Four Seas, which were gradually calming under the Carp clan's management, the Ancestor Dragon seemed to sense the will of the heavens. All these years the Dragon Clan and the Ancestor Dragon had been repaying the karma owed from the ancient calamity between dragons and phoenixes. However, it was far too much, and even now they had not repaid half of it. Such a massive debt had mostly fallen on the shoulders of the Ancestor Dragon. Now with the Dragon Clan's destruction, it truly all rested on his shoulders. If Changsheng were to kill him, it would likely not only absolve any wrongdoing, but instead be seen as a merit which made the Ancestor Dragon feel even more distressed. Yet a trace of the Ancestor Dragon's dignity once buried deep within was ignited by Changsheng's words. He, the Ancestor Dragon, even with his karma, was not someone a junior could judge. No matter how the heavens rejected him, he would kill Changsheng, obliterate the Carp clan, and restore the Dragon clan's fortunes. The Ancestral Dragon possesses its own pride. Even if just a trace of true spirit remains, it is confident that with this essence it can grasp it. The Ancestral Dragon also realized that longevity had no intention of sparing the Dragon clan. Ever since discovering this alternate space, their fierce battle was destined. In that case, why speak further? The Ancestral Dragon had endured for so many years, and now that they had reached this critical moment, what was there to hesitate about in battle? The aura bursting forth from his body caused the sun above the alternate space to slowly descend, landing in the Ancestral Dragon's hands. With the Ancestral Dragon Pearl in hand, his aura became even more magnificent. In an instant, it seemed that his aura was about to overshadow longevity. Longevity gazed at the boundless karma surrounding the Ancestral Dragon and couldn't help but shake his head. "Oh, Ancestral Dragon, this is merely your tactic. In a fight, it cannot be said that you are bullying others." Regarding such a person burdened with karma, longevity had the most experience. With a slight push, longevity hardly needed to lift a finger. As the tides of destiny surged, he observed the Ancestral Dragon, who was charging towards him with the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Behind longevity, a phantom of the River of Destiny appeared. Before the Ancestral Dragon could reach him, he felt a surge of restlessness throughout his body. The boundless karma that had been suppressed suddenly erupted. When you carry boundless karma, and even fate has abandoned you, you have truly severed ties with the world. Boundless thunder appeared in the skies above the primordial wilderness above the eastern sea. The target was aimed squarely at the alternate space. This space merely adhered to the primordial wilderness. They do not think it can escape the attention of the primordial. As long as the primordial wishes, this alternate space can be shattered in an instant. At this moment, the Ancestral Dragon's expression darkened even further as he stared at longevity, his eyes filled with rage. The path of destiny. The Ancestral Dragon never expected that such a casual touch would lead him to someone who understood the path of destiny, and to such an extent. One must understand that even in his era it was rare to encounter anyone cultivating the path of destiny, let alone someone who had made it their main path, and reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. For a person burdened with karma, encountering someone who cultivates the path of destiny is the most dreaded thing. Such individuals are inherently sinister, and can manipulate the path of destiny, using a light touch to expose the Ancestral Dragon's fate entirely before the heavens and the earth. The heavens had once looked favorably upon the Ancestral Dragon, but now that favor had been replaced by the Carp clan. With such karma, it would be strange for the heavens to spare him. And so the heavenly punishment began. The Ancestral Dragon had no time to attack longevity. He stepped out of the alternate space. If the thunder were to fall and destroy the alternate space, longevity would certainly be unharmed, but the dragons within would likely not survive. He had no choice. His battle with longevity was also to protect these dragons. He could not allow them to die under the heavenly punishment. After all, aside from longevity, nearly everyone present bore their own sins. As dragons, they were born carrying guilt. Now what longevity uncovered was not just the Ancestral Dragon's sins, but those of all dragons. If he wanted to protect these dragons, the Ancestral Dragon had to endure all the heavenly punishments. Longevity watched as the Ancestral Dragon left the alternate space and couldn't help but smile. When a dragon is down on its luck, even walking will attract lightning. The eyes of the primordial wilderness converged once more. Above the four seas, the heavenly punishment gathered even more powerful than when the 5 emperors of humanity ascended. It was terrifying, as if seeking to annihilate the world. Who exactly is this targeting? Who has such influence? When the people finally saw the figure of the Ancestral Dragon, they understood what was happening. It was targeting the Ancestral Dragon. Upon recalling the earlier attack by the Carp clan on the Dragon clan and their occupation of the Four Seas, they felt a sense of relief. The sins of the Ancestral Dragon encountering longevity were indeed unfortunate. Moreover, these sins were not unjustly punished. Whose sins should be punished if not the dragon? However, they were curious to see just how formidable this ancient deity was, and whether he could withstand it. In no time, they prepared sunflower seeds and small benches. Liu and the Carp clan looked on laughing at the ancestral dragon being struck by lightning. You brought this trouble upon us. Now the retribution has come. You deserve to be struck by lightning. The ancestral dragon raised the ancestral dragon pearl above his head, enduring wave after wave of heavenly punishment, and looked quite disheveled. Having a true spirit body, he was now significantly diminished under the lightning law. Even after several waves of thunder had passed, there was no sign of retreat. However, under the heavenly punishment, much of the karma on the ancestral dragon dissipated. It seemed he had to remain undying until all his karma had vanished. But looking at the remaining amount of karma, it seemed that even in his physical form the ancestral dragon might not withstand it, let alone in his current state. Longevity watched as the ancestral dragon endured several more waves of heavenly punishment, struggling painfully, and couldn't help but shake his head in pity. He decided to lend a helping hand to the ancestral dragon. With seven-colored light, he rushed towards the ancestral dragon pearl above the ancestral dragon's head. The seven-colored divine light brushed against everything. The ancestral dragon pearl was naturally among those. At this moment, the ancestral dragon was so preoccupied with the heavenly punishment that he had no vigilance against longevity. Initially, he thought longevity was too proud to take advantage of him, but it turned out that longevity had simply not found the right opportunity. The ancestral dragon pearl was thus directly brushed away. Without the ancestral dragon pearl, the ancestral dragon found it even harder to withstand the heavenly punishment. A bolt of heavenly punishment struck, nearly obliterating him. Looking towards longevity, the ancestral dragon felt a surge of unwillingness. You vile thief, even in death I will drag you down with me. He shouted and lunged straight at longevity. Seeing this, longevity shook his head in response. Why go through such hardship? He vanished, completely avoiding a direct confrontation with the ancestral dragon. This ancient deity might have some hidden methods. Even if he didn't, he might resort to self-destruction just to retaliate, which would be painful for longevity as well. Longevity did not wish to clash with the ancestral dragon. After all, with the heavenly punishment in place, the ancestral dragon's demise was merely a matter of time, so there was no need to rush. The ancestral dragon saw longevity fleeing and felt even more enraged. Shameless. The ancestral dragon truly did not expect longevity to have no regard for face, running away directly. Did he not fear the ridicule of the primordial wilderness? Wanting to pursue, but the heavenly punishment had already descended. In his unwillingness, the ancestral dragon endured wave after wave, but how many more could he withstand? Soon his figure dimmed, and he was on the verge of dissipating. The ancestral dragon looked at longevity with unwillingness, but the next moment his eyes widened in anger, for longevity finally reappeared and launched a fierce attack. With a sense of unwillingness, the ancestral dragon's figure vanished. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Competing with heavenly punishment for a head, this maneuver was likely something only longevity could accomplish. Taking advantage of the final strike, he acted without fear of provoking the wrath of the heavens. Boom. Look, the heavenly punishment is enraged. What? Meritorious deeds. Is there no justice left in the world? Looking at the massive amount of merits floating toward Chongqing, the onlookers were truly filled with envy, jealousy, and what kind of treatment is this? They are competing for people's heads with the heavenly Tao, yet the heavenly Tao can still tolerate it. No, not just tolerate, but also grant merits. Where is Hongjun? What about the Tao ancestor? He was merely driven back by Changsheng. Could he have actually died? Can they tolerate such humiliation? If it were them, they would certainly not be able to bear it. Hongjun thought the same, but at this moment there was nothing he could do. Failure ultimately comes with consequences. After a moment of carelessness in his match against Changsheng, Hongjun was confined to a small dark room. At this time the heavenly Tao was impartial, with no thoughts of mercy. The heavenly Tao is unafraid of competing for people's heads. It only rewards based on merits. Since Changsheng killed the deeply sinful ancestral dragon, he must be rewarded. If there are merits and no rewards, is he still the heavenly Tao? Indeed, the merits accumulated are considerable. Although they do not compare to the sins of the ancestral dragon, they are enough to help a Kwasa saint break through. No wonder Hongjun wants to eliminate Luoho. This, aside from Luoho alone, must have earned a good deal of merits. However, Changsheng is not concerned about these merits. For him, these merits are nothing significant. Casually, he pushed them to the back of his mind, and the familiar merit golden wheel appeared once more. Seeing this scene, the people felt even more numb. Why are the circumstances between people so different? Why is it so easy for some to gain merits? With the ancestral dragon extinguished, what remains is simple. In the alternate space, after harvesting another wave of merits, the entire alternate space became utterly tranquil. But it was not just tranquil. Looking at the treasures and spiritual roots within the alternate space, Changsheng couldn't help but click his tongue. Who said the Liu clan lacked depth? Look, all of this is the essence of the Liu clan. Compared to the accumulation within the alternate space, what Liu captured outside is merely a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. Who knows how the ancestral dragon managed to obtain this alternate space? The concentration of spiritual energy here is comparable to that of the Golden Turtle Island and the Bio Palace. Moreover, strictly speaking, it is on the boundary with the primordial world. If one were to break through to the Hunyuan Daojingxian here, it would be especially suitable. Do not be misled by the current seeming harmony among heaven, earth, and humanity. If one were to break through to the Hunyuan Daojingxian, everything would become the attitudes of heaven, earth, and humanity towards threats are absolutely unanimous. The Hunyuan Daojingxian already possesses the ability to threaten the primordial world. A casual strike could cause great damage to the primordial world. Most importantly, the Hunyuan Daojingxian has the ability to traverse the chaos. If Changsheng were to break through and wreak havoc in the primordial world before fleeing, then even the heavenly Tao would be powerless against him. Do you think Hongjun was able to easily drive Yang Mei out of the primordial world and prevent her from returning because the heavenly Tao supports Hongjun in this regard? Once the heavenly Tao sets up defenses against Yang Mei, even if she merely approaches the primordial world, she would be repelled. Otherwise, when Hongjun and Changsheng had their brief confrontation, Yang Mei would not have only struck from outside the primordial world. That was when the heavenly Tao was temporarily under Hongjun's control, otherwise Yang Mei wouldn't have been able to do even that. The heavenly Tao does not concern itself with whether you will destroy the primordial world, it only cares whether you have the ability to do so. Clearly the Hunyuan Daojingxian has already preliminarily possessed this ability. After breaking through to the Hunyuan Daojingxian, if Changsheng does not wish to leave the primordial world, he might be able to hide here. As long as he does not go out, the heavenly Tao should not take action against him. As for the future, he can take it step by step. After becoming a Hunyuan Daojingxian, Changsheng will have the confidence to confront the heavenly Tao. In the future, controlling the primordial world will not be impossible. As for the outside with Xuanli and Xinyuan, there is not much difference from being outside. At this moment, Liu has already brought the Liu clan and initially stabilized the Four Seas. However, without the ancestral dragon to suppress the Four Seas, if they wish for stability in the future, the Liu clan will have to make tremendous efforts. Clan leader, you are truly amazing. Liu looked at Changsheng with admiration. That was the ancestral dragon, yet it was so easily subdued by her clan leader. It was simply unbelievable. She had originally thought there would be some twists and turns, but it turned out to be smooth sailing. From now on, the Four Seas Dragon Palace will be entrusted to you. Liu will serve as the clan leader of the Liu clan guarding the East Sea Jinli Palace. Liang will be the great elder of the Liu clan guarding the South Sea. Li Fang will be the second elder of the Liu clan guarding the West Sea. Li Fei will be the third elder of the Liu clan guarding the North Sea. Liang and Li Fang were previously part of the 6 great elders representing the older generation of the Liu clan. Li Fei, on the other hand, is a rising star of the Liu clan, the former god of the Huai River, who defeated Waziki. After being guided by Changsheng, he has become reusable, making him a suitable candidate for the king of North Sea Jinli to balance the relationship between the old and the new. We will dutifully follow the ancestor's orders. Having stepped down as clan leader, he is now the ancestor. Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. If there are any issues later, you can contact Zhao Gongming and Xuanli. For the time being, I will be entering seclusion. When I will emerge, it is uncertain. Liu managed the Liu clan well. Seclusion. Liu instantly thought that Changsheng was about to break through to the Hunyuan Daojingxian, and she became even more excited. Rest assured, ancestor, I will surely guard the Liu clan well. Changsheng naturally feels at ease with Liu. Liu had been following him as a child, and after all this time, Changsheng knows her well. He can rest assured, especially since she had been dealing with the affairs of the water god lineage for so long, her abilities were also refined. The Liu clan had always been managed by her, and now it's just a slightly larger responsibility. With Lia's capabilities, there should be no issues. Moreover, there are Xuanli and Zhao Gongming, who oversees the water department of the Heavenly Court. In the current primordial world, it is unlikely that any force would dare to provoke Changsheng. After giving instructions, Changsheng directly slipped into the alternate space. With the heritage of the Dragon Clan, it is a great support for Changsheng's breakthrough to the Hunyuan Daojingxian. Coupled with the benefits gained from this layout, he is confident of an 80 to 90% success rate for this breakthrough. Moreover, the recent uses of the River of Fate have allowed Changsheng to become even more attuned with it. He has a premonition that when he breaks through to the Hunyuan Daojingxian, the River of Fate will surely lend him a helping hand. As Changsheng entered seclusion, it seemed that the entire primordial world fell into a brief calm. However, beneath this calm, everything was progressing. Humanity. Ever since the concept of cities emerged, the development of humanity has begun to soar. Yes, humanity has embarked on a frenzy of infrastructure construction. City after city rose majestically upon the primordial land. The most magnificent was the human sovereign's capital, also known as the human imperial metropolis, followed by the 5 imperial capitals. As imperial seats, they were expressly built at half the ceremonial rank of the sovereign capital, a deliberate architectural hierarchy established during their construction. Next came the 28 dukedom capitals, the 108 marquisdom capitals, and the 3,000 viscountdom capitals, each tier descending precisely 1/2 rank from the one above. Beyond these 3,000 cities founded during the tribal wars, countless new cities emerged in rapid succession. Classified by population capacity, they were ranked as major, medium, and minor metropolises. A major city housed millions of humans, a medium city hundreds of thousands, even a minor city accommodated tens of thousands. Tribal organization had vanished entirely from human society. The concept of the city had taken root in every heart. Every citizen carried a personal device, a symbol of identity and civic belonging, without which passage between cities would be denied. With the Spirit Treasury Directorate fully operational, the human fiscal system matured steadily, placing the empire's core economy firmly under the sovereign capital's control. Ever more clans joined the human fold. Watching the human race flourish in splendor and prosperity, other races feigned indifference, but envy burned bright in every gaze. Who could resist such wondrous, radiant civilization? Many clans entered the human realm with this very longing in their hearts. There they discovered that the humans bore them no hostility, only warm welcome. After completing formal procedures, they were granted residence within human territories, living as equals, building homes, raising families, even marrying into human lineages. Of course, such integration required adherence to human law. Ritual learning embodied human civilization itself. Yet ritual learning had now expanded beyond its origins. Ling Mo, having designed the guiding chariot for battlefield navigation, founded Ink Learning, a branch of ritual learning, and thus established the Mahas School. Its focus lay solely on industrial craftsmanship and invention, eschewing politics entirely. Ling Mo was but the first spark. As human stability deepened, scholarly discourse intensified, and ritual learning blossomed anew, each disciple forging his own path rooted in unwavering conviction. Ling Fa led fellow ritual scholars in codifying human jurisprudence, producing the human code, which he presented to the human sovereign. Overjoyed, the sovereign bestowed upon him the mantle of legal learning, a branch of ritual learning, thus founding the legalist school devoted exclusively to the refinement of human law. Ling Bing meanwhile mastered the arts of battlefield formation and martial tactics, giving rise to the military school. Thus did myriad schools emerge, each distinct, each vibrant, ushering in an era of intellectual flourishing. Amidst this stable renaissance, human civilization surged ever forward, its martial cultivation growing ever more potent and profound. It gradually assumed the mantle of the preeminent race of the primordial realm. The sovereign's heavenly palace invited the 3 ancestral sages of humanity to return and assume governance, but Suerenzi and Yuchao all declined. They remained at the ancient site of Buzhou Mountain, guiding those disciples who willingly relinquished worldly luxury to become the enduring foundation of humanity, devoting themselves solely to cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao. They believed that even the most resplendent prosperity must one day fade, and humanity would always need anchors of depth and resilience. They chose to become those anchors. The Earth's sovereign Pujuan likewise did not remain among humanity. He dwelled upon the sun star, refining martial cultivation. Though no method yet existed to attain the supreme unity, the path forward, the doctrines, and the Tao, rested upon his shoulders for himself, yes, but above all for humanity. Only the heaven sovereign Fuxi remained within the human realm, advising on matters of state and charting the course of human advancement. In this role none surpassed. Fuxi had long since embraced the human Tao, cultivating as a sage of the human path, attaining profound insight through immersion in human society, his enlightenment nearing the threshold of Tao transcendence. The Celestial Court. The Queen Mother retreated silently to the Jade Pond to cultivate her authority, wholly usurped by Jinling's Saint Mother. Though nominally 5-directional, the court was in truth singular. Exclusively the Jiejiao Sect's domain, ruled by Jinling, Saint Mother, Xuanli Lingyun, and Yunxiao. With only these four, what difference would it make if Hao Tian returned? Even Hongjun offered no hope. The Queen Mother stood utterly desolate. The Blood Sea. Mingyi perished in battle beyond the Blood Sea, seeking rebirth therein, only to be intercepted directly by Hutu. Once constrained by countless limitations, Hutu was now the undisputed voice of the earth, Tao wielding absolute authority over the netherworld. Losing dominion over the human path of the 6 realms to Changsheng was tolerable, but the Azura path must be reclaimed. With Hutu herself intervening, Mingyi stood no chance of survival. Not even the Blood Sea itself escaped her while she refined it, utterly reducing its vast expanse to a single great river, then channeled it across the entire netherworld, as the Huangquan River. Henceforth souls reborn into the Azura path became ghost soldiers and ghost generals of the netherworld, guardians and divine protectors, erasing forever the legend of the Blood Sea Azuras. Sensing imminent collapse, the heavenly consort Wumon swiftly fled with the Azura princess. In the ensuing chaos, followers scattered, allies dispersed. Thus fell the Blood Sea and the Azura race, legends once feared throughout the primordial realm. Yet while all denizens of the realm believed Hudu had slain Mingi, the truth was otherwise. Now master of the Blood Sea and Huangquan, Hudu deemed Mingi useful and kept him alive. Within the Hall of Equanimity, before Hutu stood a solitary figure, none other than Mingi. His expression was a storm of contradiction, the sagehood he had yearned for all his life. The goal for which he had sacrificed everything, even his very existence, now shimmered before him, unattainable no longer. Memories flooded him, of forging the Azura race, establishing the Jiejiao Sect. Visions blurred, reality softened. He realized with quiet awe that sagehood was never attained alone, it was bestowed. His gaze fell upon Hutu, and his heart twisted anew. She who had shattered his world had also granted him its ultimate prize. At the precipice of life and death, Hutu asked, "But one question, will you become a sage of the Earth Tao, swearing fealty to me, obeying my command?" Would Mingi refuse? Of course not. Had he not striven his entire life for this very moment? Though even in his wildest dreams he had never imagined sagehood might be divided into celestial Tao sages, Earth Tao sages, and human Tao sages. Mingi submitted, and thus became a sage of the Earth Tao, retaining dominion over the Azura path as guardian of the Netherworld's gates. Jiejiao Island. Master Tontian remained in seclusion, immersed in cultivation, leaving his Mount Kue Nyo restless with solitude. Seizing opportunity, Kue Nyo slipped quietly from Jiejiao Island. Elder brother, look. Upon the Night Demon clan's territory, a patrol of night demons traversed the mountains, only to spot stumbling down the lower slopes a lone, breathtaking figure, a celestial maiden robed in crimson. Though her gown was torn and her bearing weary, her radiance remained undimmed, so luminous that any who beheld her felt an irresistible urge to draw her close. The adult male night demons, unable to resist such allure, especially when glimpsing the pale, unblemished skin revealed beneath her scarlet robes, were instantly consumed by desire. The leader of the Night Demon clan, upon hearing his subordinate's reminder, turned to look. With just a glance he felt as if he had fallen in love, experiencing that sensation of 1,000 years in a single moment. "Boston, we." "What do you mean, we?" "Hurry, and come with me to welcome your sister-in-law." "Oh, sister-in-law." The faces of the subordinates fell instantly. They felt it was unfair that the boss was monopolizing her, but they dared not voice their anger, for this was their leader, the strongest among them. The Night Demon clan is one of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness, neither particularly strong nor weak. The clan is supported by a Tai golden immortal, and they have a decent number of heavenly realms below them with a moderate overall population and reproductive capacity. Take this patrol leader for instance. He possesses profound celestial cultivation, and in this southern region of the primordial wilderness, he holds a certain status. Otherwise, upon the sudden appearance of a female immortal, they would not have thought to ask questions, but would directly try to capture her, which is quite audacious. Calling her sister-in-law. Even though the primordial wilderness does not allow for the forced abduction of women, they must consider whether it would bring disaster upon their clan, showcasing just how audacious the Night Demon clan is on their own territory. The Rakshasi woman felt a deep sorrow. Her vast Blood Sea Azura clan was now easily cast down from their pedestal. It was likely that her ancestors had already been killed while her mother Wuma had escaped, but was scattered with no knowledge of her current situation. If Huda pursued them relentlessly, things would not end well. The other sisters were even worse off. The more she thought, the more desolate she felt. In this great primordial wilderness, where could she call home? Moreover, with the Blood Sea destroyed by Hudu, repurposed for other uses, the Azura clan born from the Blood Sea suddenly suffered severe injuries and were gravely weakened. The Rakshasi woman was originally of golden immortal level, but now due to her injuries, she could not even display her profound celestial cultivation. Along the way she had encountered numerous dangers, and after multiple battles her injuries worsened. If this continued, she would truly be in danger. The urgent task was to quickly find a place rich in spiritual energy and safety to recuperate, healing her injuries and enhancing her cultivation. Only then could she plot for the future. Not good. Due to her severe injuries, the Rakshasi woman found it difficult to extend her divine sense far, and only upon seeing a group from the Night Demon clan did she become alert. Noticing their ill intentions, especially the lecherous gaze of the Night Demon leader, she felt an ominous premonition. The Rakshasi woman was aware of the Night Demon clan, a small clan, which she would not have given a second glance in the past. After all, what level was the Azura clan? Glancing at the Night Demon clan was a privilege for them. Moreover, the Night Demon clan was lewd in nature, hardly better than the Dragon clan, and their appearance was ugly. The Azura clan looked down upon such beings. It is known that the Azura clan boasts handsome men and enchanting women. They are renowned within the primordial wilderness. The Dragon clan would seek to marry Azura women and might not even be deemed worthy, let alone the Night Demon. Previously, the Night Demon clan would not dare to approach, but what about now? The Rakshasi woman could scarcely reveal her identity as an Azura princess as times had changed. The tragic incident of the Azura clan had already occurred, and with the Blood Sea destroyed, such a loud commotion meant that the entire primordial wilderness was likely aware, and the Night Demon clan would be no exception. At this moment, disclosing her identity as a princess of the Azura clan would likely only excite the Night Demon clan further. Feeling the profound celestial cultivation of the Night Demon clan leader, the Rakshasi woman's spirits sank even lower. At her peak, she could have killed him with a mere sneeze, but now she felt like a plucked phoenix inferior to a chicken. Madam, why did you leave the mountain? You made it hard for me to find you. Quickly, you look so disheveled. Let me help you. The leader of the Night Demon clan moved to grab the Rakshasi woman. This action and his words finally made her unable to hold back. It would be better to die than fall into the hands of the Night Demon clan. A blood whip appeared in her hand, directly striking towards the Night Demon leader. The leader of the Night Demon clan, who had previously been lewd, changed his demeanor. Azura clan. Not good, quickly notify the elders. The blood whip is a symbol of the Azura clan. Once the Rakshasi woman used it, she could no longer hide her identity. The Azura clan. The leader of the Night Demon clan felt that the situation was beyond his control. He was lecherous, but not foolish. If it involved the Azura clan, he knew he would be skinned alive if he acted recklessly. He could only state that he had discovered an unknown female immortal while patrolling the mountains. He approached to ascertain her identity, but was countered discovering her identity as an Azura woman, which was still a significant achievement. With this in mind, the leader of the Night Demon clan instructed his subordinates to surround the Rakshasi woman. He did not plan to do anything to her. The specifics could wait for the elders to arrive. He could not bear such a heavy burden. Although he had heard that the Blood Sea was recently destroyed and the Azura clan nearly wiped out, who truly knew the details? A dying camel is larger than a horse. He felt it was better to be cautious. At this moment, the elder of the Night Demon clan, upon receiving the news, was also taken aback. The Azura clan. Without hesitation, he headed directly to the location mentioned by the leader of the Night Demon clan. Upon arrival, he discovered that she was actually a princess of the Azura clan, one of the 72 princesses, which was not a secret in the primordial wilderness. Many images circulated among various clans. Especially after the proliferation of mobile phones, this was no longer a secret. The Night Demon clan enjoyed viewing beautiful women from the primordial wilderness on their phones, and the elder was well aware of these renowned female immortals. Upon seeing her, he recognized her immediately and was captivated by her beauty. He realized that the Rakshasi woman was injured. If he could take her back and make her his wife, he could boast about it for a lifetime. As for the Azura clan, the elder of the Night Demon clan was not worried. He had more information than the leader of the Night Demon clan, and knew that the Azura clan had already been destroyed and the Blood Sea was gone. The so-called ancestor of the Nether River, who was said to never cry for the Blood Sea nor die in the Nether River, must also be dead. Regarding the other Azura clan members, most had already perished during the human wars. Now that the Blood Sea had been destroyed, there were probably very few who managed to escape. He felt a sense of discomfort seeing these Azura women left to fend for themselves. He would be willing to take in not only the Rakshasi woman, but any other Azura woman in need. With this thought in mind, the elder of the Night Demon clan became even more eager, reaching out a hand towards the Rakshasi woman. Seeing the elder's actions, the leader of the Night Demon clan realized that his wife was about to be taken by the elder. Though she had never obtained it, the leader of the Night Demon tribe felt that today's sky was particularly green. The Rakshasa woman looked at the elder of the Night Demon tribe rushing towards her, filled with even more rage. How bold! The Rakshasa woman erupted in anger, disregarding her injuries. She unleashed her golden immortal strength and lashed out with a whip at the elder of the Night Demon tribe, causing his expression to change. Even as he hurriedly switched from offense to defense, he was still sent flying. Seeing the elder of the Night Demon tribe in such a pitiful state, the leader instinctively patted his chest, relieved that they had waited for the elder to act first. Indeed, the thin dead camel is larger than a horse. It was absolutely true. Fortunately, it was the elder who was sent flying. Had it been them, they might have been finished in one blow. However, just as they prepared to flee, they discovered that the Rakshasa woman who had just repelled the elder was now lying on the ground, her aura weak. It turned out to be a paper tiger. They had thought the Rakshasa woman was merely pretending to be weak, but it was her last burst of strength. It seemed she was truly injured. Perhaps she had indeed possessed golden immortal cultivation before, but now she was just a lamb ready for slaughter. Looking towards the elder of the Night Demon tribe, the leader wanted to ascertain whether he was alive or dead. If the elder was dead, he would seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, although the elder had been injured by the Rakshasa woman's strike, he was merely wounded. At this moment he was slowly getting up and walking towards her. While you really have angered me by injuring me to this extent, I will make you understand what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. The Rakshasa woman looked at the elder of the night demon tribe, who was approaching step by step, feeling a sense of despair. Did she really have to fall into the hands of such a lowly being after escaping so hard? At this moment, she could only choose to end her own life, as she absolutely could not fall into the hands of the elder. Thinking of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in the Rakshasa woman's eyes. However, the elder of the night demon tribe seemed to have seen through her thoughts, and suddenly spoke. Don't do anything foolish now, or we would also be quite fond of your corpse. Damn it. If looks could kill, the elder of the night demon tribe would have died countless times by now. A corpse. They couldn't even dream of having her corpse. She would rather self-destruct. It's just a pity that this evil being could not be killed. No, the entire night demon tribe. If someone could eradicate the night demon tribe, she would marry him in her next life. Oh, how interesting. The Jiejiao tribe can be bullied by a tribe like the night. A figure appeared in the sky, astonished by the scene below. Upon a closer look at the Rakshasa woman's beauty and her enchanting aura, the dying Rakshasa woman seemed even more deserving of pity. At this moment, Kuei-Nyo was mesmerized. Wasn't this the very purpose of his outing? Seeing the Rakshasa woman's fluctuating aura, as if she was about to self-destruct, he hurriedly appeared. Huh, you night demons are quite bothersome, aren't you? So many of you bullying a female cultivator, don't you care about your reputation? The elder of the night demon tribe looked at the suddenly appearing figure, taken aback for a moment, then became vigilant. He realized he could not see through the depth of the other party's cultivation. In the Primordial Chaos, those who could survive to this day and successfully cultivate to the golden immortal level were not simple. Whether the Rakshasa woman was a fallen aristocrat or heavily injured, the elder of the night demon tribe could bully her, that was fine. However, this new arrival looked difficult to deal with, thus, he had to be cautious. I do not know which friend this is, but I am an elder of the night demon tribe dealing with family matters. I hope you can give me some face. Family matters. Kuei-Nyo was almost amused to the point of laughter by the elder's shameless words. He turned to look at the Rakshasa woman, who by now had extinguished her self-destruct thoughts. She looked at Kuei-Nyo with a gaze that was somewhat scrutinizing and wary. After all, no one knew if he was here to save her, or to lead her into a wolf's den or tiger's lair. Here you should recover first. If you don't treat your injuries, you really will be done for. Kuei-Nyo tossed a bottle of medicine to the Rakshasa woman. She hurriedly caught it, opened it, and inhaled the fragrance, instantly feeling invigorated. As a princess of the Jiejiao tribe, she naturally had some knowledge. Although the Jiejiao tribe was not adept at alchemy, she could still discern the quality of the medicine. Originally, the Rakshasa woman was thinking of checking if there was something wrong with the medicine, wondering if it was meant to harm her. However, upon seeing the medicine, she dismissed those thoughts, as someone who could produce such a medicine wouldn't stoop to such despicable acts. She directly swallowed a pill, and the immense medicinal power began to flow through her, prompting her to start cultivating to heal her injuries. Kuei-Nyo smiled as he watched the Rakshasa woman. As the mount of the heavenly sovereign, he had encountered all kinds of things. Anyone who came to see the heavenly sovereign had to offer something. This medicine might not be much to him, but outside it was something that golden immortals would fight over. The elder of the night demon tribe looked at Kuei-Nyo, ignoring him, and exchanging glances with the Rakshasa woman, feeling a surge of anger. Did he not take him seriously at all? Friend, are you being too excessive? Do you really want to become enemies with my night demon tribe? The night demon tribe at least had a tiny golden immortal in the Primordial Chaos. Unless it was a major power, anyone would have to think twice. Night demon tribe. Kuei-Nyo looked at the elder of the night demon tribe with a look of disdain. Don't say I'm bullying you, go call your tribe leader over. The elder of the night demon tribe, seeing Kuei-Nyo's arrogant demeanor, finally couldn't hold back. He directly attacked, feeling it necessary to test the... However, when he truly struck at Kuei-Nyo, he realized how rash he had been. He was merely testing, but Kuei-Nyo would not be lenient. With a single slap, the elder of the night demon tribe saw his own deceased great-grandmother. Slap. It was hard to imagine how such a large elder of the night demon tribe could be killed so easily. The leader of the night demon tribe was so frightened that he lost control of himself. Oh, what kind of formidable existence had he encountered? Without saying a word, he hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, a tremendous pressure descended, rendering them unable to move. Boom. They had not even lifted a hand, yet merely relying on their aura, they had annihilated them all. Everything returned to calm. There was no sign of the night demon tribe at the scene. After an unknown amount of time, the Rakshasa woman's complexion finally improved. The medicinal effect of the pill was extraordinary. She had quickly recovered a significant portion of her strength. Soon she would fully heal. She stood up and bowed to Kuei-Nyo, saying, I am Rakshasa princess of the Jiejiao tribe. I pay my respects to the senior. May I ask your esteemed name, and where you cultivate? I will certainly repay your kindness. Kuei Nyo looked at the Rakshasa girl with some excitement. He had not been to Golden Ao Island for a long time, and when the master of Tontian was not in closed-door cultivation, he had to be ready to obey orders at any moment, just in case the master needed to go out. This time, seeing that the master of Tontian was going into a long retreat, he finally slipped out. Thus, saving the beauty was truly a first for him. So it's the Princess of Azura. Just call me Kuei Nyo, no need to address me as senior. We are peers, and I'm just a mount. This time I took advantage of my master's retreat to go out for a stroll. It's good luck that I happened to meet you, fate. Mount. Kuei Nyo. The Rakshasa girl was taken aback. She could clearly sense Kuei Nyo's cultivation level. He was definitely at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. To have a peak Tai Golden Immortal as a mount, what kind of power was required? Even a Deluo Golden Immortal would not suffice. It had to be a Hunyuan Golden Immortal from the very beginning. There were only a few Hunyuan Golden Immortals in the Primordial Age, but which one would use a cow as a mount? That simply didn't add up. It couldn't possibly be a saint. This time it seemed that the Taching and Shangqing sects did use cows as mounts. You can't be a saint's mount, can you? Kuei Nyo was taken aback, surprised at how easily she had guessed. However, he had no intention of hiding it from the Rakshasa girl. You guessed it right, my master is the master of Shangqing Tontian. The Jiejiao Sect. The Rakshasa girl's face immediately darkened. She had ultimately lost hope as she thought she was saved, but who would have thought she had walked right into the tiger's den? Wasn't the destruction of the Azura clan due to the Jiejiao Sect? Their Azura clan participated in the war against the human race, and were directly obliterated by the Jiejiao Sect. The 4 great demon kings and 4 great demonic generals were all dead. They could have been revived, but with the sea of blood gone, even the hope of resurrection was lost. Many other Azura compatriots were also killed by the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect. Her savior turned out to be her enemy. At this moment, the Rakshasa girl truly felt at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Kuei Nyo observed the Rakshasa girl's expression and felt puzzled. What's wrong with you? Don't worry, I'm not saving you to seek repayment. You don't have to feel burdened about it. Psychological burden. What kind of term was that? The Rakshasa girl felt that Kuei Nyo's way of speaking was rather strange. Isn't that a bit odd? I learned this from senior brother Changsheng. Changsheng. The Rakshasa girl's expression darkened further. Her mother Wuma had already told her that the reason for their Azura clan's current plight was all because of Changsheng. Had it not been for Changsheng's schemes, their Azura clan would never have been brought to such a state. Who wants to repay you? Don't you know? Our Azura clan was annihilated by your Jiejiao Sect. Oh. Kuei Nyo was taken aback. The master of Tontian had gone out this time, without bringing him, leaving him to watch over the place. To be honest, he was not interested in the Azura clan's matters before, so he really was not very clear on this. So they were still enemies after all. However, senior brother, this has truly caused him trouble. The bride he had just obtained might not stay. I truly didn't know. I didn't participate in that battle. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. You should pay attention to your safety. Kuei Nyo left directly. Although he was somewhat tempted now that Changsheng was managing the Jiejiao Sect, and even though Changsheng was in closed-door cultivation, there was still Sun Li who was even stricter than Changsheng. He didn't dare to act recklessly. It was fine to sneak out to have fun, but if trouble arose now with the master of Tontian in closed-door cultivation, no one could help him. Watching Kuei Nyo's departing figure, the Rakshasa girl felt a bit complicated. She even couldn't help but think that it would be so much better if Kuei Nyo weren't from the Jiejiao Sect. Forget it, her injuries had healed, and fortunately Kuei Nyo hadn't participated in that battle, otherwise she wouldn't know whether to seek revenge or not. Who dares to kill an elder of my Night Demon clan? Tai Golden Immortal. Hearing the voice and feeling the overwhelming aura, the Rakshasa girl's heart trembled. The Tai Golden Immortal must be the leader of the Night Demon clan coming. She dared not hesitate, and hurriedly chased after Kuei Nyo, knowing that without someone to help her, facing a Tai Golden Immortal meant certain death. Wait a minute. Kuei Nyo looked at the pursuing Rakshasa girl. What's up? Are you going to seek revenge? What revenge? The Tai Golden Immortal of the Night Demon clan is chasing after me. The Tai Golden Immortal of the Night Demon clan. Just a Tai Golden Immortal, what's the rush? The Rakshasa girl couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, of course, you wouldn't be anxious. Kuei Nyo looked at the Tai Golden Immortal of the Night Demon clan, who was pursuing them, standing proudly. The leader of the Night Demon clan looked at Kuei Nyo and abruptly stopped. What was happening? Which Tai Golden Immortal had nothing better to do than kill the elders of their Night Demon clan, and moreover, it was a male. It should be noted that under his leadership the Night Demon clan was quite aware of the situation. If it were a female, he could understand it was an impulsive moment. But for a male immortal, shouldn't he know how to weigh whether it was worth provoking? Was everything he taught usually in vain? No, the leader of the Night Demon clan finally noticed the Rakshasa girl beside Kuei Nyo. Upon seeing her, he understood immediately. A beautiful woman brings disaster. It must be that the elder of the Night Demon clan had offended this woman, which led to Kuei Nyo coming to the rescue. Fellow Taoist, I am the leader of the Night Demon clan. I have yet to ask for your name and where you cultivate. Kuei Nyo glanced at the leader of the Night Demon clan, and then turned to look at the Rakshasa girl. How about I destroy the Night Demon clan? Huh. Both the Rakshasa girl and the leader of the Night Demon clan were taken aback. Especially the leader of the Night Demon clan. What did he mean? Did he think their clan was just an ant's nest that he could destroy at will? As a fellow Tai Golden Immortal, wasn't this too dismissive? At this moment the Rakshasa girl was also quite tempted. With a disgusting clan like the Night Demon clan, what was the point of leaving them be? But if Kuei Nyo really destroyed the Night Demon clan, she would owe him a huge favor. How would she repay him then? Just as she was about to refuse, the leader of the Night Demon clan spoke up. Fellow Taoist, you are underestimating me. I would like to inquire about your methods. At the Tai Golden Immortal level, especially at the peak, there is basically no one who overwhelms the other unless one possesses some miraculous techniques or treasures. The leader of the Night Demon clan felt it necessary to make Kuei Nyo recognize the situation. He was also a clan leader. How could he allow Kuei Nyo to look down on him like this? Kuei Nyo glanced at the leader of the Night Demon clan. As he saw the leader of the Night Demon clan making a move, he directly brandished a long staff and swung it down towards the leader, causing the leader to be taken aback by the sudden momentum. Innate spirit treasure. The leader of the Night Demon clan never expected that a mere peak Tai Golden Immortal would possess an innate spirit treasure. Ever since the Tao of Semi-Saints became popular, innate spirit treasures had become exceedingly rare in the entire Primordial Age. Let alone a Tai Golden Immortal, even a Deluo Golden Immortal rarely had an innate spirit treasure. His luck is simply incredible. At this moment the leader of the Night Demon clan was unexpectedly delighted, for innate spiritual treasures are hard to come by. Once encountered, they must not be missed. Now, being on his own territory, he must seize this opportunity to obtain the spiritual treasure, even if it means resorting to theft. Bang! Struck by a staff, the leader of the Night Demon clan was sent flying, his weapon shattered instantly. Though injured by the blow, the leader of the Night Demon clan remained unfazed. He immediately ordered the experts within his clan to gather, determined to leverage their numerical advantage to encircle and eliminate Kuei Nyo, thereby seizing the innate spiritual treasure in his possession. Upon hearing the words innate spiritual treasure, the Rakshasi woman was taken aback. Though the Shura clan was formidable, innate spiritual treasures were scarce. As a Shura princess, despite her status, acquiring such a treasure was impossible. Truly deserving of being the mount of a sage, he could casually wield an innate spiritual treasure. After his strike, Kuei Nyo quickly followed up. Having made his move, he aimed to finish the leader of the Night Demon clan. Although powerful, Kuei Nyo needed some time to eliminate the leader since their realms were equivalent. Just as the leader of the Night Demon clan was about to be severely injured, Kuei Nyo suddenly noticed that the Night Demon clan had surrounded him. 1-2. Good heavens, there were even 2 Tai Golden Immortals along with numerous other Golden Immortals. Despite the Night Demon clan's notorious reputation, their foundation was indeed strong. With the addition of the other members of the Night Demon clan, there were directly tens of thousands present, all above the immortal realm. Moreover, it seemed they were preparing formations. Gathering people. Kuei Nyo's face displayed a disdainful expression. In the vast primordial world, no one could outdo the Jiejiao Sect in this regard. Looking up at the sky, his master sister, the Empress of the North Star, commands the constellations, while his brothers are the star gods, all hanging in the sky. With a mere shout, he could summon a large crowd. Brothers, lend me your strength. Kuei Nyo shouted to the sky, and the star gods, busy with various matters, recognized the familiar call, and sensed the familiar summoning method of the upper purity, immediately understanding that this was a plea for help from a brother. Casting their gaze downward, they quickly spotted Kuei Nyo. As the Mount of Tongtian cult master, every disciple of the Jiejiao Sect recognized Kuei Nyo. Seeing him surrounded, they could not stand idly by. Jiaoshi, let's go. The 28 constellations moved in unison, transforming into beams of starlight that fell to the earth, accompanied by an army of over 100,000. These heavenly soldiers had all experienced the great battle of the western extremes, boasting formidable combat power. The weakest among them were already at the immortal realm. Seeing his clan members arrive, the leader of the Night Demon clan couldn't help but laugh, heartily feeling confident of victory. However, before he could revel in his joy, he saw Kuei Nyo beginning to gather support, initially thinking Kuei Nyo might be bluffing. But upon witnessing the heavenly constellations move and countless starlight descend, the expression of the leader of the Night Demon clan changed. What was happening? No way. The constellations above seemed to belong to the Jiejiao Sect. Could it be that Kuei Nyo before him was truly connected to the Jiejiao Sect? Who dares to harm my Jiejiao Sect disciple? They must be tired of living. As the voices echoed, the night demon clan that had surrounded Kuei Nyo was instantly encircled in turn. Faced with such a massive army, the leader of the night demon clan panicked. They are indeed disciples of the Jiejiao Sect. At this moment, the leader of the night demon clan no longer exuded his earlier arrogance. It's all a misunderstanding. We were wrong. I didn't know you were a Jiejiao Sect disciple. We are willing to compensate. Hearing this, Kuei Nyo only let out a cold laugh. Then you can pay with your life. Behind him was the army of the 28 constellations, and Kuei Nyo was now brimming with confidence. Watching Kuei Nyo unleash a massacre, the 28 constellations also chuckled. Such opportunities for open slaughter and training were rare. Brothers kill. With the power of the stars enhancing their bodies, each of the 28 constellations was already a Tai golden immortal. Moreover, when they all struck together, even a great Luo golden immortal would have to kneel. With an army of 100,000, it wasn't long before the Night Demon clan was brought to their knees, including the leader, who was slain by Kuei Nyo. Thus, the primary fighting force of the Night Demon clan was wiped out in this single battle. Brothers, since we've come this far, there's no need to spare the other members of the Night Demon clan. We can report that they harbored treasonous intentions and eliminate them altogether. Hearing Jiox's words, Kuei Nyo quickly nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother. Jiaoshu smiled. No need for such formality. Fangshu, you lead the brothers to clean up the remnant. Alright. The Rakshasi woman watched as a few words determined the fate of the Night Demon clan, feeling astonished. This is the Jiejiao Sect, the current supreme sect of the primordial world. It seems the Shura clan is no different from the Night Demon clan in their eyes. At this moment, the Rakshasi woman also caught the attention of the 28 constellations. Oh brother, who is this? Won't you introduce her to— Shouldn't we call her sister-in-law? Ha! Kuei Nyo's face turned red from embarrassment as he replied, Stop joking, it's not like that. Oh, so it's not yet. Then it just lacks a ceremony. Brother, when are you planning to hold it? We can help you organize it, haha. Originally intending to step forward to say something, the Rakshasi woman found herself blushing deeply. Looking at Kuei Nyo, had it not been for him being a Jiejiao Sect disciple, perhaps they wouldn't have hesitated. Wait, something's off. Is she from the Shura clan? Jiaoshu noticed something was amiss and sensed the aura of the Shura clan emanating from the Rakshasi woman. Indeed, she's from the Shura clan. Brother, you are truly fortunate. It is said that Shura clan women are all enchanting, possess excellent talents, and with the ancestor of the River of Hades becoming an authentic sage, it seems you and the Jiejiao Sect are indeed well matched. It wouldn't be inappropriate to associate with each other. What? The Rakshasi woman, upon hearing this, could no longer care about her shyness. What did you say? The ancestor has become an authentic sage. Jiaoshu, seeing the Rakshasi woman's astonishment, understood. You still don't know. The ancestor of the River of Hades is now an authentic sage. Not long ago, the Sea of Blood has turned into the yellow springs of the underworld, and the former members of the Shura clan are gradually returning to the underworld. The Rakshasi woman couldn't help but display a face full of joy. The Shura clan had not been annihilated, and the ancestor was still alive. Kuei Nyo was also somewhat surprised. After coming out, he hadn't stayed well informed about such news. He realized that the Rakshasi woman's grievances towards him stemmed from the enmity between the Jiejiao Sect and the Shura clan. Now that the Shura clan was safe, could it be that there were no longer any obstacles? Their gazes unintentionally met, seemingly igniting a unique spark. The 28 constellations observed this scene and understood something. Their senior brother had not appeared from Jiejiao Island for a long time, and upon his return, he had managed to take a beautiful companion, which truly sparked envy. Before long, Fang Su returned. Everything is packed up. Good, since we are done, let's not disturb senior brother and sister-in-law's sweetness. Senior brother, we will take our leave now. If there's nothing later, remember to come to the heavenly court to see us. Thank you, fellow disciples. The 28 constellations along with the heavenly soldiers departed while Kuei Nyo looked at the Rakshasa woman, both having affections for each other, their eyes soon entwined. Kuei Nyo, since the ancestor has already become a true saint, and the Blood Sea has returned to the underworld, I should also go back now. Hearing the Rakshasa woman's words, Kuei Nyo's heart sank, unable to hold back any longer. I will return with you. Oh. This almost revealed their feelings. Sensing Kuei Nyo's sincerity, the Rakshasa woman could not bear to refuse any longer. If the ancestor truly blamed Kuei Nyo because of the battle, they could just bear the punishment together. Alright. Their hands tightly clasped together, they headed straight to the underworld. At this moment, the heavenly princess Wu Imo had already returned to the underworld, standing beside the Lord of the Underworld with a group of Azura princesses behind her. At this time, the Lord of the Underworld was in the process of reviving the 4 great demon kings and 4 great demon generals. With the Blood Sea returning to the underworld, becoming the new Huangquan, it not only strengthened the foundation of the underworld, but also enhanced the power of the true saint of the underworld, the Lord of the Underworld. As the source of the Blood Sea remained, it was not difficult for the Lord of the Underworld to revive the 4 great demon kings. Indeed, before long, 8 figures appeared. It was Zizai Bo, Sun Defiant Tian Yusei Tian, and Shiva. Upon seeing the Lord of the Underworld and others, Zizai Bo Sun and the others were somewhat pleasantly surprised. Greetings, Ancestor. Alright, we lost the battle against the human race, but it is not quite a defeat. Now that I am a true saint, the future of our Azura clan is bright. From now on we will cultivate well, and a clearer path will surely unfold. True saint. Zizai Bo Sun and the others automatically ignored the prefix before the title of saint. Being a saint was enough. They had not lost, but rather won. Their ancestor had finally become the long-desired saint. Congratulations, Ancestor, and best wishes to you. The underworld is not easy to enter. For the living, it is nearly impossible to access unless one possesses the strength to break into the underworld, and such strength typically starts from the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Especially now, the underworld is not a place that ordinary people can break into. The Rakshasa woman led Kuei Nyo to the former location of the Blood Sea, which now lay empty. Even the Rakshasa woman had no way to access the underworld. After all, although the Blood Sea was adjacent to the underworld, it was not entirely the same. I have an idea. I will contact Mother. Since the ancestor is gathering the Azura clan, the Rakshasa woman must have already returned to Wu Mo. Indeed, before long Wu Mo appeared before the Rakshasa woman. Wu Mo was pleasantly surprised to see the Rakshasa woman, as she was her favorite daughter. However, just as she was about to speak, she fell silent upon seeing Kuei Nyo. Who is this? Mother, this is Kuei Nyo, the partner I have chosen. As an Azura, the Rakshasa woman was quite forthright. Since she had chosen Kuei Nyo, she would not hesitate or conceal anything. They would face all Kuei Nyo. The heavenly princess Wu Mo was not like the Rakshasa woman. The pure aura surrounding Kuei Nyo was unmistakable, and he did not intentionally conceal it in front of her. You are a disciple of the Jiejiao. Although the heavenly princess Wu Mo was asking, her tone was certain, and anyone could hear it. I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. I am Kuei Nyo, the steed of the master of the clear sky. A steed of the master. Upon hearing this, the heavenly princess Wu Mo surprisingly felt joy instead of anger. Her gaze on Kuei Nyo was now filled with contemplation. This steed, although merely a mount, had likely spent more time with the saint than even the personal disciples. Thus, typically the relationship of a mount with its master is almost unparalleled except for the personal disciples. In other words, Kuei Nyo's status in Jiejiao was true. The conflict between the human race and the Azura clan was merely a temporary dispute. Both Jiejiao and the Azura clan had not truly suffered losses. In fact, their ancestor had advanced further and become a true saint. Upon reflection, it seemed that there was nothing unfavorable about it. The so-called enmity between Jiejiao and the Azura clan was simply due to the ordinary members of the Azura clan being unable to come to terms with it. The heavenly princess Wu Mo, as the intellectual representative of the Azura clan, upon seeing Kuei Nyo, immediately thought of leveraging the relationship between the Rakshasa woman and Kuei Nyo to unite Jiejiao and the Azura clan through marriage, restoring and even enhancing their relationship. Currently, Jiejiao's position in the Honghuang was evident to even a fool. Though the master of the clear sky had rushed off to the primordial Tao and was likely only at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, this did not imply that Jiejiao's strength had diminished. Especially with Jiejiao's longevity, one word from him could attract many willing to help, such as Jijin Zhuan or even Yuan Shi Tianzun and Yua. Now Jiejiao has become unstoppable, and the Azura clan should not bear enmity towards them. The heavenly princess Wu Mo had been contemplating how to reconcile with Jiejiao, and unexpectedly this opportunity came so suddenly and was presented right before them. Looking at Kuei Nyo. Alright, since you are truly in love as your mother, I naturally cannot separate you. However, the Rakshasa woman is a princess of our Azura clan, and your union involves both Jiejiao and the Azura clan. Therefore, to marry, it cannot be done without a grand proposal. What? Kuei Nyo and the Rakshasa woman looked at the heavenly princess Wu Mo, both surprised. They had thought she would oppose their relationship, but instead she supported it so wholeheartedly. As for the grand proposal mentioned by the heavenly princess Wu Mo, Kuei Nyo found it quite suitable. However, at this moment the master of the clear sky had already entered seclusion. He could not possibly call the master out of seclusion just for his wedding. This matter would likely fall to his senior brother. The image of longevity appeared in Kuei Nyo's mind. Now no one in the entire Honghuang would underestimate or dare underestimate longevity. In terms of status, longevity would not be lesser than a saint. If longevity helped him host the wedding, it should align well with the Azura clan, especially since his marriage was not something he could decide alone. With the master of the clear sky in seclusion, the only one who could decide this was longevity. Thinking of this, Kuei Nyo was also aware, and he bowed to the heavenly consort Wu Mo. This is the proper course of action. After returning, I shall report to the deputy sect leader and handle this matter. The deputy sect leader. The face of Changsheng appeared in Wumo's mind. If Changsheng were to preside over this matter, then the relationship between the Shura clan and the Jiejiao Sect would surely be secured. Good, then you go back and prepare. The Rakshasa woman will stay in the underworld. When you are ready, just come to propose. The Shura clan will be— Kuei Nyo looked at the Rakshasa woman, who nodded at him in agreement. Things were going smoothly. Both of them were quite happy. Kuei Nyo acknowledged and turned to leave. After he left, the Rakshasa woman followed the heavenly consort Wuma into the underworld, although she was still a bit anxious on the way. Mother, will father agree to our marriage? Don't worry, this is a good thing for our Shura clan. I will speak to your father, there will be no problem. In the underworld, upon hearing Wumo's words, old ancestor Mingi indeed did not oppose, but showed a thoughtful expression. Wuma, you have done well in this matter. The rise of the Jiejiao Sect is unstoppable. Now that Kuei Nyo and the Rakshasa woman truly love each other, they should bond together. In the future, with the Jiejiao Sect and the Shura clan on good terms, our Shura clan will have no trouble traversing the primordial world. Seeing that old ancestor Mingi agreed, Wuma also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was old ancestor Mingi. His mind was capable. If it were Zaishin Bossen and the others, it would truly be like playing the lute to a cow. After leaving the underworld, Kuei Nyo headed straight for the heavenly court. Changsheng had announced his seclusion, so Kuei Nyo would not disturb him at this time. However, although Changsheng was in seclusion, he had entrusted the major affairs of the Jiejiao Sect to Sun Li and instructed these disciples to approach Sun Li directly if there were matters to discuss. They all knew that Sun Li was the avatar of Changsheng, so there would be no issues. Thinking about how he was about to return to the island with his beloved wife, Kuei Nyo's steps became even more joyful. However, he felt that going alone was still risky. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to Yunhua Palace first. Yunhua Palace is one of the 36 palaces of the Heavenly Court, and is also the center of the Western 9 palaces. Currently, it is the residence of the Western Extreme Emperor Go-Chun, which, as everyone knows, is where Yun Xiao resides. It is well known that the three Xiao sisters are always inseparable, and now Kuei Nyo had come to find Bai Xiao. Among the Jiejiao Sect, if Kuei Nyo were to say he had the best relationship with someone, it must be with Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao does not treat him as a mount, but instead treats him well, recognizing him as a little brother with genuine care. Kuei Nyo knew that if he came to Bai Xiao, she would definitely not refuse, and with her help, Sun Li would surely support him. Within Yunhua Palace, Bai Xiao looked at Kuei Nyo before her. Well, you rascal, how dare you sneak out while Master is in seclusion? Let's see what he'll do when Master comes out and finds out your little mischief. Kuei Nyo hurriedly pleaded for mercy, knowing that Bai Xiao was joking. Senior sister, please don't tease me. I came to find you this time for something important. Important matter? Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. You old bull, what important matter could you possibly have? Senior sister, I am going to marry a wife, but this old man is in seclusion and cannot help me with this matter. I can only seek help from the deputy sect leader. But you also know that the deputy sect leader's authority within the sect is growing stronger. I am afraid that if I approach him, he may not agree. So I want you to come with me and speak on my behalf. Oh, Bai Xiao's mouth dropped open in shock. You want to marry a wife? With your looks, which female immortal would be blind enough to choose you? Senior sister, what do you mean by that? I, the old bull, am both good-looking and strong. How could I not marry a good wife? Humph, I am marrying the princess of the Shura clan. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao calmed down instead. Initially, she thought it was just a joke. Helping Kuei Nyo speak to Sun Li wasn't a big deal. However, when the Shura clan was mentioned, she realized this matter was not simple. Involving two major forces, this was clearly more than just a matter of marrying a wife. Looking at Kuei Nyo, her expression showed rare hesitation. Just as Kuei Nyo had said, Changsheng's authority within the sect was indeed growing stronger, especially since he was currently in seclusion, and the one in charge was still Changsheng's avatar, Sun Li. If it were Changsheng, it would be fine, but Sun Li was someone even Bai Xiao found intimidating. Forget it, let's go see my sister together. Bai Xiao decided to take Kuei Nyo to meet Yun Xiao, even to disturb Yun Xiao. To be honest, Kuei Nyo was quite afraid of Yun Xiao. Although she usually appeared gentle when it came to reprimanding people, she was even harsher than the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. However, just as Kuei Nyo hesitated, a figure appeared. You bull, what good fortune. The princess of the Shura clan, each one is a beauty, and you managed to win her over. Tell me, how did you manage to do that? It was indeed Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao who appeared. After all this was Yunhua Palace, how could it escape Yun Xiao's notice? Seeing Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, Kuei Nyo hurriedly bowed. Then he recounted the story of how he met the Rakshasa woman in detail. Listening to Kuei Nyo's words, Yun Xiao had her own calculations in mind. She wanted to see if this was a scheme from the Shura clan, but listening to Kuei Nyo, it did not seem like it. Could it really be a destined marriage? Thinking of this, Yun Xiao stopped saying more and directly took Kuei Nyo to Changsheng Palace. This is Sun Li's residence. We pay our respects to senior brother. Sun Li looked at the three Xiao sisters and Kuei Nyo. Unlike Changsheng, Sun Li always wore a serious face. Moreover, Sun Li valued propriety, and during this time, he was reorganizing the Jiejiao Sect with strict rules which made the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect somewhat intimidated. Even Bai Xiao was rarely quiet in front of Sun Li. Kuei-nyo, why are you not at Jiejiao Island? When did you leave the island? Have you informed Master? If Master comes out of seclusion and needs you, what will you do? Are you disregarding the rules? Looking at Sun Li's serious demeanor, Kuei-nyo felt like crying. Fortunately, he had brought the 3 Xiao sisters, and otherwise today, he would probably not only fail to request Sun Li's help to propose to the Rakshasa woman, but he might also face punishment. Yin Xiao stepped forward and hurriedly explained Kuei-nyo's situation concerning the Rakshasa woman. Upon hearing this, Sun Li became interested. Kuei-nyo and the Rakshasa woman, good heavens, was this another version of the story of the Bull Demon King and the Iron Fan Princess? It truly was a destined marriage, and he had encountered it in such a way. Moreover, the union of Kuei-nyo and the Rakshasa woman represented an alliance between 2 major forces, which was beneficial for both the Jiejiao Sect and the Shira clan. Oh, this is a good thing. My Jiejiao Sect does not restrict marriages. Since you truly love each other as your senior brother, I will naturally support you. As Master is in seclusion, I can take care of this matter for you. However, do not rush. Since you left the island without permission, you must first face punishment. Oh, I still have to be punished. At first hearing Sun Li's words and seeing things unfold so smoothly, Kuei-nyo felt an immense joy in his heart. However, upon hearing that he would still face punishment, Kuei-nyo could no longer feel happy. What sort of punishment could it be? However, since Sun Li agreed to help him with his marriage, Kuei-nyo felt grateful. Now that he was being punished, it was all in accordance with the rules, and both emotionally and rationally, he did not dare to voice any complaints. Thank you, senior brother, for your support. I am willing to accept my punishment. Good, our Department of Rights has opened a piece of experimental land in the Heavenly Court, and we need it plowed. How about this? You will plow the field for me. Plow the field. Kuei-nyo's expression darkened. Although he was a bull, and the human race did use bulls to plow, having a dignified holy steed like him plow the fields, what would he be able to say about it afterward? Could he still be called a bull? Upon hearing this, the 3 Xiaos couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, this punishment was quite innovative. It left them speechless. Neither too harsh nor too light, it was a loss of face without causing physical harm. If one were to talk about punishments, it truly had to be Sun Li. However, seeing that everything was coming to an end, and that everyone was happy, they felt relieved. For the sake of his own happiness, even if Kuei-nyo was unwilling in his heart, he would still plow the field. Senior brother, now that this matter is settled, we shall take our leave. Yin Xiao saluted Sun Li and was about to leave. To be honest, now that she saw Sun Li, even Yin Xiao felt a bit intimidated. Not to mention anything else in the Heavenly Court. Even if she made a mistake, she couldn't escape a lecture from Sun Li. Previously, she had lectured Zhao Gongming and Xiong Xiao, and now the roles had completely reversed. Ever since Yin Xiao took charge of Yunhua Palace, she began to recultivate the Primordial Tao. Currently, she was still at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, and had not successfully broken through to the Primordial Golden Immortal. However, with the luck of the Western Extreme, Gochen Emperor, she was getting close. However, Sun Li occasionally urged her on, and with the responsibilities of Western Extreme Gochen Emperor, if there were any discrepancies, she would also face repercussions. Sometimes, she would even be punished, which made Yun Xiao hesitate to approach him. After all, this person before her was truly not that seemingly lazy Chang Sheng. Junior sister, you need to cultivate diligently and break through to the Primordial Golden Immortal as soon as possible. With your talent, it is truly unacceptable that you have not broken through for so long. The position of the 6 rulers requires the cultivation of a Primordial Golden Immortal to truly hold it down. Yun Xiao's breath caught upon hearing this, and she felt a bit frustrated. Since she began to cultivate, it was the first time someone had told her that she was slow. But in front of Sun Li, she really did not know what to say. After all, right now the fastest cultivator in the Jiejiao was indeed Chang Sheng. Not only Chang Sheng, but Yun Xiao also knew that Chang Sheng had broken through to the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal in seclusion. Just looking at Sun Li before her, he had previously only been at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but due to Chang Sheng's rapid cultivation, Sun Li was almost in control of the Heavenly Court, and his cultivation in the Tao of Rights had been comprehended to an extraordinary level by Chang Sheng. The 3,000 great Taoists do not have a true hierarchy. In the future, no one would dare to say that the Tao of Rights is a minor Tao. It was very likely that because of Sun Li, it would completely become a popular great Tao of the Hongwang era, especially since the current Tao of Right. The 3,000 great Taoists do not have a true hierarchy. In the future, no one would dare to say that the Tao of Rights is a minor Tao. It was very likely that because of Sun Li, it would completely become a popular great Tao of the Hongwang era, especially since the current Tao of Rights already dominated many other great Taoists. The Mo Tao, Bing Tao, Confucian Tao, and so on all now regarded themselves as branches of the Tao of Rights. With so many established great Daos supporting it, the foundation of the Tao of rights was evident. Under such a substantial foundation, Sun Li's cultivation had long since surpassed the primordial golden immortal. As for how his current cultivation was, even Yun Xiao could not see through it. Perhaps in the future a clone of Changsheng would also break through to the primordial great Luo golden immortal. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao felt an additional sense of urgency. The Jiejiao under Changsheng's leadership had already started to rapidly advance towards an unknowable direction. If she fell behind the pace, she might not even be able to help Changsheng, which was something Yun Xiao absolutely did not want to see. Changsheng had fought for the position of Western Extreme Gochen Emperor for her, and she could not let him down. By the way, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao stay here. Huh. The previously cheerful Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao suddenly halted in their steps, their faces revealing a look of distress. What was this senior brother planning? First of all, they truly had not provoked Sun Li during this period. However, since Sun Li had spoken, they really did not dare to leave. They could only look pitifully at Yun Xiao, hoping she would speak for them. Yun Xiao, however, acted as if she did not see them, quickening her pace and leaving directly. She was very reassured, leaving her two younger sisters in Sun Li's care. Could he as a senior brother really harm Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao? It was all for their own good. Just as she was about to enter seclusion to break through, she could not manage Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao anymore. Having Sun Li help was just right. Seeing Yun Xiao leave, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao felt even more aggrieved. Big sister, you are not being loyal. Turning around, they bowed to Sun Li's senior brother. Sun Li looked at the two of them. In truth, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao's talents were not much inferior to Yun Xiao's. However, Yun Xiao had previously broken through to the late stage of the Quasi Saint, while Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were now only at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the later stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal respectively. There was still quite a gap, and breaking through to the Primordial Golden Immortal was a distant prospect. The two could be cultivated. Sun Li did not want their talents to be buried. Since Yun Xiao was about to break through, having them beside her would only cause chaos. It was better to keep them by his side for guidance. Yun Xiao's temperament was calm, focusing solely on her cultivation, which was why she cultivated quickly. But for Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, Qiong Xiao had a temperament inclined towards slaughter and was somewhat impetuous in character. In her cultivation, she often found it difficult to settle down, not to mention comprehending the Great Tao. Although she was indeed more diligent in cultivation compared to Bai Xiao, her efforts were often in vain. As for Bai Xiao, she was purely playful. With Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Zhao Gongming doting on her, Bai Xiao faced no pressure. Therefore, she would absolutely not cultivate whenever she could play, and her current cultivation at the later stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was all forced out by Yun Xiao. If Bai Xiao could truly stabilize her temperament and focus on cultivation, she would likely have already broken through to the Primordial Golden Immortal. You two will follow me in your cultivation for a while. My rules are strict, you should be aware of that. Later I will devise a cultivation plan for you, and you just need to follow it, and cultivate diligently. If you dare to slack off, you know what the consequences will be. Oh. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao felt as if their lives had turned bleak. They did not dare to say no to Sun Li, and could only glare angrily at Kuei Niu. If it weren't for Kuei Niu, how could they have crashed into Sun Li's embrace? In recent days, Kuei Niu has been plowing the land excellently, and Sun Li has prepared the bridal gifts. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao accompanied him, followed by a grand procession of people making their way to the underworld under Sun Li's guidance. Others might struggle to find the entrance to the underworld, but for Sun Li, entering the underworld is no different from entering his own home, especially since he currently holds the authority of the human realm within the six paths. In other words, he still possesses 1/6 of the shares in this cycle of reincarnation. The grand procession entering the underworld startled its inhabitants. Currently, the guards of the underworld are all from the Shura clan, led by Zizai Bo Sun, who rushed forward to intercept Sun Li and his group upon seeing them. However, before they could get close, a figure stepped out behind Sun Li and shouted angrily at Zizai Bo Sun. Boldly, the South Pole Emperor of Eternal Life has arrived at the underworld. You all should hurry and pay your respects. The South Pole Emperor of Eternal Life. Hearing this name, Zizai Bo Sun and the others from the underworld were taken aback. Who is the South Pole Emperor of Eternal Life? Isn't that their archenemy Changsheng? Although he is now called Sun Li, who doesn't know that Sun Li is the avatar of Changsheng? What do they think, that just because he has changed his name, they wouldn't recognize him? Goodness, charging in like this, do they think this is heaven or Golden Ao Island? With a path in heaven that you refuse to take, you burst into the underworld, which has no doors. The Shura clan, who were furious about the disciples of the Jiejiao being slaughtered, could hardly contain their anger. If it were the former Shura clan, they might have endured, but the current Shura clan is different. They have regained their peak, and even advanced further with their own ancestor, now a true saint. Given the current strength of the Shura clan, there is no need to fear the Jiejiao. Moreover, Sun Li has actively intruded into the underworld, into their territory. What's wrong with retaliating? They can at most not kill him, just beat him half to death. Alright, you are truly daring. Attack! Zhizai Bo Sun's face twisted in rage as he shouted, leading his men to charge at Sun Li. Observing Zhizai Bo Sun's impudent demeanor, Sun Li couldn't help but frown. This underworld is becoming increasingly chaotic. It seems like it's time to set things right. His radiant path must eventually illuminate every inch of the wasteland. The underworld, which he hadn't been able to address before, can now be dealt with since he is here. You have such audacity. Seeing Zhizai Bo Sun dare to strike Ling Ming, and the others shouted in anger and charged forward. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had been pinned up with frustration during this time, and were now excited to see someone actively seeking a fight. The Killing Eye Pearl and the Golden Dragon Scissors flew directly towards Zhizai Bo Sun. Zhizai Bo Sun charged to the front, feeling the sharpness of the two great spiritual treasures, involuntarily shuddering. Both Xiong Xiao and Zhizai Bo Sun are at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but in terms of strength and spiritual treasures, Zhizai Bo Sun is simply not a match. Thus, in their first clash, Zhizai Bo Sun was already severely wounded. Fortunately, the Shura clan is tough-skinned and strong. If not for his robust Shura body, Zhizai Bo Sun might have faced a fate similar to that of having suffered such a great loss. Zhizai Bo Sun would not swallow his anger, and he immediately began to summon more members of the Shura clan. In the hall of Kam Ho Tu and the ancestor of the Ming River observed everything happening with Sun Li through their spells. The ancestor of the Ming River was not in a hurry, as Sun Li had yet to take action, and even if Xiong Xiao were powerful, she wouldn't truly kill Zhizai Bo Sun. What was Sun Li here for? Neither of them knew, but this display of arrogance is something they can't overlook. The Tao ancestor had previously bestowed the underworld to heaven. However, that was already history, they no longer acknowledged it. The underworld is now independent. Ho Tu naturally wouldn't want to return the underworld to heaven. Sun Li clearly sees the underworld as a subordinate entity. To enter the underworld without even a greeting is something she can hardly tolerate. Just right, since Zhizai Bo Sun wants to take revenge, let him act, it would be no harm to do so. Your Highness, what do you think Sun Li is here for? The ancestor of the Ming River looked at Sun Li with some trepidation. At the peak of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, ever since that battle, his apprehension towards Sun Li has reached an unprecedented level. After all, despite Sun Li currently appearing to be at the peak of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, with his saintly body, he is not afraid. Yet if Sun Li desires, he could likely command several saints to serve him. The situation where Tong Tian Jiao Zhu had to rebuild the mixed Yuan Dao, leaving the Jiejiao without a saint to preside over it, has suddenly changed. Moreover, not long ago Fu Shi also achieved the status of a human saint. Given Sun Li's standing among the human race, it wouldn't be hard to mobilize Fu Shi, not to mention Nu Hua. With this thought, the ancestor of the Ming River felt even more apprehensive. Thinking about the saints he has always pursued now being discarded, like refused, the ancestor of the Ming River sighed, feeling somewhat vexed. Stop. Just as the battle was in full swing, reinforcements from the Shura clan finally arrived. However, they were led by the Heavenly Empress Wu Mo. Upon their arrival, they did not immediately assist Zhizai Bo Sun, but instead intervened to halt the ongoing conflict. Heavenly Empress Wu Mo glanced at Zhizai Bo Sun, who had troubled her yet again, and then looked at Sun Li, offering him a direct bow. I did not know your majesty had arrived, and I failed to extend a proper welcome. My apologies. Zhizai Bo Sun did not intend to attack. Please forgive him, your majesty. Sun Li looked at the Rakshasa beside Heavenly Empress Wu Mo. The moment she appeared, various emotions flowed through him. Joy at seeing Kuei Nyo worry about the battle, clearly fearing that this conflict might affect Kuei Nyo and her marriage. Shaking his head, Sun Li decided not to pursue it further. This visit is to propose marriage. After all, it's a matter of great importance concerning his own junior brother. You are too kind, my friend. I have come to represent the Jiejiao, to propose marriage for my junior brother. I kindly ask you to relay this to Dao friend Ming River to discuss this matter. What? Naturally, Heavenly Empress Wu Mo was delighted upon hearing this. Isn't this exactly what she had been planning for? She readily agreed, and welcomed Sun Li and his companions inside to rest in the Yellow Springs. However, Zhizai Bo Sun looked rather gloomy. What does this mean? No fighting. And now they want to propose marriage. Rubbing his injuries, wasn't he just beaten up for nothing? Looking at the ancestor of the Ming River, Ho Tu also felt somewhat awkward. Goodness, they were actually here to find him, and it was to propose marriage. Meeting Ho Tu's gaze, the ancestor of the Ming River felt a bit embarrassed. Previously, Heavenly Empress Wu Mo had mentioned this to him, but he had not considered it to be a big deal. Marrying a daughter to maintain a relationship is good, but it is merely a matter of embellishment. Ultimately, one must rely on strength. After agreeing to it, he did not think any further, leaving everything to Heavenly Empress Wu Mo. The ancestor of the Ming River had not reported this to Ho-Tu. Now that the main party had arrived, his earlier words had a hint of knowing and asking. Cough cough. Facing the gaze of Ho-Tu, ancestor Mingi coughed lightly and offered an awkward smile. My lady, this matter was never mentioned to me by Yumo, so I truly am unaware of it. At this point it was crucial not to let Ho-Tu misunderstand. Thus ancestor Mingi decisively sold out the heavenly concubine Yumo, as Hota's personality would likely not cause trouble for her. However, Hota's expression was dark and inscrutable, and it was unclear what she was thinking. After experiencing various events, Ho-Tu had learned to think independently and deeply. If it had been the old Ho-Tu, she might have believed ancestor Ming's words, but things were different now. How clever is the heavenly concubine Yumo? Would she not understand the significance of this marriage? Is this merely a union between two individuals? No, it is a marriage alliance between two powers. Such a significant matter, would Yumo dare to make a decision on her own? Don't be absurd, ancestor Mingi has merely become a saint, not passed away. Thinking that ancestor Mingi had just become a saint and was already trying to play tricks on her, Ho-Tu felt a wave of displeasure. Clearly ancestor Mingi was straddling two boats. If it had been before, when she was close to Changxing, it might have been acceptable. But now with Ho-Tu feeling discontent towards Changxing, ancestor Mingi was clearly putting himself in the line of fire. Involving major matters concerning my underworld and Jiejiao Sect, the heavenly concubine Yumo actually made a unilateral decision. It seems you are truly incompetent in managing people. Should I teach you a lesson? This. Ancestor Mingi looked at Ho-Tu astonished. This was not how Ho-Tu usually acted. With her broad-minded nature, how could she be so harsh towards Yumo? It sounded like a demand for severe punishment. Ancestor Mingi had not known Ho-Tu for just a day. They had known each other for a long time, even dating back to when Ho-Tu underwent reincarnation. Ancestor Mingi still remembered the scene of walking through a sea of blood, watching countless souls struggle and be devoured, willingly sacrificing herself to transform into reincarnation to relieve the suffering of all beings. In that moment, even Ancestor Mingi felt moved. Such compassion and selflessness were admirable, even if Ancestor Mingi scoffed at it. His understanding of Ho-Tu had remained stuck at that time. But it has only been a short while. What has Ho-Tu experienced? Where did that compassionate and forgiving Ho-Tu go? Entrusting the heavenly concubine Yumo to how could that be possible? Ho-Tu's temperament has changed. Ancestor Mingi did not know how Ho-Tu would treat Yumo, who was his woman and the mother of his many children. Moreover, he had made Yumo take the blame. Saying these things in the past was one thing, but truly allowing Yumo to fall into Ho-Tu's hands was something Ancestor Mingi would never agree to. My lady, forgive me. I have indeed pampered her too much. How about this? After I return, I will educate her properly. Such a thing will certainly not happen a second time, so I ask you to give her a chance. A chance? Ho-Tu glared at Ancestor Mingi. This was a saint under her control. She had previously been willing to give him some face because Ancestor Mingi was relatively obedient, but now. I believe this marriage is not suitable. Ancestor Ming's expression darkened. He was meddling in his family affairs. According to Ancestor Ming's previous temper, he would have definitely retorted to Ho-Tu, but now he hesitated. So this was the reason why the three pure ones and the two Buddhas were unwilling to become saints. Under the Tao, this saint of his was nothing more than a mere ant. Not only was he not free, but even life and death were not under his control. At this moment, Ancestor Mingi suddenly found his pursuit of sainthood somewhat ridiculous. However, in this world, where are there so many regretful medicines? Moreover, with life and death as the only paths, he had no choice. My lady, after leaving the Pingxin Hall, Ancestor Mingi felt a sense of calm. I am the fish, and they are the butcher. At this point the sea of blood was gone, and the entire Shura clan was under someone else's roof who ultimately, they could not defy Ho-Tu. In the Hall of Yellow Springs, the heavenly concubine Yumo was warmly entertaining Xuanli and others. The marriage between Quinyu and the Rakshasa girl had been nearly settled, just waiting for Ancestor Ming's final confirmation. At this moment Quinyu and the Rakshasa girl were both beaming with happiness, feeling that their happiness was already assured. However, with Ancestor Ming's appearance, it seemed that all of this was beginning to drift away. Xuanli, the Rakshasa girl, and Quinyu are not suitable for each other. I have heard from Yumo about their situation. Quinyu saved the Rakshasa girl's life, and our Shura clan repays enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. Therefore we must repay this grace. Saying this, Ancestor Mingi took out numerous valuable treasures from the sea of blood. These items were precious, and it was evident that Ancestor Mingi was genuinely grateful for the life-saving kindness. As Xuanli listened to Ancestor Ming's intention and had yet to say anything, the heavenly concubine Yumo had already become anxious. What was going on? Wasn't it all agreed upon? How could Ancestor Mingi suddenly change his mind? If Ancestor Mingi had disagreed from the start, it would have been fine, and they would have directly rejected it. Now that she had already agreed, Ancestor Mingi suddenly refusing would seem to completely offend people. Now even if the Shura clan does not ally with the Jiejiao Sect or Chongqing, there is no need to thoroughly offend them. However, whatever Yumo wanted to say was also stopped by a glance from Ancestor Mingi. The Rakshasa girl looked bewildered, her delicate hand tightly grasping Quinius, feeling somewhat lost. Xuanli stopped the eager Xiao and Bixiao from speaking. He had already seen what was happening. Without Ancestor Ming's permission, the heavenly concubine Yumo would not make such a big decision. Since Ancestor Mingi had previously agreed, now suddenly opposing it indicated that this was a reluctant move on his part. Hoodoo. Thinking of this, Xuanli couldn't help but sigh. A person's character doesn't change easily unless influenced by external factors. The current Hotu has merged with the Tao, perhaps even she herself has not realized that she is being influenced by it. This is a rational decision, but it is certainly not a decision that aligns with Hoodoo's character. Hotu is not Hongjun, she lacks the ability to resist the Tao. The likely outcome is that she would be subtly influenced by it until she ultimately becomes a tool of the Tao. However, Xuanli did not expect the progress of the Tao to be so rapid. Shaking his head, there is no need for these treasures. My junior sister has a connection with the Rakshasa girl. I wish to take her as a disciple. What do you think? Oh, Ancestor Mingi was somewhat stunned at these words. He looked at Xuanli, then at Xiao and finally at the Rakshasa girl. Xiao likes the Rakshasa girl and wishes to take her as a disciple. At this moment, Xiao also had a face full of question marks. She likes the Rakshasa girl. Facing Su Li's gaze, Xiao understood that this was beyond her intellectual capacity. Yes, she had indeed taken a liking to the Rakshasa woman. Old Ancestor Ming, he quickly grasped Su Li's intention. Hotu only expressed disapproval of the Rakshasa woman marrying Kuei Nyo, but did not forbid her from joining the Jiejiao Sect. However, this would still likely displease Hotu. Yet for some reason, old Ancestor Ming, he felt compelled to resist. This is the Rakshasa woman's blessing. After saying this, he turned to the Rakshasa woman. What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay your respects to your master. Master. The Rakshasa woman was on the verge of tears, glancing at Xiao and then at Kuei Nyo. They were from the same generation. If she were to acknowledge Xiao as her master, wouldn't that make Kuei Nyo her senior uncle? How could it be that lovers become senior uncles? However, the decision made by Su Li and old Ancestor Ming, he was not something she could resist. Kuei Nyo anxiously wanted to speak, but was directly silenced by Su Li's glare, ultimately watching as the Rakshasa woman acknowledged Xiao as her master. Until Su Li and the others departed, Hotu never made an appearance. At that moment, both the Rakshasa woman and Kuei Nyo were somewhat bewildered. After all, it wasn't stated that senior uncles couldn't marry their nieces in the Honghuang. Since master is in seclusion, I will take care of your wedding. Bai Xiao, this wedding is entrusted to you, make sure it's grand. The Azura clan should not be invited. Kuei Nyo is marrying Xiao's disciple, not an Azura princess. Oh, Bai Xiao was almost dizzy from the sudden twist, but she understood part of it. Kuei Nyo and the Rakshasa woman could still marry, and Su Li had tasked her with organizing the wedding. Bai Xiao suddenly became interested, but she had always enjoyed interesting matters, and this was her first time organizing a wedding. Just thinking about it excited her. Don't worry, senior brother, leave it to me. Besides, organizing a wedding was definitely better than being lectured in the Chongqing Palace. Xiao's mind was still sharp. She realized she had completely become a tool for her little brother, but for her own disciple a tool was just a tool. Xiao's mind was still sharp. She realized she had completely become a tool for her little brother, but for her own the wedding did not invite the Azura clan, nor did the Azura clan take the initiative to participate. The ceremony was held solely on Jiejiao Island, attended only by disciples of the Jiejiao Sect with no outsiders. In the underworld, as a true incarnation within Honghuang, there were very few matters that could escape her notice. However, she found that she seemed to be becoming increasingly unlike her former self. Originally, she should have been furious at old Ancestor Ming He for his actions, but another voice told her that as long as nothing detrimental to the true path or reincarnation was done, it could be ignored. Now what she should focus on is to thoroughly explore the true path, allowing herself to gain complete control over the authority of the true path. Old Ancestor Ming, he was somewhat worried, but Su Li assured him that there was no need for concern. At first he did not believe it, but after observing for a while he found it strange that Hotu truly did not trouble him. What is going on? Old Ancestor Ming, he suddenly felt that this world was so unfamiliar. He was already a saint of the true path, yet there were still so many things he did not know. Conversely, Su Li, a mere incarnation, seemed to know so much. Could it be that Chongqing and Hotu have some hidden dealings? Indeed, Hotu once staunchly supported Chongqing being allies with him. On Jiejiao Island, Kuei Nyo and the Rakshasa woman had just finished their wedding night, and the young couple appeared genuinely affectionate. However, before Kuei Nyo could enjoy much, he was pulled out by Su Li. Senior brother, I just got married. Can I be excused from the plowing duties? No later would be fine too. Su Li couldn't help but smile at Kuei Nyo's pitiful, then I'll exempt you from the plowing duty. Oh, Kuei Nyo was taken aback by this sudden surprise. Really, senior brother? MML assign you a better job. I knew it. Kuei Nyo wore a knowing expression, but this was certainly better than plowing the fields right after the wedding. Senior brother then I. Recently the movements of the Western sect have been significant. The entire West has almost become a land of belief for the Western sect, and it is currently extending towards the East. The fact that so many people are fond of the teachings of the Western sect shows that there are merits to it. During this period take the Rakshasa woman and go to the West for some exchange and learning. Whom they'll have by Zay and the others accompany you. Oh, go to the West. Kuei Nyo was even more bewildered. If he guessed correctly, disciples of the Western sect were forbidden from marrying. Suli was too mischievous. Sending him to the Western sect for a honeymoon right after his wedding was truly vexing. Although he was merely a mount, he was still the mount of the celestial teacher, and the two saints of the West would surely not treat him lightly. This situation was stimulating. Moreover, with Bai Zai and the others helping, Kuei Nyo was not worried about any trouble. Far from the emperor, Kuei Nyo suddenly felt that his life was wonderful. This was not a punishment, but a reward. Senior brother, I will go right now. In the Western Spiritual Mountain, Jiein and Zhuan Ti looked at the information they had just received, and a scene of Kuei Nyo entering the West with his wife appeared before them, causing them some toothache. What does this mean? Is Changxing warning them because of the significant movements in the West? Otherwise, could it really be that Kuei Nyo brought his wife for a honeymoon? Jiein and Zhuan Ti did not believe that this was solely Kuei Nyo's idea, as he was accompanied by Zai, Jimeng Shangyang, and Fei Lian, who goes on a honeymoon with so many bodyguards. The West is not that unsafe, right? This situation looks more like a flag-planting expedition. After pondering for a while, Jiein slowly said, Junior brother, let's slow down the pace of spreading the teachings for now. Hearing this, Zhuan Ti, though reluctant, nodded. Their recent pace had indeed been too aggressive. A slowing down was fine. Most importantly, the further they extended, the greater the resistance. Now that Changshang had sent people over, if they forcefully pushed outward, they might end up tearing their faces. Alright, as for Kuei Nyo, I'll have Milu welcome him. Milu always wore a smile, making it impossible for anyone to harbor malice towards him. He was the most suitable for handling the reception in the West. Before long, Kuei Nyo met Milu. Seeing the smiling face before him, Kuei Nyo couldn't help but chuckle. Fellow Taoist, you look quite festive. Upon hearing this, even Milu's expression froze for a moment. The Jiejiao Sect was really too bullying. Milu guided Kuei Nyo as they strolled through the land of the West. To be honest, this was Kuei Nyo's first visit to the West. Jiein and Zhuan Ti had often claimed that the West was impoverished, but now that he looked closely, there was no sign of poverty in the West. Even if it couldn't compare to the East, it should at least be 7 or 8 tenths as good. The Westerners truly know how to deceive. The disciples of the Western Church have persistently propagated the notion that the West is barren and impoverished, leading to a fixed impression of the West as a rural area, even deceiving the three teachings. Such a vast territory has been allowed to be occupied by the Western Church, developing slowly and steadily. To be honest, had the three teachings known that the West had already recovered to this extent, they would never have allowed Jin and Zhuandi to develop so freely. Mithria observed the expressions of Kuei Nyo and knew exactly what they were thinking. He felt a sense of pride within, thinking they must be dumbfounded. Did they really believe the West was as barren as they claimed? That was old news. The current West is only slightly inferior to the East and significantly better than the desolate North. Especially now, as the East has suffered damage from previous battles, one could say that the West is no longer inferior to any territory. Moreover, after the opening of the Earth Immortal Path, the recovery speed of the West has accelerated considerably. Although Honghuang is vast, it essentially consists of the East, West, South, North, and the surrounding area of Mount Buzhou. The Western Church occupies only the West, yet other forces are not in a much better position. The remaining 4 directions are also occupied by countless forces. Upon reflection, the Western Church is indeed the biggest winner. As for whether the exposure of the West's foundation would arouse any thoughts from the three teachings, Mithria didn't care at all. What 3 teachings? Did they think the current 3 teachings were still the same as before, with the red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves? The saint of Taching is trapped in chaos, and the leader of the Jiejiao Sect, Tongtian, is currently reconstructing the primordial Tao. His strength diminished. Only the Yuan Shi Tianzun remains, and the disciples of the Chan sect have all been imprisoned, having a hard time even turning over, let alone causing trouble for the West. In fact, according to Mithria's perspective, given the current situation, there is nothing to worry about. He could simply push forward, allowing every piece of land in Honghuang to bask in the Buddha's radiance of the Western Church. Just thinking about this made Mithria's heart blaze with excitement. Unfortunately, his 2 saints always worried too much. No matter how powerful Changsheng is, he is still not yet a primordial great Luo golden immortal. If they do not take this opportunity to expand their influence, what chance will they have once Changsheng and the leader of Tongtian break through to the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal? And then there is Kuei Yo. If it were Changsheng, that would be one thing, but does a saint's mount deserve such attention? I doubt he would receive this kind of treatment, even if he went. Mithraea was accustomed to smiling, but if it were Yaosher, he would not have such a good attitude. However, considering Bai Ze's face, he looked at Bai Ze, Jimeng, Fei Lian, and Shangyang behind him, all of whom had good potential and were veterans of the demon clan. If they could be brought into the Buddhist fold, how wonderful would that be? What a pity the foundation of the Buddhist sect is not lacking now, but it is truly lacking in people. Good disciples with great potential are becoming increasingly rare. However, he heard that the master had recently gone to the Sea of Blood and brought back a disciple with decent potential who was about to break through to the Primordial Golden Immortal, which was a boost for the West. Oh, this mountain is rich in spiritual energy. I wonder what it is. At that moment, Kuei Yo's voice came through, and Mithraea looked toward the mountain Kuei Yo was pointing at, praising his keen eye. Friend, you have a good eye? This mountain is called Jile Mountain. During the Dao Magic War, the West suffered significant damage, and many mountains and earth veins were destroyed. Over the years, the two saints in the sect have worked tirelessly to restore the western land, and they have achieved some results. The Jile Mountain before us is one of the 9 great spiritual mountains of the West, not inferior to the 72 blessed lands. Mithraea looked at Jile Mountain with a smile, as the recovery of this mountain and its abundant spiritual energy was partly due to his efforts. He planned to move to Jile Mountain after he broke through to the Primordial Golden Immortal. Although the spiritual mountains are wonderful, they are ultimately under the watchful eyes of the two saints, and even the slightest movement cannot be made. Having been constrained by his master and uncle for so long, Mithraea also longed for some freedom. One of the 9 great spiritual mountains. Kuei Yo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Didn't his senior brother send him to the west to stake a claim? If he could take Jile Mountain, one of the 9 great spiritual mountains, it would be much more convenient. Cultivation requires spiritual energy, and Jile Mountain is just right for that. As Mithraea spoke, he caught a glimpse of Kuei Yo's mischievous smile, and felt that something was amiss, then heard Kuei Yo's shameless words. Brother Mithraea, to be honest, I came to the west this time with a learning attitude, thinking I should stay for a while. Now that I've just arrived at this Jile Mountain, it seems like fate. If possible, may I stay here? Huh, what does he mean? He is giving Kuei Yo a heartfelt tour, and now Kuei Yo wants to take his Jile Mountain. Instinctively, Mithraea was about to shake. What? Is this Jile Mountain already owned by someone? Mithraea, being a monk, does not speak falsely. This Jile Mountain is the one he has set his sights on. With his status in the West, there is no one who can claim what he desires except for the two saints, so Jile Mountain is naturally unclaimed. Seeing Mithraea shake his head, Kuei Yo was even happier. Since it's unclaimed, that's great. Brother, rest assured, he'll only stay for a while before leaving. Temporary stay. Upon hearing this, Mithraea hesitated. If it's just a temporary stay, it's not impossible to agree. After all, he couldn't let Kuei Yo stay in the spiritual mountain. That would truly be irritating. Kuei Yo is a saint's mount, and when Tongtian exits his seclusion, he will surely need this mount. Kuei Yo might just settle down and refuse to leave. Moreover, even if Jile Mountain is good, can it compare to Golden Ao Island? With this in mind, Mithraea felt a little more at ease and nodded. In that case, I'll make arrangements for my junior brother to stay at Jile Mountain. Good gracious. Mithraea suddenly realized that Kuei Yo's thick skin was impressive. Just a moment ago they were still friends, and now they are brothers. With such thick skin, he couldn't let him make a mess of Jile Mountain, could he? With this thought, Mithraea felt a bit worried. In a state of anxiety, the things he had already agreed to must still be done. He asked the disciples of the Western Church to help manage Jile Mountain, and to prevent Kuei Yo from causing chaos, Mithraea intentionally left some disciples at Jile Mountain under the pretense of taking care of Kuei Yo. Kuei Yo was indifferent, thinking it was fine to be watched. He had nothing to hide. Sitting boldly in the palace of Jile Mountain, Kuei Yo held the hand of the Rakshasa girl, and suddenly felt a sense of belonging. Could he become a mountain king from now on? Looking towards Bai Ze and the others, Kuei Yo smiled, and asked, seniors, what do you think of the place I've chosen? Bai Ze nodded. This place is excellent, situated right at the exit of the West. If it can be developed, it could effectively curb the West's path of departure. Bai Ze's judgment naturally was never mistaken. If Kuei Yo established himself here, he would swiftly forge a formidable faction. This location, linking directly to the Western territories and receiving timely aid from the Jiejiao Sect, would serve as the perfect strategic foothold should open war with the West ever erupt. Even without full-scale conflict, Kuei Yo's presence alone would place the West under immense pressure. Hearing Bai Ze's words, Kuei Yo laughed heartily. Ha. Then Mount Jile shall henceforth belong to us. Fei Lian turned toward Kuei Yo. Did you not say this was merely temporary lodging? I sense Mithraea intends to claim Mount Jile as his personal abode. Kuei Yo paid no heed. I dwell here by my own merit. Why should I relinquish it? Disregard such concerns. From now on, this mountain is ours. Our senior brother has declared the ancient enmity between humanity and the Yaoshan clan long settled. You may now gather the surviving Yaoshan remnants here to rebuild. Yaoshan, that term itself now belongs to history. You know well our senior brother's decree the world's spiritual energy suffices for Yaoshan cultivation. Human blood and flesh are no longer permissible sustenance. A true reformation of the Yaoshan lineage begins now. Elders, your wisdom and diligence shall be indispensable. Upon hearing these words, Bai Zhe felt a surge of emotion. After all, he himself hailed from the Yaoshan clan. Could he truly stand idly by while their kind vanished? In that great war, the Yaoshan's elite warriors were utterly annihilated. They had committed their full strength to the battle. When it ended, only the frail, elderly, the wounded, and the infirm remained, scattered across the northern wastes. Once the Yaoshan still possessed deep reserves of power, deterring other races from provocation. Yet their crushing defeat, and subsequent public persecution by humanity, left those northern survivors decimated. Many perished, others suffered grievous wounds, until scarcely any remained. Only after swearing fealty to Changsheng and undertaking service did they gain even minimal protection. Without Changsheng's formal absolution, the Yaoshan's extinction would be inevitable. These fledgling Yaoshan, bereft of mighty protectors, could only become prey, mere sustenance for others. Human cultivators pursuing martial Dao deeply coveted Yaoshan flesh and blood. Only when Changsheng himself proclaimed the Yaoshan no longer enemies did humanity relent in its relentless purges. Yet Bai Zhe knew the Yaoshan's future held no grand destiny. The Yaoshan had not yet been fully eradicated, not because humanity lacked the power to accomplish it, but because they were deliberately kept in reserve, periodically culled to supply martial cultivators with vital essence, and preserved as a perpetual adversary, to stoke humanity's vigilance and hone its strength through recurring trials. This scene struck him as hauntingly familiar. Yet now the roles of humanity and Yaoshan had completely reversed. Kuei Nyo himself was after all Yaoshan-born. With him as their sovereign, and under the Jiejiao Sect's protection, the Yaoshan might at last preserve a sliver of vitality. Though they could no longer aspire to supremacy among the great clan's survival, seed-bearing, remained possible. At this thought, Bai Zhe released his final lingering concern and resolved to support Kuei Nyo's ascendance wholeheartedly. For if the Yaoshan failed to demonstrate enduring value, their continued existence would hold no justification. Mithria had scarcely returned to Ling Mountain when news of Mount Jilei reached him. In astonishingly short order, countless Yaoshan flooded into Mount Jilei. Not only the mountain itself, but neighboring sacred peaks as well, gathering beneath Kuei Nyo's banner, hailing him as their sovereign. His rising influence was both swift and formidable. Seeing Kuei Nyo's bearing, Mithria could no longer believe this was mere temporary residence. It was unmistakably permanent settlement. Realizing this, Mithria abandoned all thought of expelling Kuei Nyo from Mount Jilei. He must immediately report to his master and elder uncle. This matter was far too grave for casual handling. Was Kuei Nyo acting on his own, or was this the will of Changsheng? That remained entirely unclear. Master, elder uncle, Kuei Nyo, Mithria began, but Junti waved him silent. A spirit letter materialized before them, casting fleeting shadows of unease across Jane's and Juni's faces. Senior brother, what is your assessment? What design does Changsheng conceal within this move? Jane studied the spirit letter's contents. Its signature read Sun Li. Its tone was calm, its message concise. Huang Huang belongs to all. Healthy competition and shared prosperity constitute the great tide. Henceforth the Western sect may establish temples and cultivate faith throughout Huang Huang. But just as Huang Huang opens its lands to the West, so too must the West open its domains. The Shanxing Temple shall rise in every corner of the Western lands. Not only the Jie sect, but also the Chan sect and the Rin sect would flourish side by side in the West. Junti hesitated. Establishing temples in the East delighted him. He might even owe Changsheng gratitude. But the prospect of three sects erecting Taoist observatories across the West unsettled him deeply. Such was Juni's nature. He welcomed advantage, but tolerated no loss. Yet current circumstances made unilateral gain impossible. Kuei Nyo's occupation of Mount Jilei was already a clear signal. Refusal would ignite vicious rivalry. Kuei Nyo was merely the vanguard. Jane sighed, faintly. Changsheng truly possesses a vast vision. Let each side compete by skill alone. May the strongest sect rise as Huang Huang's foremost. And regardless of who prevails, humanity stands to gain. For humanity now reigns as the celestial protagonist. All four sects grow upon humanity's foundation. Thus, though we, or the three sects, may suffer setbacks, Changsheng remains unassailable. Brother, what share of humanity's celestial fortune does Changsheng command? Oh, Junti had never considered this. Only now, prompted by Jane, did he pause to reflect. Originally, humanity's fortune had been partitioned among the sages. Tai Ching founded the Rin sect and claimed Thretons. Nuwa as humanity's creator and mother rightfully claimed another Thretons. The Chan sect, Jiejiao sect, and Western sect each secured 1/10, leaving humanity itself with but 1/10. That final 10th, however, had since been cultivated by Changsheng. 5/5 of it now belonged to him. This equilibrium had long held stable, until the last Great War shattered it. Tai Ching fell utterly forfeiting popular mandate. His Thretons of fortune were wholly seized by Changsheng. Thus Changsheng now commands the largest share of humanity's fortune. Whichever sect prospers, Changsheng suffers no loss, for all factions seeking greater growth must expand humanity's foundational domain. Today Changsheng wields authority, even surpassing Tai Ching's former dominance. At this realization, Zhuanti's expression darkened. Brother Changsheng is nothing short of treacherous, deceitful beyond measure. No wonder even the Tao patriarch succumbed to him. Had you not spoken, I'd have overlooked this entirely. Changsheng treats Huang as his chessboard, plotting his own Tao, while reducing us all to mere pieces. Alas! Jane shook his head. Indeed, it was just as he feared, yet he had no choice but to comply. For even if they refused, Changsheng would proceed regardless. Should the three teachings truly seek entry into the West, the Western sect would find it nearly impossible to obstruct them. And should they succeed in blocking such an advance, their own expansion eastward would become untenable. This was a transaction of mutual interest. Moreover, by stationing Kuei Nyo at Jile Mountain, Changsheng had already signaled his unwavering resolve. What appeared to be negotiation was in truth mere notification. Most critically, though the Western sect might lag behind in the four-teaching contest for faith, the proliferation of Buddhist temples across the Honghuang realm offered immense advantage in accumulating merit. Once sufficient merit was amassed, they could sever ties with the heavenly Tao and reforge the primordial unity path. Ultimately, this objective held far greater weight. And since reforging the primordial unity path depended upon Changsheng's cooperation, every discussion left them feeling inherently disadvantaged. Suddenly they felt their status as celestial sages utterly diminished. No wonder even they themselves harbored no desire to hold such a title. Sighing inwardly, Jane reflected once Hongjun, the ancestor, had steered the fate of the Honghuang realm. All proclaimed that beneath the sages all were but insignificant insects. Yet were they not in truth mere puppets on strings, servants carrying out Hongjun's will? They had believed themselves masters of destiny, only to realize in the end that they had unconsciously danced to Hongjun's rhythm all along. They had assumed Hongjun's temporary retreat granted them autonomy, only to discover now that this seemingly insignificant Changsheng was poised to The notion was absurd, a mere cultivator who had yet to transcend the level of a mortal sovereign of the primordial unity, Great Tao. Facing Tongtian Patriarch directly, they felt no such disempowerment. Yet before Changsheng, a strange sense of futility gripped them. They simply could not muster the resolve to resist. Then shall we consent? Zhuanti could not suppress a pang of resentment. Had this proposal originated from them, it would have been tolerable. But when had their impoverished western lands ever become the subject of another's scheming? Consent we must. Each side shall deploy its own methods. In raw power perhaps the three pure ones, or the three teachings prevail, but in spreading faith and doctrine we are the undisputed masters. Hearing Jane's words, Zhuanti instinctively nodded. True, this was no battlefield contest. In winning hearts and minds the Western sect held unmatched expertise. Who could withstand the Buddha's compassionate transformation? At that thought, Zhuanti's confidence surged. He would show Changsheng precisely what it meant to snatch at chickens and lose the rice. Sun Li had already returned to the celestial court. Upon reading Zhuanti's reply, he smiled faintly. Before even dispatching the message, he had known Jane would never refuse. This proposal had struck precisely where it mattered most. At that very moment, Sun Li sensed a subtle shift within his spirit. A familiar aura had just descended into the human Tao. It was Haoyan. 3,000 tribulations, so soon. From Haoyan's rebirth to this moment, scarcely tens of thousands of years had passed. How frequently he perished. Dividing 10,000 years by 3,000 yields barely a decade or two per life. Indeed, remarkably frequent, especially in the Honghuang realm, where even ordinary beasts lived far longer. Clearly Haoyan's fortune had been entirely exhausted upon rebirth. Hutu had dealt him a cruel blow. 2,999 lives in the beast realm. Even the strongest consciousness would be ground down to nothingness over such a span. Setting aside all else, Sun Li held genuine admiration for Haoyan. After a moment's reflection, he departed the celestial court and descended toward the... Setting aside all else, Sun Li held genuine admiration for Haoyan. After a moment's reflection, he departed the celestial court and descended toward the... Yet for humanity's development, it was astonishingly rapid. Vast stretches of the Honghuang realm were now dotted with cities interconnected by straight, well-engineered roads. Unlike immortals who soared through skies using spiritual energy, a feat too costly and taxing for mortals. The human Tao relied on grounded travel. Its ranks included countless martial cultivators of the first, second, and third floors alongside ordinary people. Thus these roads teemed with carriages drawn by tamed spirit beasts, creatures bred and raised by humanity. A dedicated transport bureau managed all human mobility across the realm. These transport routes operated along fixed tracks and schedules, some spanning great distances, others serving local needs. So long as one possessed the means, even grand tours across the entire Honghuang realm were possible. For truly vast journeys, crossing provinces or farther, or involving noble-level operations or higher, teleportation arrays stood ready, albeit at significantly greater cost. Human territories were now organized under a provincial prefectural county administrative system, the inner 9 provinces, the outer 36 provinces, each province governing 100 prefectures, each prefecture encompassing 100 counties, and beneath counties lay towns and villages. The inner 9 provinces formed humanity's core domain, richest in chi density and resources, earliest developed, and thus most prosperous. At its heart resided the human emperor sovereign over the central 4 provinces. The remaining 5 provinces each fell under the rule of one of the 5 emperors. The outer 36 provinces meanwhile were gradually opened later, more remote and untamed than the inner 9. 24 dukes governed individual outer provinces, the 108 marquises, and 3,000 counts jointly administered the remaining 12 outer provinces. Yet this structure represented only the current state of human governance. Humanity continued expanding its dominion. Before long, perhaps outer province 37, or even 38, would emerge. With humanity's transcendent capabilities, city building, road construction, and other infrastructure projects proceeded at extraordinary speed. Lord Qingqing. The rank of count constituted the lowest tier within humanity's current fortune-based hierarchy. As one of the 3,000 counts, Lord Qingqing governed 3 cities, placing him among the lower echelons even among his peers. Yet to ordinary mortals, he remained an unattainable paragon. Sun Li assumed the guise of a young man and entered Qingqing with quiet grace. Qingqing served as Lord Qingqing's central stronghold, the original fief granted at his enfeoffment. The other 2 cities had been established later through his own efforts. Founding a city was neither wholly simple nor wholly difficult. It was no mere matter of piling earth and stone. To erect a true city demanded tremendous resources. The sheer expenditure required meant Lord Qingqing had over tens of thousands of years succeeded in establishing only 2 additional cities. Yet Qingqing itself thrived with extraordinary prosperity. As Sun Li entered the city, he produced a mobile device and scanned a code. His identity registered within the Honghuang realm's unified system granted him seamless passage. Upon entry, he beheld Qingqing's splendor blossoms blooming luxuriantly in every direction. Citizens strolling the streets wore healthy, contented expressions. Not only humans walked these avenues, members of other races were ubiquitous. Though most assumed human form, many retained distinguishing features. Fox spirits displayed multiple tails, peony spirits bore floral markings upon their foreheads, yet all coexisted harmoniously with humanity. Qingqing is divided into the surrounding city, outer city, inner city, and main city. The main city is the residence of the Duke of Qingqing and serves as the office, while the inner city is where the powerful and wealthy of the human race reside. Class divisions are truly hard to avoid anywhere. The surrounding city has the lowest prices while the main city has the highest. Wealthy individuals reside within and the poor live outside. This is nothing unusual. If that doesn't work, they can only develop outside the city where there are plenty of towns and villages. Qingqing gathers a population of tens of millions, so one should not underestimate the Duke of Qingqing. Of course, Xuanli is not here to seek out the Duke. His gaze settled on a few figures. These people were clearly not from the city, as they wore relatively shabby clothing, and their craftsmanship and fabric were poor. The difference was apparent at first glance, and of course, they weren't the only ones entering the city. The city residents are also accustomed to this. After all, people from towns and villages often come to the city to make purchases. During festivals or events, they might even set up stalls. Many things are still quite popular among the city dwellers. Just like the few people in Sunli's line of sight, all holding some game, whether live animals, meat, or furs, along with some plants and herbs. They were obviously hunters or gatherers from the mountains coming to trade these items in the city. However, apart from the 2 in the lead, the others seemed to be entering the city for the first time, looking around with curiosity. Chief, this city is really nice. If only we could move our village here. The girl's voice was not low, and those nearby who heard it glanced at Zhang Yurin with surprise. Villages and clans are of the same administrative level, both subordinate to the town. A village is built on the ground while a clan is built in the mountains. However, those who can establish a clan in the mountains usually possess considerable strength, as the dangers in the mountains are numerous. With abundant primal spiritual energy, the wild animals and plants can be cultivated at any time. Recently transformed beings will not abide by human rules and may attack humans. In that case, these spirits will surely be eliminated later. However, if your clan lacks strength and is slaughtered, you can only accept your misfortune. Therefore, those who can become clan leaders must possess decent strength. Moreover, the human officials are divided into 9 ranks. The governor is of the 3rd rank, the lord of the mansion is of the 5th rank, and the county chief is of the 7th rank, while the town mayor is of the 9th rank. Although village heads and clan leaders do not fall under the 9 ranks, they also have subordinates and can be considered preparatory officials. Those recorded in the official roster, if they perform well and govern their villages effectively, have opportunities for promotion. The young Zhang Yuren before them seems very young. Such a young clan leader is likely to have a chance for advancement. This potential makes him more promising than many in the city, which is why he attracts more attention. Xiaofang, don't speak out of turn. After the girl spoke, a nearby boy scolded her. They had come to the city on business, and Zhang Yuren had instructed them not to cause trouble. Now Xiaofang's words had drawn unwanted attention, which was not a good thing. After scolding Xiaofang, the boy turned to Zhang Yuren and quietly apologized. Chief, Xiaofang is here for the first time and is a bit out of line. Please forgive her. Zhang Yuren looked at the boy's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but smile. No need to be so tense, but it's not a big deal. It's a rare opportunity to enter the city, and some curiosity is to be expected. Xiaofang, if there's anything you like, the chief will get it for. After being scolded by the boy, Xiaofang felt a bit scared, but upon hearing Zhang Yuren's words, she brightened up, saying, "Thank you, chief." The boy also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Zhang Yuren, as the chief, was from the same clan, and their relationship was quite close. However, a chief is a chief, and rules are rules. The boy was not like Xiaofang. He knew many details, and had to be careful. Their current chief was no simple figure. Fu Bo take people to handle these wild items. Alright, chief. In the distance, Xuanli looked at Zhang Yuren and nodded. No wonder he is Haoyan. Even after undergoing 3,000 reincarnations, his true spirit has not been diminished, but has become even more resilient. Indeed, the Zhang Yuren before him is Haoyan of 3,000 reincarnations. Compared to the Haoyan of his previous life, the current Haoyan has even greater potential. He appears to be under 30, yet Zhang Yuren's martial arts cultivation has already reached the 4th level, a truly terrifying talent. After 3,000 tribulations, he is now on the verge of bursting forth. Reincarnation, while seen as misfortune for Haoyan, is actually a form of luck. With the reincarnation and recultivation, Haoyan is now capable of smoothly cultivating the primordial Tao. Moreover, with Haoshan's accumulation over 3,000 tribulations, and his current disposition, breaking through to the primordial golden immortal is almost a certainty. Do not be fooled, Haoyan previously had a croissant cultivation. However, that was achieved through luck and the influence of Hongjuan, and was merely a castle in the air. Breaking through to the primordial golden immortal is not that simple. It is precisely because of this accumulation that otherwise it would not be easy for Haoyan to recultivate. As Zhang Yuren observed the surrounding turmoil, he felt a surge of calculation within. Now that he is the chief with his governance of the village, it is possible that he will gain the favor of the Duke of Qingqing. At that time, entering the 9 ranks would be a piece of cake. In martial arts cultivation, the most important factors are talent and resources. Zhang Yuren does not lack talent, but for resources, if he wishes to break through smoothly, he can only move upwards out of the village into Qingqing, or even into the mansion city-state city, and even across the 9 provinces. He wants to see the scenery at the pinnacle of martial arts, and to understand what longevity looks like. However, while thinking about these things, Zhang Yuren noticed someone watching him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yuren felt a stir in his heart. Xuanli, in the prime of youth, exuded an aura that made Zhang Yuren feel extraordinary. Esteemed one, I salute you. I am Zhang Yuren, the chief of Taoyuan clan. Is there something you need me to do? Zhang Yuren was quite perceptive. If Xuanli had merely glanced at him, it might have been mere curiosity. However, now that he was staring intently, it was clear that he was interested in something. If he could be of assistance, Zhang Yuren naturally would not mind making a connection. Perhaps this is an opportunity. As for whether Xuanli would be detrimental to him, Zhang Yuren was not worried. He had already stated that he was the chief of Taoyuan clan. In today's human society, the legal system is becoming increasingly strict. As a chief listed on the official roster, even the Duke of Qingqing cannot execute him without cause. You possess quite the talent, I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuren felt a stir in his heart, somewhat astonished. What extraordinary fortune had he stumbled upon that someone would indeed wish to take him as a disciple? He was aware of his own potential. After all, it was impossible to break through to the 4th level of martial arts at just over 20 years of age if one lacked talent. Currently, there were numerous sects being established among the human race, not only martial sects, but also immortal sects, Taoist temples, and Buddhist monasteries. Zhang Yuren had also contemplated joining these major sects for cultivation, as martial truth and immortal longevity were his aspirations. Moreover, he felt confident before seeking a master. Given his talent, it made no sense for him to be rejected. He should be the one sought after. However, when he finally went to join a sect, he found himself entirely rejected. Zhang Yuren was on the verge of madness. The major sects evaluated disciples based on talent, temperament, and fortune. His talent and temperament were top-notch, and after the evaluation, the powerful figures of these sects had all rushed to recruit him. Yet after assessing his fortune, their expressions changed drastically, and they all distanced themselves from him. Zhang Yuren realized that his fortune appeared to be too poor, so poor that even these sect leaders were unwilling to accept him. After all, considering that his mother had died during childbirth and his father had passed away when he was only 2, he had lost his grandparents in succession as well. It seemed that all those close to him, whether relatives or friends, had perished one by one. Gradually, he even gained the infamous title of the Celestial Scourge. Many in his village were fond of him, but no one was willing to truly marry their daughter to him. Fortunately, his cultivation progressed steadily, and he gradually conquered the village with his strength. Even if he did not enter an immortal sect, he still had the potential to become an official. He had nearly given up hope of joining an immortal sect and learning from a master. Who could have imagined that there would be a glimmer of hope? However, he couldn't help but wonder if this individual before him was simply a fraud. Otherwise, how could they not see that he had such poor fortune? The Celestial Scourge. Sun Li seemed to perceive his thoughts, unleashing a pressure that was confined solely to Zhang Yuren. The overwhelming force caused Zhang Yuren to collapse to his knees, and at that moment Sun Li was also astonished. Suddenly, a hidden fortune within Zhang Yuren burst forth, attempting to retaliate against Sun Li. However, to Sun Li this was hardly a concern. Even if Zhang Yuren was the reincarnation of Hao Yin bearing the aura of the Heavenly Emperor, it was no match for Sun Li, who had divided the heavenly cord into 5. Zhang Yuren's fortune had also been significantly diminished, not to mention the depletion from undergoing tribulations 3,000 times. The reason others dared not accept Zhang Yuren was that they recognized his exceptional fortune, suggesting he was certainly not an ordinary person in his past life. There were rules in accepting disciples. Taking a disciple with good fortune was beneficial, but if the disciple's fortune overshadowed the master too much, it would lead to problems. Good fortune implies he would sail smoothly, but it does not guarantee that those around him would enjoy the same luck. Staying close to such a disciple would only result in being overshadowed by their fortune, bringing misfortune and a tragic end. In other words, whoever accepted Zhang Yuren would be courting death. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to take him in unless they were seeking a short life? Zhang Yuren thought his fortune was too poor, unaware that in reality it was too abundant. Now feeling Sun Li's threat, Zhang Yuren's fortune aimed to retaliate against Sun Li. However, before Sun Li, this paltry fortune was akin to a toothless tiger. It posed no pressure whatsoever. Moreover, due to kneeling, his fortune had also been significantly reduced by Sun Li. This is the struggle of fortune. In this era of great conflict, there are countless geniuses who are artificially divided into righteous and evil factions. Typically, the righteous eventually defeat the evil. Those captured from the evil side are often devoured of their fortune. Just like the situation between Sun Li and Zhang Yuren. Feeling Sun Li's aura, Zhang Yuren finally had no doubts left. "Master, I pay my respect." Zhang Yuren hurriedly bowed to his master. Upon hearing this, Sun Li smiled. At the moment Zhang Yuren bowed, a considerable portion of his fortune dissipated, converging towards. Sun Li appreciated Hao Yin, but he also valued the Hao Yin, who could be utilized. Taking him as a disciple and nurturing him well meant that when Haoshin's true spirit awakened, even if he understood everything, any thoughts of resistance would be futile. This was not only due to the established master-disciple relationship, but also because of strength. In the current primordial world, longevity held immense power, and Sun Li understood Haoshin's temperament all too well. Enduring once leads to continual endurance in this world, thus refusing to yield is the path of cultivation. In the future, chances are he would not be able to overpower others, so he might as well join A. After all, with the master-disciple bond established, Hao Yin would feel that living a second life allows him to let go of past grievances, making it reasonable to subdue Hao Yin. Good disciple, return to your village. Zhang Yuren led the way, and Sun Li followed him back to Taohua village. This village was indeed quite sizable, with thousands of residents gathered, situated in the Peach Blossom Mountain, benefiting from the mountains and rivers, self-sufficient. Zhang Yuren, as the village chief, also held the title of Bai Ren. This was a name Zhang Yuren had given himself. Since childhood, he had been called the Celestial Scourge, never once refuting it or seeking revenge. Every time he heard others call him the Celestial Scourge, he endured it. Although the villagers called him that, they were still willing to feed him, ensuring he did not starve. Yes, he was raised on the food of many families, so he could only endure. This was the only way he could survive. As of today, no one dared to call him the Celestial Scourge anymore, but he was reluctant to discard the name Zhang Bai Ren. The reason was that he was not afraid of the villagers knowing this, leading to a sense of both respect and fear whenever they mentioned Zhang Bairen. In Taohua village, Sun Li began his teachings to Zhang Yuren. After the awakening of the true spirit, it was generally the past life's true spirit that dominated, but this was not absolute. If the current life soul was resilient enough and had a firm will, then this life soul would become the dominant one, with the past life's true spirit merely being a vassal providing nourishment for this life's true spirit. Sun Li aimed to allow Zhang Yuren's current life true spirit to take the lead. In the royal city dungeon, Guang Qingzi and the others stood at the dungeon door absorbing fresh spiritual energy, gazing at the sun in the sky, tears welling in their eyes. They had finally emerged. "You are free now." A figure accompanied by a group stood guard at the dungeon's edge, addressing Guang Qingzi and the others. A Deluo golden immortal. Initially, as Guang Qingzi and the others regained their strength, their courage surged. Seeing a mere human dare to speak to them in such a manner, they were ready to become enraged. However, upon discerning this person's cultivation, they were taken aback. 7 kills. Guang Qingzi exclaimed as he looked at the person before him. As Zuan Yuan's master Guang Qingzi had strategized alongside Xuan Yuan, and thus he was well aware of the generals under the Emperor of Humanity's heavenly mansion. 7 kills. Tian Liang, Tian Ji, Tian Tong, and Tian Xiang are all generals under the heavenly mansion, with 7 kills being the most ruthless and powerful among them. However, it was unexpected that they had all already broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. How long have they been imprisoned? 7 kills, who only recently entered the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, has now broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, Guang Qingzi felt a wave of disorientation. His spirit was greatly diminished after all he had yet to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm. Ugh, who cares about Quasi-Saints? They have become worthless now. Reflecting on this, Guang Qingzi felt even more regret. He had initially exerted himself to seize the position of the Emperor of Humanity and the subsequent 5 emperors, all for the sake of gaining fortune and virtue to break through to Quasi-Saint. Yet later it was said that Quasi-Saint was no longer sufficient and that one needed to cultivate as a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Not only did he end up with nothing, but he also landed himself in a dungeon, a truly futile endeavor. The figure of Xian Yuan appeared in his mind, reflecting some degree of master-disciple affection. Guang Qingzi thought that perhaps Xian Yuan would never forgive him in the future. But this was a conflict between the Chan and Jiejiao sects. What could he do? "Master." At that moment a voice called out. Guang Qingzi, hearing the familiar voice, couldn't help but shudder and slowly turned around to see Xian Yuan. Even though Guang Qingzi had practiced the immortal path for many years and felt that his desires had diminished significantly, hearing the word master still brought tears to his eyes. His heart was filled with newfound insights, and at that moment, he even felt a hint of wanting to break through to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. However, Guang Qingzi did not rush to break through. He simply gazed at Xian Yuan. "You still wish to recognize me as your master. Xuan Yuan, it is I who have wronged you." Xian Yuan looked at Guang Qingzi and shook his head, slowly approaching. He was now the Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan, and many things became clear with a mere shift in thought. He understood fully why Guang Qingzi had acted as he did. In this moment, seeing Guang Qingzi's expression, he could clearly sense that their master-disciple bond still existed. "It was you who taught me skills. Naturally, you are my master." Qi Jingzi and the others observed this scene with a hint of emotion. Perhaps it was time for them to take on disciples as well. They felt a sense of urgency, realizing that they were indeed lagging behind, especially in comparison to Changsheng. Looking at Changsheng's disciples, they need not mention Pajun. Even the 6-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey had already reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm during the last battle. If they did not strive harder, they would truly have no chance in the future. Xian Yuan invited Guang Qingzi and the others to the Yellow Emperor City, explaining the current situation of the wilderness. Guang Qingzi and the others had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, and they knew far too little about what had transpired during that time. After learning about the development of the human race, they felt somewhat relieved about 7 kills' significant improvement in cultivation. The human race has developed too quickly. As one of the leaders of the human race, 7 kills' strength naturally rose with the tide. Not only 7 kills, but even Xian Yuan before him had already attained the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, surpassing his own master. As if recalling something, Guang Qingzi looked towards Xian Yuan. "What about Duo Bao? Has Duo Bao broken through?" Duo Bao. Xian Yuan knew that his master still could not let go of his rival Duo Bao. Master Uncle Duo Bao has been in seclusion since he returned last time and has not appeared in the wilderness since. Hearing this, Guang Qingzi felt a mix of emotions. In his view, Duo Bao must have achieved his desires, for with such profound foundations, and with Changsheng's assistance, there was no reason he should not have broken through. Now that the Eastern and Western factions have signed an agreement, the Western sect can establish Buddhist temples in the East, and the three teachings can establish Taoist temples in the West to spread their beliefs. The fact that Master and Master Uncle were able to emerge might be related to this as well. I see. Guang Qingzi seemed to understand. Without them, the Chan sect would only have Tai and Yuding left unable to support the overall situation of the Chan sect. They needed to come out to help the Chan sect expand its influence. However, has the relationship between the Chan and Jie sects improved so much? Thinking about how Yuanshi Tianzuan had not come to aid them despite the long time that had passed, Guang Qingzi felt a bit uncomfortable, though after all he was a direct disciple. Ran Dang, hearing Zuanyuan's words, felt a stir of thoughts. Ultimately, he had left the Chan sect and entered the Western sect, and now he certainly could not return to the Chan sect. The Western sect's dissemination of beliefs in the East presented an opportunity for him to showcase his value. He looked at Ci Hang Pu Xian Wenshu and Zhu Lu Sun. They had long agreed to follow him, but this time, when their gazes met, Ci Hang and the others instinctively averted their eyes. What does this mean? Have they changed their minds? Ran Dang smirked inwardly. He realized that Yuanshi Tianzuan must have seen through him long ago. Everything before was just a matter of following the current. Since he could see through him, Ci Hang and the others could not deceive Yuanshi Tianzuan. After all, they had cultivated the Western sect's techniques. However, if these four wanted something, he would not push them too hard. Once they returned to the Chan sect and found themselves increasingly distanced from Yuanshi Tianzuan, they would naturally come to seek him out. Leaving the Yellow Emperor city, Guang Qingzi led everyone back to the Chan sect. The group was filled with complex thoughts, and only halfway back did they realize one person was missing. Hey, where is Master Uncle Randang? Guang Qingzi asked, and everyone exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Ci Hang and the others pretended not to know. They were still unaware that Randang had defected from the Chan sect. Contacting Randang, he was met with rejection. Forget it, perhaps Master Uncle Randang has something to attend to. Let's head back first. After Guang Qingzi and the others left, however, one person remained in the Royal City dungeon. It was the Great Master Xian Du. He could have left, but when the dungeon opened, the Great Master Xian Du chose not to depart. A figure appeared in the dungeon, looking at the Great Master Xian Du before nodding. The Taiji Dao is in truth a path of ruthless indifference. However, the Great Master Xian Du before him was different. His Quasi-Saint's aura had dissipated, and he had not only shed it, but had recultivated to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm. Truly worthy of being the first disciple of Taiji. At this moment, the Heavenly Mansion seemed to understand the reason Laozi had taken in the Great Master Xian Du. Being a practitioner of the path of ruthlessness, he naturally held no affection for the human race, which was understandable. However, during the great battle, Xian Du's Dao heart had been shattered by his own master uncle's words, and now the Great Master Xian Du was ultimately different. Brother Xian Du, Master Uncle asked me to ask you, are you ultimately the Xian Du of the human teaching, or the Xian Du of the human race? The human Dao of Xuandu. The human race is Xuandu. The Grand Master of Xuandu looked at Tianfu, his expression filled with complexity. If it were before, he would have undoubtedly proclaimed himself as the human Dao of Xuandu, for nurturing kindness is far more significant than mere birth kindness. Moreover, everything he possessed today was granted by his master. However, today was different. He had re-established his path of Huanyuan, as if a piece that was missing in his heart had finally been filled. It was humanity. Indeed, the humanity he had been tormented by before was no longer a source of conflict. Without the influence of his master, Xuandu had become an independent individual, and observing the human race's relentless struggle for their destiny deeply resonated with him. Nevertheless, when faced with Laozi, he still did not know how to choose. Thus, even if Changsheng was willing to let them go, Xuandu found himself reluctant to leave. In his view, perhaps staying in this dungeon to spend the rest of his life and practicing diligently was not such a bad idea. Yet Tianfu unexpectedly approached him again, asking him such questions. As their gazes met, Xuandu found it somewhat difficult to speak. This was not merely a simple question. It was not just a choice between Laozi and the human race, but a profound inquiry of the Tao. Whichever path he chose, if it contradicted his true heart, it would surely result in inner demons, and he would make no progress in his cultivation thereafter. However, he had already made a choice, otherwise he would not be so evasive about leaving the dungeon. Now there is only the human race is Xuandu, just the human race is Xuandu, which is also the human Dao Xuandu. After uttering these words, Xuandu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even the Dao and his cultivation seemed to have become more vibrant, showing signs his Dao heart was also more complete. In the past, Xuandu had unconsciously distanced himself from the human race. For many years he had cultivated on Shouyang Mountain, hardly ever returning to the human race, nor had he regarded himself as one of them. Only today did he feel the bloodline of the human race within himself, that deep-rooted connection. However, Laozi had guided him in his cultivation all this time, and there was nothing he owed him. The lineage of the human Tao was originally thin, and among the second generation, he was the only one. If he were to leave the human Tao now, not only would the transmission of the human Tao be severed, but he would also betray Laozi's nurturing kindness. Thus the human race is fundamental, but the human Tao is also his home. Tianfu listened to Xuandu's words, and already understood his intentions, nodding his head. He could see that Xuandu's words were sincere, since Xuandu acknowledged himself as one of them. The human race would naturally accept him. Now the human race embraces all. Even the myriad races of the wilderness can integrate into the human race if they are willing. How much more so for Xuandu, who was originally part of the human race? Well, since that is the case, you may leave with me. This time Xuandu no longer evaded. His true heart was clear, and he had no intention of avoiding it. Stepping out of the dungeon, he stood on the territory of the human race. Observing the flourishing scene within the imperial city, witnessing the strong and happy appearance of the human race, Xuandu could not help but smile. As a member of the human race, he should indeed take pride in it. The former human Tao and Laozi were his strongest support, but now the human race is his root. My master has signed an agreement of religious freedom with the Western Sect, allowing the Western Sect to establish Buddhist temples in the East and propagate its doctrines. Meanwhile, the three teachings, namely the human Tao, the clarifying teaching, and the intercepting teaching, can also establish Taoist temples in the West to spread their teachings. Upon returning, Master Guangxing and the others will have the framework of the clarifying teaching complete, and its doctrines should soon envelop the West. My master has stated that the three teachings are essentially one family. Even with the Ta Ching master, it is merely a dispute of principles with no enmity. Once the Ta Ching master returns, the three purities will still sit together as brothers. Now that the human Tao lacks your presence, it has become a scattered sand, and you still need to rely on them to shoulder the burden of the human Tao. What? Even with Xuandu's current state of mind, hearing Tianfu's words still made him feel a shock. The image of Changxing appeared in his mind. He never expected that Changxing's vision was so grand. The previous battle between the three purities could almost be considered a life-and-death feud, yet Changxing now speaks of it merely as a dispute of principles, and once Ta Ching returns, they can still sit together as brothers. Can these words be trusted? In any case, Xuandu dared not believe them, as they were simply too fantastical. Even if Changxing was willing, would Laozi agree? After all, he had already been forced into a chaotic prison by Changxing. However, he also understood his mission after coming out. To develop the human Tao, to propagate its doctrines to the West, and not just in the West, but to also strengthen its influence in the East. In facing the Western Sect, any one of the three teachings alone would not necessarily be able to compete in spreading their doctrines. After all, it is not only a matter of strength, but also of depth of heritage resources, and the suitability of the doctrines for dissemination, along with the ability to captivate people, especially the latter. Compared to the Western Sect, the three teachings are somewhat lacking. Since the latter is somewhat lacking, they can only compare to the former. Although the Ta Ching Saint is currently confined in chaos, the resources of the human Tao are still present. As long as Xuandu steps forward, the human Tao's ability to propagate doctrines will not be inferior to the other two teachings. Ultimately, it still comes down to utilizing him. However, this is mutually beneficial. Even if he is being used, Xuandu is willing to be utilized for now that the Ta Ching Saint is absent. As the eldest disciple of the second generation of the human Tao, he has the obligation to continue developing the human Tao. Moreover, this is of great benefit to the human race. In terms of sentiment and reason, he should not refuse. With this in mind, Xuandu admired Changxing even more. This kind of overt strategy, whether from him, the Western Sect, or the clarifying teaching, cannot be rejected. Reflecting on Changxing's previous actions, they all seem to follow this pattern. But unfortunately, they cannot come. I understand. Upon returning, the human Tao temple will develop towards the west. Tianfu was somewhat astonished to see Xuandu so quickly prepared mentally, but soon his face was filled with smiles. Under the circumstances, since it is beneficial for both parties, why not? And he, like Changxing, as the emperor of the human race, regardless of how the four teachings compete, he does not suffer losses, nor does the human race suffer losses. The human race will only continue to grow stronger amid the internal strife of the four teachings. Then I must trouble you, senior brother Xuandu. Tianfu watched Xuandu leave before returning to the human emperor's palace. In the West, the guiding and preparatory disciples have already begun sending disciples to the East to prepare for establishing Buddhist temples. Our Western Sect is not like the other three sects. Our resources are scarce. Once you enter the East, you will have to rely on yourselves. Zhu and Ti instructed disciples, such as Mi Lu and Yao Shi. Mi Lu and the others looked even more distressed. The East was originally the domain of the three sects, and how could they compete against them? Now their two saints had only provided a minimal amount of resources. What were they to do once they entered the West? Rely solely on persuasion. However, since Zhu and Ti had already said this, what else could they say? They could only hope that the Eastern human race would be easily convinced. Once they spoke the language of Buddhism, those people would surely contribute money and effort to help establish temples and spread the teachings of the Western sect. After finishing, Zhuan Ti looked towards Jieyin. "Senior brother, shall we begin?" Jieyin nodded in response. The prehistoric powers were numerous, but upon closer inspection they were arranged like a pyramid, with the Xianmen at the top, the first sect of the primordial era, followed by the 4 sects below. Whether it was the Western sect or the 3 sects, they were all vassals of the Xianmen. The fortunes and merits of the 4 sects had to be offered to the Xuanmen, and much of it ultimately fell into Hong Jun's hands. Jieyin and Zhuan Ti had long been dissatisfied with this. The 3 sects were acceptable, after all the Sanqing were direct disciples of Hong Jun Daozu, who bestowed upon them many advantages, being quite biased. The 3 sects rightfully offered tribute, but they were different. They were nominal disciples raised like stepchildren. While the Sanqing had been granted innate supreme treasures, all they received were spiritual treasures, which they had to kneel and beg for. One can only imagine how biased this was. With such favoritism, why should they still pay so many taxes? Therefore, breaking away from the Xianmen was imperative. Indeed, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti were preparing to break away from the Xianmen and establish a new Buddhist sect. In fact, many had previously referred to the Western sect as the Xuanmen, which was no coincidence, but rather a test they had conducted in advance. The effect was quite good. Not many rejected the idea of the Western sect establishing a new Buddhist sect. However, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti still had some reservations about Hong Jun Daozu, fearing that after establishing their own sect, they might be targeted by him, and the Sanqing could easily deal with them, causing their plans to fall through. But opportunities arise in such fortuitous moments. With Hong Jun Daozu being repelled by Changsheng, the Sanqing were each facing their own situations. Taiqing was secluded in chaos, while Tongtian was re-establishing the Honyuan Dao, leaving only Yuanshi Tianzuan. Under such circumstances, what could Jieyin and Zhuan Ti still fear? Even if Hong Jun Daozu was displeased, could he possibly hate them more than he hated Changsheng? With Changsheng attracting the fire, their establishment of a new Buddhist sect could be considered nearly assured, especially as the teachings of the Western sect were about to enter the East and spread widely. If they could successfully break away from the Xuanmen, it would certainly boost the reputation of the Buddhist sect, greatly aiding the dissemination of their doctrines. From today onwards, our Western sect formally breaks away from the Xianmen and establishes a new Buddhist sect. Anyone who believes in our Buddhist doctrines may enter this door to reach the Western paradise. Boom. As Jieyin spoke these words, the entire sky seemed to stir. A wave of pressure descended, causing Jieyin and Zhuan Ti's expressions to change. They sensed Hong Jun's gaze, but this scrutiny did not last long before ultimately disappearing. Seeing this, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti also breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that while Hong Jun Daozu was displeased with them, as Changsheng had said, he was currently constrained by the Heavenly Tao. Establishing a new Buddhist sect would be a good thing for the Heavenly Tao, so he naturally would not interfere. Moreover, with the support of the fortunes of the Western sect diminished, Hong Jun might find himself with one less bargaining chip in his struggle against the Heavenly Tao. With this thought in mind, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti felt even more at ease. As the Buddhist sect established itself, its fortunes suddenly increased by more than double. Seeing such a boost, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti turned pale. At this moment, they realized how much effort they had put into serving Hong Jun Daozu over the years, and it was not Hong Jun who took the smaller share, it was they who did. In fact, it was Hong Jun who took the larger share, while they took the smaller one. After all their hard work, the one reaping the most benefits was Hong Jun Daozu. Reflecting on the fortunes and merits they had offered him, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Hong Jun's interception, they might have been able to pay off their debts by now. They should have broken away from the Xianmen long ago. Now they felt completely refreshed. The disciples of the Buddhist sect witnessed their own sect's independence. Initially, there was a moment of fear at the heavenly wrath, followed by a wave of joy. From this day forth, they were disciples of the Buddhist sect, not merely disciples of the Western sect. This was indeed a notch above the disciples of the 3 sects. Especially as they could sense their own fortunes had improved significantly, their previously pessimistic thoughts were now filled with confidence. Perhaps they could truly rival the 3 sects. At this moment, the entire primordial world was stunned by Jieyin and Zhuan Ti's bold move, establishing a new Buddhist sect. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a tinge of green on his face as he sensed the rising fortunes of the Buddhist sect. If the Buddhist sect was thriving, how well could their own teachings be doing? In comparison, it seemed that their own teachings had also been intercepted by Hong Jun Daozu. Moreover, as 2 major sects, how could the Buddhist sect rise above them directly? This made Yuanshi Tianzuan, who valued face, truly unable to bear. Looking at the recently returned Guangqingzi and others, they must teach the Buddhist sect a lesson. In terms of spreading doctrines, their own teachings were not lacking. However, if the Buddhist sect could stand independently from the Xuanmen, why could their own teachings not do the same? What had once been respect for Hong Jun Daozu turned into displeasure after this incident. But what kind of sect should they establish? The Xuanmen. In truth, establishing a new sect was not easy. They had to consider the overall situation, the foundation. To be honest, their teachings were indeed lacking in the groundwork necessary for founding a new sect. Jieyin and Zhuan had planned for who knows how long to take this step. If he wanted to establish a new sect, he must at least prepare thoroughly. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzuan began instructing Guang Qingzi and others to spread the doctrines, and also tasked Yu Ding with preparing to establish a new sect. Finally, he retained Ci Hang Pu Xian, Wen Shu, and Zhu Lu Sun. It brings me great comfort that you could return. What? Upon hearing this, Ci Hang and the others were startled. What did this mean? Did Yuanshi Tianzuan know about their affairs? A wave of panic surged within them. Yet they did not dare to admit it, so they could only stand there awaiting Yuanshi Tianzun's decree. All of your Dao arts were personally taught by me. You have practiced the Buddhist techniques, how could I not know? It's not just you, but also Randang, I am fully aware. However, Randang and I are of the same generation. When he entered the sect, I made it clear that he was free to come and go. You may call him Shirshu, but how much of the Yuqing Dao has he truly cultivated? You all know the answer to that very well. You constantly claim that I am biased, but in truth it is merely a matter of teaching according to aptitude. Among the 12 of you, even if you acknowledge it, your qualifications are indeed somewhat lacking compared to others. Yet despite that, how is your current cultivation progress worse than anyone else's? After this incident, breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal should pose no problem for you. How is it that because of a few words from Randang you would truly betray me and join the Buddhist sect? Upon hearing these words, the four of Cihang felt their legs go weak and they dropped to their knees. Master, we were wrong. We realize our mistakes. Master, please punish us. Whatever punishment you deem fit, we accept as long as you do not expel us from the sect. Recalling past events, the four felt a twinge of guilt in their hearts. What the Yuanshi Tianzun said was the truth. They were originally just minor practitioners in the Primordial Chaos. It was only after entering Kunlun Mountain that their cultivation advanced, and they gradually reached the status of Tai Golden Immortals. Their cultivation had improved, and their status rose infinitely due to their affiliation with the Chan teaching. As disciples of the Yusu Palace, no matter where they went in the Primordial Chaos, they were always looked up to. Although Yuanshi Tianzun did not provide them with much personal guidance, he did not lack in expounding the Great Tao or bestowing magical treasures. Compared to Guang Qingzi, they were indeed at a disadvantage, but they were far better off than Huanglong. In fact, upon reflection, they knew that their qualifications were indeed inferior to Guang Qingzi, Yuding, and Tai. As fellow direct disciples, over time it was inevitable that they would feel some imbalance. At this moment, Randang appeared, and the long-standing persuasion caused them to begin to have certain thoughts. Especially since Randang taught them the Buddhist techniques, which significantly accelerated their cultivation, making it difficult for them to resist temptation. Randang claimed that the future of the Chan teaching was uncertain, and that the Buddhist sect was their true future. This upcoming battle would reveal everything. If the Buddhist sect gained the upper hand, they could leave the Chan teaching with Randang and join the Buddhist sect. However, upon careful consideration, it was only Randang who had made promises to them. Neither Jieyin nor Zhuan had ever spoken to them about anything. Were they really willing to betray their master who had always treated them well to join the Buddhist sect? Having been imprisoned in the dungeon for so long, they had come to understand many things. They calmed down, realizing that it was still unclear who was truly better between the Chan teaching, and thus when Randang said he would take them away, they hesitated and did not follow him. Now hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's words, they became more resolute in their choice. Indeed, practitioners should forsake everything for their cultivation, but who could know what their future truly held? To betray their sect for an uncertain future and bear the infamy for a lifetime was something they were unwilling to do. Fortunately, they had found their way back. Yuanshi Tianzun looked at the four of Cihang before him, feeling relieved. It seemed that his ability to teach disciples was still quite good. The guidance he provided to his students was effective, otherwise how could these disciples be so determined to follow him and unwilling to leave? Even when faced with the temptations of the Buddhist sect, they remained the same. Alright, during this period you should closely follow Guang Qingzi and work together to spread the teachings of the Chan sect. You are now quite adept at Buddhist techniques, and when facing the Buddhist sect you should have some good ideas. This will count as your way of atoning for your sins. Alright, during this period you should closely follow Guang Qingzi and work together to spread the teachings of the Chan sect. You are now quite adept at Buddhist techniques, and when facing the Buddhist sect you should have some good ideas. Master, please help me with this situation. Huang Long cried sorrowfully. He had been imprisoned in the dungeon for so long that he was unaware of what had transpired in the outside world. It was only after being released that he learned of the events his dragon clan had been annihilated. Good heavens, even the four seas had been completely devoured, all captured by the Carp clan. Who was behind all this? Huang Long could not be unaware. It was clearly Changsheng. Now he was the only remaining scion of the Dragon clan in the Primordial Chaos, and how could he endure the annihilation of his lineage? However, with barely enough cultivation to reach the Deluo Golden Immortal, seeking revenge was not an easy task. Let alone against Changsheng, even the other members of the Carp clan were likely not his match. Thus he could only seek assistance from Yuan Shirtianzun. Yuan Shirtianzun held no fondness for those adorned with fur and horns. Huang Long understood why he had been accepted as a direct disciple. It was simply due to the mutual benefits between the Dragon clan and Yuan Shirtianzun. Moreover, Yuan Shirtianzun harbored intentions of sharing the Dragon clan's fortune, which is why he had this direct disciple from the Yusu. Yet even so, Huang Long was the least favored in the Yusu palace. Others received magical treasures, but he did not. Nevertheless, he bore no grievances, as Yuan Shirtianzun had reluctantly taken him in. Yuan Shirtianzun looked at the tearfully weeping Huang Long and couldn't help but shake his head. Huang Long, do you know why I have never been close to you? Oh. Huang Long's crying ceased, and he turned to Yuan Shirtianzun. He never expected that Yuan Shirtianzun would say this directly. Nodding, he then shook his head. Is it not because I am a descendant of the Dragon clan? Partially correct, but not entirely. Yuan Shirtianzun slowly shook his head. The reason I have never been close to you is that you have never regarded yourself as a disciple of the Yusu Palace. You have not integrated yourself into this place. Oh, why should I be close to you? Ask yourself truthfully, have you not always placed the Dragon clan first? After all these years, your qualifications are clearly excellent, yet your cultivation has not progressed because of your lack of diligence and practice. Or is it that you have simply had bad luck? Neither is true. You are stuck because you insist on following the path of the Dragon clan while wanting to balance the path of the Yusu. You have made no choices, no distinctions between priorities, and have been forcing your cultivation, which has only hindered your progress. I had hoped that one day you would comprehend the great Tao, but to this day you still do not understand my intentions. Huang Long's expression turned pale upon hearing this, and he became anxious. It turned out that it was not that Yuan Shirtianzun disliked him, it was simply that he had never integrated himself into the Yusu Palace. It was not that Yuan Shirtianzun was not diligent in teaching him, but rather that he had never realized his true heart. He couldn't help but cry even more sorrowfully. Master, it was my fault. Seeing the weeping Huang Long, the primordial celestial master also felt a tinge of compassion in his eyes. Alright, now that the Dragon clan is a thing of the past, you can take this opportunity to sever your lingering attachments and focus on cultivating my Yuqing Dao, aiming to achieve the true unity. As for the great grudge of the Dragon clan, do not dwell on it any longer. Can the causes and effects of this world be simply explained through enmity? Is the calamity that has befallen the Dragon clan truly just because of the pursuit of longevity? In truth, you know that the root of the Dragon clan's destruction lies in the karmic debts created during the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix. Now that it has erupted at once, what can be done? You are my disciple of the Yushu Palace. As your master, I assure you that as long as you do not leave the Yushu Palace, no one can harm you. Huang Long felt a chill in his heart. Could this grudge really never be avenged? However, listening to the primordial celestial master's words, Huang Long could not muster any resentment towards him. He could only silently vow in his heart to diligently cultivate and seek revenge for the Dragon clan when his realm was sufficient. The Buddhist sects and the three teachings spread across the human realm, where originally the dual paths of culture and martial arts were mainstream, especially martial arts, due to the promotion of martial arts by the Earth Emperor and the Human Emperor. Almost everyone among the human race learned martial arts, while even though the path of the immortals was indeed more esteemed, only a small number of people practiced it. But now it is different. The Buddhist sects and the three teachings have passed down the path of the immortals to the human race, pouring countless resources into the humans and extensively accepting disciples. The grand path of humanity has suddenly become rich and varied. The three teachings of Buddhism are fiercely competing. However, this is a war without gunpowder, and the only possible beneficiaries are the human race. The widespread transmission of the immortal path has brought about a qualitative leap in the level of the human race. The three teachings of Buddhism are fiercely competing. However, this is a war without gunpowder, and the only possible beneficiaries are the human race. The widespread transmission of the immortal path has brought about. This made Zhang Yuren truly grateful and relieved that he had entered the city that day, how otherwise such an opportunity would have been missed. Zhang Yuren vowed that he must not let down his masters, nurturing, diligently practicing to strive to become a talent as soon as possible. Although Sun Li was instructing Zhang Yuren in his cultivation, he did not neglect the affairs of the Heavenly Court. Each day, if there were significant matters in the Southern Heavenly Court that others could not handle, they would report to him. One day, he said, "Master, I have found the Tongbi monkey." The six-eared macaque stood before Sun Li excitedly saying that now both the six-eared macaque and the Tongbi monkey are warriors of the southern heavenly court, guarding the southern gate. The six-eared macaque possesses the divine power of 6 ears with the keenest hearing, so Sun Li entrusted the task of finding the Tongbi monkey and the Lingming stone monkey to him. It seems that the Tongbi monkey has indeed come into the world. Oh, since it has appeared, bring it here. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque immediately left Taoyuan village and headed towards the location of the Tongbi monkey. After so many years, the six-eared macaque and the Jiejiao monkey had long since overcome their urge to devour each other. Their bond as the 4 monkeys of the world was akin to that of brothers. Now that news of the Tongbi monkey had emerged to the six-eared macaque, it felt almost like finding his own brother. After leaving Taoyuan village, the six-eared macaque headed straight for Meishan. Meishan is a spiritual mountain in the southern wilderness, a small spiritual mountain with a mountain god residing there, and it is home to many beings cultivating their practices. Among them, the most powerful are known as the 7 oddities of Meishan. At this time, the concept of the demon race had vanished from the wilderness. The human race's control over the wilderness was becoming evident, seemingly causing the demon race to disappear from the annals of history. Now the animals that transformed in the wilderness are referred to as spiritual monsters. The 7 oddities of Meishan are such. They are the white ape, dog, water buffalo, wild boar, centipede, white snake, and goat, each having transformed. Meishan also belongs to the human race, and the 7 oddities, in order to integrate into the human race, have all taken human names. The white ape is named Yuan Hong, the dog is named Dai Li, the water buffalo is named Jin Dashing, the wild boar is named Zhu Zizhen, the centipede is named Wu Long, the white snake is named Chong Hao, and the goat is named Yang Xian. The qualifications of the 7 oddities are quite good, but after transforming due to incomplete cultivation techniques, they could only slowly cultivate by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It wasn't until they encountered the human race that they learned they could seek cultivation techniques among humans. Of course, they needed resources in exchange. Naturally, there are resources in Meishan, and upon hearing this, the 7 oddities were overjoyed. They brought the resources from the mountain and directly entered the human city, exchanging the mountain resources for martial arts techniques and cultivation resources, then returned to the mountain to cultivate. Not only that, in each city there is an organization called the Hero Association, which gathers heroes from across the world. In essence, it is an organization for posting tasks, accepting tasks, and obtaining rewards, and it can also facilitate resource exchanges. Every city has a branch of the Hero Association with tasks posted daily. Both humans and other races can take on tasks, complete them, and receive rewards. Meishan, after all, is a small spiritual mountain with limited resources. If they solely consume what they have, Yuan Hong and the others know that this is not a sustainable path. Therefore, they also need to regularly venture into the cities to accept tasks and complete them to exchange for resources for their cultivation. Indeed, the 7 oddities have quite the abilities, and their reputation around Meishan is growing. The 6-eared macaque has thus heard the name of Yuan Hong the Tongbi. When the 6-eared macaque arrived at Meishan, he first conducted an investigation, discovering that among the 7 oddities not only was Yuan Hong his brother capable, but the other 6 oddities were also promising and possessed good temperament and qualification. Upon thinking of this, the 6-eared macaque nodded. Once the Tongbi monkey and the Lingming stone monkey are in place at the southern gate, there should be 4 great warriors. Since they are warriors, they naturally need their own foundation. The remaining 6 oddities are just right to become the first batch of the Tongbi monkey's foundation. As he stepped into Meishan, the 7 oddities of Meishan had just completed their tasks and returned startled to see someone suddenly appear. However, upon seeing the 6-eared macaque clad in golden armor, they were also struck by his imposing aura. Not only the 6-eared macaque, but also behind him were many heavenly soldiers and generals. The 6-eared macaque enjoys a sense of grandeur, and these heavenly soldiers and generals are his personal troops, all at least of true immortal cultivation level. It's worth noting that the most formidable among the 7 oddities, Yuan Hong, is currently just a true immortal. The appearance of the 6-eared macaque and the heavenly soldiers and generals made Yuan Hong and the others understand something, especially when the 6-eared macaque appeared. A figure promptly emerged, the mountain god of Meishan. Little immortal greets the general. Not knowing the general was coming, I failed to welcome you from afar. Please do not blame me. The mountain god is no mere minor deity. The mountain god office belongs to the Ministry of Rites, with the highest ranking mountain god being a 4th rank deity, while the others are graded according to the size of their sacred mountains. For instance, a mountain god of a cave paradise is at least of 5th rank, if not 4th rank. The mountain gods of large sacred mountains can be 6th rank, those of medium-sized mountains 7th rank, and even small sacred mountains have 8th rank gods. Even the smallest sacred mountains possess 9th rank celestial status. Meishan is a small sacred mountain, and its mountain god holds an 8th rank celestial position, possessing true immortal power and the ability to wield the might of Maishan able to contend with Xianxian. In other words, among the entire Maishan, the Maishan mountain god is the most formidable. At the very least, Yuan Hong and the others faced the Maishan mountain god with nothing but respect. Now, even the Maishan mountain god must pay homage to the six-eared macaque, indicating the latter's high status and formidable strength. Yuan Hong and the others dared not hesitate and hurriedly approached to pay their respects, addressing him as general. They were also speculating just what kind of general the six-eared macaque was, commanding such prestige that the Maishan mountain god would treat him so respectfully. Surely he must be a sixth-rank general, but could a sixth-rank general possess such influence? Yuan Hong looked at the six-eared macaque's demeanor with a tinge of envy. He silently vowed to become a general like the six-eared macaque in the future. The six-eared macaque nodded at them. I am the Southern Heavenly Court's Battle General 6 Ears. I have come today to recruit you 7 to serve in the Heavenly Court. 6 Ears. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong and the others felt a stir within their hearts. There are not many who bear the name 6 Ears in the world, especially one as imposing as this. They knew that the six-eared macaque had made quite a name for himself, especially after his battle against the red-butt monkey during the last human war. Moreover, both the six-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey are disciples of the 4 ancestors of longevity, which further endears them to this day. Legends of the six-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey circulate among mankind, claiming that they now serve as generals guarding the southern gate of the Heavenly Court, or referred to as deities of war by the myriad beings of the wilderness. Thus in the mortal realm, the six-eared macaque is generally addressed as war god of 6 ears. No, wait, the six-eared macaque said he wants to recruit them to serve in the Heavenly Court. Thinking of this, their faces lit up. The current Heavenly Court is no longer the dilapidated one it used to be. Ever since the 3 teachings sent disciples to enter the Heavenly Court, its reputation began to soar, and by the time it split into 5, it not only maintained, but enhanced its prestige. After all, just look at who the current rulers of the Heavenly Court are. In the Eastern Heavenly Court, the eldest disciple of the 4 ancestors, Ling Yun, possesses the cultivation of a Hunyuan golden immortal, and in his past life, he acquired the primal purple chi from the Purple Cloud Palace. In the Southern Heavenly Court, a manifestation of the 4 ancestors, named Sun Li, oversees the Ministry of Rites with unfathomable cultivation and the highest prestige among mortals. In the Western Heavenly Court, the younger sister of the 4 ancestors, Yun Xiao, a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, was previously at the quasi-saint level and made quite a name for herself during the last Great War. In the Northern Heavenly Court, the elder sister of the 4 ancestors, the direct disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, is a Hunyuan golden immortal governing the stars of the Zhou Tian, and currently holds significant power over the Heavenly Court. Upon close inspection, all 4 rulers of the Heavenly Courts are connected to the 4 ancestors of longevity. Anyone with a modicum of sense could guess that the Heavenly Court is none other than the 4 ancestors' domain, and since it belongs to them, it is also the domain of the human race. Thus, over the years, as the Heavenly Court recruited heavenly soldiers and generals for divine assessments, the human race has been the most proactive. Their enthusiasm has made other races yearn for the Heavenly Court. Even more so today, the Heavenly Court is truly the highest institution in the wilderness, the central hub of the wilderness, without exaggeration. Almost everyone among the human race considers serving in the Heavenly Court an honor. Therefore, when Yuan Hong and the others heard that they were to be recruited to serve in the Heavenly Court, their hearts were filled with joy, with not a trace of discontent. What lingered in their hearts was perhaps only doubt. How could they be deemed worthy? How could these insignificant figures attract the attention of the war god of 6 ears, who even came personally to recruit them? Could it be that they had fallen into some kind of illusion? What are you waiting for? General 6 ears has come personally to recruit you for the Heavenly Court, and you still dare to hesitate. The Maishan mountain god hurriedly urged them, wondering what was wrong with these fools. The 6-eared macaque himself came to recruit them, and they still dared to hesitate. Such a good opportunity, where else could they find it? They must be out of their minds. Living on Maishan, Yuan Hong and the others could be said to have been raised under the watchful eye of the Maishan mountain god. The mountain god had always taken note of their character and efforts, and he genuinely appreciated the 7 freaks. Although he found it somewhat strange that the 6-eared macaque returned to recruit the 7 freaks, it was nonetheless a good thing. Since this was a formal procedure, the 6-eared macaque would certainly not harm the 7 freaks. Besides, the 6-eared macaque was a disciple of the 4 ancestors, and he would never endanger them, so the 7 freaks had no need to worry at all. Hearing the Maishan mountain god's prompt, the 7 freaks finally reacted. Indeed, regardless of whether this was an illusion, they dared not hesitate. We are grateful to you, General, for your patronage. The 6-eared macaque looked at Yuan Hong before saying nothing more. If that is the case, follow me. Yuan Hong and the others dared not hesitate, and quickly followed. As they passed the Maishan mountain god, they bowed in gratitude, and glanced back at Maishan, feeling somewhat reluctant, as it had been their home for so long. Go quickly, this Maishan will always be your home. When you have time to rest, come back to visit. The Maishan mountain god seemed to sense their thoughts and comforted them. The 7 freaks thought about it, as well Maishan would not go anywhere and they could visit often in the future. On the way, the 6-eared macaque instructed others to take Dai Li and Jean dashing back to the southern heavenly court first, while he himself led Yuan Hong to Taoyuan village. Seeing this arrangement, Yuan Hong was momentarily stunned. General, where are we going? Yuan Hong, do you know the 4 monkeys of the world? The 4 monkeys of the world. Yuan Hong thought of something and hurriedly nodded. I heard it mentioned by the 4 ancestors that within the Zhou Tian there are 5 celestial beings: the heavenly immortal earth, immortal divine, immortal human immortal, and ghost immortal, and 5 insects: the slug, scales, feathers, and insects. Yet the 4 monkeys of the world do not fit into these 10 categories. They are neither heavenly, earthly, divine, human, nor ghost, nor are they slugs, scales, feathers, or insects. The 4 monkeys of the world were born from the transformation of heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary talents. The general is one of the 4 monkeys of the world, and 6 ears is known throughout heaven and earth. At this point, Yuan Hong seemed to understand something. The 4 monkeys of the world are after all monkeys. Yuan Hong is one of the monkey race that has attained enlightenment. Could it be that 6 ears sees them as kin, which is why he recruited him into the heavenly court? What if I told you that you are one of the 4 monkeys of the world, the Tongbi Yuan? What? Yuan Hong was taken aback upon hearing this. He too was one of the legendary 4 monkeys of chaos. The surprise came too suddenly, leaving Yuan Hong somewhat unable to accept it. You must know the 4 monkeys of chaos not only represent talent, but also a promising future. You can't be joking, General. How could I possibly be one of the 4 monkeys of chaos? The 6-eared macaque shook his head. My ears do not make mistakes. Moreover, there is a special connection among the 4 monkeys of chaos. I initially only heard it, but now that I see you, I am even more certain. The reason you cannot sense this is due to your low cultivation level. Among the 4 monkeys of chaos, the long-armed monkey can manipulate the sun and moon, shrink mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the universe, possessing earth-shattering abilities. Right now you are merely hidden within a sack, lacking only the opportunity to reveal your potential. Once I take you to meet the master, you will know everything. Master. Hearing the 6-eared macaque's words, Yuan Hong was even more delighted, a sudden thrill. Since the 6-eared macaque said so, what could he possibly doubt? Moreover, the 6-eared macaque claimed he would take him to meet the master. The master of the 6-eared macaque is none other than the revered ancestor Sun Li. If that is the case, then they are set for greatness. By the way, from now on, just call me brother. We 4 monkeys of chaos are brothers and should be closer to each other. This made Yuan Hong even more ecstatic. Younger brother pays respects to elder brother. Ha, good, let's go. Behind them, Jean dashing and the others were also extremely excited. If the 6-eared macaque was Yuan Hong's elder brother, then that meant he was their elder brother too. Today is truly a great day. Not only has he been accepted into the fold, but he has also secured a powerful backing. From now on, doesn't this mean an unlimited... Even the soldiers of the 6-eared macaque looked at Jean dashing and the others with different expressions. They knew that although these fellows might not seem impressive now, their future status could very well surpass theirs. Everyone, we will be colleagues from now on. Let's return to the heavenly court together. Seeing the soldiers suddenly becoming courteous, Dai Li and the others were even more thrilled. However, their already clumsy etiquette became even more exaggerated. They understood why the soldiers treated them this way, and because of this they could not tarnish Yuan Hong's reputation. On the way, the 6 monkeys cautioned one another that once they arrived at the heavenly court, they must cultivate diligently and not embarrass Yuan Hong. Taoyuan, the 6-eared macaque brought Yuan Hong there, and seeing Yuan Hong, Sun Li nodded. Indeed, he was the long-armed monkey. Master. The 6-eared macaque bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Yuan Hong immediately realized that this was the lord of the southern heavenly court, Sun Li. Statues of the revered ancestor were everywhere in the mortal realm. Sun Li and Chang Sheng were practically identical, except that Chang Sheng had black hair and white clothing, while Sun Li had red hair and black clothing. This distinction was easy to recognize and was widely known among mortals. I pay my respects to the emperor. Do you wish to take me as your... How could there be any reluctance? Yuan Hong hurriedly knelt down. Disciple Yuan Hong pays respects to the master. Seeing this, Sun Li nodded. Good, from today onwards you shall stay here and cultivate with me. 6-eared, you may return now. The next day, Zhang Yuren discovered that after just one day, he had gained a new junior disciple. Yuan Hong pays respects to elder brother. Yuan Hong had already stayed at Taoyuan village for a day and naturally understood that the reason Sun Li was in Taoyuan village was that he had accepted Zhang Yuren as a disciple and was teaching him the Tao. With this in mind, Yuan Hong felt somewhat puzzled. What remarkable talent must Zhang Yuren possess to earn Sun Li's personal instruction here? However, no matter how curious he was, he dared not ask Sun Li anything, leaving it for future exploration. Currently Zhang Yuren had already reached the 5th level of martial arts equivalent to true immortal cultivation, which was one small realm higher than Yuan Hong. Yet Yuan Hong did not dare to be disrespectful. Upon seeing Zhang Yuren, he hurriedly addressed him as elder brother. By Ren, this is Yuan Hong, my newly accepted disciple from yesterday. You will cultivate together in the future. Instantly Zhang Yuren became friendly towards Yuan Hong. Being accepted as a disciple by Sun Li surely meant a bright future, and as they were now sworn brothers, he could always involve Yuan Hong in whatever he did. There is no need for formalities, junior brother. From now on you will stay at Taoyuan village. We will cultivate together. I was feeling lonely before, and now it is just right we can train together and discuss things. Zhang Yuren's eloquence was truly remarkable. In the time that followed, Yuan Hong finally understood why Zhang Yuren could attract Sun Li to personally teach him. His talent was genuinely superior, and ever since he started receiving Sun Li's guidance, the long-armed monkey seemed to have awakened, with his cultivation rising rapidly. In just a few years he was on the verge of breaking through to the Xian immortal level. However, Zhang Yuren was even more terrifying. When he first entered the path, Zhang Yuren was one small realm lower than Yuan Hong, yet now he had surged ahead and was the first to break through to the Xian immortal level. Now the long-armed monkey was completely convinced by Zhang Yuren, following him devotedly. Whenever Zhang Yuren had a task, the long-armed monkey would help, and their relationship was more than just good. Sun Li looked at the two and nodded. In the future the long-armed monkey could assist Zhang Yuren, and once Zhang Yuren awakened his true spirit and returned to the heavenly court, the long-armed monkey could also serve in the middle heavenly court. In the western extremes, Elder Jin II of the White Tiger clan frowned as he observed the situation beyond the realm. The world of war which they did not eradicate last time has returned once more. Moreover, this time the war world came with overwhelming force. Before the war demon had appeared, the White Tiger clan had already engaged in several confrontations with the war world beyond the realm, with both sides scoring victories and losses, the pace being under the control of the White Tiger clan. However, things were different now. The war world was rapidly increasing its troops, and countless soldiers were assaulting the second barrier, threatening to break through. Especially with the sudden appearance of the war demon, it directly shattered the second barrier. Prepare for battle, and also notify Changsheng to request reinforcements. Suddenly the White Tiger Spirit appeared beside Jin II. Seeing the White Tiger Spirit's arrival, Jin II finally let out a sigh of relief. With the White Tiger Spirit around, the war demon would not be able to breach the realm. However, for the White Tiger Spirit to ask him to actively contact Changsheng for assistance surprised Jin II. Taking out his phone, Jin II directly dialed Chang at Taoyuan village. After Changsheng entered seclusion, his number was set to redirect. Any calls made to Changsheng would be redirected to Sun Li. Dao friend Changsheng, the war demon has returned. The situation is urgent, and the spirit has instructed me to seek your assistance. The war demon god has returned once more. Upon hearing this, Sun Li furrowed his brows. It seemed the war demon god had truly fixated upon the Honghuang world, having been driven off not long ago, yet already surging back with renewed aggression. Truly he remembered only the feast, not the flogging. Yet if he dared return so soon after defeat, his cultivation must have ascended significantly. Perhaps he now wielded some formidable advantage. Otherwise would he truly march forth merely to be beaten again? The war demon god's strength was indeed formidable, but formidable no more. Even the four holy beasts united in battle could not prevail against him. How much less could he stand against Honghuang's other peerless masters? To speak plainly, if his power remained unchanged from before, subduing him would demand scarcely any effort from Honghuang. Still, the White Tiger holy beast had sent an urgent plea for aid, surely sensing imminent peril. At that thought, Sun Li wasted no time. He issued immediate orders. Humanity, having flourished steadily, was now ripe for its first true trial beyond the realm. To remain coiled within Honghuang was meaningless. No warrior who ruled only his own nest would ever ascend to greatness. Several transmissions surged outward across the realms. The Celestial Court, Ling Yun Yunxiao, and Jin Ling Shengmu all received the summons. The Celestial Court had recently fractured into 5 domains. The Central Court was temporarily governed by Yao Qi, but she remained sequestered in forced seclusion, leaving the Central Court too weak to deploy in warfare. Yet the Celestial Court required a steadfast guardian, and Jin Ling Shengmu was the most fitting choice. Moreover, her retinue consisted almost entirely of immortals and deities who had fought in the previous Western campaign. They deserved respite. Deployment would fall to the Eastern, Western, and Southern courts alone. Under Ling Yun and Yun Zhao's leadership, preparations commenced at once, eager, even restless. After all, waging war beyond the boundaries of Honghuang held irresistible allure. Jin Ling Shengmu herself yearned to take the field, but Sun Li's reasoning held weight. Someone must hold the court. Yet why she and not Sun Li himself? Indeed, disciples of the Jiejiao Sect were notoriously combative. especially their female cultivators. Why must you remain? That was precisely how Jin Ling Sheng Mu challenged Sun Li, only to receive his terse reply, I have my reasons. At those words her brows snapped upward. What did that mean? Did he still presume to address her as junior sister? Relying on his superior intellect, he now dispensed with explanation altogether. Did he truly doubt her capacity to comprehend? Furious enough to crush her communication talisman in her grip, Jin Ling Shengmu nearly unleashed a torrent of reprimand, yet paused. For Sun Li's sake, the Jiejiao Sect's very mind, she restrained herself. And Long Sheng now served as deputy sect master of the Jiejiao Sect. Well then seniority prevailed. The West. Upon receiving Sun Li's transmission, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti both raised an eyebrow. A demon god from beyond the realms. Previously such matters had never fallen to them. Was this one truly formidable? After brief reflection, Jie Yin turned to Zhuan Ti. Brother, you shall go. Take several disciples. It will serve as valuable tempering. Should the foe prove overwhelming, send word. I shall join you immediately. A mere demon god from beyond the realms. Hardly worth mentioning, Zhuan Ti replied with a nod. Brother, entrust it to me. Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshe Tianzuan too received the message. Gazing upon Sun Li's transmission, he arched an eyebrow. Truly Sun Li grew bolder by the day, presuming even this matter warranted his intervention. He had nearly dismissed it outright. Pride demanded he do so. Would he truly rush to the western extremity at Sun Li's bidding? Yet upon further thought he acknowledged his duty as a native of Hongwang. Contributing his strength was only just, and perhaps a gesture toward Long Sheng, ensuring smoother discourse henceforth. A tripartite Tao body manifested beside Yuanshe Tianzuan. You shall go. Take several disciples. Let Nanji and Yunzhong Zi accompany you for cultivation through trial. Humanity. Sun Li's decree arrived, and humanity responded without hesitation. To repel external invasion, humanity would never stand idle. The human sovereign's imperial court declared a personal campaign. Of the 5 emperors, Qing Dijuan Su remained to safeguard humanity. The other 4 marched forth alongside him. Counts, marquises, and dukes likewise contributed the majority of their forces. The human host assembled swiftly, and when word spread that they faced a demonic incursion from beyond the realms, enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. Compared to the last expedition, this mobilization for the western extremity was undeniably the largest yet. The Netherworld. Huta stared at Sun Li's message, teeth clenched until her molars ached. They were still seething, and now he demanded her deploy troops to reinforce the western extremity. Where then was his sense of face? My lady, shall we go? And he asked cautiously. Huta ground her teeth. Ultimately this is for Hongwan's protection. You shall lead the Azura clan. Very well. The western extremity. The White Tiger Holy Beast stood opposite the war demon god, watching wave after wave of soldiers from the war realm batter against Hongwan's boundary. Even the White Tiger clan strained under the assault. Yet the Holy Beast remained withdrawn, focusing solely on reinforcing Hongwan's protective veil. Moments earlier messages had arrived from the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Holy Beasts. The eastern, southern, and northern extremities had all come under simultaneous attack. Only then did the White Tiger Holy Beast grasp the truth. This was no random incursion, but a meticulously coordinated assault. Knowing he could not withstand the combined might of the 4 Holy Beasts, the War Demon God had secured powerful allies. According to the Azure Dragon Holy Beasts report, the demon gods leading the assaults in the 3 other directions rivaled, or even surpassed, the War Demon God himself. Coupled with his vastly expanded legions and heightened power, victory seemed all but assured. With Hongwang's survival at stake, and the enemy's full capabilities unknown, let alone potential hidden reserves, even the White Tiger Holy Beast's fiery temperament yielded to patience. He would wait for reinforcements. Though guarding Hongwang fell to the 4 extremity Holy Beasts, they were but one part of the whole. When facing foes beyond their strength, all beings of Hongwang bore shared responsibility. Nonetheless, the White Tiger Holy Beast instructed Jin Tu to urgently relay these developments to Sun Li. En route, Sun Li received this new intelligence and frowned deeply. Truth be told, he commanded near total awareness of Hongwang's internal affairs, yet the outer chaos remained shrouded in mystery. Hongwang's status as the core of this primordial chaos was certain, but who could have foreseen so many formidable adversaries lurking beyond its borders? Perhaps it was time indeed to cleanse the chaos itself. As time flowed onward, humanity's numbers swelled, while territory and resources grew increasingly scarce. Left unchecked, internecine strife among humans would become inevitable. Yet redirecting that conflict outward, into wars beyond Hongwang, might prove extraordinary. Granting humanity dominion over lands beyond the realm would surely be preferable to fratricidal slaughter within it. Although there are enemies in all 4 extremes, the most pressing threat is the war demon of the western extreme. According to the description of the White Tiger Sacred Spirit, the other three extremes are merely being restrained. The War Demon clearly intends to have someone distract the Azure Dragon Sacred Spirit, rendering them unable to assist the White Tiger Sacred Spirit in the Western extreme, allowing for a full-scale assault to breach the Western extreme and charge straight into the Primordial Chaos. Thinking of this, Sun Li couldn't help but smile. The War Demon is clearly not a local completely unaware of the situation in the Primordial Chaos. He wouldn't think that there are only the 4 extreme sacred spirits in the Primordial Chaos, would he? Western extreme. Sun Li, accompanied by a legion of reinforcements, slowly made his appearance. Boom. What met his eyes was the fierce battlefield of the Western extreme. The first layer of defense had already been breached with the bodies of the White Tiger clan scattered across the ground. The War Demon and the White Tiger Sacred Spirit faced each other from a distance, with the latter's aggression having been forced into a defensive position. Do not be fooled by the calm demeanor of the White Tiger Sacred Spirit. Sun Li could easily imagine how suffocating the situation must feel for him. Sacred Spirit, open the protective shield. The White Tiger Sacred Spirit looked a bit bewildered at Sun Li's arrival, questioning how opening the protective shield was supposed to work. It's like opening the door for thieves. Upon considering this, the White Tiger Sacred Spirit found it unbelievable. They were currently on the offensive while he was on the defensive. Yet why did this suggestion resonate so well with his temperament? That War Demon is no weakling. This is the Primordial Chaos world. Hearing Sun Li's confident tone, the White Tiger Sacred Spirit couldn't help but laugh. Haha, great. No wonder you can stir up the winds and clouds of the Primordial Chaos. Let us have a good battle. This fight has been suffocating me. With those words, the White Tiger Sacred Spirit directly opened the protective shield. The War Demon, who was previously attacking, was momentarily stunned at the White Tiger Sacred Spirit's sudden decision to open the protective shield. The soldiers of the war world thought that their own demon had defeated the White Tiger Sacred Spirit, leading to this opening. Haha, good kill. The soldiers of the war world surged into the Primordial Chaos like a swarm. Although the War Demon felt a bit confused, he had been attacking for so long, just to invade the Primordial Chaos. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Seeing the War Demon and his soldiers flooding into the Primordial Chaos, Sun Li's expression turned cold. Kill. With a single command, the entire army charged. The White Tiger Sacred Spirit had long been frustrated. Upon Sun Li's command, he charged directly at the War Demon. As for the soldiers of the war world, with the great General Pajun, who was proficient in martial arts and formations, both human soldiers and heavenly troops could unleash 200% of their combat power. Even Tian Fu willingly served under Pajun as a junior general. Ling Yun and Yun Xiao also flew as Pajun's wings, leading the heavenly The White Tiger clan, now receiving reinforcements, breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing their allies arrive, they would not simply retreat. They were the White Tiger clan after all. When had they ever been bullied like this? They had to regain their honor. Fuxi Nua, Zhuan Ti, and Ming He, seeing that the battlefield below did not require their assistance, directly charged at the War Demon. They also wanted to see what kind of power this demon from the chaos possessed to dare to be so arrogant and openly attack the Primordial Chaos. As the battle began, Zhang Yuren and the Tongbi monkey standing beside Sun Li felt their blood boil at the sight of such a fierce conflict, their eyes reflecting a yearning for battle, clearly eager to join in. Go, Sun Li said softly. He had brought Zhang Yuren and Yuan Hong here precisely for them to engage in battle and hone their skills. Kill. Zhang Yuren and Yuan Hong shouted, excitedly charging into the battlefield as if they were not risking their lives. Upon facing the White Tiger Sacred Spirit and the 4 saints, the War Demon finally understood why the White Tiger Sacred Spirit dared to open the protective shield. It turned out reinforcements had arrived. His expression darkened slightly. To be honest, entering the Primordial Chaos was not as easy as it seemed. Thus, they had no scouts in the Primordial Chaos, leaving them uninformed about the situation there. In the previous battles, the only combat strength that appeared was that of the 4 extreme sacred spirits. The War Demon had assumed that by defeating the 4 extreme sacred spirits, he could smoothly enter the Primordial Chaos, believing that any hidden forces in the Primordial Chaos could be dealt with later. Who would have thought that the Primordial Chaos would be so united? The War Demon was actually at the level of a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal has 12 heavens corresponding to the 12 heavens of the sacred realm. The War Demon has already reached the 10th heaven of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, a truly high level. It should be noted that the 4 extreme sacred spirits are only at the 9th heaven of the sacred realm. During their last joint effort, they could only repel the War Demon, not slay him. However, with so many saints arriving this time, while they may not be as strong individually, their combined efforts would be enough to hinder him greatly. Zhuan Ti is the weakest among the 6 saints, having barely achieved sanctification. and spent many years repaying debts resulting in only a modest increase in power. Otherwise he wouldn't be bullied so easily, currently only at the third heaven of the sacred realm. Minghe and Fushi have only just achieved sanctification. Though they have the support of reincarnation and the human race, they are currently at the first heaven of the sacred realm. Nuwa is in a better position, originally the second weakest among the 6 saints, but with sufficient merit after transforming into a human Tao saint, her power has risen to the highest among them, currently at the 7th heaven of the sacred realm. With the 5 saints joining forces and relying on the primordial chaos, they have temporarily managed to hold back the war demon, and there is a possibility of gradually suppressing him. As for the battlefield below, although the war world has strengthened its forces, it has only mobilized 12 mixed Yuan Golden Immortals. These mixed Yuan Golden Immortals are still manageable for the human race. Yun Xiao and Ling Yun are both mixed Yuan Golden Immortals. Among the human race, Pejun Tian Fu Ling Shi and Song Jie are also mixed Yuan Golden Immortals. Additionally, there are Jun Yuan Zi and Bai Zhe. Besides these, the human race has integrated all races, and now has 6 quasi-saints, such as the ancestor of Pan Wang, no longer just hiding from calamities. Upon receiving Sun Li's summons, they all came without rejection. Calculating this way, the mixed Yuan Golden Immortals in the Primordial Chaos are not significantly fewer than those in the war world. Alas, it's all the fault of Han Jun Daozu for suppressing the Primordial Chaos too harshly. When you really think about it, achieving the sacred path is even more challenging than attaining mixed Yuan Golden Immortal status. After all, the innate spiritual treasures of the Primordial Chaos are limited. There aren't enough treasures to support the 3 corpses. Now that the path of mixed Yuan has been opened, it will not be as difficult for the beings of the Primordial Chaos to break through in the future. Sun Li gazed from afar at the war demon, wanting to see if the war demon had any more trump cards left. The situation on the battlefield was unfavorable, leaving the war god with only 2 choices. The first option was to continue the aggressive assault, hoping that a fierce strike could shatter the confidence of the primal beings. However, this possibility was undeniably slim, as the primal faction clearly had the upper hand, with Xuanli commanding them, making such a scenario unlikely. The second option was to retreat. If the war god had no trump cards, he would have no choice but to withdraw completely, declaring this invasion of the primal world a failure. However, if the war god truly intended to retreat, Xuanli would ensure that he would be completely stranded in the primal realm. The primal world deserved its dignity, and it would not allow a single individual to conquer it twice and escape unscathed. Roar. Seeing the casualties among his soldiers mounting, the war god, who was entangled and unable to achieve any visible results, became anxious. With a mighty roar, his aura surged dramatically. He had reached the 11th and 12th heavens of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, directly ascending to the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, 2 more powerful auras emanated from outside the primal world. 2 more chaotic demons at the level of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal appeared. Not only were there 2 chaotic demons, but behind them there were also quite a number of beings. It seemed that the war god had allied with many other worlds in advance for this invasion. Indeed, he had a trump card. Xuanli understood this well, but this should be the limit, as the war god had no reason to hold back in such a situation. The 2 newly appeared chaotic demons possessed strength above the 7th heaven of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once they joined the battlefield, it was likely that the likes of Minghe would not stand a chance. Several messages spread in all directions. The primordial beginning, Celestial Venerable on Kunlun Mountain, the guiding of the Spirit Mountain, and the Hutu in the underworld all received the transmission and could not help but be astonished. The force attacking the primal world was unexpectedly strong. Without hesitation, the 3 made their way directly to the primal realm. After all, the primal world was their foundation, and no one dared to allow any mishap to occur there. For the saints, the primal realm was just a thought away. As the 2 newly appeared mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals were about to strike, they were intercepted by 2. It was none other than the guiding and primordial beginning Celestial Venerable. As powerful beings among the 6 saints, the strength of the guiding and primordial beginning Celestial Venerable was not something that Xuanti could compare to. Both of them were above the 7th heaven of the saint realm, and against the 2 chaotic demons that had just joined the fight, their momentum was equally formidable. At that moment, the war god revealed 8 arms, each wielding a different Tao. The 8 spiritual treasures he was brandishing hinted at a breakthrough beyond the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Nuwa and the others had also turned pale at this moment. This level of strength was no longer something they could contend with. Just as they felt they could not hold on any longer, a figure intercepted the war god. It was Hutu. As the representative of the underworld, Hutu's strength could no longer be described as merely the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. She had surpassed that boundary, reaching the level of the mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal. The mixed Yuan Dao began with the initial mixed Yuan Golden Immortal followed by mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal, and mixed Yuan Jixing Golden Immortal. The mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal and mixed Yuan Jixing Golden Immortal correspond with the Heavenly Dao and the Great Dao. Although Hudu had not been the underworld's representative for long, she already possessed the strength of a 1 or 2-tier mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal. The war god was initially confident in easily defeating his opponents, but upon seeing Hudu his expression changed dramatically. Boom. A grinding plate in Hudu's hand struck the war god who managed to barely defend with his 8 arms. In the next moment, however, one of his arms was shattered, leaving him gravely injured. At this rate, if he took a few more hits from Hudu, he would surely perish. Below, beings from 2 worlds had joined the fray, and the war god's side had momentarily stabilized, even showing signs of countering. However, a figure that had not yet entered the battlefield suddenly burst in stunning the newly arrived mixed Yuan Golden Immortals. The Primordial Beginning Demon. It was none other than the malevolent corpse of the Primordial Beginning Celestial Venerable, the Primordial Beginning Demon. At this moment, he seemed extremely excited as he plunged into the throng of countless beings from outside the realms enveloped in a swirling black mist. All beings shrouded in the black mist vanished as if they had been devoured by the Primordial Beginning Demon. With each being consumed, the aura of the Primordial Beginning Demon grew increasingly terrifying. The speed of devouring was also accelerating. Xuanli naturally noticed this scene, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. This was the inner demon of the Primordial Beginning Celestial Venerable. It was truly absurd. Kunlun Mountain had been left to the Primordial Beginning Celestial Venerable, while he and Tongtian had no inner demons. Yet the Primordial Beginning Celestial Venerable had managed to manifest one. Where was the logic in that? However, it seemed that the Primordial Beginning Celestial Venerable not only had no intention of eliminating this inner demon, but rather wanted to nurture it. It was uncertain what his true intentions were. Shaking his head, Xuanli decided not to concern himself further. Whether it was the Primordial Beginning Celestial Venerable or the Primordial Beginning Demon, it mattered little. What was important was their stance, whether they would obstruct him, and if they would become his enemies. Although the Primordial Beginning Demon was bloodthirsty, he had not killed any beings from the primal faction. Currently, the Primordial Beginning Demon was merely a let's go. The 2 chaotic demons, initially eager to provide support, realized they had fallen into a trap. Not daring to hesitate, they exchanged glances and shouted, then began to retreat. The already outmatched forces of the war world without reinforcements faced a dire collapse. Everyone looked to Xuanli, questioning whether they should pursue. Xuanli shook his head decisively. The priority was the war god. As for the others, there was no rush. They could let them go, and after capturing the war god, address each issue accordingly. The war god, seeing these unreliable allies fleeing, was furious. He was already no match for Hutu, and now he was even less capable. Boom. Hutu struck again, leaving the war god with only 6 arms remaining. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. Boom. He actually self-destructed 3 of his arms, the massive shockwave temporarily driving Hutu back, while the surrounding beings hurriedly distanced themselves. Seizing the opportunity, the war god fled towards the outer realms. Xuanli watched the fleeing war god and shook his head. Wasn't it a bit late to think of run? A figure appeared blocking the war god's escape route. It was none other than Shun Yuan. The war demon gazed at the sudden appearance of Shun Yuan, his expression shifting drastically. As expected of the chaos demon, without a hint of hesitation, he launched a full-force strike towards Shun Yuan. Unfortunately, facing Shun Yuan, the chaos demon was doomed to fail. Shun Yuan, now the spokesperson of humanity, was no less powerful than Hutu. Boom. A single page enveloped the war demon, and in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. A severely wounded war demon was easily subdued by Shun Yuan. As the war demon was captured, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. The beings of the war world, seemingly born from the war demon, suddenly dissipated in an instant. We won just like that. The primal warriors on the battlefield felt a lingering excitement. After all, it had been far too long since they had experienced such a thrilling battle. Unfortunately, they were defeated so easily. Emperor, what shall we do next? Everyone gathered around Sun Li, and Shun Yuan stood beside him. Hutu stared intently at Shun Yuan. In her eyes, both Sun Li and Shun Yuan were no different from Changsheng, and of course we will step out of the primal chaos and attack the chaos, taking down all those chaos demons and chaotic worlds that dare to offend our primal chaos. Everyone was taken aback, stepping out of the chaos. It had been ages since they had such a thought, as most beings had never even ventured beyond the chaos, let alone knew what was out there. Now to suddenly attack outside was too unexpected. Sun Li looked at everyone. If the enemy can go, so can we. From now on, the offense and defense will be different. Let's attack. Upon hearing Sun Li's words, everyone felt their blood boil. Indeed, they had been bullied right to their doorstep, those broken and rotten beings dared to invade the primal chaos. If they didn't teach them a lesson, how would it be in the future? Kill. Without a second thought, everyone charged towards the chaos. Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and the others were a bit dumbfounded. Oh, were they really heading outside the chaos? Watching the primal beings rushing outside with single-minded determination, they hesitated. The saints were the saints of the primal world. After leaving the primal chaos, the authority they gained would not be as strong. The further they were from the primal world, the more their power would diminish. Thus, while they could manage within the primal chaos, stepping out posed some danger. Looking at Sun Li, they felt he was going to lead them into a trap. However, with so many people rushing out, if they didn't follow, they would be looked down upon. That damn Sun Li was still the same trapper, still the same villain. They had thought Changsheng had learned well. To be honest, they were not truly interested in rushing out of the primal chaos, as it was the center of chaos. They were not those ordinary beings who knew what lay beyond. It was merely a barren land, and taking it would mean nothing. However, such words were clearly unspeakable, otherwise their reputation would suffer. They were the saints of the primal chaos, and could not let Sun Li steal them. Moreover, did the primal chaos allow one to just rush out? Without the protection of the Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian, even the de Luo Jin Xian could not stay in the chaos for long. These beings would soon have to return on their own. Sun Li was putting on a good show, but was utterly ignorant of the dangers of the chaos. He would soon be proven wrong. Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and the others thought this, but tacitly refrained from warning Sun Li. Boom. A force erupted from the east sea, startling everyone. What happened? The heavens were collapsing, but soon they were frozen in shock. It wasn't the primal chaos collapsing, it was their own heavens that were falling. Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian. They actually sensed the presence of a Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian in the primal chaos. Who could it be? Knowing the answer, perhaps it referred to them. The aura of the Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian emanating from the East Sea could only belong to either Tong Tian or Changsheng. It must be Tong Tian. At this moment, they silently hoped that the one breaking through was Tong Tian, not Changsheng. After all, although Tong Tian was difficult to deal with and domineering, he was straightforward and would not harbor many ill intentions. Originally a saint, now refining the Hunyuan Daoist breakthrough to Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian was acceptable. But Changsheng was different. Even when he was a Hunyuan Jin Xian, he was full of schemes, outwitting Hong Jun so much that he had to retreat. If he broke through to Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian, it would be a disaster. Furthermore, how long had Changsheng been cultivating? If he were to break through to Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian so quickly, they would feel quite defeated. In the next moment, a long river enveloped the westernmost lands. Originally, the beings of the primal chaos who had rushed out and felt oppressed by the chaotic aura suddenly found that feeling dissipated, as if it were as easy as walking in the primal chaos. Seeing this situation, everyone was overjoyed. Indeed, Sun Li had prepared for them to step out of the chaos and attack other worlds. In the alternate space of the East Sea Dragon clan, Changsheng felt his current cultivation and couldn't help but show a joyful expression. Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian. This was Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian. After so long of cultivation in the primal chaos, he finally broke through to Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian, and now he possessed some self-protective power. Seeing the situation in the westernmost lands, Changsheng had no intention of hiding anything and directly revealed the aura of his recent breakthrough. The shadow of the river of fate enveloped him, and he led the beings of the primal chaos into the chaos. Within the chaos, the air was filled with chaotic energy. This energy was not something beings below Hunyuan Jin Xian could absorb. The high-quality chaotic energy was no different from poison for these ordinary beings, thus making the chaos an area inaccessible to them. However, for a Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian, it was not a problem. With the protection of a Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian, these beings could traverse the primal chaos smoothly, just as the war demon had brought the beings of the war world over. As the river of fate flowed, Changsheng looked into the chaos. What met his gaze were 6 vast worlds. Based on the strength of the auras, Changsheng quickly locked onto the war world, as the aura inherited from the war demon was overwhelmingly strong. The other 5 worlds were likely the vast worlds that had attacked the primal chaos alongside the war demon. It seemed they had altered the trajectories of their worlds to approach the primal chaos for the assault. However, this made things simpler. The river of fate formed a long bridge directly transporting the beings of the primal chaos to the war world. At this moment, the situations in the eastern extremity, southern extremity, and northern extremity are still unknown, while the Qinglong Holy Spirit and the others are engaged in a lively battle. However, the Qinglong Holy Spirit and the others receive news from the Baihu Holy Spirit. They have won. Upon hearing this news, the Qinglong Holy Spirit and the others were filled with excitement. Initially, they had some worries, as it seemed that their enemies had come prepared. Yet it was surprisingly unifying for the Honghuang to respond in such a way. But upon hearing what came next, they were taken aback. There would be a counterattack. Given the current situation in Honghuang, a counterattack would be quite unfavorable, as there are many saints, but few who possess the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Once they launch a counterattack, it won't be easy to unleash their full power. However, this is not something they should concern themselves with right now, as the Baihu Holy Spirit mentioned that their enemies here should also be dealt with. Open the Dimensional Membrane attack. The three great Holy Spirits issued their orders simultaneously. The sudden change startled the three attacking chaotic demons, who were left wondering what was happening. Had they gone mad? Where did this confidence come from? However, they quickly realized the source of their opponent's confidence. Several figures appeared in succession, joining forces with the three great Holy Spirits to confront the three chaotic demons. Jane assisted the Xuanwu Holy Spirit, while Yuan Shi Tianzun and Ming, he helped the Zhuke Holy Spirit, and Yua and Fuxi aided the Qinglong Holy Spirit. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They had expected to enter the chaos together, but to their surprise they were merely asked to deal with the other three fronts. In retrospect, it makes sense. Changxing's goal was simply the war world. At this time, the war world's war demons had been defeated, and the remaining combat forces had suffered significant losses due to the death of the war demons. The Great Thousand Worlds are fundamentally different from the Honghuang world, which can support multiple Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortals in their cultivation, while a vast world like the war world struggles to support even one. And since the war world had a war demon of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level, the Tao of the war world was likely rendered ineffective. Even if it still existed, its authority would not be substantial. After all, if the Tao were truly powerful like that of the Honghuang world, it would not permit a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal to run amok. At this moment, the war world likely had very few Hunyuan Golden Immortals left. Thus they would not be needed. With just Jane and the others, they could easily conquer the war world. As long as they could subdue these three chaotic demons, they would easily be able to take the three worlds behind them. Thinking of this, Jane and the others put in more effort. These three chaotic demons are not war demons. Their strength is significantly inferior, only around the 7th level of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now surrounded and besieged, they would struggle not only to achieve victory, but even to escape. Moreover, the three chaotic demons drawn into the dimensional realm felt as if they were locked in place. The moment they dared to flee, they would be struck by thunderous retaliation. Within the war world, being a great thousand world conquering, it would not be an easy task. At this moment, Yun Xiao and the others breached the war world, experiencing its distinct aura, which indeed differed from that of the Honghuang world. The perception of the great Tao and the concentration of spiritual energy were both different. Upon entering the war world, they felt as though they had transitioned from the deep sea to shallows. Sensing that someone had invaded the war world, a faint consciousness transmitted the news to every corner of the realm. Soon the war world reacted. 4 Hunyuan Golden Immortals, leading numerous soldiers, approached Yun Xiao and the others. Observing this display of power, Jane realized that this was likely the last vestige of strength the war world could muster. After ordering the annihilation of the last forces of the war world, Jane instructed the various divisions not to rush into the fray. The Great Thousand World is vast. If they charged recklessly, the dangers would be substantial, and it was uncertain how long it would take to conquer it entirely. Now that the war world lacked even Hunyuan Golden Immortals, it was wise to proceed gradually. Changxing appeared beside Jane, sensing the aura of the war world, and nodded in approval. It was indeed a fine place. Although still a Great Thousand World, it was among the best. With the power of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal unleashed, Changxing directly established 8-dimensional gates in the war world. From today onward, all clans of Honghuang may dispatch soldiers into the war world for conquest. As long as they seize territory here, it shall be theirs. Upon hearing Changxing's words, the myriad beings of the clans were filled with joy. However, looking at the human race, they knew that the primary benefits would still belong to them. It wouldn't be long before this became another world unified under the human race, where other factions would remain mere vassals. Nonetheless, even so, the resources obtained after seizing territory would be quite considerable. With this in mind, the myriad clans of Honghuang wasted no time in mobilizing troops and preparing for entry. At this moment, the war world undoubtedly became a massive cake awaiting others to share. Changxing looked at this cake and smiled. This was merely the first piece. As Honghuang stepped into the chaos, the footsteps of war were just beginning. With more worlds conquered by Honghuang, its foundation would grow deeper. At that point, there would be no fear of accommodating numerous Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortals, nor of accommodating Hunyuan Wujin Golden Immortals. Changxing had already broken through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Due to the accumulation of strength, he had advanced to the 3rd level of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the future, Changxing would certainly break through to the Hunyuan Wujin Golden Immortal level. Therefore, it was necessary to expand the pool these worlds would serve as nourishment for the Honghuang world. Boom. On the Honghuang side, the invading chaotic demons in the eastern extremity have been directly slain. With the fall of this chaotic demon, the Qinglong, Holy Spirit, and Yuhua and Fuxi went to support the southern and northern extremities. The demise of the other two chaotic demons is merely a matter of time. The three chaotic demons and their accompanying troops ultimately lay buried in Honghuang. With their deaths, the great thousand world behind them became like a pure body stripped of its garments ripe for the picking. Changsheng established dimensional gates in these worlds one by one. From today onward, these four great thousand worlds would become the replica worlds of Congratulations. Jin Junti Yuan Shi Tianzun and others approached Changsheng feeling the aura of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal emanating from him. Their feelings were complex, but they still offered their congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. Changsheng's words left the others in confusion. What were they celebrating? However, Changsheng quickly provided them with an answer. Now the Honghuang has gained four more vast worlds ready to be conquered. Once we secure these four worlds, the foundation of Honghuang will be further enriched, and your cultivation speed will naturally increase significantly. Moreover, there is one more point to consider, especially for the saints like them. Their strength is closely related to the strength of the world. If the Honghuang world becomes stronger, they will naturally grow stronger as well. Unfortunately, after your breakthrough, it seems you won't be able to continue living in the Honghuang, Zhuanti said with a hint of regret, as if genuinely concerned for Changsheng. Changsheng chuckled at this, not necessarily. To everyone's astonishment, he suddenly appeared within the Honghuang. What is happening? Why doesn't the heavenly Tao reject Changsheng? Shouldn't such a great threat be driven away as far as possible? To be honest, facing such a thoughtful Changsheng, the others really hoped he would stay far away, preferably outside of Honghuang. After just securing four subworlds, it would be great for Changsheng to reside there. Seeing the disappointed and suspicious expressions on their faces, Changsheng found it even more amusing. After all, he had just helped the Honghuang secure four subworlds. He was a great contributor to the Honghuang, and with Shun Yuan, the representative of humanity, backing him, why wouldn't he be allowed to stay in Honghuang? What is the heavenly Tao known for its impartiality and tend to treat this meritorious subject harshly? Changsheng, what is this? Yuan Shi Tianzun raised his question, reminding everyone that merely allowing Changsheng to reside in Honghuang is entirely different from allowing all the mixed primordial golden immortals to appear there. Hey, all three realms of heaven, earth, and man agree that I am a good person, harmless to Honghuang, and even beneficial. Therefore, I must be allowed to remain in Honghuang. Even if I wanted to leave, it would not be possible. Of course, it's only me. If there are any mixed primordial golden immortals later, they probably won't be allowed. Good person. Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others couldn't help but scoff, feeling that Changsheng lacked a clear self-awareness. In their eyes, he was a great calamity, and without him, Honghuang would be much more harmonious. However, they felt the urgency to accelerate their departure from the sacred path. With more and more mixed primordial golden immortals, in the future their influence as saints would diminish. While Nuwa and the others were indifferent, Yuan Shi Tianzun and his peers, who had long wished to break free from the sacred path, did not want to waste any more time. On Fangzhong Island, Changsheng looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had returned with him, feeling somewhat helpless. Second Master Uncle, why are you following me? Changsheng, I am your senior uncle. You wouldn't just leave me behind, would you? Previously you said that leaving the sacred path shouldn't be rushed, but now that some time has passed, and you've already broken through to a mixed primordial golden immortal, could you help your uncle? Goodness, wasn't Yuan Shi Tianzun supposed to be proud? What is the situation here? Chasing after him to ask for help to leave the sacred path is quite damaging to his image. Unbeknownst to him, inside Yuan Shi Tianzun, a figure had also entered a frenzied mode of criticism. Your Excellency, you are Yuan Shi Tianzun, the most prideful of them all. How could you lower yourself to plead with your nephew? Do you still have any dignity left? You have no shame, but I still need to keep mine. Don't ever say that I am associated with you again. Yuan Shi Tianzun filtered out this voice, as this Yuan Shi Tianmo had absorbed some beings from outside the realm, gaining considerable strength and becoming quite arrogant, daring to criticize him. However, this was not the most important thing, and what mattered was getting Changsheng's help to leave the sacred path. To be honest, Yuan Shi Tianzun was increasingly unable to see through Changsheng. Since Changsheng could assist Tong Tianjiaozhu in leaving the sacred path, and help Nuwa and Hu to transition into humanity and earth, then helping him would surely not be a problem. It was just a matter of whether he was willing. Rest assured, uncle, I won't let you help me without compensation. Look, various treasures appeared before Changsheng, including the Qin Yun Palace Lantern, the God-subduing whip, and other spiritual treasures. Perhaps fearing a rejection from Changsheng this time, Yuan Shi Tianzun truly invested heavily. Changsheng originally intended to hesitate a bit, but seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun's demeanor, he promptly put away these spiritual treasures and smiled as he said, Second Master Uncle, you are too polite. We are family, Helping each other is only natural. I will help you with the process right away. The process. Yuan Shitianzun was somewhat puzzled, but Changxing had already started. Under the heavenly Tao there should be 9 saints, but due to Hongjun's operations it had remained at 6. Later on Yuhua and Tong Tian successively left the sacred path, and now only 4 were left. Now that Yuan Shitianzun also wanted to leave the sacred path, at least 3 more would need to be added. Is the sacred path not? Who would want to be a heavenly Tao saint? Come on, that's impossible. Heavenly Tao saints are comparable to mixed primordial golden immortals. For Yuan Shitianzun and the others it might be a restriction, but for those without hope of attaining the mixed primordial path, it is a heavenly gift. Sun Li appeared before the 6 quasi-saints who had previously fought in the western extreme lands. You have contributed in this battle, and now there is an opportunity to become heavenly Tao saints. Are you willing? Heavenly Tao saints. The elders like Pan Wang Lao Zhu were pleasantly surprised. A saint a position that was hard to obtain could now be sold by Sun Li. Of course they were willing. Unlike Tong Tian and the others, whether attaining sainthood or breaking through to mixed primordial golden immortals, it required aptitude. Their aptitude and fortune were lacking. Currently the strongest among them was only Pan Wang Lao Zhu at mid-stage quasi-saint. Breaking through to mixed primordial golden immortals was almost impossible. Achieving the saint realm was something they had previously not dared to imagine. Pan Wang Lao Zhu looked at Sun Li, contemplated for a moment, and softly asked, "Your Majesty, what is the price?" Look, it's quite straightforward. For the first batch, there are only 3 slots. You handle it, and in 100 years give me a reply. 3 slots. Half. The 6 people exchanged glances. At this moment they had already united due to the growing power of the human race, preparing to band together for warmth, but suddenly their thoughts began to diverge. Apart from themselves, everyone else was a competitor. Half a chance? Oh, no one could guarantee that. The 6 of them each returned, beginning to prepare gifts. Sun Li's attitude was already quite clear as selling positions and titles. Whoever offers more will get it. They had no idea Sun Li was playing both sides. At this moment they were only thinking of selling everything they had, borrowing at high interest, and they must gamble on this opportunity. In a century the myriad races have surged forward in their battles across the 4 realms. However, the heavenly Tao of the 4 realms does not simply grant authority to those who have slain the mighty beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal. They must possess the corresponding strength to rival the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The heavenly Tao of the 4 realms will not grow stronger as a result. Instead it will weaken due to the gradual encroachment of the Primordial Chaos. With the passage of time the heavenly Tao of the 4 realms has reached a state of exhaustion, with little resistance remaining. Previously they might have been able to use the remnants of their authority to create some trouble for the beings of the Primordial Chaos, but now that is nearly impossible. However, the century has come to an end, and the 3 new saints of the heavenly Tao from the Primordial Chaos should be emerging. At this moment the figures of the 6 paths, including the ancestor of the Pan Wang, stand before Changxing, and upon seeing the 6 individuals Changxing shakes his head, lamenting the lack of resources. The saints of the heavenly Tao wield the power of the Tao, acting on its behalf to maintain peace in the Primordial Chaos, and they must possess both virtue and talent. Among the 6 of you, the ancestor of the Pan Wang, the Star Mother, and the Saint Mother of Myriad Flowers possess greater virtue and talent. From now on you shall be the saints of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this the 3 elders were overjoyed. They had finally secured the position of saint. Your wisdom is commendable, elder. As for the other 3, they felt somewhat regretful, thinking that the virtue and talent required were mainly offered to Changxing, realizing that they had fallen behind during this. Just as they were about to say something, 3 strands of primordial violet chi suddenly appeared, landing directly on the ancestor of the Pan Wang. The ancestor of the Pan Wang and the others were already at the quasi-saint level. With the infusion of the primordial violet chi, their cultivation aura surged, quickly reaching the peak of the quasi-saint level, and in due time breaking through to become saints would pose no problem. The 3 elders were even more delighted. They were all guests of the Xiao Palace, having witnessed Hong Jun grant the primordial violet chi to the 3 pure ones. It had been just like this. They had envied it intensely at the time, and had it not been for certain considerations they would have been unable to resist seizing it. Later, seeing the 3 pure ones become saints only deepened their envy. Unexpectedly today, they also had the opportunity to obtain the primordial violet chi. It was truly surreal. Just by absorbing the essence of the primordial violet chi, their strength would increase exponentially. Over the years they had accumulated considerable merit and fortune, and with the assistance of the primordial violet chi, they could use it all now. If this trend continues, achieving the status of a saint would be just around the corner. The other 3 watched this scene with increasing jealousy, regretting that they had not worked harder before. If they had gathered more resources, perhaps they could have swayed Changxing. Moreover, to be honest, they never expected that this matter concerning the saintly Tao could be entirely managed by Changsheng. Previously, they had held a mindset of cautious skepticism, believing it was better to trust in its existence rather than to dismiss it. Who could have imagined that Changsheng was genuinely so formidable? Wasn't this akin to having the power to control everything? Alright, upon your return, immerse yourselves in this primordial chi, cultivate diligently, and achieve the Saint Realm at the earliest. Saint Realm. The three elders were now filled with yearning. We will heed your guidance, elder. The three elders departed, and Changsheng smiled at the remaining few, saying, under the heavenly Tao, there should be 9 positions of saints. Now 6 are filled, leaving 3 vacant. You still have a chance, so go back. Initially somewhat dejected, the 3 perked up upon hearing Changsheng's words. They indeed still had a chance. Yes, there were 3 remaining positions among the 9 of the heavenly Tao. 3. The 3 exchanged glances, realizing that this was precisely the number of vacant positions, suggesting that these 3 were meant for them. Was Changsheng hinting that they needed to prepare more substantial offerings? The 3 pondered this deeper, feeling increasingly enlightened, and they immediately bowed respectfully. Elder, we understand your generosity. They understood. Changsheng observed the 3 hurrying away, and felt somewhat bewildered. What did they understand? Did they really think he was that type of person who craved such things? He was merely assessing their sincerity. These individuals truly misunderstood him. Sincerity. He still needed to see if there were others more sincere than these 3. After the 6 departed, word quickly spread throughout the Primordial Chaos, stating that Changsheng had granted the ancestor of the Pan Wang 3 strands of primordial violet chi, and that they would soon become saints of the heavenly Tao. Those who heard this rumor were filled with envy. However, what they cared more about was the latter part of the rumor. Among the 9 positions of the heavenly Tao, 3 remained unfilled. This meant that the remaining 3 saint positions were still vacant. Since Changsheng had not awarded these positions to the last 3, did this imply that they still had a chance? Upon realizing this, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Sincerity. They too had sincerity. On Mount Fuzhong, the primordial lord was filled with uncertainty. He truly had not anticipated that Changsheng would play such a grand game, becoming this closely aligned with the heavenly Tao, as if they were inseparable. He was granting the primordial violet chi at will, and promising the positions of saints. When Changsheng broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, they had wondered why the heavenly Tao did not intervene to restrain him, allowing him to remain in the primordial chaos. Now they understood. Could it be that Changsheng was Hongjun? They did not know why, but the primordial lord suddenly had this thought. If not, how could everything be explained? Second uncle, now that the ancestor of the Pan Wang is established, you can also detach from the saintly Tao. Are you prepared for this? Detach from the saintly Tao. The primordial lord immediately set aside other thoughts. Yes, nothing else mattered. The important thing was to quickly detach from the saintly Tao. The Tongtian leader had already been detached for some time, and he might break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal at any moment. He could not fall behind. In the next moment, a strand of primordial violet chi began to separate from the body of the primordial lord. Changsheng observed all this with calm composure, while the primordial lord, realizing what was happening, was filled with joy. He was truly about to detach from the saintly Tao. Detaching from the saintly Tao requires some time, and Changsheng did not wait, instead sipping tea in the courtyard. In truth, it was not as complicated as the primordial lord had imagined. He had overthought the connection between Changsheng and the heavenly Tao. Upon careful reflection, the heavenly Tao values the betterment of the primordial chaos, and as long as what Changsheng did benefited the primordial chaos, the Tao had no reason to reject him. The primordial chaos needed new saints, and the ancestor of the Pan Wang and others were the most suitable candidates at this time, wholly dedicated to the path of the saints. Now that Changsheng had chosen them, the heavenly Tao found it fitting, and thus the primordial violet chi was naturally bestowed upon them. As for the primordial lord, since he was unwilling to be a saint, the heavenly Tao had no reason to retain him against his will. It's that simple. Of course Changsheng is able to do all this because he truly has the favor of the Tao. After all, what Changsheng is doing now brings immense benefits to the Honghuang, which naturally is greatly advantageous to the Tao. Just after he broke through to the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, he has already created 4 great thousand worlds for the Honghuang. This is quite remarkable. How considerate selecting saints for the Tao. Currently the Tao has suppressed Hongjuan, and there are no representatives to assist in these matters. Surely it cannot be that the Tao personally descends to select saints. That would be far too unrefined. It must be that Changsheng has the Tao's utmost favor. Originally the Tao lacked representatives, and would likely have relied on Hongjun. They would suppress Hongjun for a time, and then release him. However, now it is different. With Changsheng's assistance, it no longer matters whether Hongjun is present. It seems 3 years will turn into 7, and 7 may stretch indefinitely. When it comes to dealing with Hongju, and Changsheng is undoubtedly a professional. Changsheng, this time your uncle master owes you a great favor. In the future, if you require assistance, I will never refuse. Not long after, the Primordial Supreme Being appeared by Changsheng's side and spoke to him. At this moment, the Primordial Supreme Being had successfully detached from the sacred path, and the primordial purple energy had already left his body, seemingly reclaimed by the Tao. His peak cultivation of the Daoyuo Golden Immortal was now indistinguishable from when Tongtian had previously detached from the sacred path. The Primordial Supreme Being genuinely expressed his gratitude toward Changsheng. After all, he had sought liberation from the sacred path for so long, and now attained it so easily. Who wouldn't be grateful? Had he known it would be like this, he wouldn't have mingled with Laozi, but rather with Changsheng. Looking at Changsheng, he couldn't help but reflect, Changsheng, why didn't you come to pay your respects to me at Kunlun Mountain back then? Kunlun Mountain. Changsheng shook his head. Uncle Master, if I had gone to Kunlun Mountain back, then to pay my respects, would you have taken me in? The Primordial Supreme Being was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he didn't even regard the Dragon Clan, let alone a small carp. Had Changsheng come to him back, then he would likely have been driven away. Alas, it was ultimately fate unfulfilled. War World. At this moment, Zhang Yuren was in a daze. The human race relied on military achievements, and Zhang Yuren had not only exhibited bravery along the way, but also demonstrated commanding talent. Gradually, many in the human race began to acknowledge him, and now he had become a military commander. His cultivation had also made tremendous progress, breaking through to the peak of the Xian Immortal Realm, nearing the Golden Immortal level. As the battles raged on, Zhang Yuren became increasingly adept, especially after gaining troops. The convergence of fortune allowed him to feel as though he had unlocked something. Even the Golden Immortal Realm could not hinder him. On the battlefield, Zhang Yuren surprisingly broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm amidst the chaos. At the moment of this breakthrough, a haze came over him as memories flooded into his mind. There was a stone born from the Chaos Origin Stone. A giant opened the heavens and created the world, and this Chaos Origin Stone fell into the Hongwang. The Chaos Origin Stone could automatically absorb spiritual energy, and over time it developed intelligence. Unfortunately, the Chaos Origin Stone had high potential, but was difficult to transform. Although its cultivation grew, transformation remained elusive. Until one day a figure appeared, showing compassion for its difficult cultivation. He enlightened it, assisted in its transformation, and took it as a disciple to cultivate by his side, with 2 smaller Chaos Origin Stones accompanying him all the while. Hongjun also enlightened one of them, which became Yaoqi. Hongjun attained sainthood, taught the Tao amidst chaos, and faced the calamities of the Wu and Yao, becoming the heavenly emperor in the celestial court. He is Haoyan. In this moment, the true spirit awakened Zhang Yuren, Zhang Banyan, and Haoyan became one. His momentum gradually increased, and his cultivation rapidly ascended as fortuitous merits converged, allowing Haoyan to swiftly break through to the Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. On the battlefield, such a huge commotion startled everyone else. What is happening? Is this a great sage reincarnated? They witnessed Haoyan ascend from true immortal to golden immortal, and now he was skyrocketing to Daoyuo Golden Immortal. This was nothing short of miraculous. During this time, Haoyan had garnered many loyal followers, and they were delighted. Following this general had great prospects, and their futures looked even brighter. Yuan Hong, following behind Haoyan, also gaped. Previously, he was unimpressed by Zhang Yuren's rapid breakthrough and wanted to compete. Now, however, Haoyan had simply taken off, and there was no basis for comparison. What on earth is happening? Kill. After awakening his true spirit, Haoyan charged forward with his troops, making victory even easier. After the battle ended, Yuan Hong approached Haoyan. Senior brother, how on earth did you achieve this? You've directly become a Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Haoyan looked at Yuan Hong, his expression becoming more complex. He not only recalled that he was Haoyan, but also remembered the reason for his death. All of this was Changsheng's fault. He was still seeking revenge, yet after this reincarnation, he had directly become Changsheng's disciple. Goodness, I can't possibly kill my master again. Moreover, the memories of Xuanli teaching him, and scenes of cultivating alongside Yuan Hong appeared in his mind. Haoyan could feel that during this time Xuanli had genuinely taught him, leading to the fact that he harbored no hatred for Xuanli. And then there is this junior brother. Forget it now that Changsheng's influence is so great. According to his original character, he would likely choose to endure rather than seek revenge, and instead think of mending relations with Changsheng. Now he need not actively seek to improve relations, he has directly become part of Changsheng's faction. In retrospect, that is quite a good thing. Moreover, he was also aware of the current situation in the Celestial Court. Divided into 5, yet the Central Celestial Court is still reserved for him. If he opposes Changsheng, he might not even be able to become the master of the Central Celestial Court. Conversely, if he remains at ease as Changsheng's disciple, he would be one of their own, and the master of the Central Celestial Court would feel justified. Upon careful reflection, Haoyan realized that being Changsheng's disciple brought him so many benefits. It was simply irresistible. Especially since although he was led to death by Changxing, he had also thus attained croissant cultivation. Now he easily embarked on the Hunyuan path, and due to Sun Li's teachings his cultivation was even more pure. The subsequent breakthrough to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal would not be a problem. Calculating this way, the debts of gratitude and enmity are hard to settle. It would be best to let them offset each other. From now on I will focus on being Sun Li's disciple. What does the past have to do with this life? From now on there will be no more Haotian, only Zhang Banian. Junior brother, I am the reincarnation of Haotian, but Haotian has already passed. From now on there is only Zhang Banian. Haotian. Yuan Hong was taken aback upon hearing this. Isn't that the name of the heavenly emperor? Wasn't it said he had died and reincarnated? This is the awakening of the true spirit. Goodness, Haotian is his senior brother. This is incredible. Although this heavenly emperor lacks presence, he is still a heavenly emperor. It wouldn't be too much to promise him a general position in the future. Senior brother, whether it is Haotian or Zhang Byron, they have little to do with me. I only know that you are my senior brother. Now that your true spirit has awakened and your strength has increased, it is time for us to make our mark on the battlefield. Indeed. What does it matter whether it is Haotian or Zhang Byron? With this in mind, Zhang Byron couldn't help but smile, realizing that he had not comprehended things as clearly as his junior brother. Alright, what you say makes sense. No matter who I am, as long as I know I am your senior brother and a disciple of the master, let's continue to fight together. Alright, let's continue to fight. In the primordial heavenly court. In the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother was currently in meditation. There was no other way. After voluntarily entering seclusion, she had no choice but to diligently cultivate, hoping to enhance her strength and be able to leave the Yaoqi. After such a long period of cultivation, the Queen Mother felt that she was not far from breaking through to the mixed element golden immortal realm. Indeed, the Queen Mother had chosen the path of the mixed element golden immortal. In terms of knowledge, she was certainly not lacking. She knew full well the current situation in the primordial world and what the true path was. Fortunately, she had not yet broken through to the croissant level, so her foundation remained stable, making it relatively easier to break through compared to those who had already embarked on the path of sainthood. Perhaps after one more period of seclusion, she would be able to break through successfully. However, at that moment, she suddenly sensed something. From the moment she gained spiritual awareness, the Queen Mother had been beside Haotian. From being siblings to now the Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother, they had developed a special sense of connection over the years. The moment Haotian's true spirit awakened, the Queen Mother felt a response in her heart. It is Haotian. Haotian has returned. Originally maintaining her Tao heart at this moment, she could no longer remain calm. The next moment the Queen Mother was about to rush out of the Yaoqi to find Haotian, but just as she was about to step out she remembered that she was in a tightly sealed state, and that the Yaoqi had been set up with formations. If she were to force her way out, she feared she would suffer greatly. However, thinking of Haotian having awakened his true spirit, she was truly eager to meet him. Forget it. The next moment the Queen Mother charged directly out of the Yaoqi. To her surprise, the imagined formation restrictions did not appear. No, there was simply no formation. Looking at the incredibly serene Yaoqi before her, at that moment the anger in the Queen Mother's heart was uncontrollable. Xuanli, you deceived me. How could the Queen Mother not realize at this point that she had been played by Xuanli? There was no formation here at all, it was just Xuanli trying to fool her. The absurdity was that she had believed it wholeheartedly, confining herself to the Yaoqi all this time, without daring to come out. Thinking it over, it was indeed a great humiliation. Even if Xuanli had set up a symbolic formation, there was none. She intended to find Xuanli to settle the score right away, but after some thought she decided against it. Xuanli was no longer the Xuanli of the past, and with his peak mixed element golden immortal cultivation, she couldn't muster any killing intent. If she were to confront him now, she would surely end up being confined. Forget it, it was more important to find Haotian. Just as the Queen Mother was carefully sensing, she discovered that her connection with Haotian was intermittent and very weak. Was Haotian not in the primordial world? Could it be? The underworld governs reincarnation. Could it also govern reincarnation in other realms? Where had Haotian been sent to? At that moment 7 figures suddenly appeared, and the Queen Mother hurriedly stopped them. Daughters, we pay our respects to Mother. It turned out that these 7 figures were the 7 fairies. Where have you come back from? The truth was that while the Queen Mother had been confined, the 7 fairies had always been free. No, the Queen Mother wasn't confined, as she simply hadn't been aware of it. Haotian and the Queen Mother cultivated the Yin-Yang Tao. During a previous opportunity, they practiced dual cultivation and obtained 7 fairy fetuses, which were the 7 fairies before her. Since their essence had merged, strictly speaking, the 7 fairies were their daughters. After their birth, the 7 fairies had always been under the Queen Mother's guidance. Most of the time they stayed in the Yaoqi, which was why even many male immortals in the heavenly court had never seen the 7 fairies. As daughters of Haotian and the Queen Mother, the 7 fairies were not lacking in talent, and at this moment they had already reached the cultivation level of true immortals to mysterious immortals, considering they had not been in existence for long. Hearing the Queen Mother's question, the 7 fairies all displayed joyful expressions. Mother Ant has made a movement. Ant. Initially, the 2 large and 1 small pieces of chaotic primal stone that fell into the chaos were enlightened by Hongjun Daozu, allowing them to take shape. However, the small one did not have that fate. Nevertheless, they were still companions and had developed spiritual intelligence, taking on the form of a little girl, thus becoming Haoshin's younger sister. With Haoyin and the Queen Mother's help, it was merely a matter of time before this piece of chaotic primal stone took shape. Unexpectedly, movement occurred at this. Oh, take me over to take a look. By the way, has anything significant happened in the primordial world during this time? Mother, the primordial world is quite lively right now. Listening to the 7 fairies, the Queen Mother finally understood that during her involuntary seclusion, so many events had unfolded in the primordial world. The 4 great thousand worlds had become a hunting ground for the primordial world. With this in mind, the Queen Mother suddenly grasped why her connection with Haoyin was so faint. In this hunt for the foreign realms, so many had gone, perhaps Haoyin was among them. With this thought, the Queen Mother felt less anxious. As long as he had not been reincarnated into other worlds, it would be fine. After all, a reincarnated body was closely tied to the world's origin. The primordial world was the core of chaos. If he were truly reborn into another world, he would lack much of the origin, which would be detrimental to future cultivation. At this moment, the Queen Mother had also calmed down. If she recklessly sought out Haoyin, even if she found him, it might expose him. After his true spirit awakened, Haoyin should be safe. It would be better to pretend not to know and patiently wait for Haoshin's return. Having come to this conclusion, the Queen Mother felt even less urgency. Within the Yaoqi's immortal water, a piece of chaotic primal stone stood quietly. However, with careful sensing, one could discover that within that chaotic primal stone, there was an immense amount of energy, its aura not inferior to that of a golden immortal. Indeed, this was Haoshin's younger sister, named Yaoji by Haoyin. Yaoji, being a chaotic primal stone, possessed excellent qualifications and foundations. After years of absorbing spiritual energy, her cultivation was also impressive. Once she took shape, achieving golden immortal status would be a given. It was a pity that she was born at the wrong time. Had she been able to take shape earlier, she might have had the opportunity to seize a grand chance, perhaps becoming a Tai golden immortal, or even higher. Sister. Upon seeing the Queen Mother, Yaoji happily called out, emphasizing their bond by calling each other. Yaoji, it seems you are truly about to transform. That's wonderful. Sister, when will brother return? I want to wait for him to come back before I transform, to give him a surprise. The Queen Mother fell silent again upon hearing this. The Queen Mother did not tell Yaoji about Haoshin's death during the tribulation, only saying that Haoyin was about to break through and had gone out to seek opportunities with an uncertain return date. Now that Yaoji was about to transform, the Queen Mother found it hard to keep it a secret any longer. She then recounted the situation regarding Haoyin. However, Haoyin has already awakened his true spirit, and he should return soon. By then you will be able to see. Yaoji felt both joy and anger upon hearing this. She was happy that Haoyin had awakened his true spirit and would be returning, but she was furious that Haoyin had suffered such a calamity. Sister, that Xuanli is so wicked to have put my brother in such a predicament. Once I transform, I will definitely settle the score with him. The Queen Mother hurriedly tried to dissuade Yaoji. She did not dare confront Xuanli herself, let alone Yaoji. If Yaoji, when it would likely lead to her demise. Unbeknownst to Xuanli, Yaoji's younger sister seemed to have set her sights on him. At this moment, he was also busy with his breakthrough. Xuanli practiced the way of rites. Since the beginning of the human race, the influence of rites in the primordial era had grown stronger. All beings in the primordial era were aware that ever since Xuanli's emergence, many unspoken but unavoidable rules had appeared, which they silently followed. This is rites. This word has been deeply imprinted in their hearts, such that even beings in the entire primordial era, though not cultivating the way of rites, have begun to remember its profound significance. Now the entire primordial era was filled with traces of the way of rites. This was also the reason why Xuanli could break through to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal in such a short time. Originally, he was just a step away from breaking through to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Now the way of rites has emerged from the primordial era, stepping into the 4 vast worlds. The way of rites has transcended the boundaries of heavenly laws and has become the way of Hunyuan. Therefore, Xuanli's breakthrough occurred quite naturally. Changxing sensed this and couldn't help but smile. His method of creating avatars was ultimately different from others because it involved the 3 bodies of fate. Although he was the main body, now capable of commanding the other 2 avatars. However, they represented his past and future fates, so each had its own trajectory. Whether it was Xuanli or Xinyuan, they each had their own path. Changxing did not wish to interfere, thus he could not assist Xuanli in his breakthrough. It seemed that Xuanli did not need his help. From today onwards, both he and Xuanli were Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals plus Xin Yuan as a representative of humanity. In the primordial era, they truly had the strength to protect themselves. His gaze fell beyond the realm, wondering how Hao Yin would choose. In the Changxing Palace, the disciples looked at Xuanli, sensing his aura, all filled with joy. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations on attaining the Hunyuan path. Xuanli nodded, his expression serious. It wasn't that he was unhappy, it was just his usual demeanor. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed some commotion from the Yao pool, as if something was about to emerge. One disciple, seeing Xuanli's expression hurriedly, said, Master, it seems a fairy from the Yao pool is emerging today. A fairy from the Yao pool. Xuanli seemed to remember something, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Since a fairy from the Yao pool is emerging, who among you will go on my behalf to present a gift? A gift? The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately looking at the youngest disciple. The disciples spread out, allowing the small disciple to step forward. This situation left the small disciple bewildered. What was going on? Were these his senior brothers and sisters who usually doted on him? The disciples felt no guilt. The Yao pool fairy was such a great opportunity, it had to be given to their most cherished junior brother. At this moment, Ling Yang was also panicking, hurriedly waving his hands. Master, I can't do this. Now who in the heavenly court didn't know that the queen mother of the Yao pool had a grudge against his master? Not only had they once confined her, but they also deceived her into believing that the Yao pool had a restrictive formation, causing her to be mocked for so many years. If he went now, even if he wasn't killed, he wouldn't have a good time. Did they really think he was going to meet the Yao pool fairy? He was probably going to be flayed alive. His senior brothers and sisters were truly wicked. Xuanli looked at Ling Yang, his smile growing wider. Then it will be you. Here, just go, and say it's a gift from me. Ling Yang looked at the pearl in his hand, his expression even more pained. Great, his senior brothers and sisters had tricked him. This time he was probably really in for it. Disciple obeys. Since Xuanli had said so, Ling Yang had no choice but to comply, casting a resentful glance at his senior brothers and sisters, and he could only slowly head towards the Yao pool. Hey, you little fairy, where did you come from? Don't you know this is the Yao pool? You dare to wander around carelessly? Be careful not to lose your eyes. As soon as Ling Yang arrived at the Yao pool, a fairy suddenly appeared, bombarding him with a series of questions and frightening him directly. Ling Yang had never encountered such a situation before. He had been afraid, and had been mentally preparing himself on the way, telling himself that the Queen Mother was an elder and should not be held accountable. Now startled by this fairy, he thought, well, all that mental preparation was in vain. The sudden appearance of the fairy, coupled with her proximity, left Ling Yang unprepared, causing him to sit down on the ground. Seeing Ling Yang's dazed expression, the fairy found it even more amusing. Hee hee. Her laughter like silver bells captivated Ling Yang. Upon closer inspection, he realized how pure this fairy was, like a freshly bloomed lotus. In her eyes he could see no trace of malice or sin. Her voice was also pristine, leaving Ling Yang momentarily speechless. You silly boy, what are you staring at? Are you foolish? Whose child are you? So silly, yet you dare to run around. The fairy felt a bit shy at being stared at, and hurriedly continued speaking. She held no animosity towards Ling Yang, for she saw only purity in his eyes, and no ulterior motives. Wasn't this just a child? Ling Yang, questioned by her, finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly getting up, straightening his clothes, and bowing. I am Ling Yang, a disciple of the Changxing Palace. I have come because a fairy from the Yao pool has emerged, and my master sent me to congratulate you. Changxing. The fairy's smile instantly vanished, and her gaze towards Ling Yang turned a few degrees more furious. Oh, you are actually a disciple of Changxing Palace, and you dare to come here, seeking a beating. Ling Yang watched as a fist the size of a beanbag fell upon him, and hurriedly covered his head. A gentleman uses words, not violence. Today, he had encountered a female immortal, and there was no way to explain anything. Fortunately, this female immortal seemed to be venting her anger rather than intending to seriously harm him. She lacked any cultivation and relied solely on her physical strength to beat him, which posed no real threat to Ling Yang. He simply chose not to retaliate. However, he vowed never to return to this Yaoqi again. The female immortals here were akin to tigers, far too unreasonable. Ling Yang's resentment towards those senior brothers and sisters deepened. How could they push such a difficult task onto him when they all refused to come? Once back, he would surely settle the score with those senior brothers and sisters. If they did not offer him some good treasures as compensation, he would refuse to get up. He lost track of time, but eventually Ling Yang felt the relentless fists come to a stop. Cautiously opening his eyes to look, he discovered the female immortal sitting on the ground, rubbing her fist, her small face still somewhat resentful. Ling Yang wanted to leave, but realized he had yet to complete the task assigned by his master, so he steeled himself and approached. Immortal, now that you have finished hitting me, could you please go inside and inform them? My master sent me to deliver a gift, and I must ensure it gets delivered. Upon hearing Ling Yang's words, the female immortal glanced over, and upon seeing his bruised and battered face, couldn't help but laugh. Her anger diminished significantly as she realized that Ling Yang was just a simpleton completely different from his shrewd master. What gift? Just give it to me. Ling Yang gazed at the female immortal's beaming smile akin to blooming peach blossoms and was momentarily entranced, missing what she said. Noticing his dazed expression, the female immortal gave him a punch and chided, "What are you staring at, you fool?" Only then did Ling Yang snap back to reality. What did the immortal say? I said you could just give me the gift. Ling Yang hurriedly waved his hand. That's not right. My master specifically instructed me to deliver the gift. Didn't you say it was for the newly emerged female immortal? That's me, you just give it to me. You are. Ling Yang was taken aback by her words and suddenly realized that the aura surrounding the female immortal seemed unrefined, as if she had just emerged. He wanted to leave this place quickly, but hesitated for a moment before handing over the gift. All right, the gift is delivered. Fool, you can leave now. Ling Yang watched as the gift was taken directly, and seemingly recalling something, he pulled out a bottle from his possession and handed it to the female immortal. What is this? The female immortal asked as she looked at the bottle Ling Yang offered. This is a spiritual medicine refined by my master. It is very effective for external injuries. When my master was teaching us, he intentionally trained our physical bodies, so ours are a bit tougher. Your hand is injured. This. The female immortal looked at her reddened hand, and then at the bottle Ling Yang offered. For a moment, an unusual emotion surged within her, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. It felt somewhat sweet. All right, fool, thank you. I'm not called fool, my name is Ling Yang. Ling Yang, who had initially turned to leave, couldn't help but speak up. The female immortal looked at Ling Yang's serious expression and smiled even more happily. All right, Ling Yang, not fool. My name is Yao Ji. You are quite different from the disciples I imagined from the Changxing Palace. Yao Ji. Ling Yang nodded and left, but the name Yao Ji seemed to imprint itself in his heart. Upon returning to the Changxing Palace, Ling Yang first went to report back. Yao Ji. Sun Li nodded, and indeed upon looking at Ling Yang again, a rare smile appeared on his face. Fate. From Ling Yang, Sun Li sensed the force of destiny. Ling Yang was unaware of Sun Li's thoughts. He was anxious to go back and settle the score with his senior brothers and sisters. He bore visible injuries and dared not hide them, waiting for his seniors to see his pitiful state and seek justice. Seeing Ling Yang like this, his senior brothers and sisters were instantly filled with righteous indignation. How could that Yaoqi female immortal dare to hit our junior brother? This is intolerable, we must confront them. One senior sister exclaimed loudly. However, as they were about to confront the female immortals, at Yaoqi, Ling Yang felt even more out of sorts. No, wait. It's actually not a big deal. Let's not get master into trouble. The group of senior brothers and sisters found Ling Yang's demeanor increasingly amusing. Junior brother, you seem a bit off. The primordial chaos continued to develop in an orderly manner. Those paying close attention would notice that over time the spiritual energy in the primordial chaos seemed to be more abundant, and the spiritual roots and materials appeared to be more plentiful as well. Comprehending the Tao seemed to have become even more obscure. Some experienced individuals had begun to guess that the foundational strength of the primordial chaos had likely intensified. As time passed, the four great worlds had been gradually conquered. The heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos had gained dominion over these four great worlds, allowing them to use these worlds to nurture the primordial chaos. This was just the four great worlds. If there were more, one day the primordial chaos might return to the state it was in before the great catastrophe of the Dragon and Phoenix. The Emperor of Humanity's heavenly mansion stated that the four great worlds could seal 40,000 vassals. The so-called vassals refer to ranks below the rank of duke, granting territories within the four great worlds, allowing them to establish cities and titles. Above the 40,000 vassals were 400 dukes and 4 marquises. They would serve as the new nobility of humanity, suppressing the four great worlds and expanding territories for humanity. In the world of war, Zhang Byron had made tremendous progress since awakening his true spirit. He was now the most formidable figure within the human camp in the world. He occupied the most territory, commanded the largest number of subordinates, and held the highest prestige. Now that the war world had been completely conquered, it was time for them to return to the primordial chaos and receive their titles. The heavenly mansion looked at the human meritocrats before him and nodded, especially at Zhang Byron. While others might not know his identity, the heavenly mansion was aware he was essentially his own junior brother. Who would have thought that the former heavenly emperor Haoyan would become Sun Li's disciple? Most importantly, Zhang Byron had awakened his true spirit, but was not in a hurry to return to the heavenly court. The heavenly mansion didn't think too much of it, regardless of Zhang Byron's intentions. Since Sun Li had accepted him, it was for Sun Li to handle matters concerning him. Humanity had its own rules, and Zhang Byron was now part of humanity. Merits must be rewarded. Zhang Byron has achieved merit in battle. Thus he is appointed as the Marquis of Taoyuan. Peach Blossom Marquis. Zhang Bainan looked at his title feeling a mix of emotions as he stepped forward to receive his seal. Back then he had directly ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor under the arrangement of Dao ancestor Hongjun. However, at that time he had no foundation or reputation. Now, although he was merely a human marquis, this title carried more weight than that of the Heavenly Emperor back then. Moreover, he had earned the title of Peach Blossom Marquis step by step through his own efforts with a group of followers under him. This position made him feel more empowered and confident. Not only was Zhang Bainan conferred the title of Peach Blossom Marquis, but Yuan Hong was also bestowed the title of Lin Yuan Earl. It is not solely humans who can receive titles, as long as one has a heart inclined towards humanity and wishes to integrate with it, they can also receive honors from the human race. This time the conferment included many titles from different races. Of course, the highest title conferred was Earl. For Yuan Hong, the heavenly court was quite at ease, as Yuan Hong was a disciple of their own, a member of their family. In the Palace of Eternal Life, having been conferred a marquis title, and with the war at an end, Zhang Bainan did not head to the battlefield, but instead made his way to the heavenly court. However, upon entering the heavenly court, he did not rush back to the Yao Pool, but went directly to the Palace of Eternal Life. As soon as Zhang Bainan entered the Palace of Eternal Life, a figure suddenly appeared outside the Yao Pool. It is the aura of Haotian. Haotian has... The Queen Mother was filled with joy sensing Haotian's aura as it appeared in the heavenly court. She hurried to find him, only to discover that the aura seemed to be headed. That direction is the Palace of Eternal Life. This is bad. Suddenly remembering something, the Queen Mother's expression changed. Could it be that Sun Li had taken Haotian to the Palace of Eternal Life to harm him? With this thought, she could no longer sit still and hurried towards the Palace of Eternal Life, determined to protect Haotian, even if it meant dying together. Inside the Palace of Eternal Life, Zhang Bainan looked at Sun Li, his gaze initially complex, but soon became clear as he bowed down and said, "Disciple pays respects to master." At this moment, even if Zhang Bainan were foolish, he understood that the reason he was accepted as Sun Li's disciple was because he was the reincarnation of Haotian. Therefore, Sun Li's intention to accept him as a disciple was likely not pure. However, he was only accepted as a disciple to teach him skills without harming him or undermining his foundation. This indicated that Sun Li probably wanted to win him over rather than bring him harm. Having already awakened his true spirit, Zhang Bainan understood that relationships between people could not be purely maintained by emotions, interests, whether it is through actions or intentions depends on individual understanding. Zhang Bainan felt both a sense of teacher-student affection and an interest-based connection with Sun Li. This bow was genuinely heartfelt. Sun Li looked at Zhang Bainan and couldn't help but smile. He understood Haotian's intentions. After enduring tribulations for 3,000 years, you have cultivated the foundation for enlightenment. In the future, as you manage the heavenly court, the accumulation of fortune and your understanding of the Tao will lead you to enlightenment. However, in your position, you must fulfill your responsibilities and cannot neglect the duties of the Heavenly Emperor. Haotian nodded upon hearing this. Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Thump. Come out, Sun Li. It was one thing for you to play tricks on me, but now you even wish to harm Haotian. Hurry and release him, or I will fight you. The commotion caused by the Queen Mother was not small. At this moment, nearly all the people of the Southern Heavenly Court had gathered. Seeing the Queen Mother being so rude, the disciples of the Palace of Eternal Life were about to say something, especially the female immortals of the Yao Pool, who had also come over, creating a standoff. Ling Yang and Yao Ji met again, but this time it was a confrontation. Last time Ling Yang allowed Yao Ji to act, but this time it was different. He would not take a step back in defending his master no matter who the opponent was. Inside the Palace of Eternal Life, Haotian and Sun Li exchanged glances, and Sun Li couldn't help but chuckle. Good disciple, your Queen Mother has quite a temper. You should hurry and greet her. Haotian looked troubled and bowed to Sun Li. Master, please do not blame her. She is just worried about me. I will go and explain everything to her now. Haotian stepped out of the Palace of Eternal Life. Just as the Queen Mother was about to say something, he quickly pulled her aside. Haotian, it really is you. You have truly returned. The Queen Mother exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Haotian, who nodded. Yes, it is I who have returned. The Queen Mother rushed into Haotian's embrace, alleviating years of loneliness, but immediately afterward, she was filled with anger. That Sun Li is too despicable. Now that you have returned from tribulation, he still seeks to harm you, taking you to the Palace of Eternal Life. I will confront him. Haotian hurriedly stopped the Queen Mother. No, you misunderstood. It was not Master who took me, it was I who came to find him. Master? The Queen Mother was bewildered. Haotian, the Master you speak of cannot be that Sun Li, right? Haotian felt somewhat helpless at this moment, and could only recount the previous events to the Queen Mother. She listened wide-eyed as Haotian was reincarnated, accepted as a disciple by Sun Li, and now had become a human marquis. Wasn't all of this a bit too surreal? Hao Yin suddenly accepting you as a disciple must have ulterior motives. You cannot be deceived. I know, but Master has not harmed me. Rather, he has taught me cultivation and solidified my foundation. Now, I am more like a true heavenly emperor. Master has not let me down, and I will not let him down either. At this moment Hao Yin made the Queen Mother feel unfamiliar. Is this still her Hao Yin? If it weren't for the unmistakable aura of Hao Yin, she would suspect that this was an imposter. However, the Queen Mother was no fool, and quickly understood that Hao Yin valued Sun Li's status, knowing that the current situation in the wilderness was dire, and that he had to rely on Sun Li. In this way it seemed there was nothing wrong. Yes, this is how it should be. This is the cunning Hao Yin she knew. The familiar taste has returned. Alright, let us return. Master has allowed me to continue presiding over the Heavenly Court, and as the Lord of the Heavenly Court, I must take on this responsibility. Hearing this, the Queen Mother was overjoyed. This is the benefit of relying on Sun Li. He had effortlessly granted Hao Yin great power. As long as they could regain control of the Heavenly Court, both of their strengths would rise until they were no longer afraid of Sun Li. They could then reunite the Heavenly Court, which had been divided into 5 parts. Alright, let's head back now. In the Yao Pool, the Queen Mother finally had the chance to tell Hao Yin about Yao Ji. Hao Yin, during the time you were away, Yao Ji has come into being. Yao Ji. Hao Yin was stunned at first, then filled with joy. His sister has come into the world. Yao Ji, hurry up and meet your elder brother, the Queen Mother said to Yao Ji. At this moment Yao Ji could no longer contain herself, and took a step forward. Elder brother, Yao Ji greets you. So elder brother, have you brought me a gift upon your return? Hao Yin looked at Yao Ji's playful demeanor, and couldn't help but smile. You child, having transformed, yet still lacking decorum. Returning to the Heavenly Court, and having a sister, Hao Yin was in excellent spirits. He had always doted on Yao Ji, and now that she had transformed, his affection only grew. He directly bestowed her the title of Long Princess, second only to the Queen Mother among the female immortals of the Heavenly Court. Moreover, he planned to host a transformation banquet for Yao Ji. Notable figures from the Primordial era were largely invited, and those who received invitations were all astonished. Hao Yin had returned unscathed and had successfully reclaimed his position as the Heavenly Emperor. It is worth noting that when it was first discovered that Hao Yin had offended Changsheng and was directly schemed against to death, many believed he would never return, as Changsheng's influence was overwhelming. Who would have thought that Hao Yin would take a different path and join under a master, proving that if one cannot defeat them, they should join them. It must be said that Hao Yin had truly understood the ways of the world. However, while many did not think highly of Hao Yin, they also recognized his wisdom. After all, in the current primordial era, with Changsheng's overwhelming power, joining him was certainly better than facing death. Wise indeed. As the Heavenly Emperor, Hao Yin held sway over the central Heavenly Court. Now, as a disciple of the Master, his future was undoubtedly bright. Previously, if Hao Yin had sought help, those close to Changsheng would not have given him any face, but now it was different. They were all on the same side, and had to show him respect. However, upon his return, Hao Yin did not host a banquet for himself, but rather for his sister, which clearly showed how much he cherished Yao Ji. Now everyone was curious about Yao Ji. The Peach Banquet. The Heavenly Court's Peach Banquet had not been held for a long time. Ever since Hao Yin faced tribulations, Yao Ji had ceased to humiliate herself by holding the banquet. After such a long time, the familiar feeling finally returned, and the peaches from the peach orchard had been preserved for so long that this time there would be enough guests to celebrate and regain some prestige. In the central Heavenly Court, due to Haoshan's tribulation, the Queen Mother was kept in seclusion, and the Heavenly Court was divided into 5 parts. In truth, prior to this, the central Heavenly Court had only a few female immortals, and no other celestial beings, making it quite sparse. However, upon closer inspection, the current central Heavenly Court was surprisingly well-staffed, with most being human cultivators, exuding a military aura, clearly just returned from the battlefield. At the gates of the central Heavenly Court, 2 teams of heavenly soldiers were stationed, all, at least, celestial immortals. Those attending the Peach Banquet, upon seeing such a grand display, felt a sense of awe. After all, it was evident that while Hao Yin had returned from tribulations, his foundation remained intact. It is said that the current Peach Source Marquis is still of the human race, and has a solid foundation among them, indeed, not lacking in manpower. Upon entering, they found that the central Heavenly Court had undergone a splendid renovation, not only luxurious, but also filled with celestial energy comparable to the other 4 heavenly courts. Moreover, there was a considerable flow of people, and despite this, everything appeared orderly. Along the sides of the celestial path stood heavenly soldiers on guard, and their formation resembled a military array, which was intimidating, causing all who entered the central Heavenly Court to be more respectful. This Peach Banquet was indeed grand. Just a few steps and one could see many familiar faces. Currently, only some minor figures had arrived. It was said that this time Hao Qian had even invited Changxing Yuanshi Tianzuan and Jane Zhuti, leading many to speculate about the presence of more significant figures and whether they would give Hao Qian fate. Within Yaoqi, the main hall, inner hall, outer hall, and the open banquet area were all in order. For different celestial beings and wandering cultivators, as long as they presented their name cards, they were guided by the heavenly female immortals to their designated seats, creating an atmosphere of perfect organization. Guarding the main hall was Yuan Hong. As Haoshan's junior disciple, Yuan Hong had been appointed as the Grand Marshal of Military Affairs in the Central Heavenly Court, able to command all the forces there. Although Hao Qian knew that Sun Li had placed such a junior under him to keep him in check, Hao Qian could see that Yuan Hong genuinely cared for his elder brother, and Sun Li bore no ill intent toward him. As such, there was little harm in using him. Yuan Hong, as a disciple of Sun Li, found this identity very useful. Yuan Hong had spent several days in the Changxing Palace making the acquaintance of all its disciples. The disciples of the Changxing Palace were delighted to have a new junior, especially Ling Yang, who was the youngest before Yuan Hong arrived. Now he could also be a senior brother, so whenever Yuan Hong needed help, Ling Yang was more than willing to assist. Not only Ling Yang, but Yuan Hong, tasked with organizing the peach banquet, found himself quite busy. He enlisted the help of the disciples from the Changxing Palace, and seeing them around made the people of the Heavenly Court give him face, making the banquet proceed very smoothly. "Oh, it's you." Ling Yang was helping count the drinks needed for the peach banquet when he bumped into a female immortal sneaking a drink. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Yao Ji. "Is it you?" Yao Ji also recognized Ling Yang. Seeing Yao Ji stealing a drink, Ling Yang was speechless. "You, the esteemed Long Princess of the Heavenly Court, are sneaking drinks. If anyone sees you, what would that say about decorum? My primordial era has its own code of conduct. You need to be mindful of your influence." With the wine getting to her head, Yao Ji looked at Ling Yang, who dared to lecture her, and immediately became furious. "Oh, you fool, dare to lecture me. Are you looking for a fight?" Ling Yang did not indulge. Yao Ji, "Humph, I was only delivering gifts that day, letting you have your way. If you are rude again today, I won't let you have it easy." "You won't let me have it easy. Let's see how you can stop me." Yao Ji charged at him, leaving Ling Yang dumbfounded. Angered, he reached out to grab Yao Ji to stop her from hitting him, but somehow their legs got tangled together, and they both fell down. Yao Ji was unwilling to let go, and they ended up wrestling on the ground. The 7 fairies and some other disciples from the Changxing Palace heard the commotion and came over, seeing the two rolling on the ground, embracing each other. In an instant, they all covered their eyes with their hands, peeking through the small gaps. "Tsk Tisk, this little junior brother, is impressive. The Heavenly Emperor just returned with a sister, and he's already got the Long Princess in his grasp. I knew something was off when he returned that day. Turns out he was flirting with the Long Princess. Impressive, impressive." In the Hall of Clarity, Hao Qian wore a grim expression, and the Queen Mother appeared equally displeased. The two involved were Ling Yang and Yao Ji. Their ruckus was nothing short of a spectacle that could not be concealed. The newly emerged princess entangled with the young disciple Ling Yang from the Changxing Palace, even embracing one another in the wine chamber, or rather on the floor. Fortunately, the only witnesses were the 7 fairies and the disciples of Changxing Palace. If this were to spread, what reputation would remain? Hao Qian looked at Ling Yang, feeling as if a freshly ripened cabbage had just been pushed by a pig. His gaze towards Yao Ji was laced with disappointment. She had learned nothing but the concept of romance right after her emergence, completely oblivious to the risks of deceit. "Yao Ji, look at the trouble you've caused. Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Hao Qian, who had been quite joyful, was now gasping for breath. Yao Ji was also sobering up, still a bit disoriented. She had merely indulged in some wine, so what had happened? "Tell me, do you truly have feelings for Ling Yang?" "What? Just because she had a sip of wine she was being accused?" Ling Yang, glancing at the silly fellow beside her, familiar memories flooded her mind, and recalling what had just transpired, Yao Ji couldn't help but cover her face. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Do you understand the laws of the Heavenly Court? You two, being celestial beings engaging in love, have already violated the heavenly laws. What am I to do? I am still hosting the peach banquet for you, and you truly bring me disgrace." Haoshan's face turned purple from anger as the peach banquet was about to commence, yet the main characters were embroiled in such a mess. "Your Majesty, why not demote the princess at this peach banquet? The heavenly laws target celestial beings. As long as one is not a celestial being, there is no issue. We could also demote Ling Yang later. These two kids seem genuinely in love, which is quite rare, but would indeed be a pity to separate them. Moreover, they are family, so we can rest assured. Ling Yang is also a junior of the Emperor, making it a case of not letting the good fortune flow to outsiders." At that moment, the 6-eared macaque spoke up, but his words nearly made Hao Qian jump. What do you mean by not letting good fortune flow to outsiders? Yet he couldn't argue, as they were indeed all family. He shot an angry glare at Yao Ji. What kind of calamity had she created? However, it was too late to turn back now. Let it be as my brother suggests. Oh. At this moment the two protagonists had yet to react, and only when everyone had left did they realize they had been arranged in such a manner. Yao Ji wore an expression of anger. You silly fool, how dare you scheme against me? Ling Yang was once again on the receiving end of a beating. Yet this time he truly felt wronged. Yao Ji, can we discuss this rationally? I am the one who suffers, I am the one wounded. I am just an innocent young man, yet you tarnish my reputation and still hit me. Dare you say that? They'll beat you to death. Just as they were squabbling, those outside could only shake their heads at the commotion. These two were unmistakably a pair. The great immortal Zhen Yuan has arrived. At that moment a voice came from outside the Yao pool announcing the arrival of Zhen Yuanzi. Hao Yin and the Queen Mother hurriedly rushed out to greet him. Not just Zhen Yuanzi, soon the great figures from the primordial era arrived. Bai Ming Kuanpeng, along with the ancestors of the Pangu who had just acquired the Hongming Purple Qi Yunxiao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Grand Master, Xuandu Guang, Qingzi Dao, Bao the Medicine Master Methria, and others. In no time, even the likes of the River Styx, the Emperor of Humanity, and the 5 Emperors arrived. Following them the primordial Heavenly Venerable, the one who guides, and the one who brings forth, and even Yuhua and Fushi showed up, making quite the scene. Hao Yin looked at the crowd, truly beaming with joy. Sun Li was the last to arrive. As everyone felt the aura emanating from him, their expressions changed. Sun Li made no effort to conceal it. Those with keen perception could tell he was no longer emitting the usual aura of a common Hunyuan Golden Immortal. He had already broken through to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal level. With Changsheng and Sun Li joined by Xin Yuan, wasn't this the era of Changsheng in the primordial world? The Peach Banquet was a scene of joy for both hosts and guests. Although it was called Yao Jis Transformation Banquet, most considered it as Haoshan's return feast. Even when Hao Yin announced at the end that Yao Ji would no longer be a heavenly deity and would descend to the mortal realm, everyone merely showed mild curiosity, not taking it too seriously. After all, a newly emerged princess held little significance. Boom. Just as the banquet was about to disperse, a commotion arose over the east sea, causing everyone to change their expressions. Someone was about to break through to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. It was the Lord of the Heavenly Way. Everyone knew that since Changsheng had broken through, the only one now breaking through could only be the Lord of the Heavenly Way. How long had it been? The Lord of the Heavenly Way had previously dispersed the sacred path, yet had managed to re-enter the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal level so swiftly. For a moment Jane and Juanti, as well as the primordial Heavenly Venerable, felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. They understood that the reason the Lord of the Heavenly Way could cultivate so quickly was due to the fortune of the Jiejiao. It was all territory laid down by Changsheng for the Lord of the Heavenly Way. Thinking of this made them seethe with jealousy. Regardless, it was now their turn to congratulate the Lord of the Heavenly Way. Hao Yin felt the same as he was after all his ancestor. It felt like having a solid. As for the fact that he had previously called the Lord of the Heavenly Way senior brother, that was no longer relevant. That was Haoshan's past. Now, he was Zhang Baining. On Jiejiao Island, congratulations master on achieving the Tao of Hunyuan. In response to Changsheng's congratulations, the Lord of the Heavenly Way felt delighted. After so long, he had finally cultivated back to the level of Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. It was truly a wonderful feeling. However, after the breakthrough, he sensed a sort of pressure from the heavens, as if they were urging him to leave the primordial realm. Why can you, the heavenly Tao, remain in the primordial realm, while I cannot? This is unreasonable. The Lord of the Heavenly Way couldn't help but murmur, as the disparity in treatment was too obvious. Changsheng smiled upon hearing this. He was obedient, but the Lord of the Heavenly Way was different. The sword of slaying immortals could strike at any moment. The Lord of the Heavenly Way was a key target monitored by the Heavenly Tao. Oh, it was no wonder they wouldn't let him leave. Master, now that the primordial world is opening up toward the chaos, it is precisely the time for you to showcase your skills and spread the teachings of our Jiejiao. The Lord of the Heavenly Way immediately understood Changsheng's intent. He wanted him to oversee the expansion of the primordial realm, which suited the Lord of the Heavenly Way's taste well. After all, engaging in battles was far more enjoyable than scheming here every day. With Changsheng around, he also need not worry about the Jiejiao declining. The main focus was for him to lead externally, while Changsheng handled internal matters. Moreover, after he accomplishes great deeds for the primordial world, I wonder if the Heavenly Tao will still have the audacity to drive him away. With this thought, the Master of Heaven couldn't help but laugh heartily. Truly, this is the ingenuity of his Jiejiao. Good, I will take on the task of battling the chaos. Changsheng looked at the Master of Heaven before him, and couldn't help but recall a certain individual, the general of the northern expedition from the Ming dynasty, the West. With the breakthrough of the Master of Heaven, Yuan Shi Tianzun was stimulated to directly enter seclusion. Jie Yin and Juanti were even more affected, at least Yuan Shi, had already transcended the sacred Tao, while they had not even departed from it, falling behind by more than 2 steps. For Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti, the urgent matter was to quickly gather enough merit to repay their debts, and then swiftly transcend the sacred Tao in order to restore the primordial Tao. However, to accumulate sufficient merit, they had to rely on the Buddhist sect. In other words, they needed to strengthen the Buddhist sect. Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances, and soon came up with an idea. Junior brother, now that the Buddhist sect is advancing eastward, facing the obstacles of the 3 teachings, it can be said to be fraught with difficulties. Even if we manage to succeed in our eastern advance, it will be a slow and arduous process. We cannot afford to wait. We must seek alternative paths now. Seek alternative paths. Zhuan-Ti nodded upon hearing this, as it was also his thought. Since forcibly advancing eastward is not easy, let us have them invite us instead. Invite. This will not be an easy task, but it can be planned. In the heavenly court, Yao Ji looked at Hao Tian and the Queen Mother, feeling quite reluctant. What is going on? She had just been born, and the princess had not been married for long before she was forced into marriage, and now Hao Tian was asking her to follow her husband to his family. What can the heavenly court not accommodate her? Yao Ji, the heavenly court has its own rules. Since you have privately pledged your life to junior brother Ling Yang, you must adhere to the heavenly court's regulations. In the future, you will no longer be the princess of the heavenly court, and junior brother Ling Yang will also relinquish his duties. You two are no longer part of the heavenly court's celestial beings, thus the heavenly court naturally has no authority over you. Fortunately, junior brother Ling Yang has good character, truly deserving of you. If you ever miss us in the future, just let us know, and we will come to visit you. Privately pledging your life. At this moment, Yao Ji truly wished to strike Ling Yang. She had been innocent, merely having drunk a bit of wine, and now she was directly made Ling Yang's wife. Where could she seek justice? If she didn't punish Ling Yang, how could she ever feel content? Changxing Palace. Ling Yang was also feeling quite distressed. He was helpless before getting married. He had already suffered 3 beatings in 5 days, and now that he was officially married, he could easily foresee how miserable his married life would be. Congratulations, junior brother, congratulations. Looking at the faces of the senior brothers and sisters before him, Ling Yang felt even more frustrated. Oh good, they were congratulating him. If it weren't for these senior brothers and sisters causing him trouble, how would he have ended up in such a situation? You all just wait for me. Why is junior brother getting angry? From now on, you will be the brother-in-law of the heavenly emperor. Moreover, we have all seen the beauty of the princess. Oh, junior brother, you have definitely struck gold. Don't take advantage and then act ungratefully. You should be thanking us. Hearing the words of his senior brothers and sisters, Ling Yang could no longer hold back and directly retaliated. Today he had to release this pent-up frustration. Although Ling Yang complained verbally, his body was quite honest. Not long after they had held their wedding, news came that Yao Ji was pregnant. Yes, quite efficient. In the chaos, with the Master of Heaven leading the primordial army stationed at the center, intimidating the various primordial golden immortals of chaos, one could say that the primordial world was thriving. Boom. The Master of Heaven looked towards the direction where lightning raged and couldn't help but nod. He recognized this disciple, Wenzhong, the student of the Golden Spirit. Along the way, Wenzhong had become the vanguard of the army, achieving remarkable feats, and now, with his true spirit awakened, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The primordial thunder god Lei Zhe, thinking of what Changsheng had said before, the heavenly court's thunder department had indeed been prepared for this disciple. After the awakening of the true spirit, Lei Zhe was even more valiant. This was already the 80th great thousand world that the Master of Heaven had led the attack on, and during this time the primordial world had been remarkable in its progress. Not only the Master of Heaven, but he also had 12 great Luo Golden Immortals under his command, all of whom had been subdued with the assistance of Changxing. They were each willing to submit after their respective worlds had been conquered. With such strength, the subsequent progress could be said to have become increasingly smooth. The foundation of the primordial world grew stronger, although it became more difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao. The ceiling of achievement also rose significantly. As long as there was enough time, even a primordial Wuji Golden Immortal could potentially emerge. By the decree of the 5 directions, Heavenly Emperor Wenzhong is appointed as the Celestial Lord of the Heavenly Court's Thunder Department. Wenzhong returned to the primordial world to report back, but he received a decree from the Heavenly Court commanding him to oversee the Thunder Department. Looking at the Taibai Jinxing before him, Wenzhong wasted no time in accepting the command. He naturally understood that being able to control the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court was not due to the strength of his cultivation, but rather because of his identity as the reincarnation of Lei Zhe, a disciple of Jiejiao. Since he was the most suitable candidate and a member of the family, the waters of the fertile fields wouldn't flow to outsiders. Congratulations, Celestial Lord. Taibai Jinxing looked at Wenzhong with a face full of envy. He had been around for so long and had never even landed a primary position. This truly shows the importance of associating with the right people. His master is the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, his uncle is Changxing, and Yunxiao, his senior brother, is Ling Yun, and his junior brother is Hao Tian. The 5 Directions Emperors are all his elders or peers from his sect. With such a background, if Wen Zhong doesn't rise, who will? Moreover, he is the reincarnation of Lei Zhe, the primordial thunder god. Although the primordial world is vast, and the heavenly court is excellent, it is still a close-knit circle. Thank you for your hard work, Tai Bai, Celestial Lord. Within the Thunder Department, there had already been other Jiejiao disciples assisting in the management with the 10 Heavenly Lords and Hanji present. With this foundation, Wen Zhong's control over the Thunder Department was naturally not a difficult task. From then on, the 9 Celestial Lords of the Heavenly Court were complete with the Thunder Department overseeing matters of thunder and punishment. Though the primordial world does not have the concept of transcending tribulation, those with deep-seated sins must endure a minor tribulation every 1,000 years and a major tribulation every 10,000 years. Successfully transcending will absolve them of their respective sins, while failing means death and obliteration. Ling Yang, being the grandson of the Duke of Qingzhou, after leaving the Heavenly Court, needed to find a place to live. After thinking for a moment, Ling Yang directly returned to Qingzhou. Upon learning of Ling Yang's return, the Duke of Qingzhou naturally had to accommodate him, for he was not only his grandfather, but also his greatest support. With Ling Yang residing in Qingzhou, the Duke of Qingzhou's position was as stable as Mount Tai. Ling Yang looked around Qingzhou city and chose to settle at Guanjingkou. At this moment, within the Yang residence in Guanjingkou, Ling Yang's face was filled with indignation. He was already the father of 3 children, and yet he was still being beaten up. Could he even continue living like this? Fate. It has been a long time since Changxing appeared in the Hongluan. Even the Tongtian Patriarch does not know where Changxing is. Since Changxing took command of the River of Fate, it has started to grow stronger, especially after he broke through to the Hunyuan Daojixian level, causing the River of Fate to expand significantly. After witnessing the stabilization of the Hongluan situation, Changxing has been residing in the River of Fate for cultivation. As the Lord of Fate, this is Changxing's domain. The Hunyuan Daojixian has 12 levels, each a step toward the heavens. Cultivating it is incredibly difficult. Over the years, even the Tongtian Patriarch, battling in the chaos and gathering immense fortune, has only managed to break through to the 7th level of Hunyuan Daojixian. Moreover, the cultivation of Hunyuan Daojixian undoubtedly becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. If the Tongtian Patriarch were to see Changxing now, he would be astounded, for Changxing has already reached the 12th level of Hunyuan Daojixian, just one step away from the Hunyuan Wujijin level, which rivals the Dao. Seated within the River of Fate, Changxing can see and even control the fate of every being in Hongluan. His gaze falls upon the Guanjing port, resting on the 2 sons and 1 daughter of Ling Yang, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. In this moment, Changxing feels the mysterious nature of fate, and after being in Hongluan for so long, he seems to have altered the trajectory of many events. According to the normal progression of Hongluan, the next great calamity, known as the Fengshen Great Calamity, is not far off. Even though the Jiejiao has flourished, because of Changxing, the Great Calamity will not change, it will merely manifest in different ways. However, as the chaos of Hongluan continues, its foundation grows immensely, causing the so-called Great Calamity to vanish without a trace. This is the transformation of the calamity into chaos. Thus the Hongluan in sight is now peaceful. Unless unexpected events occur, it will remain this way under Changxing's control, growing in depth until it can support his breakthrough to Hunyuan Wujijin. It is coming. It is coming. The Jane and Juanti have been plotting all along. Jin Shanzi transformed from the fierce beast 6-winged golden cicada, while cultivating Buddhist teachings still retains some ferocity. This time Jane and Juanti will cast him into the cycle of reincarnation to dissipate his ferocity. However, the ferocity of Jin Shanzi cannot be completely eradicated in just one lifetime. It requires 10 lifetimes to do so. Jin Shanzi possesses an exceptionally high level of enlightenment, particularly in Buddhist cultivation. After reincarnation with the guidance of a Buddhist, he quickly elevates his understanding of Buddhism, gaining immense fame in the East. 10 lifetimes of cultivation, each with profound Buddhist teachings. In the East, he gains a vast reputation, especially in his 10th lifetime, where his ferocity is extinguished. His Buddhist teachings can alleviate countless karmic debts, earning him deep respect from the Duke of Tang, leading to nationwide Buddhist practice. To enhance their own teachings, they even send Jin Shanzi's 10th reincarnation, the monk Xuanzang, to the west to seek Mahayana scriptures. Because it is at the request of the Duke of Tang, representing the fortune of the human nobility. Thus, spreading Buddhist teachings to the east becomes much easier. However, the three teachings will not allow this to happen so smoothly, setting up 81 challenges to obstruct the journey. To ensure the smooth journey of Xuanzang to the west, Jane and Junie must select a few individuals with great fortune for protection. Huagua Mountain. Xuanti looks at Xuanli with a troubled expression, wondering why this guy is everywhere. Indeed, Junie has set his sights on the stone monkey of Huagua Mountain, the last of the four mischief monkeys, the Lingming stone monkey. Having obtained the essence of the 5 colored stones from Nuwa's repairs to the sky, he possesses the virtue of repairing the heavens, and is one of the 4 mischief monkeys endowed with great fortune. If he can protect Xuanzang during the journey for scriptures, he will surely keep him safe. What? Saint Junie also has his eyes on this stone monkey. Zunti's face is laden with worry. It's one thing to have an interest, but does it even matter now? Who doesn't know that Changsheng has a collecting habit? He has already gathered 3 of the 4 mischief monkeys, but why would he let go of this 4th one? Competing with Changsheng. Don't be ridiculous in the current Hong Huang who dares to go against Changsheng. Although he hasn't shown himself for a long time, Jane has said that with Changsheng's status, his strength is likely to be greater than Tongtian Patriarch's, making conflict inadvisable. I hope my friend will facilitate things. I have no objection to the Buddhist teachings moving east. Xuanti was taken aback by these words, and then his expression turned strange. He suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Could it be that all of their Buddhist schemes were already calculated by Changsheng? What do you mean, my friend? 70% of the merits from the journey to the west belong to the stone monkey, while 50% of the fortune belongs to me. I can help you make this happen, ensuring everything goes smoothly. You're extorting me. Zunti's face turned pale at this, as it was no different from robbery. However, before he could say anything, Xuanli had already spoken up again. If I don't agree, the journey to the west won't succeed, and the merits will be 0. I want 70%, but I'll give you face as a Saint Junie. As for the Buddhist fortune, the Buddhist sect is currently situated in a corner of the west with limited fortune. It will be immensely difficult to move east with the 3 teachings obstructing them. If I agree, the advancement of Buddhism eastward will be as easy as turning my hand. At that time, the Buddhist fortune will flourish greatly. It will not just double. Saint Junie, think about it. If I ask for 50% of the Buddhist fortune, will the Buddhist sect suffer any loss? Saint Junie's mind raced. He realized it was not a loss, which was his first reaction. However, his expression soon became a bit grim. Is it calculated like that? If I give Xuanli 50% of the Buddhist fortune, will the Buddhist sect belong to him, or to them in the future? This is a matter of principle. 1%. Saint Junie, I am not bargaining with you. It is 5%. After the journey to the west, you and Saint Jean will gather together your merits, and I will help you break free from the sacred path. You will not suffer loss. Think about it carefully when you return. After saying that, Xuanli directly took the stone monkey away. Zunti's face grew more distressed, and when he returned to inform Jane, Jian's expression was even more miserable than his. Alas, today's Changsheng is so much like the Hongjun Dao ancestor of the past. Ultimately, Jane and Junti agreed. With Sunli's nod, the originally 81 challenges turned into a mere formality. Acquiring the Buddhist fortune would deepen Changsheng's foundation, making his breakthroughs seem even smoother. For Changsheng, the current Honghuang only has one unstable factor left: the Hongjun Dao ancestor, who has been suppressed by the Dao and nearly forgotten. The Dao exists everywhere, yet has no place to return. However, Hongjun has a place. Changsheng and the Dao want Hongjun, and after contemplating, the Dao agreed. After all, Hongjun is simply an irregularity that the Dao has nearly forgotten. Oh, what use is he? In the future, let Changsheng help find a rule-abiding one. Now, due to Changsheng, the foundation of the Dao has deepened. If it weren't for Changsheng's unwillingness, the Dao would have sought Changsheng to be its representative. Within the river of fate, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Changsheng, he displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this day. A single misstep in chess leads to total defeat. Yet I never anticipated that you, a variable, would possess such power. At this moment, Hongjun also felt a sense of regret. He had long realized that Changsheng was a variable. If not for this variable, how could his intricate plans have been thrown into disarray? However, he still viewed Changsheng as just a minor cultivator and hoped to use him as a pawn for deeper schemes. Who would have thought that Changsheng understood the rules of the primordial world so well that he could use small means to overcome great obstacles effectively, putting Hongjun in a difficult position? As of today, looking at Changsheng's peak cultivation at the level of the mixed Yuan Duo Golden Immortal, if the Heavenly Dao did not assist him or grant him authority, even Hongjun would not have confidence in confronting Changsheng, let alone achieving victory. Although he had been constrained by the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun could still perceive the situation in the primordial world. He could only watch in dismay as Changsheng rapidly rose to power, truly stepping on his face. Now Changsheng aimed not just to tread upon his face, but to walk over his corpse. Hongjuan the Dao ancestor knew that Changxing intended to kill him, but did Changxing truly believe that he was devoid of the power to resist today? His gaze towards Changxing grew increasingly frenzied. Changxing, tell me, if the primordial world before you were to be obliterated in an instant, and you personally witnessed your own demise, what would that feel like? Changxing, observing Hongjun's increasingly mad demeanor, felt a bad premonition in his heart. This Hongjun was indeed formidable. Even at this moment, he still had hidden cards. Changxing was determined not to give Hongjun too many opportunities. Regardless of whether one was a righteous or a villainous character, too many words would certainly lead to mistakes. Changxing dared not give Hongjun excessive chances, so the Fate Jade Plate directly aimed towards Hongjun. Boom. Hongjun's cultivation was not low. He practiced more than just the Holy Dao. Even without the support of the Heavenly Dao, the power he could exert at this moment was still that of a high-level mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. This was why Changxing had not acted against Hongjun before. As he was about to break through to the mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal, Changxing dared not leave any hidden dangers that could affect his breakthrough. Therefore, he was determined to resolve Hongjun. And it seemed that the timing was indeed right. If he delayed further, Hongjun's threat might only increase. Just as Changxing made his move against Hongjun, the entire primordial world began to shake violently. A piece of chaos supreme treasure appeared above Hongjun. It was the creation jade plate, but at this moment, it was merely a phantom. The real creation jade plate had already split into countless fragments embedded all over the primordial world. Now summoned by Hongjun, it posed a threat of annihilating heaven and earth. I originally planned to destroy most of the primordial world with this method when I could not subdue the Heavenly Dao. At that point, the Heavenly Dao would naturally have little power to resist. Although this would also significantly impact me, it is still better than becoming a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. The creation jade plate contains 3,000 paths, and at this moment, they had already merged with the paths of the primordial world. If these paths were destroyed, the primordial world would be obliterated. Can you escape unscathed? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you have already regarded the primordial world as a place for ascension. The destruction of your painstaking efforts should cause you great pain, shouldn't it? Looking at the crazed Hongjun before him, Changxing couldn't help but curse quietly. This old fellow would rather die than let anyone else have it easy. Boom. Hongjun's actions were not slow at all, clearly not intending to threaten or scare Changxing, but rather to act decisively. Changxing did not entertain the thought of sacrificing himself to save the primordial world. After all, if the primordial world were destroyed, he would not fare well either. Most importantly, Changxing did not believe that Hongjun would truly seek death. Indeed, after a series of actions, Hongjun directly turned his spearhead towards the Heavenly Dao, trying to deceive him. It turned out that this was a desperate gamble, intending to seize the Heavenly Dao. If he could capture the Heavenly Dao, there might still be a chance for a comeback. However, Changxing would not grant him such an opportunity. The Fate Jade Plate manifested, and a long river directly enveloped Hongjun. With a thought, Xuanli and Xinyuan appeared merging into one. This was the first time Changxing had used this. In that moment, the aura around Changxing seemed to break through the limits of the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, just a step away. When the time comes, all of heaven and earth will assist. Someone wants to annihilate the world. The Heavenly Dao, the Earth Dao, and all beings in the primordial world cannot agree. Good. This is the moment. Changxing's eyes brightened. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Breaking through to the mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal was no easy task. One could not do without favorable circumstances. Now with Hongjun in a desperate struggle, all these elements were present. While Hongjun was scheming, Changxing was also utilizing Hongjun's thoughts. Initially, it was merely a casual attempt, but unexpectedly Hongjun proved quite effective. Changxing was just a step away from the mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal, and now, under the force of an entire realm, and after numerous enhancements to his foundation, he suddenly felt that breaking through to mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal wasn't as difficult as he had thought. Boom. A surge of momentum erupted as if breaking through some boundary, and Changxing abruptly broke through to the mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal. In that moment, the entire primordial world seemed to be equalized in Changxing's eyes. The mixed Yuan Wujin Golden Immortal represented the pinnacle of chaos. At this moment, without a doubt, Changxing was the strongest being within the chaos. Looking at Hongjun, initially he intended to use the Fate River to restrain him, but now in Changxing's eyes, Hongjun was easily obliterated. He reached out and pressed down. The Dao moved with his heart. Boom. Hongjun was left with nothing but a gaze filled with fear and unwillingness before he vanished into the chaos. The countless fragments of the creation jade plate, which were bound to the primordial world, and continued to destroy the paths of the primordial world, were easily collected by Changxing. Soon a complete treasure appeared in his hand. Wasn't it the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Creation Jade Plate? Along with the Fate Jade Plate, Changxing now possessed two Chaos Supreme Treasures. As he broke through, the Fate Dao advanced. and even the Fate Jade Plate grew to the level of a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Taking a step out of the primordial world, Changsheng felt that even this chaos seemed somewhat binding. Perhaps only the vast world beyond the chaos could grant him freedom. However, at this moment Changsheng also sensed another gaze upon him. It was the gaze of the Tao. Above the mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal lies the mixed Yuan Jisheng Golden Immortal comparable to the Tao. For the Tao, the mixed Yuan Jisheng Golden Immortal is a threat, while the mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal is a potential threat. If Changsheng harbors even a fraction of the intent to annihilate heaven and earth, the Tao might very well obliterate him just as it did with Pangu. Outside the chaos, Changsheng was not in a hurry. He planned to use this chaos as nourishment to continue strengthening himself until he could ascend no further, and then leave the chaos to venture into the realm beyond. The primordial world has been affected to some extent this time, but time is the best medicine. Countless years passed, and the primordial world absorbed world after world from the chaos, its foundation growing ever deeper. With the resources of an entire realm at his disposal, Changsheng finally broke through step by step to the 12th layer of the mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal, just a step away from breaking through to the mixed Yuan Jisheng Golden Immortal. However, it was time to leave. The small chaos was not sufficient to support his breakthrough. As he prepared to leap away, a will suddenly descended. It was the Tao seeking to stop Changsheng. At this moment Changsheng's will was resolute, and he would not be swayed. One step away from the chaos, a purple ocean appeared before Changsheng. A thread of primordial purple energy could create an innate spiritual treasure, and a sage could be seen everywhere. Primordial. Beyond the chaos lies the primordial. At this moment Changsheng understood where his path lay. However, at this moment countless primordial demonic gods appeared targeting Changsheng. Was this the price of defying the will of the Tao? Boom. The chaos jade plate enveloped him, and the creation jade plate evolved into 3,000 paths. The Taiji diagram, Panga flag, and chaos bell were suddenly drawn into his hands. These were treasures stored in the primordial world, and with Changsheng's current strength, he could use them effortlessly. The three merged as one, and with a single axe he cleaved through the primordial, creating the world. This was the path to the mixed Yuan Jisheng Golden Immortal. The Pangu axe sliced through the primordial, sweeping past numerous primordial demonic gods using their corpses as nourishment, and a shape of chaos slowly emerged. The pressure grew increasingly intense, and even Changsheng felt his consciousness beginning to blur. It seemed that if this continued, he would soon follow in Panga's footsteps. Unfortunately, this time, he had the entire primordial chaos as support. The whole primordial chaos emerged as the true core, directly suppressing the chaos Changsheng was creating, preventing heaven and earth from reuniting. Boom. His momentum surged, shattering the unwilling gaze of the Dao's eye. At this moment, the mixed Yuan Jisheng Golden Immortal was achieved. As long as he wished, he was the Tao.